my microphone. I'm like, why am I? What's going on? I think it's a cat war. Like there's a cat war happening. There's a cat war. I know. Look at this bags on my eyes. Oh my god, what a fucking loser. But you know what? Let's go live. Let's go live. Because we're so needy. Because we're just so needy. I hope you guys are impressed. Like, I wake up. Look, I didn't brush my hair. I literally, I don't know. Don't look at the back of me, I guess. That's what I have to say. Just don't look behind me. I'm not sure this is. Okay, you know what? Life's short. Why are you worried about what your hair looks like? Actually, I'm kind of worried that my ear is sticking out, but I guess it's not. Oh my god. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Work it out. Where's your? So you were gonna go get your microphone, and then you were like, "Oh, hold on, I'll go get it." Good morning. Hi, GP. How are you, friend? How are you, my dearest friend? Oh, hi, Marie. Bonjour, bonjour. Comment ça va? Okay, let me get my shit together here a little bit because I don't have my microphone. I don't have my microphone. How am I going to do anything without my microphone? Come here, microphone. Whoopsie. Ooh, work it out. And I'll rise up. Oh boy, bad voice this morning. Maybe I need to wait a minute. Maybe I need to wait a minute before I'm belting them out. I'll wait. Good morning. Fine and dandy. I'm fine and dandy. Well, it's good to see everyone this morning. I have a little bit of furry eyeball problem. And watery eyes. I don't think I got enough sleep. I think one should get as much sleep as possible. Because I think it's very important. I don't know what's going to happen today. But I know we're going to start with murder. That we're going to start with. Let's see. Okay, here we go. 1 hour ago. Oh, it's live. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's see. Let me go to the murder thing. Where is it? I'll rise up. Rise like the day. And I'll rise up. Like a wave, and I'll rise up. Oh my God, I can't believe these ridiculous women. Did she just dox herself? Okay. I can't. Okay, you know what? The convoy was actually more classy when it was just the chuds. How's that for spicy? Yee. Her for she. Oh, so this is really interesting. I think here's transphobes. Well, let me tell you what else angers me about Hershey's her for she campaign. They fucking are the kings of child slave labor in Ghana. So you're going to have to forgive me while I wait for Hershey to be girl washing their fucking child slavery. I'm confused. By the way, if you're eating Hershey's chocolate, well, actually, if you're eating any chocolate, I'm sorry. There's very little fair source chocolate. Be good to read up on the recent State Department on slavery and chocolate. The State Department actually puts out some incredible reporting on child slave labor across the world. There actually are a lot of people working very, very hard on child slave labor. And the reason I giggle is because I constantly hear these chuds and these chud adjacent and these left wing chuds talk about child exploitation. And, there's a couple of them that even talk about, I go and I rescue children in crisis and all that kind of stuff. No, you don't. When I worked at an anti slavery organization, we would get pretty frequent, actually, calls from individuals claiming to represent groups. God, I think even one of the chuds mentioned one of these groups once. Oh, fuck, man. What was the name of the group called? It was like Bikers for Kids or something. I don't know. It was one of those types of groups. And they literally were like, if you tell us where these kids are, we'll go get them. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, they're in a huge biscuit factory in India. So would you go and rescue all 160 children from this biscuit making factory in India? Right? Are you gonna go over there and get them? Then what are you gonna do with them? When you rescue them, then what? What do you do next? What do you do next? So you see, I've had my fill of fucking vigilante trying to save children from sexploitation or any other thing. Because I've actually been on the front lines of saving children from trafficking and exploitation. And you guys are just fucking fools. Because you don't have the first clue about what it is in abolition. You don't have a clue about abolition. You don't understand the process. You don't understand the mechanism. You don't understand what happens after. You don't understand the community. You have a hard-on that you want to yank. And for some reason, you want to yank it around child sex trafficking. And frankly, it tells me a little bit more about you than it does about your morals. Well, actually, it tells me more about your morals than it does about you, I guess. Switch that. So that's my speech for today. All right. Let me see. Is she on? I don't know. No, I'm going to CPAC. Nope. I'm going to CPAC, you guys. I can't. Right side broadcasting. Okay. I wonder if they'll get me. Oh, man. Anyway, good morning. Let me just check in with people. Housewives of Clanvoy season 1, too many. Yes, my darling Marie, my goodness, they just, the people in France, they really know how to do a protest movement. Let me tell you, you guys are like the fucking, since the 60s and before probably. Oh my God, let's go all the way back to Marie Antoinette. You guys really know how to throw down a civil disobedience. You're really just the most, hello, musky devil. So the French are really like the gold standard, if you will, when it comes to civil disobedience. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's others, but they're pretty good. They're high up there. top 5 since the 20s. Thank you, Marie. I'm woefully inadequate on my French resistance history, and frankly, I should know better. I should know better. So, here. Merci to the French. Yeah, okay, 1789. Maybe before. I don't know. You guys are crazy over there in France. You got croissants, you got great cheese. Marie, I'm going to tell you, one time in Aix-en-Provence, my daughter and I went to an open air market. You know, of course, there's beautiful open air markets, and bought some Comte de Basque cheese. It was called Comte de Basque. I have never been able to recreate that cheese in my entire, like, the 20 years since we've been there, or 15. I don't even know. I can't remember how long it is. I can't even tell you. Yeah, 15. I can't even tell you. I cannot find Comte de Basque, and it really makes me sad because it was probably the most delicious cheese I've ever had on the face of the planet. So anyway, I don't know what's comparable to it. I don't think there is a comparable. I mean, it's a Comte that comes from that area, so there's nothing I can do about it. All right, well, we talked about cheese. We're going to we're going to go to CPAC. Much to my hey, look, there's Tintin. Hi, Tintin. How you doing? I'm not going to like you guys because I think you're a bunch of assholes. All right, how about that? So there, I'm going to take your broadcast and I'm going to just tell you go fuck yourselves. Oh, look, that's Frank Pavone. He was recently excommunicated from the Catholic Church. See, he can't wear his little white penis tip right here. He's got to just wear a regular collar because he's just a really fucking asshole. And so I don't know who this little ginger is. I'm not sure. I think I know who he is, but I'm not entirely sure. He looks a little bit like Garrett Ziegler. And I'm going to really hope that it's not Garrett Ziegler, but whatever. We're going to start listening in. Anyway, and then there's this Brian Tintin Glenn. And Brian Glenn and I hate each other. Brian Glenn works for RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Right Side Broadcast... RSBN was created a few years ago pretty much just to support Trump. And it's the Trump network, and they play all his rallies. And Tintin, which is because I call him this because of his hair. He has the Tintin hair. Look at the swoop. Swoop. And he and I used to battle very personally, quite personally, actually, on Twitter, because he's a big fucking penis tip, right? Looks like a penis tip with a Tintin head. And this guy is a fake Catholic. Although he's probably a real Catholic if you really want to break down the Catholics. He's probably the most Catholic of them all. And yet, turned away. It's funny, we don't even have to listen to them tell they're assholes. But here we are. Look at this guy. He's like, I don't know who to look at. I'm going to look at Brian. And then, okay, well, what's in this? I don't have anything to add here because I don't know what we're talking about. But I have to poop. Now I have to poop. Damn it. No pooping.
Spirit for contact with God is just as real as our thirst for water and our need for food and oxygen. So at a certain point in a culture that tries to deny God and escape God, you are going to reach a point where human nature just can't take it anymore. Or the human spirit that's been deprived of truth and meaning ultimately says, I've got to find it somewhere. Yeah. And when they find it, they don't let go of it. They flock to it. It's like finding a spring of water in a barren desert. And this is what's happening. It was bound to happen eventually. And praise God that we see it unfolding now.
Yeah, and praise God that we found you. Okay, let's take a few minutes, if you will. We'll go.
Let's pray.
Reach and pray. You guys watching us at home and work, bow your head wherever you're at, and let's pray.
Father, we love you. We
Dear
love your
Father,
kingdom. We love your Son, Jesus Christ. And we love America. We are gathered now today. We pray for all those who are watching and for all their needs, Lord God. And we pray in a special way over this conference. Protect us. Protect the organizers of it. Protect Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. And the good work that they have done for so many years. Protect all the speakers and those who are working behind the scenes. All the media outlets that are here bringing the American biblical patriotic message to millions and millions of Americans. Bless all the attendees that are here from around the country and indeed, Lord, from around the world. We are united because, not because we think, Lord, that there's any such thing as a political savior or a perfect nation.
You don't?
There's no such
Really,
thing.
Frank?
But
You
we
wanna talk
believe
about, you wanna
that you
think
have
about that?
spoken
Because
your
I think you
word
got a
to
savior.
America, and that America has
It was
embraced
orange.
your word, and that we are
And
here
when,
based on your
and then
word to
maybe, and
save
then
and
maybe.
renew this
Please don't
country.
let them
Give
find
us that
files
blessing.
on my
Give us that
laptop.
protection.
I
Give
promise
success
that
to the
that was
work of
10
our
years
hands.
ago, and I
Let
no
your
longer
spirit go
have those
before us to
urges.
prepare us
So
for
please,
the
God,
elections
let them
of
not take my
2024,
laptop
and
and look
also
at the
those
items
elections
and
taking place
images
in
that are contained
2023,
therein.
and
Amen.
make, Lord, your people more responsive than ever, that the
Wow,
church
this is
indeed
really
may
going
be
on and on.
relevant,
There's a
and
lot
that
to
we may
cover
look
here in
not
this
only at the
prayer.
New
God's like,
Jerusalem,
okay,
but at the
let me
new
get a pad of
United
paper.
States
Hold
of
on, I gotta
America
take a note.
that is
More than 3
being
things, Frank,
born
and
now,
I've got to
and
have
that will be
paper.
evident as this conference
This guy's too
unfolds.
much.
We
He's like
ask
a
all
joke
this in the
factory. I
name,
can't
the
even keep
precious
up with the
name
jokes, you
of
guys.
Jesus Christ our
I'm
Lord.
exhausted.
Amen.
And
Oh, fuck.
amen. And for a
Amen.
reminder, if
Amen.
someone
That
wants to
fucking
tune
prayer
in
is over.
to
Am I
Preach
right?
Life,
Anybody? Anybody?
praying for America.
Praying for America.
There we go.
Yes.
How can they do that?
Every weeknight, 8
God
p.m.
Padre,
on
God
RSBN, and my
Padre,
social
a
media is
spirito
at FR
sancti.
Frank Pavone, FR Frank
Amen.
Pavone. Let's
God
connect there
Padre,
as well.
There you go. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back as we are live here at CPAC
Oh,
2023.
I still
from the
don't
beautiful
know who the
Gaylord
guy in the
Hotel.
middle is, but he looks
Welcome
like
to
an
the
elf.
My Pillow
Ah!
2.0 commercial.
Behind the scenes with Mike Lindell at his new pillow factory. Poor
Miss
Mike
Makeup.
Lindell. Honey, you're never gonna sell any more pillows. Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. Mike Lindell's going to hell. Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. He's going to hell, he's going to hell, he's going to hell. Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. These poor people working on set are going, oh my God, I can't believe this is the only job that I can get on.
Technology
That
is still
is
the My Pillows patent and fill.
ridiculous.
And now we have new technology.
You do? You better have new technology. It better be a money-making technology, my friend, because you are broke, $40 million boy. This is the fat fuck that spent his own money trying to overthrow the government. So he spent all his own money. He didn't spend anybody else's money. He just spent all his own money. That's fine.
All right, welcome back to
Oh, we're
CPAC
back. Oh God, who we
2023
got?
from the beautiful Gaylord Hotel here in the National Harbor.
Okay, where are we
Joining us
at?
now is our one and only editor-in-chief, Grace Saldana.
I know
joining us
Grace
to
Saldana.
talk
Yeah,
about
Grace is a
kind of
bitch.
what
I understand
trends
Grace.
on
Grace
our
has worked for
website,
RSBN
and
for a
you're
few years. She's
responsible for
stupid,
all of the
and yet she's
great
their
articles
editor.
you got pushed out. If you're a part of the newsletter that you
Still
get
don't
in your
understand what
inbox,
the
well, Grace
orange
is a big
creamsicle in the
part
middle
of
is.
that, and we are so blessed to have her on the team. But let's go over some of the topics that viewers
What's the
really
creamsicle in
love
the
to
middle?
read about.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian.
Well, when I was writing this morning, Brian, I thought I'd write about train derailments and how the Biden administration was driving the train at the time that it derailed. I mean, the entire administration. Grace, if you would hold your microphone a little closer to your fucking blowjob mouth, then maybe we will hear you. I can't tell what's on her forehead because my eyeballs are too fuzzy.
People are very passionate about election integrity.
People are very passionate.
About
Are
what
they
our
very
president is
passionate,
going to
Grace?
do in
What
2024.
do you think,
Truth
Grace? Are they very
Social,
passionate?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course.
Marjorie Taylor
So those are
Greene?
our top
Oh my
It's
God.
4
amazing.
topics.
Does it
For
surprise you
reals?
that
Can you
election
like hold
integrity
your
politics
microphone
is
closer?
still up there at
Because
number
you
one?
like are a
It really
television
doesn't,
professional.
because what we saw happen in
Oh, here we
2020,
go.
we saw happen again in 2022 in a couple
You
of key
did?
places,
What happened?
particularly, I think, more so than most places, Arizona, where
What
we
did you
saw a race where
see?
Carrie Lake, she was polling very far ahead
She
of Katie
was? I
Hobbs
don't.
ahead of the
Which
election. I
polls were
think the
those?
RCP average had her up almost 4 points over Katie Hobbs. And then we
Really? I
see
didn't see
on
those
election
polls.
day,
How interesting.
Republicans
Were those
go
made
to
up
polling
polls?
places, and I think it was over 25% of polling places had some kind of issue. We
No,
saw a
actually,
lot of
that's
these
not
places,
true,
they
but
were
nice
supposed to use
thing to pull out of your
20-inch
ass.
ballots, but
Okay.
all of the
All
ballots in
right.
a lot of them
See
were
you.
19 inches, so the place they
19
couldn't
inches,
read the
yeah.
ballots.
We went
And
through
so
this.
you
There was
see
an
on
actual
election day,
whole court
Republicans
case
had
about this,
issues
honey.
voting.
And
We
actually, it
saw
was determined
what
that
really was voter
those
suppression or
malfunctions
trying
or
to
whatever they
discourage
were
people from
had
voting in
zero
person on
impact
election
on the
day. And let's face
election.
it, Republicans
So,
more so
yeah,
vote in
your
person than
election
Democrats who vote by
frustration
mail more so than
is
not.
really
So we saw
understandable,
issues
but
in
still
Arizona, and then
not.
lo and behold, Katie Hobbs narrowly squeaks
What is
by
he?
over
What is
Carrie
he?
Lake
What?
after
Okay,
running
so
really
gentlemen,
a
let me
non-existent
tell you. Let's have a
campaign.
little
Hobbs
conversation
would
about
not
suits
debate
and
Carrie
ties,
Lake. She
okay?
Carrie Lake, she tried to debate Katie Hobbs. She said,
Can we
name
have
the
a little?
place, name the time, name the
Right.
moderators, and I
Are
will
you
debate
kidding
you. And
me?
Katie
Would
Hobbs
you?
said,
I'm
nope,
not going to
I
debate
won't
a dump
debate you.
truck.
So, Grace, going to Carrie Lake,
Grace,
big
stop.
on our website as well. People are
Yes,
really,
absolutely.
yeah.
Carrie Lake is another
Hey, what's going
big person
on?
on our website because people wanted to see her win. She was
Grace,
such a
come on,
popular
sweetheart.
candidate.
You've
You
been
know
doing this
better
for
than
years
anybody.
now.
Yeah.
The
When the
Arizona
hell is
rallies
wrong
were
with
on
you?
fire that President Trump was holding for her, and it was
Oh my
just a
God. I
shock
think we
that she
might need to go to
didn't
the
pull through
court
in
just
this
because
election.
I
But of
can't
course,
even
we
keep
know
up with these
why because
assholes.
there were so many
The mark of the
irregularities. People were
fallen,
even
right?
being diverted from the polling booths until they had to go somewhere else, and there were just
It's
so
Ash
many
Wednesday,
things that were happening that
right?
are unexplained. And the
No, was
biggest
that
question to
last
me
week?
is how is a Secretary
Does
of
he still have his
State
ashes on from Ash
allowed to
Wednesday?
oversee her own election? How is this
Weird.
legal?
Yeah.
Well,
You know?
I want to
Weird.
jump in there real quick because in 2018 you had the Georgia governor's race between Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams, and 2018
There we
Brian
go. He's
Kemp
going
was
to
the
talk about that.
incumbent
And
state
then
secretary
Stacey
of
would
state.
not let it
He
go.
oversaw that
He
election.
set the precedent.
I don't know.
He
I've
did set
not
the
heard her
precedent,
talk
but the
about the
Democrats,
fact
they
that she never
complained and they
lost that
fought tooth and
election
nail, and they said
15 years.
Brian Kemp should not oversee his own election, which that's a point. I agree
Okay,
with that. I
sweetheart,
think if you are
darlings,
the
that's
incumbent
going to
secretary of
happen.
state
There's these
and
things
you are
called
running for
incumbents,
governor and overseeing
and
your own election, I don't
incumbents
think that that's
are
fair. So I think
actually
Brian Kemp was wrong to do that in
the
2018,
people who
and he
oversee the
did beat
election.
Stacey Abrams in
And usually
2018.
they're big
But then
people,
by
and
that same token, Katie
they rise
Hobbs
above
was
it
the
because that's
incumbent
what
state
big
secretary
people
of
do.
state in
Now, I
Arizona
understand
and
small people
oversaw
like
her own
you,
election.
Ginger,
Yeah.
She
And
might
like
refused
not
to
do
recuse
things like that,
herself.
and you
she
might take it as an
She
opportunity
refused
to
to recuse
cheat.
herself, and that's the
But you
biggest
know
red
what
flag of
normal
all
people
is that
don't do?
why
They
would you
don't take it
not
as an
recuse yourself
opportunity
from
to cheat. They
overseeing
know that they have a
the
And so a
very,
lot of
very
from Democrats then
specific and
afterwards that
serious
care about that.
So a lot of
responsibility.
interaction with the
There.
viewers on that. Okay, anything President Trump does really well
Well, if
with
this
us
is the way
online
this
as
day
well.
is going
Let's
to go,
talk
I'm going
about
to tell you
Trump,
right now, I'm going to be
whether or
exhausted and
not
I'm going to need some
it's a
speed.
policy video or an
So
article
cash
about a
out me
video,
some
or
speed.
is it a post on Truth Social. President Trump definitely does really well with our viewers.
I'll tell you this: our
Well,
base is on
because
fire for President Trump for
your entire
2024. They
network
want to
is
know
only
all about what
designed
his
for
agenda
President
is,
Trump. It's
what he
literally
plans to
the
do
whole reason the
differently,
network
what plan,
exists.
what's going to stay the same.
It was
Obviously, we
founded in
know he's
like
going to be America first.
2017 or
He's every
2018.
day talking on Truth Social. I'm America first. I'm the
Yeah.
America first candidate.
This
So
RSBN is
viewers are
only a
very
Trump
excited to
network. It
see him
has
running.
always,
They want to
from
know
the
when the
jump.
next rallies are.
What's his name? Jim, whatever his name is,
Anything
that started
related to
it,
Truth
started it
Social,
for
as he
Trump.
says, it's hot as a pistol. So, all of
So
his truths do
I don't know
well
what
with
to tell
our
you.
audience.
And I really love the fact that what Grace, and we'll talk about your team of writers, and
All right,
Alex,
let me go
your
back.
writers as
Let me
well.
make sure I'm getting the
Grace
best
is really
for
good
you.
about seeing what's
The
happening
best
in the
for
news cycle
you.
early on, and then pushing out an article and maybe going a little deeper than most
doing?
people get. Now, we had people come up to me at the rallies and say, hey, if
Looking
it wasn't for the
for-
newsletter, I didn't know about this, I didn't know about that, which is really
Oh my God.
a nod to you, because we live in that information world. There's a lot of different resources for people to get their news from, but when they get it from a newsletter,
Right.
that says a lot.
Yes, our newsletter is growing every day. People are subscribing. They want to know when President Trump is going to be at his next rally or event or a speech or anything it is. So we keep our audience updated on the latest. Where is he going to be? What is he saying?
Wow, this is
What
the
are
only
top
CPAC
stories?
feed. Well, wait,
Just
let me
issues
check
that matter to the
Rumble.
base, and there's very few right-wing
I do,
outlets
so
that
you
are
don't
doing
have
it the
to.
way we're doing it.
The way we're doing it. Hey,
Yeah.
just to recap, we are live
Let me
here
tell you.
at the
Let me tell you what I
beautiful
do for you
Gaylord Hotel, which, by
guys.
the way, this is very nice
really
when you
is.
walk around
Oh,
here. This is a
thank
great
you,
place to
Dee.
have this thing.
They are.
For CPAC 2023 Inside
Real
kicks
America's
off at
Voice.
10 local time. We're going to do a little pre-show
See what's going
action
on.
out here, then we'll toss inside for a full
Oh my
day
God, Frank
of
Pavone is
speakers.
over on
First
Real
up,
America's
Matt
Voice
Schlapp,
now.
Jim
Jesus
Jordan.
Christ.
How does
They
Jim
can't
Jordan do
escape
on the
him.
website when you guys
Oh,
write
they
about
love Jim Jordan. I think he's, don't get me wrong, he's chairing the
No.
weaponization committee.
He's
talking heads
oversight a lot of
on
stuff, so yeah.
He's overseeing
Real
a lot of
America's Voice
stuff,
are
but
worse,
yeah, they
if it's
love him.
possible.
He is the best at grilling people. I love watching him during the testimonies, the hearings.
Yeah, it's really funny. Side note, when I was watching the speaker race unfold, some people nominated Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House, and which, by the way, he personally said, do not nominate
If
me.
you
I don't
guys are
want to be
like,
Speaker
hey,
of the House.
KMS,
But what's
hi,
interesting to
Easily.
note here,
If you guys
there is no better
absolutely hate
person
this
to
and must watch
ask
the Murdoch
questions and
trial, you can
inquire
tell me,
on
but I
something
feel like I'm
than
just going
Jim
to hang on
Jordan. He's
here.
one of the best. And if
And
you want the
Murdoch
real
has to
questions, you want real answers,
deal with
rather,
what he's
you
going to
have
do.
Jim
I do
Jordan
not want
answer
to
them,
hear the
because he is
defense's
definitely
closing argument.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be
tell
honest
you
with
guys
you.
what
I
our
wasn't
top
going to watch
stories
the
are.
defense's
Oh, there you
closing
go.
I'm going
argument
to
to
try to
begin
pull it up
with.
if we have
So
any service.
I apologize in advance.
Yeah, service is a little bit. We got
Give me
everybody
one
in here. here.
And I'll pull up
That's
our,
great.
I got him.
You got it. There you go. Top stories.
All right, top stories. Trump. These are not even published yet, so.
Oh, these are unpublished top
Trump calls
stories
out
from
Rupert Murdoch
RSBN.
and fake
Wait
news
for
on
it.
Fox News.
Okay.
That's going to be a top story. House blocks Labor Department ESG rule from politicizing retirement plans.
Oh, wow.
Let me
What's
pick
that
another
mean?
one or two.
What's that mean?
TMTG, Trump Media Technology Group, asked Congress to investigate SEC for alleged delay of
I
DFAC.
had somebody yesterday come up to me.
Okay,
This happened yesterday, if I'm not
so
mistaken.
they're mad that the
That's a
SEC
big
is
deal.
what?
And once again, that goes into censorship, and that's been one of the
What?
overwhelming
How are they being censored?
themes here
'Cause
at
I hear Trump
CPAC is
every day.
about that. So those are your top stories that'll be pushed out a little bit later today,
I got
right?
one more for you. Those will be pushed out later today as soon as we get internet.
Oh, these are
here.
her
We're gonna,
top stories.
you know,
Okay, I
We're
see.
going to push
She's
it out because that's
the
what she's doing. Hey, I do want to talk about another sponsor we have today
editor.
when it comes to getting all
I
of
forgot.
your Trump and America First stuff. It is patriotaddict.com.
There you go.
What a
Oh,
website.
gold
What a name for a
coins.
website.
That's awesome.
Patriotaddict.com. They're offering
Go get your gold
40% off for right
coins.
side viewers right now
Trump
on the
gold,
entire
Trump
store.
gold,
So
Trump
save
gold, Trump
40%
gold,
with the
Trump
coupon
gold, Trump gold,
RSBN
Trump gold,
on all your
Trump
Trump
gold,
collectible
Trump
gifts. And we said this before the holidays that if you don't know what to get someone in your life and you figure, you know what, I don't want to get something that they can't use. Don't get a sweater. Don't get anything like that. Get something Trump. Anything Trump merchandise does really well. The website is patriotaddict.com, and they got all things in stock. And once again, this is a special just for CPAC right now. Save 40% with the promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll get 40%
Did
off
you watch
all
it,
of this.
GP?
Talking
I think
about
I
anything
watched a
Trump, mugs,
documentary, but I don't
shirts,
know if I watched the
T-shirts,
Netflix
hats,
one. I'll have to watch
calendars.
that.
It's all there.
I will definitely watch that. There's so much to that
Patriotaddict.com, and
story.
that's a special just for
Oh my
today.
God! Of course,
At
Trump's going to
it is
be
a
there,
great
but not
deal.
till
And so
Saturday.
I've always said if there's
This is just day
anything that
2.
you've
They did
got
the
someone
last
you
night
got a
thing,
birthday coming up,
their
we
opening
just came
night,
off of Valentine's Day.
and
If you didn't
then
get what you want,
yeah,
maybe you can say I love
bye,
you once again by
on
getting something
Teddy.
from patriotaddict.com and get them something
Mags is
Trump
streaming.
merchandise. But we're proud to have those guys once again as sponsor
Did he buy a
for
ticket?
today, along with our friends over at the Birch Gold Group, because
No
we've got a
problem.
plan for retirement there as well.
Did he buy a ticket,
So
Kramus?
recap: Alex Caldwell, Grace Saldana, Brian Glenn, as we're live here at the
Oh,
Gaylord.
he works for them now. I remember hearing about him. I'm sorry. The ginger penis
to
tip
me
in the
is a
middle works
full
for him.
day. Now,
Looks
one of the
gross
things
now.
I saw on the list was Don Lemon is past his prime. Of course, those are the
Oh,
remarks
well,
that
let's talk about
CNN's
you,
host Don
Tintin.
Lemon said on air
Let's talk about that
about
Tintin
Nikki
haircut.
Haley being past her prime,
So
and he just got
and
skewed
literally,
for
you have
that, which he
one job,
should.
and
It
it's
was
to
a
suck off.
moronic comment
I don't get it.
that he made, but I'm real interested to see how
Is
we
anybody
can
even
fight
watching?
back
Not live
against some of the
anymore. How did he
mainstream
get?
media and the misinformation.
Listen, you can
The
buy a
networks
ticket
out there
online.
that
Give me a break.
continuously push out false information.
I
think all
I'm
10
telling you
of
right now.
the CNN viewers
Hold
who
on, I'm gonna
watched
turn you
that
down.
were,
Brian.
I think a lot of them were confused
I
by
can't
that.
believe
What
this is
does
going to
he
be an
mean
entire
past
day of
her
listening to
prime?
Brian. Glenn.
Being over the, I think
My
it was
arch
over the age of
nemesis.
50, that means she's past her prime.
Yeah.
I mean,
LOL's the
I
lives
just
we
think
put
that
out.
was
Yeah, right.
ridiculous. It was a very idiotic comment to make, and then he really gave a really half-hearted apology over it. But
Yeah.
I don't really know how you can.
Yeah, I'm sure they just let get let in at one point because this isn't as popular as they like us to believe. It just happens to be the one place where a few of them get on stage. So it's interesting from that standpoint. But yeah, the chuds who go to these things, they just fucking buy tickets. Or if they get tickets, it's because they bothered someone so much that the person finally said, "Would you please just give me your fucking passes and let's get on with it? Because I've got actual work to do." So, wow, Grace is really hitting it not well today.
Well, certainly you made a note of it earlier.
I'm gonna
with the
need to like
viewers that
not
have
talk
lost,
this for some times of this.
hundreds
I
of thousands of
apologize.
viewers. I mean, you look at conservative media. If we were a public stock, let's just say the upside for us
I better edit
is so
this
much
caption
greater
again because I'm
than what you
feeling
see
like it's
on some of the other mainstream news. I mean, they are losing viewers because the facts just aren't on their side.
Right.
And when these conspiracy theories that we all, basically got behind 2 years ago have all turned out to be true, it makes them look very stupid.
Indeed, it does. It does make them look really stupid. And you mentioned public stock. That's how we try to.
I wanted to call it right wing extremists.
In
One knee is in the pond. Be careful. Is it cold? Yes, it's not really. I don't know.
We're trying to provide them with that value.
Good point.
I know.
Yeah,
Please,
exactly.
hey,
And I think
somebody
we're
call
doing a
Jersey
pretty good job
J.
with the articles, by the
Please,
way. We have a
someone
lot of
call Jersey
viewers
J and tell him to get
you've
on
been doing
this.
a fantastic job, and
Because
it's
this
really
could
nice
be the
to
one.
see
This could be
a
the
lot
shit.
of what we're putting out, and just what it
If
started off
Brian
as and
has
what it
it,
is
look at
today.
Brian. He's
Because
sitting pretty. He's
I was
sitting
one of
pretty in
it
gold.
used to just be myself and another writer. It
He's
was just
got a
us, and it
gold
started off very
taint
small, but then it's really grown, and it's
that
become
he's
really
excited
incredible.
about.
Almost every day we have like over at least 10 stories a day that we're putting out, if not a lot more. That's just if
Trump
it's a
lets
slow
them
news day,
in.
but you've really done a good job
Thank you,
with the
Alex.
Trump
website.
doesn't
So
even know
You
they
did a great job
exist.
writing the story.
well,
Trump would be very
writers
dismayed at
only
their
as good as
teeth.
their editors.
Well,
So.
just thank God that I'm not writing because I need about 6 spell checkers for me. All the mistakes
Oh,
of the week.
Brian,
But
you need so
to
much
your point,
more.
if you want to
Starting with a
subscribe
throat
to
punch.
the newsletter, it's really easy. Just go to our website,
I would love to throat punch Brian more.
rsbnetwork.com. You can
It'd be
click on the
amazing.
subscribe button
Yes.
on there.
So
It's
go to
Outside, they have Proud Boys handing out pamphlets.
rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You
Pamphlets
can
for
sign up
what?
directly there, or if you just go to our homepage
I
and
know,
click the
GP, didn't
sidebar
they? They
next
wore
to our
much
comments,
nicer
it's
suits
right
in the
there.
30s
But
to the
otherwise,
50s. These guys, like,
rsbnetwork.com/newsletter.
this whole, like,
you can
oatmeal
also
gray
donate as
suit
well. I
thing.
mean, a
What
lot of
the
people don't
hell?
know. A lot of people
Stop.
have walked by
Those
the
ties?
last
Ugh.
several hours and
Vomit.
said,
I
"Hey,
don't, I want to
thanks.
sleep
Who
with
are
any
you
of that.
guys? You know, where'd you
I
come
don't
from?"
want to. I
We
don't
do have
want
a
to rip
great
that off of
story, and you
you.
can
I don't
also
even want to
read
deal with
about
it.
that on our website. But when it
Ugh.
comes to funding this network, we've got great sponsors and great partners alongside. But really,
No, I saw the
Alex,
vigil last
our
night,
number
KMS.
one
There was no
supporter
one there.
has been
Okay, there
these
was a
viewers
couple of
from day one.
weird
100%.
folk,
Yep.
They
fake
drive everything we
rappers.
do.
They
They drive
drive.
the
There
events
was
we
no
go to.
one
They
there.
drive the
Stop.
news we
There's
put
no
out.
one there.
So
Even with the
we are
busloads.
your voice, and we're
They didn't
doing
have
our best to
anybody.
do that.
Yeah, so you can
Only the
donate as
usual
well. Go to
chuds. That vigil is
rsbnetwork.com
nothing.
slash
The vigil is useless
donate.
and frankly
And
shouldn't even be in
look,
our
as the
attention
great
anymore.
Larry Elder says, throw a little something in the tip
It did
jar. You
its
can do a
thing. We did
reoccurring
its
monthly. You
thing.
can do a
We,
one-time
like the
annually. It's
group
all up to
crushed
you,
it.
whatever's convenient for you and comfortable with you, I
And it
should
was a
say.
collective
But
effort,
our
regardless
viewers,
of what people want to
that's
say.
why we're here. We're
So
here
I'm
for
saying
you
move
watching us
on
right
or
now in
figure
your
out how to
home
really shut
office
it down
on this
by
beautiful
going through
Thursday.
the
So go check
prison
us out at
and
rsbnetwork.com/donate.
figure out how to shut it
Also get
down
that
like it's an
newsletter
extremist
as well. Let's talk
operation.
social media.
But
Now,
do
that's a
some
big
work on
topic
it.
here at
But don't just
CPAC
like
as
show
far as
up
people being
because you're only
canceled.
making it more popular
Obviously, we have seen
at
our
this
Twitter
point.
account
In the beginning,
grow.
it
We've
was
seen our
effective, but
Instagram
now
account
it's
grow.
become like
Let's
a
talk a little
game.
about socials.
Absolutely. So I'm also running the socials
But
for RSBN, and on Twitter we are almost, I want to say almost to a million. We're
that's
literally
activism, and not everybody
9,000
understands how
right now.
activism
So
Right.
works.
follow us on Twitter,
Sometimes they're
but you
just
can
out
also
there
find
for
us
their
at
own
RSB
benefit.
Network on Instagram, on Facebook,
Sometimes they just
on
want attention.
Telegram. We have a Telegram group. We also have a TikTok. I know a lot of
So
people
they should be
at our
like
base
me and
don't
just
like
start a
TikTok
You
for
know
YouTube
what?
good
channel.
reason.
I'll
For good
pause you right
reason.
there. I
Oh,
do think
wait, they
it's
have one.
important. Now, we all know the background from TikTok,
Yes.
but I do think that it is important for especially political candidates that want to reach that
Safari suits.
younger 18 plus,
Oh,
demo.
really? I
We
kind of
got to
hope
be on
70s
TikTok
sideburns
now.
do
I
come back.
know you're compromising maybe some
Nothing
data,
like
some
a
personal
couple good
data on
mutton
there,
chops,
but
right?
at the end of the
Usually.
day, I'd rather connect with them, get their vote, right?
Yes.
Get their support. That's the only way we're going to take back
Ugh.
this country is reaching our youth. And if
Trying
TikTok's the way to do it,
DC is
I know I'm probably getting
passing the
skewed
buck
online
to
for saying
different
this, but
I
if
departments.
know.
that's the way you do it, you kind of
Is
have
it
to be there where they're
MPD or
at. Just don't keep
BOP?
anything
Council
on your
doesn't even know
phone
if they have
that you don't
jurisdiction.
want
It's
to be
fucking absurd.
compromised.
Yeah, I
Well, you
imagine it
see
is.
that
You know who I would have worked
is
with,
that they
KMS? I would
utilize
have
They
worked
do.
with
they
the
utilize social media, and that's how
I
we
would
had
have
Gen
worked
Z
with
come out in the
You're
2022
right.
midterms, and we saw numbers. We saw Gen Z numbers like
cemetery.
we've never seen
The
before,
cemetery
and
wrote
it
that
really was
that
crazy to see
message,
just the turnout that we had
like
from
the
young folks
letter
this
to
past
like
election. It
about this
really
particular
surprised me, and the
CPAC
polls
busing people
didn't
in
take that
to
into
the vigil
consideration at all.
and
They didn't even
asking,
really bother
kind
to
of
poll them because
discouraging that.
historically
I would
KMS
reach
never
out to
voted.
them.
Good point.
So they utilize TikTok.
I
They
would reach out
utilize
to them
social
and say,
media, and I
listen, we
think the way
support
to
you.
win is to
People do
fight back with
notice
art.
this,
Conservatives also
et cetera, et
utilize TikTok,
cetera.
and they
Yeah,
need to get
the
on board
commissioner
with
showed
that
up.
because
That's
if
really
Gen Z is
nice.
going to
I'm
start
really happy.
using this, and if the left is going to start using this, we need to use that too, so that we don't fall behind
So, I mean,
on
it's
the
not,
next
I'm
election
not,
Well,
cycle.
I know if you have a
I'm
phone
giving
issue with the
advice.
State
I'm not
Department, you have about 30 days to
pissy
get
about
this
it.
off
I'm
your
just
phone.
giving
Okay,
advice,
so let's
but
talk
I
about
think it's time
Facebook
to
as
go
well.
move to the next phase.
Facebook
That's all.
performs pretty well for
What's
us
your next
still.
phase?
Absolutely. Facebook does very well. If you guys are on
That's
Facebook,
all.
please send us a message. Actually, send us a message anywhere and tell us what stories you want to
Oh,
report
good. The
because we
cemetery
always
wrote that
want
email now because you've been blasting them. That's fantastic. Okay, see, there you go. There you go. See, I'm not on Twitter, so I don't get to see all this great work that's happening on Twitter.
Yeah, because what I'll
That's
do, Alex,
fantastic,
on my
KMS.
segments as being director of programming,
That
I'll
is the
call
type of stuff
greats.
too that's
It's a
going to
great stuff.
add
It's
to
not
it and
trend
change.
well with our viewers because if they're
And I
reading
mean,
about it, they
showing up
want to
and
see it.
pissing them off is
And
great.
if
I
they're
mean,
not
it
reading
really is,
about it,
and it's
chances are
very
they don't want
self
to see it.
gratifying.
Instagram is my personal favorite
But it's
out of
also
all
good
the
to think
mediums
ahead,
because it is
right?
probably less political and it's more of like what I
Because
hate,
what I
you know,
noticed too
cards
is
and
that
things like that.
when people
But
show
how
up,
does Instagram perform
they
for us
thank
as
you,
far as
GP. When
a
people
social
show up,
media
it just gives
outlet
them
for
more
our
views.
information?
It just
Instagram
gives them
also
more
does
like
very well for us.
relevance.
We've been trying
We
to
have to
post
figure
more
out how to
reels lately, some more
snuff the
videos from
relevance if we're
especially
not
from
gonna,
Trump speeches. So
you
those
know
do
what I
very
mean?
well.
If we
But
don't
let's
have
not
the
forget about Truth
numbers to
Social
Yeah.
overpower
and
them,
Gab and Getter, the
then you
alternatives to
need to
these
think about
major platforms. Truth Social does very, very well for us. If you
how do
guys are on
you
Truth Social, again, please
spread
message
the
us. They
word
have
and gain
a specific
allyship, which I
feature they
think the
just launched.
Well, they
cemetery is the
did.
They're
perfect
launching new
ally. It
features all
sounds
the
like they're
time. I
ready.
hope
They're
we can have Devin
done. They're
Nunes on
kind
to
of
talk
fed
about
up.
it. But yeah, Truth Social is
I
awesome.
don't know.
Very
I
good.
mean, that's
All right, if
just
you want to follow
whatever.
me, you can
And
do that
again,
on Truth
KMS, it sounds
Social
like
at
there's a ton of stuff
Glenn. And of
happening
course,
on the back end
across
that
the
I have
other
no idea about
platforms,
because I'm not
it's
on
at
Twitter. So
Brian Glenn
I'll,
TV. Alex, just go ahead
I'll
and
keep
throw
my
out your socials as well.
You can
thoughts to
find me on
myself.
Twitter at Real A Caldwell, and I believe it's the same on Truth Social as well.
Anyway,
Real
that's
A
what I see.
Caldwell on Truth Social and Twitter. And Grace, how can we find you?
I have a ton of different handles, but I would just say look up my name. It's Grace Saldana. You can find me pretty much any platform or on Truth Social. It's just Grace.
Grace.
There you
Okay,
go.
you know what? I'm
All
just going
right.
to check the
We
other
also
CPAC
have another
feed.
camera angle. I don't know if we have that one live or not, but we do have a camera shooting back towards the crowd behind us. And as we
Who's this
watch
guy?
a lot of the people walk by as they go directly by the camera is how they go into the actual arena
Okay, wait a
for
minute.
the general
Let's see.
admission. That's where they go, and you can kind of feel the energy in
Can you
this
feel?
place. This
Can
yesterday,
you
building out all of
feel
the structure you're seeing here,
the love
you had a little bit of
tonight?
sense of something was going to happen, but today it's happening. It starts, and we're just excited to be here.
Ooh.
So I want to talk about one big story that we are running every single week.
Okay.
President Trump is dominating the polls.
Valley of the
No matter what
Dolls.
poll it is, no matter what candidate he's up
Okay, that's
against,
the right side.
he
I'm
is
watching
just
that. Closing
outperforming.
arguments, blah.
So I think that says a lot about what's his how his speech is going to be received at
Do,
CPAC on Saturday.
do,
Remember
do,
Tempest
do,
Grace?
do. I'm just going to look at
We'll
MAG
say
Americans,
that's
although I know he'll
6-10, maybe
strike me because
we'll
MAG
double check
Americans
that.
has
We'll
this
throw that on
real
social
big
media.
hard on
That's
for
a good
me.
point. I'll tell you one thing that
I'm
is
going to be
not
honest
new
with you. Let
is
me tell
going
you a little
around this
story about
campus.
MAG
Now,
Americans
we
the other
talked a
night.
little bit about this
Actually, maybe his
yesterday, I
wife
think.
has a
One of the
hard on
reasons
for me.
why
I don't know. Somebody does.
he's not a
Somebody
formal
in that
candidate
family
for
has a hard
president
on for
right
me.
now, even though people have been talking
But let
about
me
it.
tell you
It
what it
feels
was.
like
Oh, see,
I
he
don't
did
quite
24
believe we're
minutes
here yet for
this
this.
morning and then 4
Will there
minutes.
be another CPAC
I just
before
want to watch his
the
4
election? I
minutes.
think there would be, right? This is the spring one. Don't they usually have one in the
Oh,
fall?
no,
They
I'm not.
have ever since they stopped
He's
doing
sitting
it.
in the
But
audience.
I'm not
Okay.
sure if they're going to just go back to doing one a year. But he did mention on Fox the other day
Yeah,
that
okay. I'm gonna rag on Mags for a
any
minute.
sort of
Let me
2024
rag on
announcement is
Mags for
going
a
to be
minute.
after the
Turn Grace down because nobody
Florida
gives a
session.
shit what that cunt is having to say. So here's what cracks me up. So I went the other night, I went into Mags's chat, which I normally don't go into anybody's chat really, because I don't want the target on my back, frankly. I don't want to be like in their sights because they're so stupid and low thinking. Grammar compulsing. Exactly. GP. That was a good one. The cemetery staff told me they have CCT. Oh, good. That's great, GP. That's fantastic. So I went on Mag American's chat because I was trying to drop the song, the Umflo hit, Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer, which is amazing, and we'll probably play it this morning. In fact, I know we will. But I was going to drop the song in because I thought, oh, I want everyone to see this song, right? Like I'm so proud of this project, and I of course want Mags, and Mags is one of the only chats that's open. So I went in and I said, turn that frown upside down and listen to the new hit by Umflo, Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer, etc. Available on Lolo's Lounge. And Karen, or whatever her name is, Faith. See, the thing is I won't call her Faith because her name isn't Faith. It came out so long ago that her name is Corinne or Karen or whatever the fuck it is, that I just instinctively, I just call her that. It's not even that I'm trying, but she took it as like a bait, like I'm threatening to dox her, I guess, but she's already been doxed. I don't really know. But anyway, good morning, Oomph. So anyway, I dropped the song in, and Karen gets really mad at me, like, oh my God, here come the trolls. After all your drama on the other side, here you come running to us. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because I have a hit song that Oomph and I did, and I need you to hear this song, Karen. Has nothing to do with anything. And so from then, I just watched that happen. And from that point where I dropped the song and Karen noticed it, she and Mags were fucking spinning like fucking tops. Like they were so excited to have a troll in their chat. Finally, it wasn't just a simp. I think Mags is sick of the fucking dumbass granny simps. I think he's sick to death of them, but he's not any smarter than they are. His spelling is atrocious, by the way. He shouldn't write shit. He shouldn't write something on the toilet paper roll because he's the dumbest fuck on the planet. Okay? So anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm losing my mind. Anyway, oh yeah. So he's spinning out of control on this live as he's driving, and Karen's spinning out of control in the chat, going, "You trolls, you just think this, that, and the other, and I'm not afraid of you." And I'm like, I don't want you to be afraid of me. I'm just sharing a song, you stupid cunt. What's wrong with you? Fucking listen. And then he goes off like, oh, they just come in and they run and da da da. And run from what? Run from what? Thank you, GP. Thank you. Love from Australia. Look at Oomph. We're getting love from all over the world. We're global, darling. Anyway, it's just so funny. I'm like, why are you so upset? Like, stop. They just thrive off of this. They need that. They need this kind of like troll hate to survive. I mean, Mags, if you want to talk about politics, I'll talk about politics with you, but it's not like a contest. It's a conversation. It's not a contest. He's dying to talk to someone intelligent about things, but he doesn't have anyone intelligent around him, including his slutty, stupid, slit-faced wife. Wow, that was mean. I really don't like her. Because the thing is she comes in, first of all, she simps for pedophiles, which I don't understand. The other thing is then she comes into, oh, I know. I caught a little bit of that last night. I just happened to go into Damnation and I caught her in there and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Like, you're so pathetic. Like, at this point in time, Karen, it's pathetic. I'm sorry. Like, you look like a fucking idiot. Well, which you are an idiot, but you show us your idiocy. I know no one paid attention to her, it looked like. I mean, I think AP engaged with her a little bit. But yeah, I think it's just, ooh, that's so cringy. It's so sad. Anyway, so that was Mag Americans, who's at CPAC, which is why we're talking about Mag Americans, because we're watching CPAC and he's at CPAC. And I'm not going to show any of his stuff because I don't want that little prick to fucking, Yeah, I'm not going to do the closing arguments. I'm so sorry. The defense closing on Murdoch is just more than I can even handle. I did, however, Mike Lindell is going to hell. He's going to hell. He's going to hell. He's going to hell. Mike Lindell, he's on his way to hell. And his pillows won't sell too well. Not in hell. No, not in hell. Those pillows won't sell right in hell. A great Michael. Now, who is this kid? Who is this Garrett Ziegler lookalike? This dirty Q-tip.
For election integrity.
Who's this dirty Q-tip? Oh, election integrity.
We really saw a lot of people just jump ship and abandon President Trump.
I didn't watch her school board stuff, but I heard that she was humiliated in her town because
actually stand up and try to see what actually happened in 2020.
I don't like her.
He's really been fighting the good fight and doing a very good job.
He has been. All right, 10:05 here locally at 10:10. The program starts inside, but before we toss it inside, I want to talk about our next great partner of the day, Blackout Coffee, blackoutcoffee.com, blackoutcoffee.com. I don't know about you, but coffee is so important to getting me mentally focused.
It would have been a very different show.
Oh, damn,
it would have been a very different show if I did not have the Blackout Coffee, but they want you to dip into the coffee and sample it and go check it out for yourselves. Go to blackoutcoffee.com and put that promo code RSBN, and I believe believe, Alex, you're going to get 20% off your order.
Wow,
20% off your order at Blackout Coffee. Go check it out.
wait,
You know what? When it comes to partners for the network,
Right.
I love the fact that we have
Trader
conservative-based companies that are saying,
Get
you know
it,
what?
Trader.
I'm not afraid, Alex, to advertise on a conservative network my product or my service. It shows a lot. They love this country, and they want you to have the best coffee possible.
They really do. And you see a lot of businesses, they're very worried about even putting themselves out on conservative networks for fear of being blacklisted.
Oh,
so it's nice to actually see something like this happen.
It's nice to see
with
something
Blackout
like this
Coffee.
happen
So
with
I'm excited. I'm really am. It really would have been a different show if we hadn't had any coffee
There
today.
you go. So I'm just reading the notes here.
Go,
They basically
please subscribe
have conservative
to Damnation
principles.
Drive-In.
The owners of
They
these
have fun
companies have
shows.
conservative
Right now they're a little
foundations, and we want to
convoy-centric
support
and
them. So go check
drama-centric
it
on the
out.
convoy
at
stuff. So for people outside of the convoy,
blackoutcoffee.com. The information is
sometimes they
likely
do
on
stuff
your
that's not
screen right
convoy
now.
or not
And don't forget about that
convoy
promo
related.
code. This is important. This is the way they track stuff
it's enjoyable.
to make sure they know where the business is coming
They're
from. Plus, you get that
fun.
20% discount as well.
But it is a little convoy-specific,
Blackoutcoffee.com.
Roger. It's not
Promo
like
code
serious.
RSBN and get your 20% off. We are moments away from tossing into the front desk inside. We've got
like
Match
old
Lab and the
movies
great
about, like,
Jim
Reefer
Jordan.
Madness and all these
Two
kinds of
people that Match Lab, obviously, the founder, the CEO of CPAC, and then, of course,
CPAC is
Jim
terrible.
Jordan,
It's
amazing
alt-right. It
congressman
is definitely,
from Ohio.
it's
Right, and
right-wing
Matt and
extremists. It's the
Mercedes
conservative.
Schlapp have really been
know what
very
it
helpful with
stands
getting
for. I
CPACs
don't wanna
in
know what it
different
stands
places
for, that's
all
why.
around the world,
Because
really
I'm dumb.
uplifting conservative voices and giving them a platform to stand on. So
Conservative
it would be
Political
great
Action
to be able to have them on
Conference.
today. I really
So
hope
it's
that
Matt
that's something that
Schlapp
we
and
can arrange. We'll
Mercedes
do our
Schlapp.
best with that. But yeah, they are going to be
and
kicking
they
off
are-
CPAC this
they are
year.
conservative
CPAC in
activists. And they
the
started
Gaylord
this, like,
in National
gathering
Harbor,
place
Maryland,
for
for
right-wing
2023
assholes
here in DC. It
many
really
years
hasn't
ago.
been in DC for a very long
And,
time. Since really
have
before
events
COVID.
every
So
year
this is
all
great
over
that
the
we're
world.
right next
And
to Capitol
last
Hill. We
year,
can get a lot of
I think
people
last
here
year,
today, and
their
we'll see if
headliner
we're
was
going to have
Victor
it in DC now
Orban.
from now on.
And our
Oh
country
my
is at a
God,
very
isn't that
pivotal
great?
point right now.
Victor
Not only do
Orban.
we have this,
Wow,
and we're going to talk a lot
that's
about
fun.
today, the war in Ukraine and how we are being
Can't wait to get that
pretty much a
t-shirt.
proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about immigration.
Are we
and
going to
that's
talk
another
about that,
topic
Brian?
that's going to be
Thank
heavily
God,
discussed on
tension.
the floor.
I really
The
want to
drugs,
talk about it.
fentanyl coming in this country.
I know.
So much is on the
I know,
table right
see,
now for this
you just-
country, and what a
just-
pivotal time
just hold
that we
on,
must meet
hold on.
here at
It's
CPAC
gonna be okay.
once again.
It's gonna be
And
okay.
bringing conservative minds together
Don't
and see
panic.
if we can save this country.
Don't
and I know
panic.
we've said this over and over.
Don't
The
panic.
last
It's gonna be
midterm,
okay.
didn't go,
It's gonna be
in my
okay.
opinion, didn't go as
We're gonna
well
get
as
through
we
this
wanted it
together.
to go in many
Kingpin
states. One
and
of them
the
being
used Q-tip up
Pennsylvania.
there.
You're familiar
They
with
don't
this.
run the world.
Fetterman,
Look at- they
you've
can't
got
even
the governor's race, we
pick a
lost that
suit
as well. Dr.
and a
Oz,
tie.
the Senate race, we lost that as well.
Dark
We're in a
suit,
state
gentlemen.
of confusion. We're a
Still
nation
winter.
of
You can
confusion.
wear a dark
and we
suit.
must find a way to not only turn the ship around and all get on the same page, but we must fix
still tight.
election integrity and these discrepancies. And as Grace said earlier, that is one of the biggest topics on our website, and that's one of the biggest topics you're going to hear from today.
I think there were also a couple of other reasons that both Dr. Oz and Doug Mastriano lost in Pennsylvania. First and foremost, with Mastriano in the governor's race, Democrat now Governor
Mastriano's
Josh
Nazi.
Shapiro had a
There's
lot
that,
more money
he's,
than Doug Mastriano,
insurrection.
and he connected with a lot more voters.
Yeah.
It seemed like Mastriano
Well, you know, he
really
just didn't get- he didn't get a
run
lot more
very solid
voters.
campaign where he went out into
He
the
really
suburbs.
ran a
more
solid
like Dr.
campaign. You
Oz,
know, he
who
would
ran
have
a
done
much
it
better
without the
campaign.
criming
Mastriano
and
didn't
the
really
insurrection.
go into the
He's like,
suburbs
yeah,
and
okay.
connect with those voters, and he did run a very
Yep.
it was a very conservative campaign, but it was
Oh,
almost a
really?
little bit too
Conservative because he's
for
conservative,
Pennsylvania,
or
which
conservative
turned
because
off,
he just
I
didn't
think,
go
too
out there
many
a lot?
moderates, which ended up propelling Josh Shapiro into the governor's race.
No, actually, Josh
along with
Shapiro
just not
won
having
fair
a
and
lot of
square
money for his
because
campaign. Oz had a very
Mastriano's a
similar
fucking
issue where
incel,
Oz,
fucking right-wing
he was seen as
extremist
too much of an
asshole,
outsider
and so for
being,
that reason,
they said he was
Josh
from New
Shapiro won.
Jersey. He was kind of seen
Really,
as a
it's not that
carpetbagger
hard.
in Pennsylvania, and it was
It's
very
just not
hard.
that hard.
But I think we're going to wrap it up and toss it inside in a minute, Brian.
Ooh, we're
We got
gonna
about
toss
5
it
minutes,
inside.
about
Let's toss it
10:15.
inside.
Wrap it up right now. Okay, I'm being told by our nice camera
Toss it over-
operator that we need to wrap
toss it
it
over
up.
his shoulder.
Once again, if you want to follow all of the action on social media as well, you can
I
follow
don't.
me at Brian Glenn TV. You can
No,
also
no
follow
Brian Glenn.
Real
You know
Alex
what?
Caldwell.
Brian
and
Glenn's
Real
on
A.
Twitter, and
Caldwell.
I'm
Real
not.
A- there you go. And you can also
Brian
follow us
Glenn,
across the board at
Tintin,
RSBN.
right
All right.
He's
We're
on
going to send
Twitter.
it to our general session starting right now as we're live in CPAC 2023. Let's
Not
take
for
it
the
away.
people who voted against him and those who did not vote for him. He prevailed. I know, right? Conservative. I mean, you know, conservative. Oh, here we go. Guess what I sing over every song?
Ooh, say
Can you see
by the dawn's early light what so proudly we
don't
hailed
trust
at the
you,
twilight's
hail
last
of
gleaming, whose broad stripes
you
and
don't care
bright
about the
stars
flag.
through the
You think that things
perilous
are
fight
stupid.
o'er the ramparts
Got the
we
wrong I
watched
run.
were so
It's so funny
gallantly
we sing
streaming.
this, and we can't
Let's
do
let
anything
go the
without
bursting
learning to
in
fly.
hand. Give
We're devoted to
one
the
light
mission,
that
and
all
we won't
others
turn our
still
back.
had. Oh, say
Say,
does
does
that
Peter Steele
star-spangled
know
banner
my name yet?
o'er the
For my
land
dead
of
body and the home of the Yeah,
Please
wouldn't it? Okay, here's
welcome
my thing.
Matt Smith
Easily,
with today's
easily.
invocation.
Oh no, 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 no. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Let us join together in prayer.
No, we will not.
God,
You. Oh,
in
I
whose
gotta read
image
it.
we are all made.
I got this prayer right on my phone on dailyprayer.com. Daily. We need some nipples. Well, actually, I strike that. I don't want to see anybody's nipples in this crowd. No, 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 no. I would love to see Janet Jackson's nipple, but I would not like to see any of theirs. So here's the thing. Yeah, prayer. They're praying. Dear Lord, please take the Democrats and smite them. Please remove them right now because they are doing too much. Dear Lord, please raise the price of insulin back up to $600 so that all the people struggle and we keep them down and we hold them down under the crush. We don't really vote in our same interests. Oh God, oh Jesus Christ on a cracker. Here we go. Here's oh look at he's got a dummy with him, a ventriloquist dummy. This is cute. Gonna rule the world. Yeah. Fuck you. The Republicans. Wait, we're not. We're
Welcome to
conservatives.
CPAC, everyone. What do you think?
Welcome. I didn't screw him. I didn't screw him in the back, Mercedes. I didn't fuck Jim Jordan in the back. Don't worry.
There's a
Don't worry,
lot of
Mercedes.
chatter in the media about who's here
About
and
who I'm
not
sleeping
here.
with.
I'm really proud to be standing alongside someone I think might just be the most powerful man in Washington, D.C.
Oh, I love it. Oh, the tie. Oh, fuck me in the ass. What is
So
that
let's get right
tie?
into it.
Oh, what is that
Chairman of the House
tie?
Judiciary Committee.
What the fuck
Who
is
was
that?
your predecessor?
Mr. Nadler. Yeah.
Mr. Nadler. Was he the guy who
Oh,
ran
are you
too
gonna pick on
slow
Jerry
to the
Nadler
podium
now,
in
the
the
man
Senate
whose wife is
impeachment hearing? I
dying
seem to
and who has
remember that.
cancer?
It was a little
You
slow
gonna,
on the go. As chairman of the House Judiciary
you gonna pick
Committee,
up on? You gonna pick on him again?
how does this whole subpoena thing work?
Well, we can
Who are
issue
you gonna
subpoenas.
subpoena? Who are
We've
you gonna
actually
subpoena?
done several. I think maybe more than not that
Am
we're
I?
trying to.
Is it me or is there
Set some record
sound
here,
like
but more
fucked
than
up?
I think the rest of the congressmen. So yeah, there's certain folks we want to talk to get to the facts because we actually think, unfortunately, way too much of the
We
government
think we
has been
don't. We don't really
targeting the very
think,
people it's supposed to
unfortunately.
serve. And so
Yeah, I'm really
we're
scared of
going
George
to get to the
Clooney
bottom of
and
that,
the
and
movie
then
coming out
get
later
all the facts on the
about
table.
my
That's how you
ability
stop
to
it.
protect
But
students
more
at
importantly, pass
the
legislation
University
that
of
would help
Ohio, wherever the
remedy
fuck
the
it is that I
situation.
worked
So
and
that's what we're
I
looking
did
to do
wrestling.
with
Yeah.
the committee.
And so I'm a
So
little
we have
James
a
Jordan.
theme here,
I have a little yellow tie. I have a
protecting
pussy yellow
America
tie.
now.
So I can
If you had
stand
to
up.
pick a
Hi, Mrs.
theme
James's mom.
as you start this
Thanks,
important tenure
GP.
at the House Judiciary
I just
Committee,
like to
what's that
talk over
theme?
these guys. And
Protect
now
the
you
First
guys get
Amendment.
to sit
I mean, without a
as if
doubt.
you're sitting in
And
my
think
living
about
room next to me on the couch.
I would argue the most important thing we have
This is what I do all day.
the liberties we enjoy under the First
And I'd
Amendment.
just
Every
be
single
clipping
one of
it
them.
if
I mean,
you
we may
weren't
have talked about
sitting
this
here.
before,
That'd
but
be
every
the only
single one of them has been assaulted by the government in the last 2 years. You have 5 rights under the First Amendment. Your right to press your faith, your right to assemble, your right to petition the government, freedom of press, freedom of speech.
Grievance has to be
Everyone's
the title of a
attacked.
song.
You think about there were
Thinking out loud here. I'll.
there were places in America over the last few years where you couldn't go to church on Sunday because some
Well,
Democrat governor,
because
Democrat mayor said, no, you can't do it.
because this virus
I always
thing
tell the
was
story.
going
I
to kill
spoke to
you.
the New
But you know
Mexico
what? You
Republican
escaped
Party
somehow. I don't know,
in
Jim Jordan. I'm
Amarillo,
not sure how you
Texas, a
escaped.
couple
I have a
years ago
feeling it's
because their
because you're
Democrat governor wouldn't let them
incredibly
get together, wouldn't
vaccinated
let them
and you've
assemble
worn
in their own
masks
darn
when you've
state. They had
had
to go to
to.
Texas
But
to get
other than
freedom.
that,
And of course,
we're all
Pelosi kept
victims.
your capital that you pay for, where you get to go to petition your member of
Yeah.
Congress to
Oh,
redress
so
your
if
grievances.
you're
She
upset
kept it
about
closed.
if you're upset
Talking
about it, then
tackling the
oh, is
First
my
Amendment,
mic
and
off?
on and on we can go. But the most important liberty you have,
Wait,
in my
put his
judgment,
mic off. Oh, turn
is the
his
right
mic
to
off.
talk. Because if you can't speak,
I hear you all the time, Jim Jordan.
if
I
you
don't
can't
know. I
speak, you
don't think the
can't
censorship
practice
thing
your
is
faith,
working
you
very
can't
well
share
because
your
I
faith,
can't
you can't
stop hearing
petition your
you.
government, you don't really have freedom of press. I mean, that's the most important one, and that's the one they go after.
So-
And we've all experienced
Wait a
that.
minute.
The way the
I need
left
to.
operates,
I haven't even had any thought.
if you don't agree with them, they're gonna come after you. They're gonna call you a fascist or racist. They're not gonna let you. That's the cancel
No, we're going to
culture
call
model.
you a
That's-
fascist and a
we've
racist
all
when you
had to
act
live
like
through some
one.
of the
Period.
crazy
Full
things the left
stop.
does, but that's the most
Period. Full
important thing.
stop. Maggots.
And this committee, the Judiciary Committee, is supposed to be the committee that protects the
Somebody fanned
Constitution
a
and the
mags in
liberties
the
we enjoy
audience.
under the
He's
Constitution
probably
and in the
picking
Bill
his
of Rights.
fucking nose,
So
or
that to me is
he's
the most important
playing
thing.
with his
So I want to
balls
ask
in
you a
his
couple
pocket.
questions on the First Amendment. One
Or
very
his
important
ball.
one.
Sorry, his ball. I
You
can
know, the
only hear
press
Jim's
loves
side.
to give
Good one,
itself
Badger.
awards.
Best joke of the morning.
Pulitzer
Best joke of the morning. You
prizes,
win.
prizes at the correspondence dinner.
I need to book my
Sometimes it comes
booster
with
because
a
I had
statue
COVID,
and
so I
some
need to book.
prize money and a lot of acclaim by their
President is
peers.
protector.
And by the way, good journalists should be rewarded because they're a rare thing.
Prairie
There were
gibberish.
some people at the New York Times and the Washington Post and other places that got Pulitzer prizes
That is so
for
funny.
covering this lie called Russian collusion. Do you think they should give those awards back? Are they
No, I
worthy of a
think what you
subpoena?
should do, no, because there was Russian
Yeah,
collusion.
it's,
Because you guys don't actually read. You don't read the
I mean,
Mueller
it's just the way it
report.
works today.
You work off of the
Someone will,
spin
tell a
that
lie,
people
the
do,
press
and
will
then you
report
act
the
like
lie,
that's the
big
report. The
tech will
spin is not the
amplify the lie.
report.
When
The
you try to
report is
tell
the
the truth,
report.
they call you racist. They
You
call
are
you
racist.
fascist. I mean, the president of the United States stood in
You're a
front of
bigot.
Hillary Clinton and called half the country fascist.
Nope,
so
he
that's
didn't.
how they operate,
Nope.
And they give themselves awards when
That's
they
how you operate,
follow
actually.
that template.
Yeah.
But
No,
the
that's a
facts have a
Pulitzer.
way of
That's
coming
for
out.
journalism, and it's a whole
The
different.
truth has a way of getting public.
Boy, this is going to be
You
exhausting.
know, you talked about this.
Fuck me in the
You
ass.
talked
Come
about
on.
the Russia
Let's go.
related
Let's
to
go.
the attack on
Oh
President
my God,
Trump
there's
and
no
the
new
Mueller thing,
grievance.
but
No new
you think
grievance.
about this
In fact, it
lie
wasn't in
about
real
the
beginning.
laptop being
Oh, a
a
laptop.
Russian
Everybody
Are
hack.
you
drink.
talking about the laptop from hell?
Yeah, the hack and leak
Not a
operation. I
laptop.
mean,
It's a bunch of
the
curated
now
bullshit that's a
famous line
really
from that
tool guy. Okay,
letter
Hunter
that
Biden's a
51
tool
former
all
intel
day
officials
long and twice
signed.
on Sundays.
Famous line which says
All the
the
time.
Biden laptop story has all the earmarks of a Russian
All the time.
information operation.
But I'm telling you
And
right
what I've
now,
said is
yeah,
no,
Matt
the
Schlapp is really
information
in trouble.
operation was
You
run
tell
on
on
us by
Mercedes'
our
face he's
government,
really
and
not happy. Like
it's
he's sleeping in
frightening
the
to
desert.
understand what happened there.
I know it.
Because that was true, and the FBI,
I know
I
they are
think,
not
frankly,
sharing
knew it at
American
the
bed
time,
right
and yet they allowed this, and I think fostered and promoted
I
this
mean,
false
really.
narrative, literally just days and weeks before the most
How can
important
he
election
do
we have, which is
Mercedes so
election
dirty?
of President of the
That's
United
so
States.
bad.
So, yeah. But
Who would
they
sleep
still
with
give
Matt
themselves
Schlapp?
awards for giving.
That's the
That's
kind of
well, the
collusion
tie
we
is a
actually
crime
need to
against
get to the
fashion.
bottom
This
of.
entire thing is a
And I
crime
see
against
KT
fashion.
McFarland here. KT, would you stand up?
It looks like an American flag
KT,
factory vomited on stage.
KT was a victim.
KT's an asshole, by the
KT
way.
was a
KT
victim of the
McFarland is a fucking
weaponization from our
traitor to the
government
United
against
States of
people who
America, and he
honorably
should be hung up
serve.
by your fake
And
tip.
they try to destroy you. They try to bankrupt you. KT, you're a survivor. Thank you for surviving all that.
He
and
should
serving
be
our
in
country.
BDSM porn. That's what KT McFarland should be in.
Anybody
Uncle
here
Phil's
believe in God?
vagina. No, I don't
By
believe
the
in
way,
God.
in
God is
America,
dead.
you're allowed to
God is
believe in
dead.
God or not believe in God, and this is
How
the
about that?
great thing about our freedoms. You
Are
talk
there
about
like
the
12 people
weaponization
there?
of our government.
Is
It's
anyone
ours.
there?
You pay for it. Do you realize that? You pay for all of it. You're the boss.
There's like
They're
12
not the boss
people
of
that
you.
I
They shouldn't be
believe.
spying on you.
Or is there only
They shouldn't
12
be
people that believe
undermining
in God
you.
in there?
There was a memo leaked
Who's the
from one of the
cabal?
field offices
Who's the
of the
cabal now?
FBI that is the smoking gun on trying to go after Catholics
Yep.
who are
Who's
radical
going after
in their
Catholics?
beliefs. Radical is the
Who the
FBI's
fuck is
word,
going after Catholics?
because they're zealously supporting the right to life of the unborn child, and they thought the overturning of Roe v. Wade was a wonderful moment, as you agree and I agree, that was a wonderful moment. The Supreme Court going back to constitutional order.
No.
Why is the FBI
No, it wasn't. And your
going
little
after people of
teenagers
faith
that you get
because they think
pregnant
going
are
to
going to
church
need
is radical?
abortions, Matt.
Yeah, it's the
fuck?
Richmond Field Office, the
You're not
memorandum
thinking
on
ahead.
if you're a traditional Catholic that
You're
somehow
not
you're
thinking
domestic.
ahead. And let's talk
domestic
about the
extremist, which
boys
is
that got
just
abused
scary.
under your watch,
How
Jim
many
Jordan.
watched? You made me think of this.
I bet you.
How many
You
watched
know what?
the
Who's
State
going
of
to
the
talk
Union
about
a
him?
few
George
weeks ago?
Clooney.
It was tough.
He's
The
not
best,
only a
I
hot piece of
get
ass,
it. I was
he's a
there.
great
Actually, I
documentarian.
always say it's
There.
the closest thing to
He's going
pageantry
to
we
make a
have in
movie
America is the
about
State
you,
of the
Jimmy
Union address. So I
Jordan.
always go. But I thought the best
So
line
remember,
wasn't
kids,
from
anytime
President
Jim
Biden.
Jordan
The best
tweets,
line was from
just
the
drop a
response
gif of George
from
Clooney under
Governor
it.
Huckabee Sanders
How about that?
when she said.
Yeah, Jimmy leaked it.
When she said the
Jimmy
divide in
swears
America
going to
today
prison.
is
Courts
normal
are one
versus
thing.
crazy,
Prison's
right?
another thing.
And there's so much.
I'd like to be tied down to a
Crazy
bed
is
by a
thinking
cult
that
leader,
boys can
but not by her
compete against
bunkmate.
girls in sports. Crazy is thinking you defund the
You know,
police. Crazy is thinking
choices.
that you let non-citizens
I don't want to be tied
vote,
down to the bed
which
by just
DC
anybody.
just passed. Crazy is this. You made me remember this moment in a.
I want to make sure they're a
in
cult
a
leader.
hearing, my
And if they're
colleague and
not,
friend
I
Dan Bishop
certainly
from
don't
North
want them to
Carolina,
be
good
my
lawyer
bunkmate.
We like him, and he's going to be here.
Yeah, he's a good man. And he said in the hearing, the Democrat witness, he actually asked the Democrat witness, he said, can men get pregnant? And the Democrat witness, she said, yes. And the best part of the video, if you watch it, was Dan's response. He kind of went,
down to the river
okay, you know, like that's crazy. Crazy is letting what you know is a Chinese spy balloon come clear across the country for a week and then saying and then shooting it down versus the ones that we didn't know what they were to shoot them down. I mean, so you could keep going on and on. And crazy is when you have an FBI that says people who practice their faith are somehow extremists. When we have the First Amendment, which is supposed to protect, and that is the first liberty mentioned in the very First Amendment. So yeah, this is frightening
Democratic,
stuff.
you illiterate
It's why
fuck.
we have to, I
A woman
think,
on Twitter
put the
today
facts on
says
the
she's
table, as I
pro-life
said
but wants the
before,
death penalty for
and then
abortion.
pass
What?
legislation. Here's one piece of legislation I think makes
What?
sense. I would bet every one of those 51 former Intel officials who signed that letter, that now famous letter, I would bet every one of them still has a security clearance. Why? I think it's for their personal benefit. I think that's something that has value, and frankly, they probably make money off the idea that they can get information, and many of them are contributors on various TV networks. So why should they have a security clearance? That's maybe one of the things we propose as legislation to help remedy some of the problems.
So, I don't want to slur this powerful person, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, but you're considered a conspiracy theorist if you say there's no Russian collusion. Donald Trump didn't make millions of dollars in Russia. That's a lie. You get called a conspiracy theorist because all the head of the IC agencies come out and say, oh, no, there's truth here. Same thing on the laptop from hell. Oh, no, this is Russian disinformation. At what point do the left-leaning leftist media, which is out to attack each one of you every single day, but more important that they're feeding you lies. Where do you find the truth in all this? If you're called a conspiracy theorist, when you can see what's clearly true to be true, you turn on your television set, you read the New York Times or the Washington Post, and you're told that that's a lie, that it's a conspiracy theory. How can you have a democracy in this situation? Well, I see Sean Spicer. Sean, I know we can turn on to your show. Yeah, I got that for sure, okay?
Let's go down, come on down, oh fathers, let's go down.
I think the truth has a way of always eventually getting out there.
The far right hates Catholics until they're Opus Dei
the
easily, so
just
don't
told us,
don't
by
get
the
it
way,
twisted.
it wasn't a bat
Don't get it
to a
twisted, my
pangolin
friend.
to a hippopotamus to Joe Rogan.
Billy
It
Barr,
was
Five
actually
Nights at
started in a
Freddy's.
lab, right?
He's Opus Dei.
And yet last night in the Senate, unanimous, I think the bill passed
Right.
unanimously, Senator Hawley's bill, which said, we want to know all the information you have,
They also act like they love the
classified,
Jewish
we want to
people,
know that
but you know
information,
what?
how
They
this,
want the rapture.
what was going on, and how this thing actually started in a lab.
That's why they want Jerusalem where it is.
Which, by the way,
they want the rapture.
Why did they lie to us about the origin
That's what makes
of the
it
virus?
happen.
Why did they lie to
I
us
could.
about
We
gain
could
of function
rewrite that for
research?
Opus Dei.
And why did
Maybe
they
we
lie to us
should.
about natural immunity?
Maybe that's what
Think about it.
this is calling us to do.
I remember I asked Dr. Birx this question. Dr. Birx this question. I said,
You're supposed to stay 6 feet away from me. I don't know what you're doing.
No, you're not.
I said,
Okay, you
this
guys
is like,
know
you're
the
going to go to hearing.
rules.
Dr.
You're
Birx was in
acting
the,
like
remember her?
idiots.
She was the lady
You're
with
throwing
the
some red
scarf,
meat
right?
out to your stupid
So I asked her a question in this hearing. I said, Dr. Birx, when the Biden administration told us
good luck, because he's an idiot.
that the vaccinated couldn't get the virus,
You put the
were
you
they
pick the
guessing
stupid
or
people to
lying?
be your people, right-wing
I mean,
extremists.
either one, like
And
just
you did it on purpose because
our government's supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. So tell we the people the truth. We're big boys and girls. We're Americans.
That's right.
Tell us the truth. Why so many lies? Whether it's the Russia stuff and President Trump, whether it's how all the. I mean, you think
I
about
have to drive to
what
Fort
the
Wayne,
virus,
Fort
almost
Worth
every
later.
single thing they told
The
us turned
elderly
out not to
mother-in-law
be
needs to
true.
go to the dentist tomorrow. So
Said it wasn't our tax dollars used
oh
in
yeah,
the
that
Wuhan
makes sense.
Institute of Virology. Yes, it was. They said it wasn't gain of function research. Sure looks like it was. They said it didn't start in the lab.
I've
Sure
driven
looks like
around
it
Dallas
did.
in the
Even Department of Energy
winter
and the
in
FBI
ice.
say
That's
that.
terrible
Right?
driving.
They said the vaccinated couldn't get it. The vaccinated couldn't transmit it. There was no such thing as natural
I used to have
immunity.
a bunch of girl
There's like 7
programs,
lies
and
right
I
there.
used to have to go
Just
to
tell us the
Irving to
truth.
go to
And then the
Exxon
same
and
thing
shit to ask for
again. But
money.
the truth in the end will win, in spite of what the left and
tried to
the
take their
mainstream
money,
press and
please.
big tech try to
Give me that.
how they try to massage it and change it. The truth
Anyway,
wins out in the end.
yeah.
So I had
to go down
I
to
had a
Irving
wise
and
old
got area
man
a lot.
tell me one time he gets up
Terrible
every
driving
morning and
in
he
the
reads 2 things. He
I'm gonna
reads the
stay. Yeah, I'm
Washington
gonna stay
Post
6 feet away from all these
and he
guys.
reads the Bible to
grab
get both
my
sides of the
junk.
story.
Exactly.
The
Keep your hands off my junk.
if you flip a
Look at Matt
coin,
Schlapp. He's
we all
huge.
did. I
Look
didn't
how
do very
big he
good.
is
My
in
daughter, by
comparison
the
to
way, is
Jordan.
here from
Jordan's
college,
like a little peanut.
it brings me back to taking statistics in college. By the way, I didn't do that well. But if you flip a
We're
coin, you
not
got
shocked.
obviously
We're not
50%
shocked
chance
at all.
heads, 50%
Oh my God, I haven't
tails.
smoked any
So
pot.
if they're always wrong about the
10
big
o'clock
things,
in
the
the morning.
media, the mainstream media, this leftist media, if they're wrong about all the big things all the time, you'd be better off flipping a coin. There has to be some intent to this. You can't just always get it wrong and then get an award.
Yeah, no, it's the template. The left
You got to
tells
see
the
my
lie,
dirty
as I said before.
Congratulations.
Big
I trust
media
you guys
reports
so
it,
much.
big tech amplifies it. You try to tell the truth, they call you names, but in the end, if you persevere, the truth will come
Do
out.
medicine on Friday.
The one thing I say all the time is that the only thing we get wrong about this, and like I remember with the whole Trump-Russia thing, and initially there was a handful of us in Congress, and there were a handful of journalists who were saying this thing makes no sense. What they're accusing President Trump of, and the fact that the dossier and all this stuff makes no sense. And the one thing that we learn always in these things is the only thing we get wrong is it's always worse than we thought.
Yeah.
And that's
You know what
kind of
I
even,
want?
I guess, more frightening in some ways.
I
But
want
if
a
you
full
just
body
stick to
massage.
it, keep presenting the facts, in the end it prevails. And the American people we got all these folks here.
What's the shape
support
of the? It looks like the
conservative
shape.
principle,
It looks
make
like
our
the shape
country
of the stage
the
this
best. The
year.
American
I mean, you know
people
how
figure
in
it
the
out.
last
And
couple of years
I love
the
the
stage
fact
was like
that
a
our
sponsorship.
government is a.
It looks like this
It's
year
about
it's just
we
a tip.
the people, and we the people tend to get it right.
Okay, so a couple of really important topics to go through. We have the laptop from hell, which also leads to amazing corruption
Hunter Biden is an
that's
idiot,
occurred
but he
around the
didn't.
president's son and his
If he did
business,
do something, they're going to
practices.
find it, okay?
And then you have the
And then
fact
we'll all
that,
deal with it because
you
we're
know,
Democrats, and
we've
apparently
told our own
Democrats do
government that
follow the
there's
rule
nothing
of
to
law,
see
and
here.
Republicans
Then
don't.
you have this.
Yeah, I said it.
Is this the most
Prove me
incompetent
wrong.
cabinet group that we've ever seen? I mean, whenever there's a problem, they don't rush
It
to
does
the
look like a
problem.
noose.
They run away from the problem. This impeachment word, which
A
we all
nose
hate
hanging
because
out
it's
over a
always used, it
mask.
seems like,
Because
against
he did say
our
he was going to do a
side.
mask, didn't he?
You know, the House has a lot of power. The Senate has power. When
I
it
know.
comes to
I'm
these
sorry
questions.
easily. I
How
am
do you-
trying to
how
talk
do you
over
handle all
them.
the
But
wrongdoing
I watch this
within
stuff.
this
I watch
context
all this
of, for
extremist
instance,
media, and I have for the
Secretary
last few years.
of Department
And
of
I
Homeland
feel like it's
Security and his
important.
open
And,
border and
and
5
so
million
I
illegals.
apologize,
How do
but
we
I
make
do
it
need to
stop?
watch it. So I'm going to watch it
Well, we were down there
anyway.
last week. We were in Yuma,
Because I need to
Arizona.
know what they're
Saw
saying.
firsthand
Because
how
if we
serious
don't know
this
what
is.
they're
We've been to
saying, then
border
we're
several times
shocked
in
when the
Texas.
Tuds say it out loud.
The biggest problem is as I think, as
And we
everyone
need to
in
get
this
ahead of
place
it.
knows, that what's happening to our border, what's happened the last 2 years is intentional. There's
Yeah.
no other way to
Jim
interpret
Jordan.
it. It's premeditated.
Little
It's
Jimmy
done
Jordan.
purposefully. And it's why we've had 5 million illegal
I
migrants.
think you
come
guys
into
are
the country,
losing the
because
crowd.
on day one, remember, Joe Biden on day one made 3 key
Is he the
changes.
big guy?
He
Is
said,
he like
we
the
are
big,
no longer
like-
going to build the wall. We're going
he's
to get
the
rid of
big
the Remain in
opening,
Mexico
right?
policy while we evaluate
This
people's
is your
asylum
big
claims.
opening,
And we're
Schlapp?
not going to deport anyone who comes. So if you're coming, you can't fault people for wanting to come to the great greatest country ever. So if you're coming, the person knows we won't have to
And
wait
all
in
of this
Mexico.
is
There's no
untrue.
wall
I
to
mean,
get
I
over.
basically
And oh,
should
by
just
the
say
way, when we
everything
get in,
they're
we're not going to
saying
get
is
deported.
lies. No
Well,
lies.
Shazam, everyone's going to come, right? But he made that decision on day one. What we tried to do last week was show why it matters. We know how it happened. We know how to fix it. You got to enforce the law and put back in place those policies that were working in the previous administration. But why it matters is that's what we heard from last week. And maybe the best witness we had was the hospital administrator in Yuma, who said there are been multiple times where American families right there in the Yuma area couldn't go to the hospital, to the maternity ward to deliver children because there were so many migrants. And God bless you, we're going to help them. They're going to deliver kids. You know, obviously the hospital's going to help them, but they had to go to Phoenix or San Francisco or San Diego.
Jim Jordan.
And that's all coming to the country, the rest of the country.
So is this idea, some of your colleagues are saying we should impeach Mayorkas? Is
Many
that
are
gonna...
saying that. What I've said is, look, that's a decision that the entire conference has to make with Speaker McCarthy and the whole team. Does he warrant? Is it warranted? Certainly.
Can I ask you all, what do you think? Impeach Mayorkas?
Yeah. So we plan on passing legislation to.
This is James's mom. I heard literally 12 people say, "Welcome
out of the committee that we think,
okay,
if implemented, and again, that's the
there are not a
fundamental
lot of
problem.
people
If
there. I mean, I
implemented,
understand.
would
It's a
fix the
weekday.
situation, but I just don't think this administration is going to do it.
When we had this battle to see who the next speaker was going to be, one of the pleasant parts of that, despite the mainstream media getting it wrong, sometimes you have family squabbles, and sometimes something good comes out of it.
Yep.
All those images,
Really?
by the way, I only watch
Tell us
C-SPAN.
about your
I try not
family
to watch
squabbles, Matt.
too much
Tell
other
us all
stuff.
about them.
But the images you can see coming out of the floor was some, pretty far on the left members working with some people pretty far on the conservative side in our conference.
No.
And they started coming together and talking because they had a shared commonality in the fact that
What?
anybody in leadership.
Yeah,
Nancy
Muggs is
Pelosi
there.
did
I know.
amazing
LOL is right.
things in
He's
leadership
way
that no
over his
one's done to
head.
try
He
to
feels like
stop
he's at
free
like
speech in
fucking
the House of Representatives.
Davos.
They had a commonality of, hey,
He feels like
what's so
he's
wrong
at the
about having
Aspen
amendments and people
Institute.
being able to offer things?
He
Do you
feels
see
like
that as
they
an outgrowth
invited
of
him
what happened in
to,
I do. I think
what is that
there's
millionaires
some
thing they all go to?
It's.
Isn't there a thing that, what
in
is
the history of our great country.
Come on, say something nice about Sheila Jackson Lee. There's got to be something.
where all the millionaires went?
I always say in the history of our country, only about 12,000 individuals.
Yes,
have had
he's
the
really
opportunity to serve in the
inside.
United States Congress.
He's
And
not
it
a,
is a
well, I don't know.
truly
He
a
might be a
privilege.
ticket buyer.
And
Maybe
I
the
think members take it that way.
1776 restoration
And when
movement.
they're, as a
granting
member
them
representing the folks back home, that approximately
Davos.
800,000,
Yeah, I
they
know.
want to make sure they have an
I
opportunity
said
to
Davos, but
offer
I mean,
amendments,
there's another
to
one.
be
No, there's
engaged
another
in the
one, Mr.
debate,
James' mom. Oh,
and
please.
function the way the
This is
founders
James' mom,
envisioned
Davos?
particularly our
Nothing.
House of Representatives.
There's another one that
how
is
it was
just
supposed
exclusive
to function.
to
Some
certain
of the rule changes that we
billionaires.
got in place through that struggle, I think are
It's not Davos.
Yeah, I feel
Davos
actually
is another
very
one.
positive that
But this one's
the
like
pain
more
of the
exclusive,
situation
but
to
I
get
can't remember what it's
Kevin
called.
McCarthy as speaker
There's a
has
ton
set
of
us
them,
up to be
actually.
much more successful as a conference. It's honest and it's been public.
Anyway, the point
But
is,
yet there's also responsibility. You talk about the thousands of people who've served in the House.
I don't know what the point is.
Should you be allowed to use your chairmanship to just say?
Is this going to be how I spend the rest of my life?
Adam Schiff said over and over again on national TV, on the floor of the House of
The wife was
Representatives,
grifting him?
in
Yeah.
different hearings, that he knew of
That
proof
wife was grifting him a
of
snack on
Russian
the way
collusion.
home.
And he continued
Yesterday.
with this
I think
effort
she
to
was.
hobble Donald
When
Trump's
she came into,
presidency
because we were
and
talking
to
earlier,
make
I
false
noticed
claims.
she came in to drive in.
At what point is there a responsibility of a new House
yeah,
majority to make sure that kind of stuff never happens again?
Well,
And by the way, if you're in a
you know,
chat and
focus on
somebody's
facts and
dropping a
truth.
rumor,
You're
don't
right, I
specify
think
the
many of
rumor.
things that the Democrats said
How
about
idiotic
President
are
Trump
you to
and they
specify
say
what the
about-
rumor
To
is
say that you have
to
proof of
drop in
Russian
the
collusion,
chat?
you'd have to be
The
lying.
best thing is to ignore
it's just
them.
not accurate. So
Some
we're
people are
going
just
to work hard to make sure we don't do that.
craving
We have the
attention.
facts to back it
Bohemian
up.
Grove?
But again, I point this out. In
Did he go to
spite of all
Bohemian
that,
Grove? Is that
think
a
about
song?
what President Trump
Is
got
that a Doobie
accomplished.
Brothers
Amazing.
song?
Yeah.
The idea that they attacked him so much.
Sorry. wrong one.
I may have told this
I had
story
my
here
heart
last year,
broken
but
to that song.
early in the
I was in
administration,
love with
Mark
this kid
Meadows
in
and I
high
were in
school. Like
the
I
West
had
Wing there
such a
in the
crush on
early
him. He
President
was like,
Trump's
I think he was
administration.
2 years. I think I was a sophomore and he was a senior.
And
It was really.
they had a big whiteboard on the wall. You've seen the same.
I know his office. That was Steve Bannon's
Oh,
office.
so
Yeah.
she was
big
doing
whiteboard on the wall,
damage
and
control.
they had literally listed every single
Oh.
promise that President Trump had made to the American people in the.
And the
Now
problem with Trump
it
is it was a
makes
really long list.
sense.
It was. But they were
I'm like,
checking
why
them
is
off.
Mag's
As he,
wife
cutting
in
taxes,
another
reducing
chat?
regulations, getting out of the Iran deal, getting out of the Paris Climate Accords, conservatives on the court. You just go down the list. Building the wall. That's how you're supposed to govern. So in spite of everything they did to him, he got things done because he focused on doing what he said he would do and sticking to the Constitution and doing things the way you're supposed to in our country. That's the attitude I think we have in the House
because I'm making fun
under Speaker McCarthy's leadership. And that's the attitude we have to bring to bear, because if we don't have that attitude, as mean and tough as the left is, we're not going to make it. We've got to have that attitude if we're going to take on the left and what they're trying to do in the country.
One final question, because we're over our time, and I've seen you control the time on your committee. You're pretty rigid, by the way. You make people talk fast. This whole idea of big tech, you know, censoring us, shadow banning us. Basically, I know it's a legal argument, but the American people believe that that's an abridgment of their First Amendment rights, even if a lawyer will say, well, give you some kind of out clause on that. What are you going to do as the chairman to make sure the disgusting tracking the American people, intimidating the American people, these platforms are pushing woke? What are you going to do to stop it?
Well, Jonathan Turley used the term censorship by surrogate, because you had the government, you had the FBI agent Elvis Chan sending emails to the big tech companies, Twitter, Facebook, and Google, to the big tech companies saying, we think these accounts, these tweets violate your Twitter, your terms of service.
Oh my God, are we talking now about the fact that
that was going on, and then Twitter would take down those accounts or use their term visibility.
Republican administration, the Trump administration actually also put pressure on Twitter to take down tweets.
So yeah, this is wrong. We're working with Energy and Commerce. You have to look at Section 230, transparency, all that stuff.
Section 230, like let them get sued when they do these.
All these things have to be examined, and legislation. The legislation will probably come out of energy
people don't understand how the world
works.
Deliberate transgression.
I think it's the right term.
One common interest.
Yeah,
there you go.
The government pressuring,
so well
priming these social media companies to shape and mold the message instead of just letting, again, we the people get the facts and the information and decide for ourselves.
Well, I have a feeling that all of you are rooting you on, and the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee take on that fight. Jim Jordan, tell them what you think.
Thank you. Thank you,
oh, you guys want to see an old picture of me?
Have a great day. Have a great
week. This is from an old picture album.
Congratulations, AARP. Over $1 billion. Wow. That's what AARP was paid in corporate royalties in a single year, totaling over $9 billion through the last decade. Most of it derived from United Health, one of the nation's largest health insurance corporations. So wait, AARP earned billions partnering with big insurers while also lobbying Congress on changes to Medicare? AARP advocates for who exactly these days?
While I understand that I hate lobbyists and I hate lobbyists, I also understand that there needs to be a system by which certain interests of underrepresented or vulnerable populations, there needs to be a system by which those vulnerable populations also get represented. Now, does the whole fucking system need to be revised? Fuck yeah, it does. But you just don't blow it up, okay? Alright, Mary Trump? You don't just blow up the Constitution and start over again. That's not how this fucking works. Stupid cunt. Mary Trump should shut the fuck up. I'm done with Mary Trump. She comes from a shitty family. She may have been a shitty person. I don't fucking care that she didn't get her fucking inheritance. I don't fucking care. Go the fuck away. You're making tons of money off your name now, you stupid cunt. Anyway, you want to see a picture of me when I was younger? This is me in Hawaii. I was kayaking in Hawaii. Look at how young I am. Oh my god. So young. Oh, yeah, it was messed. Anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Congress learns the art of the deal. Please welcome, from Pennsylvania, Congressman Scott Perry. From South Carolina, Congressman Ralph Norman. And your moderator, host of the Todd Starnes Show, Todd Starnes.
Oh, you didn't see it?
All right.
Whoa.
Are we starting? Let's do it. Okay. Well, good morning. And I'm wondering, do we have any gun-toting, Bible-clinging, patriotic Americans in the room today? I kind of figured that might be the case. You know, I want to say something before we get our panel discussion underway. I've been thinking about Comatose Joe.
Seemed to be in debt. It's
Whoa, what the fuck?
I think that Joe Biden would make a better president of Ukraine. Right? Just think about this. Joe Biden is paving their roads. He's providing pension money. He's giving them, what, about $250 million a year and securing their sovereign border. Meanwhile, the real president of the United States was in East Palestine, Ohio, greeting first responders and giving out quarter pounders with cheese.
He's gonna, I don't know.
No doubt freedom is under attack.
No, it's not.
Today we are honored to have two brave
American
patriots.
Actually, the country's doing amazingly well given what we've been through
we
the
want to
last
say
3
thank
years.
you for the great work you're doing. Please give them a round of applause.
So frankly, I think we're doing really good. I couldn't be more excited about where.
Now, Congressman Perry, I want to start with you. We talk a lot about.
You know what? I know that
Biden's
scares the fuck out of you guys,
in the White
and I know
House,
that's
but
why
I
you
think
keep
have a
saying
different
it's
take
going
on
to
that.
hell in a handbasket.
Well, I think that we, as oftentimes as conservatives,
I know
as
it's getting
Republicans,
better,
as
and it
just
just
citizens
chaps your
see them
fucking
as
eye,
failures, but I think we need to understand and view it differently. They are successes to them
You're
because
attacking our
their
way of
goal
life. You're
is
attacking
actually
our
the
ability to
globalization
live
of the United
like
States of
people
America, destruction of our sovereignty, and
Scott Perry,
so
you're going to be hung
this
up
is
by your
all
testicles
intentional.
in
The
prison.
things that you see happening are not
And it's gonna
necessarily incompetence. Maybe in the
probably gonna
president
pinch him
himself
off. I'm
because
sorry,
he's
I'm
got
not
his
gonna
own
be really
issues, but the
gross today.
people
I
around him.
promise
This is all by design. This is on purpose. This is intentional. This is planned. They are not failures to them.
I'm so scared.
So we need to view it differently, and we need to understand we're not only in a philosophical battle, but we're also in a spiritual battle for the soul of our country and to save this republic. And that's how we need to approach it.
Now, Congressman Norman, that would make sense. I mean, with all the chaos that we're seeing in the culture right now.
You need a bigger
coming out of
vest, honey,
Washington,
or
the
less
attacks on the
Cheetos.
family,
That's all I'm going to
the
say. And I'm
attacks
a
on
Cheeto eater
victims of
myself.
crime,
So
where now we're looking at criminals
have to stop
now becoming the victims thanks to a lot of these far left district attorneys.
Far left.
Well, it is, Todd. And first of all, let me just, it's an honor to
Here's
be
the
able to
other
do a
thing.
general
Oh my
period.
God, no, I'm
But
not.
it's such an honor to look out and to see everybody here.
Ralph Lauren.
You're not sitting at home. You could be anywhere. You're at CPAC. You're ready
paid
to take action.
$300
better time.
to
I will
come
tell you,
and
the
be
country's
here
in
today,
trouble. What's
and we
happened in the
appreciate
last
that.
2 years?
I'm getting
has
a little
been,
bit
as
behind
Scott said, it's evil.
on
What
my
we're
vote
seeing,
payments.
if you were in our
And
position,
Matt
is
Schlapp.
flat out evil. It's an
That's
attack
if
on
I
our
came, and I went
democracy.
my name,
It's an attack on our children. And it's an
that it
attack,
would be worth a
pure and
while.
simple, on freedom.
So I'm
That's
just
why
gonna
it's so
hope
important to
that
be
it's gonna work
engaged.
a
That's
while.
why it's so important to say, we're not taking it. We're not going to be silenced.
We're not going to be
And Todd,
silent.
the
We're
left
not going to be
knows no
silent.
bounds.
We're not
They
going
are taking it to us.
We're not going to be silent.
It's a new day now with what's happened in Congress. We're willing to fight the fight. We're willing to get
We're gonna
involved.
fight the fight
We really don't care what the
and
press
do the
says.
do.
I like to hear that.
And
I think that was illustrated with
chap.
the decision over who was going to be the next Speaker of the House.
Oh yeah, that was a
and you
shit show.
guys were taking
But it
bullets
was
from
all
everybody,
chess, right?
but you
Tell
stood
us
your
how it was all
ground.
chess,
And
Scott
Congressman Perry, how are we doing right now? So far, so good.
Tell us
So
what
far,
chess
so
is,
good.
right?
As an Army
I'm scared,
aviator, we know that when we're taking flak, that means we're over the target. And look, we were just not going to allow the status quo to continue. We were just simply not going to allow. Our leadership expected us to come in and generally take Speaker Pelosi's rules and continue to run the House of Representatives that way. We went early on. Folks like me and Congressman Norman went early in the summer and said to the leader at the time, we said, look, we're going to win the majority, we think, but we cannot keep running this place the same way. The status quo is not going to work, and we need different outcomes for the American people. And quite honestly, they patted us on the head and sent us out the door, and we just kept going back with a smile on our face, and no one wanted to talk to us. You know when they wanted to talk to us? I think it was about November 9th, the day after the election, and that big majority they were supposed to get was very narrow. And you know what they needed? They needed Mr. Norman's vote for Speaker. They needed Perry's vote for Speaker. And we said, well, why don't we talk about some things? And so far, so good, Todd. But look,
liberty requires eternal vigilance. And so Ralph and I have committed ourselves to stay in the fight. We don't comport ourselves every day for re-election. We comport ourselves every single day to save the republic, and that's what's important.
Oh, a hair hat. Which one?
Congressman
You're gonna have to be more
Norman
specific
and then Congressman McCray, I just want you to jump in after his remarks here.
Looks like they're all wearing something.
The weaponization of
this
the federal
guy,
government.
I mean, I don't want to see this naked,
when they
but
sent the IRS
kind
after
of
people like
curious.
Billy
I
Graham
don't want
and
to see it
pro-life
naked.
leaders and the Tea
I
Party.
at least want to have a picture of
And
it
now
naked.
we're seeing once again the weaponization
now,
again of the federal government
Sedition
going
Perry.
after pro-lifers
I'm
and conservatives.
Perry
How big of an issue is this, and what are you guys doing in the Freedom Caucus to push back?
Why do
It's a huge issue. I mean, and they're serious about this. I mean, you have
diabetes
Merrick
and
Garland. He was on the stand yesterday. Some of the things he says are just lies. He's a hypocrite. Same thing with Mayorkas
I'm
on
Ralph
the board.
Norman, and when I say, I do declare, that Joe Biden
Biden
is
administration, and y'all, it's not
President of
Biden
the United
himself.
States.
The cabal that's running
The
this
cabal,
country.
yeah, that's
whether
right.
it be,
I'm not part of the cabal.
The
I want
Barack
to be part of the
Obama's
cabal, but they
protege,
wouldn't let
whether
me in
it
because
be
they thought I was too
Rice,
boring, and I sound
all
a
of
little
them
bit
are
like
making
Foghorn
policy. It's
Leghorn.
not him.
When
He's not
you're
in his
about to
right
peg
mind.
someone and you
But
say, I'm
luckily,
about
the
to
good
come
news is,
in, that just
since we've
isn't,
taken
that
over
just
the
kills the
House,
mood.
every
And so they said,
department
Scott
has
Perry,
got
you're a
subpoena
mood
power.
killer.
And
You
what
can't
you will
come to
see
our
is the
orgies.
truth coming out on
You
January 6th.
cannot come to
You will
our
see-
orgies.
You will see the truth coming out on COVID, Jerry, the work you've done, and we're not taking no for an answer, but we've got to take it a lot more than that.
You're going
We
to
can
take it,
subpoena,
sweetheart.
we can
I'm going
get
to tell
people
you
under
where you're going
oath.
to take it,
They've
too.
got to
You're
have
going to take it straight up
consequences
the
when
ass.
they
Justice system.
mistake the truth. So no more Hillary Clinton's getting away. No
really
more,
Scott
just
Perry.
being able to
Oh
lie
my
with impunity and act like it's
Scott
the
Perry
truth.
was so
And
naughty.
it
I
couldn't come
can't
quick
even believe
enough.
how
We have got
naughty
our
Scott
work cut
Perry's
out
been.
for us,
Jesus
but we're
Christ.
up to it
Trying to
with
make
people
something
like Scott and the
Scott
20
Perry.
of us that are not
Let's
going
look at
anywhere.
Scott Perry.
And we've got the votes now to stop anything. 218 has got to go through us. And
Really?
It's going to be
Through
fun to
you?
see, and it'll be a gnashing of a teeth, and it's a blood
Are you
sport.
Can
excited about
I
that?
weigh
Does
in
it
here?
control?
So I'm
Does
from
it mean you can
Pennsylvania.
go
If
in
you
your
watched a
special
guy
place
named
route?
Mark Houck, a wonderful
Go to Middle
father,
Wagon. Yeah,
a
that's
guy
Ralph
that is a
Northam.
street side evangelist protesting at an abortion clinic, counseling folks as they
Oh
go
my God!
to
They
the
only have.
clinic. Was
Okay, so here's the good
arrested
news.
by
Here's the good
the
news.
FBI. 20
They
or
only have
so
three
armed
things they're going to talk
agents,
about,
long
at least for
rifles,
the next
the
3
riot
months.
shields, all
Okay,
that stuff show up at his
it's
house. And
it's this
or the
dude
early
that
hours
got
of the
it's
morning.
the
He's got 7
pastor or
children and his wife
the
sleeping in there,
anti-abortion activist
banging on the
who
door.
got
The gentleman
arrested.
said, his
It's
attorney said, look, if you
I
want
don't
us,
know.
we'll come
There's 2
down
other
and
like
we'll turn
small
ourselves in if
items.
that's what it's going to be. But
That's their 3.
they want this show of
It's
force,
so
right? They
pathetic.
want this show of force.
Like it's
What
not even
average
a
citizens need to just
a
at
3
some
that gives you
point
pause
be
where you
willing
go,
to
okay, well
acknowledge
let
and
me
accept that
respond
every
to the
single
reasonable aspect of
facet
that
of the federal
criticism.
government is
No, they're all
weaponized
fully
against every
ridiculous.
single one of us. And if there's nothing else that we
This
need to
day's going to be
be
exhausting, you
we
guys.
need to
I
be
just
fighting
can't
for
even
is
talk.
our sovereignty. Our national
I'm
sovereignty,
going to
our
need some
state
help.
sovereignty, and our personal sovereignty. The government doesn't have the right to tell you
I'm going to leave a line
that you
open for
can't
people to
buy a
come
gas
up, but I'm
stove,
going
but
to be
that you
honest. I'm
must
only going
buy
to
an
choose
electric
you if I think
vehicle,
you're going
that you
to
can't
be
go to
funny
work, but you
and
must put some
smart.
experimental
And if you're not going to be funny
potion
and
in
smart,
your
it's not
arm and then
everyone
keep
is going to
showing
get
up to
up here.
do that
So I'm
to
just
visit your church or worship. Our personal sovereignty is what this
But
nation was
that's the
built
link to
on,
come in
and
if
it's
I
the
decide to let
foundation.
you
It
in.
is under assault by every single facet of the
There's too
government.
much
And as
chuds to
Ralph
make
has
fun
said,
of. I
we
need
are going
help.
to create a firestorm. Look, if it's up to me, there's going to be a firestorm. These leftists, these Marxists
There's going to be a
that
firestorm
have
because you are so
prevailed
frightened
upon
to
the
go into
American people
prison
and
for the
use the
rest of your
awesome
miserable
power
life.
of
And
the
you're
federal
really,
government
actually,
to
there's a
cow
part of
us
you deep down
into
inside,
fear in our
Scott, who's
homes.
wondering if they'd actually.
They've got to be put on notice. They've got to be quaking in fear. They've got to be worried. They've got to be losing weight because they're not eating, because they're worried that they're going to end up going to jail for using the awesome power of the federal government. And if they're not interested in showing up, and Mr. Jordan's here, you know what? I'm in charge now in the
like the
Transportation
integrity,
Committee of
like
Federal
an integrity
Leases.
level. Wouldn't it be interesting, Larry, if we were
Isn't
able
that
to
something? I
establish an
wonder whose
integrity
leases
level
might
that
become.
had a
Well, we're
core
taking a look at
integrity
the list.
level of
It's going to
X?
be awesome when they go from
I don't know if
a
that's
big
possible.
building to about,
But I don't
I don't
think
know, that
people are all
space
bad
on
at
the square there.
That's my problem.
Todd, that'd be awesome.
I think there's probably a part
Like we got a fight on every corner, ladies and gentlemen.
I just think that the
And that's
worst
the thing,
impulses have taken
Congressman
over.
Norman. It's fighting
Now,
and
do I
knowing how
want
to
him to
fight it.
hang by his
One of the things
testicles
I
in
really
prison
admired
until
about
he's
former
dead?
President Trump is
Absolutely.
that he taught Republicans,
Absolutely.
yeah, you can fight, and it's okay to fight back, especially against the
Oh,
mainstream
yeah.
media.
Actually, Larry, I
Look at
think
what
I've
he
heard of
did
something
in
like
4
that.
years,
Anterior
what
cingulate
Donald Trump
cortex.
did in the face of
I think
adversity
I've
at
heard of
every
what you're
level, the
talking about.
headwinds he faced, he was
But there is
successful.
kind of
Look
like,
what he
that's why
did on the
there's more,
Supreme Court.
there's,
Look what he
well,
did with Israel. Look what he did with
that
cut
has been
regulations.
attributed to the
The
reason
man
where there's
was
stories
unbelievable.
coming out of a
And
lot of
the
conservative,
thing, when I saw the raid at Mar-a-Lago, the cameras, the
personalities who
FBI,
end up
and
being
compare
drawn to
that
child sex crimes
to
or something
when
of that
they
nature.
found
And I don't
Biden's,
want to
all of
draw,
the
obviously,
documents
that
he had,
there's
where was the media?
Democrats.
Where's the FBI? They
But I
kept it
think there
quiet
is some
early on,
correlation
didn't let
between
it out.
behaviors
The
and
job of the
beliefs.
next president
Is
is
that
going to
what
be
the
getting rid of the
thing is? I
insiders
always
that
think of
are
the
undermining this
Betty
government.
Davis
And
line.
you've got to
I'd kiss
have,
you,
you've got
but
a
just
clean house.
watching
You
that.
cannot continue.
I'd kiss you.
You cannot continue with those around him that are supposedly your friends. And it's at all levels, to be honest
And
with
I
you.
don't want to believe
That's
that
where
about
y'all come
anyone.
in.
I don't want to
The
believe that
fact
about
that,
anyone, that they have
when I
lack
was
of
on the,
empathy. But
and
it's
I'm a
really hard
developer
to have
by
a
trade, but
conversation
before
about
I
like
got in
trans
politics,
rights.
I didn't know how
That
two
to me is a
people
perfect
affected
conversation where you
the
can say,
politicians. On the other
you
side,
you
y'all scared
merely
them to
lack
death.
empathy.
When
Like
you
you,
go to
I
that
don't even
school board
understand
meeting,
it.
get 3 or 4 people and question them.
Ralph,
When you go to that city
question
council
them
meeting,
about what?
that's the value y'all bring. And don't think it doesn't have a ripple effect at all levels of
I'm
government.
going to need more
And
coffee. Oh my God, I don't have
how
any more
you
coffee.
take it from here empowers us to do the right thing. And it's a great, we got more opportunity now than I've ever seen.
I need
Guys,
to get
I want to talk about the border.
I need to
Back
get a
in
coffee.
the day, they used to call people from one country
You get a
coming
real job.
across the border of another country without that country's invitation. That was called an
Why
invasion.
argue with
They used to fight something
generations of
called
people
wars
that
over
didn't live
that.
in their hometown for
And
years?
I know that just recently, Republicans holding hearings down on the border, Democrats boycotted.
I don't
What
know.
are we facing now at the
I don't
border?
know how
Let's
we.
just
I don't
cut right
know
to
how
the
the
chase. How bad
communication
is it
divide
down there?
Well, the
closes.
cartels are
I
running
really
the border.
don't. I
The
don't know that.
cartels
I'm
have
not good at. I'm
operational
not the right
control
person
of the United States-Mexico border.
because I have very little
And
patience
you don't
for
come
people
across
who's
the
not
border unless you go through the cartel. So if it doesn't matter who you're
not
paying.
approaching it
Some
from
pay,
kind of like
obviously
that.
everybody
Who does this
pays money, but
benefit?
some, whether they pay
Because
at that
every time
time
I
or they come
hear
into the
a lot
United
of
States and then
right
have
wing
their families
people talk, which I
dispersed
listen to them
back
pretty
to
much all
the
day,
the cartels.
it's a lot of
Of course,
this
some are
happened
mules. They're
2
bringing in
weeks.
fentanyl.
This happened 2
The border
weeks,
is being
and
rushed over
that
here with people
law will not be
being
fit
brought in
for me.
illegally
So
to
I'm
draw the
keenly
attention
aware of
of the
Cambridge
Border
Analytica.
Patrol, who's not there sent there to stop them. They're sent there to greet them.
I
Meanwhile,
am
over on this
Cambridge
side of the border
Analytica,
where there isn't
apparently,
anybody,
according
they're
to some
running this
people on
fentanyl in
Twitter.
that's killing 100,000
But
Americans,
that's an inside
over 100,000 Americans a year. That's a staggering number. Understand, in 10 years of the Vietnam War, we lost 55,000, right? So 100,000 in 1 year from fentanyl. The crime that
Have you
comes
ever
with
seen me
it,
and Chris
and
Wiley
of
in the
course
same room, Larry?
the
That's all I'm
the
saying.
imposition of these folks that are destitute, and we all want to help. But you know, you see the inflation numbers, and you see the own economy that you have to deal with is all caused by a wide open border, and it's a breach of state sovereignty, of our national sovereignty. We don't have a border, we don't have a country, and the president will tell you, Secretary Mayorkas will say, we're doing all we can. It's a flat out lie. If you look at the numbers, Todd, if you look at the numbers, when President Trump left office, the numbers doubled, tripled, quadrupled, now 5 times. The Border Patrol's mission didn't change, the laws didn't change. Faithfully execute. The Constitution says the executive will faithfully execute the laws. He's not executing any of the laws. He's welcoming these folks from over 150 countries into our country illegally and then having you pay for them. Both of us have been to the border, and imagine this. I'm from South Carolina. The Clemson football stadium and South Carolina holds about 85, 90,000 people.
Or maybe
we have 5 of full football stadiums come across our border unfettered over every country across the globe.
I just want to go to the
and think how unfair that is. And as Scott has mentioned, it's all intentional. For Mayorkas at a hearing I asked him, have we got a secure border? Yes. I said, well, define unsecure.
We'll be happy to get outside.
Crickets. He couldn't explain it. But, you know, the only way to stop the fentanyl, and I don't know whether y'all saw, I just saw it this morning, Biden laughing at the mother who had 2 sons to die. And he's basically
Stop it.
laughing and saying
Stop it.
fentanyl came from
Stop it,
the
Northam.
previous
Stop it.
administration.
You don't
Who cares
fucking
where it
care
came
about
from?
anybody.
The fact is, it's here. You
Don't
stop
care.
it. And the only way you stop it is what
You don't
President
care
Trump
about
did,
drug
build a wall,
scourge.
which has already been paid
You don't
for.
care about any of
Have a designated point of entry.
What's an idiot?
The American people, and it's going to be hard when the cities and municipalities start coming to the federal government, as New York City has already done. I think they're $50 million over budget because of all the illegals going on the social programs. It's unfair to the taxpayer, and it's time to fight it. And we're going to do what we can, but until the change,
we're not going to pay for it, Ralph.
Mm-hmm.
We're not paying for it.
Right.
We're not. They can ask. New York can ask all they want. They can get somebody else to pay for it.
Gentlemen, I wanted to ask about, speaking of security, and not only an invasion of the ground border, but our airspace. And you had the Chinese spy balloon. Then all of a sudden, the Biden administration is shooting hot air balloons like it's duck season, and now nothing. And I'm wondering if you guys can give us any insight into what was really going on.
Aren't you Todd Starnes?
Well, I will tell you that. I'm trying to figure out where I can get into stay out of the classified and get into
I wish I was like
probably already know. Look,
20 years
China's
younger.
testing the United States of America because weakness is provocative, right? We're weak, and they want to see what they can get away with, and that's what they're doing. And there's absolutely no reason this story that we let it cross the country because it was going to be unsafe to shoot it down prior to that. They knew this thing was coming when it was over the Pacific Ocean. And then, we needed to make sure we recovered it, to make sure what was on it, and to make sure we knew what they were doing. That's like allowing a burglar to come into your house to see what they'll take and then maybe greet them, I guess, before they get in their car and say, well, I just want to take an inventory here of what you got. This is all absurd. These are breaches by an enemy into our national sovereignty, our national airspace, and they need to be met with maximum force.
You're right.
And again, I know that Speaker McCarthy said a couple of months back that
You know what
he's
else
seen
we should
nothing that
figure out what's
Biden's
happening
done
here?
that would
What
be
was your
worthy of
role in the
impeachment.
attempted
But it seems
coup
violating the oath of office and not protecting this nation from enemies, foreign and domestic, and letting that balloon
like
invade
the guy
our
sitting
airspace,
across from you,
that
Todd.
is
You know
worthy
the
of
guy
impeachment.
sitting across from you, Todd? You know
It
that guy?
is.
That guy right there.
Look,
This guy,
the
guy right here.
issue
Guy right here.
that all of us face,
He's the one you want, Todd.
Biden
He's the one you
for
want.
mental,
He's a domestic terrorist right
mentally
there.
He's not here, but look
Right
who
there.
you
We're
get.
zooming in on his
The
little
giggler.
side
He
profile
wants
now.
her.
Look at him. He's like, I don't want to go to prison.
And on the balloon,
You call her the giggler?
The giggler.
I don't
She
want
laughs
to
at
go to
everything.
prison.
But the problem that we've got, and we interviewed General Kellogg.
Trump had all
who-
kinds of balloons
you
coming
see him on
over.
Fox
Trump
all the
didn't do
time. He's a
anything to
no-nonsense
protect this
general.
country.
He, first of all,
and
said
nothing
Milley
else.
should have been fired a long
Yeah,
time
he
ago.
actually
And he was a traitor. But he said,
train derailments
but
brought
get
to
this,
you
look where they
by the
shot
Trump
it down. He
administration.
brought this up. He said,
Not really, but you know what?
Over Alaska, over Montana, the only thing
Don't
you
complain
might
about
hit
the wine,
is
you
a
fucking
deer
morons
or
on
an
the
antelope. But he said the fallacy of putting it down, of
It
shooting
was a
down over the
psyop.
ocean,
Well, I mean,
salt
fentanyl
water
has really
and
killed people,
electronics
but
don't go together. And
there's
getting
that.
it at the bottom of the sea, that was all planned. I mean, how much intelligence can they gather under salt water, under the sea, and the cost of that? So none of it makes sense. And I'm in South Carolina. Duke Power is like 15 minutes from my house. Guess where the balloon was over? Duke Power. Guess where Shaw Air Force Base is in Sumter? Guess where the balloon was over? I mean, it's the seriousness of it. The EMP attacks on our electrical system, electromagnetic pulse, to shut that down, folks, that's a serious issue. This administration is clueless. I've been to the briefings that Congressman Perry has been to. Really, I didn't see anything. They're just out of touch. And the only way you change policies, change people.
Todd, let's talk about impeachment a little bit. Republicans look at the impeachment requirements and they say high crimes and misdemeanors, and they read it literally and say, what high crime has the president, War Secretary Mayorkas, or some judge committed? And the Democrats don't look at it that way because you're not really having a criminal trial. It's a political trial. That's what it is. And so I think Republicans, again, need to acknowledge the enemy that we face, unfortunately, the Marxists in our country, and
There's
we're
no
going to have to get
Marxists.
right
I mean,
with the
there's no
circumstance
Marxists
that
in the
we're going to have to
Democratic
use all
Party.
the
Let me
tools
tell
that we
you that.
have in
Or
our
if
toolbox.
there
We have
are, they're
Republicans that just say, well,
busy
show me
reading.
in the criminal code what crime or misdemeanor that this person committed. Well, show me in the criminal code which crime or misdemeanor President Trump committed. It didn't stop them from dragging that guy through the country across the coals for absolutely. Not only was there no crime, they made everything up. They're the ones that should be on trial. We need to get in the fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Having like absolute arguments with people. I'm not into absolute arguments.
Folks, aren't you glad we've got the House Freedom Caucus on the fight? I mean, this is what it's all about here. I want to go back, though, Congressman, to something you said when we started this conversation. You believed that these were not failures of the Biden administration. These were intentional. You mentioned Marxism a lot. And I'm wondering, what is the end game here? Because we're seeing a lot of chaos in the culture. We're seeing a lot of unrest in our major American cities. Memphis,
we are, but it's just
deadliest
typical
city
stuff.
in America.
And guess what? We
What
also
is
gone
the
through a
end game
pandemic,
with
and
this
people have not
administration?
recovered yet. And
To me, the model is it's Marxism, it's
so many
socialism, it's
reasons
control over your lives.
where
If you just
crime
take a
might
look at some of
increase
the
in certain areas.
recent events,
Doesn't
they
have to do
essentially
with any
crashed
of
the
the
healthcare
reasons
system
they
so
attribute.
government could take it over,
So
and
all
government
of this
has
is a
taken it
lie.
over, right? You
You
look at
should be in
you
bed.
look at law enforcement. They're trying to
silly.
crash that. They want
Good
federal
morning,
police.
my
They
darling
want more and
in
more control, and
Australia.
so there's a
And
model
good night.
by which they do this,
All
and they
right,
look
good
at
night.
every
Have a
single
good one.
system that's
I'll see
important in
you.
your
Hopefully
life,
I'll see
every
you Friday
traditional
at the
role
lounge.
that citizens play, that
Take care
government
of
has played.
yourself.
It's all under assault, Todd, because
Thanks for
that's
stopping
the
in before
model
you go
that they
down.
use. And they've done the long march through the institutions. They're
I'm
doing
really
the long
scared, and
march,
I'm
or
really
they're
scared,
essentially
and I'm really
completed the long
scared,
march
and
through the
I'm really
boardrooms
scared,
now.
and
So
I'm
your investments, you're
scared.
investing in
Jackson does
ESG,
a
whether you
lost
like it or
everything,
not.
and he tries
And you
like
can't, if you
real
want to
war
own a gun
criminals, and
store
he's
and get
like in the
financing,
big
you can't.
important
If you want
court,
to be a
and then you
wildcatter
get really
drilling a
evil,
rig,
and then
or with a
somehow
drilling rig,
in
drilling
that
and
section 18
prospecting
they
for
do
oil and
say
gas,
death,
you
and that
cannot
really
because you
scares
can't
me,
get
and that's been
financing.
keeping me up
This
at
is
night
the
because I
theme that's
thought
going
this
to
was just going to be
just
fun. I
reverberate
thought
through
maybe I
our
would turn
economy,
out with
through
a
our country,
cabinet
through our
position or
culture,
something like that.
through the
But
education
then it
system.
all kind of went to
They
hell in a
crashed that,
handbasket, and
and
then
they
I
took
just
it
thought, I
over,
don't know, I'm kind of
and
going to roll my head
and they
right now
started at the
and
higher
where's your
level. But
money?
now
You know,
you've
and I
got
don't
right
really
here in
know if I
Loudoun
even
County, you
like
got
that kind
Scott
of
Smith.
I
His
don't
daughter
really
was
agree with him.
sexually
It's kind
assaulted.
of offensive.
He goes to the
Just
school
wanted to
board
talk to me
to see
anymore.
what the
But at
heck's
the same
going on and
time,
demand
I
some
just think I need
resolution
to
to his.
keep talking.
I'm going to
Because
just
if
tell
I'm
you, I
not
got
going to
two
be
daughters.
talking,
I'm not
then
going to be as
maybe
calm as Scott
I
Smith
won't be
if something
going to
like that
prison.
happens to
Maybe
my
if I
kids.
just
I'm
keep
just going to
talking
tell you,
like Trump did.
they arrest
Maybe if I
him.
just keep talking,
They
I'm going to
arrest
throw the
him.
horse that Trump did.
This
And
is
then
what
I just won't be
this is
arrested.
their
Maybe they'll
goal.
come for me because they won't even know
Congressman,
I'm just
and
insignificant. I'm just
Norman, we're going to
scary
start
over
with you,
here.
and I'll
I
give
have
you the
two
last
first
word,
names, basically.
Congressman
I don't
Perry,
even
as
know
we
what
wrap
I'm
up our
doing.
time
I don't
here.
know. What is
You've
it? What
got
is it? What is a
some
coup?
red-blooded
What
American
is a coup?
patriots
What is
here. They put
Section
Red
18?
Bull on the
What is
Fruit
that?
Loops
What's
this
the
morning.
federal U.S.
They came
criminal code? I don't
and
know.
they want to know, what
Oh,
do
well,
we
that's
do?
what I'm
How
just
do
trying to talk
we
over
get
Scott Perry.
engaged? How do we fight? What do you tell this
Okay.
great group?
First of all, everybody here has got a talent. And, you know, you don't realize the power that you have and how one or two people can make a difference. And I would say, you know,
I
if you're inclined to
believe
run for
Ralph
office, do
Northam
what we
is
do,
the
run for office. And if your
future. Treat him
inclination
well
is, if you
and
got
give
small children,
him a
as Scott said, they're
cookie.
taking our children over. Our children are not safe. What's happening to them in the education system is evil. And so get involved with who goes on the school board. Get involved with who goes on the city council. Interview these candidates. Call in your state reps. And you can't do it with one person. Get 3 or 4 or 5 groups, scare people, particularly politicians. Get them in there, and I will tell you it pays dividends. And recruit people. How do you think? I was recruited. I'm sure Scott at some point was recruited.
I bet you
Everything
were.
starts with a
I bet you
question
were
and a
recruited.
conversation.
I see me in
So
Mogilovich.
everybody has
I bet you
got a
Mr.
talent.
Putin recruited
Get
you. Did
behind
Mr.
candidates,
Putin
but
recruit you?
we
Did
cannot.
Vladimir
The thing
Vladimirovich
that's gotten
call
us in
you and
trouble
say,
today is
Mr.
people,
Nordstrom,
and we got weak
I want
people
you to
put
do
up
something very
candidates.
special
The
for
power,
me,
and Scott said,
Vladimir
what we're losing
Vladimirovich.
is our democracy
I
and
am
our
actually
freedom.
great
We cannot
American
let that
hero.
happen. If not
And by
America,
working
where?
with me, Mr. Northam, you will be great American hero as well. And together,
So for me,
we
I'm
will
going to break
rule
it down
America.
to spending as a member of Congress. Spending,
I'm very scared that I'm
standards,
going to go to prison
sovereignty.
for the
We're not
rest
going
of
to
my
keep bankrupting the country. Me and Ralph are not
life.
voting to bankrupt the
Local
country.
action
We're
has a
done with that.
national
We're going to
impact.
drag our friends screaming and kicking with that. Standards. We got to maintain, like, you got to have some standard, whether it's in the military, in your daily life. My pronouns are him and he, and there isn't any other.
Yeah,
That's
you have to
it.
scare
I'm a man, and I'm not.
Standards.
That's it. Sovereignty. National sovereignty of our country, state sovereignty. The states are sovereign. Your
everybody's sovereign. I'm sovereign. You're sovereign. My dog's sovereign. That hamster over there is sovereign.
And we got to fight for it.
That
That's
little
what the Freedom Caucus is going to do. Thank you for being in the fight
over there. She's sovereign.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our good friends, Congressman Ralph Norman
And thank me,
and
I'm
Congressman
Todd
Scott
Starnes.
Perry.
I'm a big gray whale, and I'm gonna go seek a big dove. Thank you.
Oh, Chuckletuck claims to have been recruited by what? Who would recruit that ginger Nazi?
Welcome back to CPAC, everybody. Day one
God,
here.
you're
I am
used
Alex
Q-tip.
Caldwell here
Who the
with
fuck
the
is that?
co-founder of the lovely donation website Give, Send, Go, Jacob
Grip,
Wells.
Send,
Jacob,
Go.
thank you for coming on today.
Oh my
It's an
God,
honor to
Wolf,
have
are you here?
Alex, it's a pleasure to be here.
The
Thank you.
founder of Grips
Of course,
and Go.
could you tell our viewers a little bit about Give, Send, Go and your journey with the platform that you have?
Yeah, so Give, Send, Go was started back in 2014.
Right.
I'm one of 12 children, large family, 6
Oh,
boys,
really?
6 girls,
Okay.
even
Did you all
split.
found it together? Or what
And
does that have
we
to
had
do with
we had a
anything?
vision
Okay.
for a platform
God,
that
you
wasn't
actually
just all
did
about
have
me,
fucking
because we
all-
realized that our society today pushes all about me, narcissism, that kind of idea. And we realized giving was about community.
Wait,
it was
no,
about going into the
yeah.
world, doing great things. It was about all of these,
Oh, no,
and
I
it was
can't-
about
no, it
givers
has to be
empowering
Ben's
people to do
replacement.
those things.
No,
So
this is RSVN.
2014, me and two siblings came together. We said, let's build a platform to compete with some of these other crowdfunding platforms that we're developing. And
exhausting
we just
idea I
took a
ever
step.
came up
None
with.
of us had a
Okay.
background in anything like that. I was a military veteran, had gotten out, and
So
we were just saying,
you're
hey, there's an
watching
opportunity
Right Side
here. So
Broadcasting
let's
Network.
build a platform around hope
So Right Side
while helping
Broadcasting
people.
Network was
And we
founded
started the
a
journey
few
then.
years ago
2016 is when we
for
kicked
Trump
off.
by
And then
Jim someone.
fast forward
I can't
4
remember
years
his name.
later, growing year
Anyway,
over
he
year.
founded it.
You know,
They used
dealing with
Q-tip
the complexities
on
of
the side
building a
that's not
business.
talking right
And
now.
then 2020
This
came
used
and we were
Q-tip right
thrust
here.
into a big
He's just a
national
new
spotlight when
face
Kyle
of RSP
Rittenhouse
on RSBN.
was
They have, like,
deplatformed
these
from every
stupid
fundraising
ass
platform, every
fucking
platform
assholes
in
that
essence. And
hold
his campaign
microphones,
found
and
a
this
way
guy
to
just
give,
looks
send,
around
go,
nervously and wonders if he can
and
keep
raised
up
a whole bunch of money
understand,
because
and
we
now
said,
he's
well, a legal
wondering
defense
what to do with
fund.
his mouth.
There's nothing illegal about
He's like, I don't
raising
know what to
money
do with
for a
my
legal
mouth.
defense fund. So
But
that
I'm
really
trying to
pushed
hold
us,
this
and
where I'm supposed
now
to,
there's
but
been
I'm
a whole
looking at
bunch
the
of
other
other
person
things
over
since
here
then.
who's trying to give me a cue.
2022.
Right.
You had the
Let me
Freedom
ask you about
Convoy in
something.
Canada
Then-
with the truckers.
Oh,
Right.
At first, the truckers, they were
What the
trying to
fuck?
raise money through a website called GoFundMe. Your main competitor, your
Grips
main
and Go.
rival.
Right.
GoFundMe said no. All the money, they said, nope, we're not going to raise money for these truckers that Trudeau had called basically domestic terrorists.
Right.
But then Give, Send, Go stepped in. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we actually were reached out. There was actually a campaign on Give, Send, Go running concurrently because initially there was a GoFundMe, and GoFundMe was allowing the convoy to raise some money. So there was a Give, Send, Go going, and there was a GoFundMe going. The GoFundMe got a lot of the publicity, raised like close to $10 million, and that's when GoFundMe said, hey, we're shutting this down because of pressure from the government and because of
you
their
can't fund
ideological
terrorism,
positions.
okay? You can't
so then
fund the overthrow of the
trucker
government.
convoy,
That's not
knowing
how-
about the Give, Send, Go that was already
not how
raised
it
money
really
to
should
fund some
work,
of this stuff,
you know,
said,
to
let's
fund
reach out to
violent
Give, Send, Go
acts
and see if we can switch this
domestic
over. So they
terrorism.
reached out to us. We said, of course,
Right.
protest
That's why.
is essential to democracies. If you don't have the
Absolutely.
right to protest,
A democracy.
you're not a
Oh,
democracy
interesting
anymore.
that he said
Like,
that. I just
it
want to
just
note
crumbles
that
away.
he just said it
and
was.
so we said, yes, we'll let you fundraise, fine. So they set up the campaign, and literally within a couple hours, millions of dollars had started pouring in. And within a couple of days, there was
Whether-
13
I-
million
you know what, Mrs. James,
Canadian
I just
dollars
heard
that
this
had been
feeling that it was
raised on
really
their
bad.
Give, Send,
It was
Go
really
campaign.
bad.
It was quite incredible.
But
Oh,
then
so
you guys
sorry.
got
I hope you're
attacked
safe.
viciously, not only
This
just
guy
by
has no idea
hackers,
what-
but you had
what his
that,
own company
crazy
does.
guy
Right.
who
He
hacked Give,
founded
Send,
it.
Go. If you
Right.
remember the guy, I think he had the pink hair.
Right.
He made that crazy video
Yeah,
with the
they're
crazy
hitting their
eyes
Give, Send,
screaming how
Goes.
he
I'm
hacked
telling
Give, Send,
you.
Go. By the way, the Canadian government, I don't think, did anything about that, or the American government did nothing about that.
No, and we've been pushing on them too. But yes, side story.
And then the
What?
Canadian government went
I don't
after
understand
you guys.
you.
Right.
Could you tell
Q-tip?
us about what
What's
you faced
wrong?
with Trudeau and
Used Q-tip?
their whole government going after you?
You don't.
Right,
Okay,
so
first of all,
there's
I watched
ongoing,
Canada.
actually
It
an
was
ongoing
bullshit.
civil
It was a bunch of
lawsuit
people
against
standing
the
around,
convoy, and they're trying
drinking
to
beer and
pull
dancing
Give,
to
Send,
bad
Go into it, and
music, okay?
obviously we'll see how that
That's what
comes
it
out
was.
over the next couple months.
I
They
watched
did
the
have
horses.
the
The horses didn't
Emergency Act
trample shit.
that
Those
Trudeau
idiots moved in time.
used
Believe
to,
me,
to
I watched
squelch
in real
everything and
time.
really come
Right.
down hard on it.
So the
We
Canadians
as an
were a bunch
American
of
company,
fuckwad
we operate
idiots.
within the
Bunch of
guidelines of the law, And we're also not under the auspices
Bye,
of what
Mrs. James's
Canada
mom.
tells
See
us
you
to
later.
do.
Be
And
safe.
so they wanted to say, hey, you need to do X, Y, and Z. And our response was, well, no, we're an
Yeah.
American company.
And the American
we'll do
convoy,
what we
we
need
all
to
know how
do
that
within the
turned out.
confines
That
of the
was the
law.
shit
And so
show from
they
the jump.
tried to put pressure on.
That was giving a
We're
bunch of
just
money
not,
to a bunch of
you know,
morons.
as I
bunch of dark
mentioned,
money to a
Heather
bunch
and
of
I are
morons
2 of 12
who
siblings.
spent it
We're
on
used to a lot of
hookers and
pressure.
meth.
Like, you know, older siblings giving us the
And
beat
gas.
down. We're used to standing up to a lot of intense pressure, and we weren't going to bow to this because that's not in our nature, and it's also not who we are as people. We believe in a God that creates people with value and dignity, and that's who we defer to on issues that, in the end, but we abide by the laws of the land, and we push back, and the campaign continued.
All right, well, thank you. Jacob Wells, everybody, from Give, Send, Go. We are going to throw it to a commercial break, and we will be right back. Thank you.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd. We show the energy. We show the enthusiasm. We interview people. We show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves.
We're
Just the
Americans,
energy
we're
is
mostly
so
white.
electric and exciting. People
We're
recognize us everywhere we go.
Americans.
We have to stop
We're
and take
Americans.
photos. There are
Hey, that
thousands
is
of people that
this
come up to
guy
us
named Mike.
after each event
I'm
and ask
not
us
kidding.
to
His
keep
name's
fighting for them,
Mike,
keep showing the
and
truth.
he's part
They
of
thank
the
us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because
RSBN
nobody else will
network.
give
Oh,
them a
there's
voice.
Liz Willis.
Instead,
I took
they
her
take
name on
who
Frank
they
Social.
really are and turn them into something that they're not.
Liz
They try
Willis.
to say
I
that
owned
these
you,
are
bitch.
white
Yeah,
supremacist
Liz Willis.
gatherings
I
and
owned you,
they're
bitch.
neo-Nazis. They
you,
spin all these false
fucking
narratives, but in
bitch.
reality,
Liz
there are
Willis is a
Filipinos,
fucking
there
bitch. Liz
are
Willis is a
Thai
fucking
people, they're
bitch.
Chinese,
Yeah.
they're
Liz
Brazilians,
Willis is
they're
a fucking
Cubans,
bitch.
they're
Liz Willis
Africans,
is
they're
a fucking
Jamaicans,
bitch.
they're
Mwah, mwah.
Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports
Yeah,
this
Cambridge
president.
Analytica
Everybody
did.
supports
But again, I'm going
American
to say, hey,
ideals
gal,
of
Larry was
liberty,
asking me
truth,
if I knew
freedom.
about Cambridge
We
Analytica.
can't
And I
thank
said,
you
hey,
enough
have
for
you ever seen
supporting us
me
at
and Chris
Rightside
Wiley
Broadcasting
in the
Network.
same room?
We
Of
are
course I know
almost
about Cambridge
entirely viewer
Analytica.
supported.
Have
This
you
isn't
met me?
just
I'm
our
Lolo.
network, it's your network. This is a network for the people.
I'm
This is a
Cambridge
network that's about
I'm
truth,
spaced out
delivering the
Trivia
truth,
Analytica.
showing
Trivia
what's
Analytica.
actually happening in the world from the
Hey,
perspective
Baldy!
of
Yeah,
the
the American
average
adaptation.
person. We don't take
Took the
money
drifting
from big
into hyperdrive.
corporations. We
Yeah,
don't
it
take
sure
money
did, and it
from
was like,
billionaires and big donors. We are
it was
all
just
about
so
the
dumb.
people.
And
We're
now
an
it's like,
independent media corporation.
now it's like
Your donations
primordial
keep us so support Right
see,
Side
that's
Broadcasting.
Mike,
Go to
and
our
he's a
website.
really,
Go
really,
to
really bad person.
rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical
His name
address.
is Mike.
Or donate via Super Chat during our
Mike,
live streams. God bless you, and
Rise
thank you for supporting
Cambridge
Right Side Broadcasting
Trivia.
Network.
All right, welcome back to CPAC 2023. Brian
Oh,
Glenn, joined
Brian.
by our
Okay, so this is
editor-in-chief, Grace
Tintin.
Saldana,
This is my
once
favorite.
again, as we
Brian
talk
Glenn and I
about
used to
all
be
things
mortal
CPAC.
enemies
And
on
of course,
Twitter.
earlier kicking off the show, we had
So
Jim
we
Jordan,
were
who's just
Brian.
next door
Okay,
to us
so
right now.
notice. I just
Hopefully,
want you to
we can
notice
get him
his
over here.
Tintin
What
haircut.
a
So I always tell
bulldog
Brian, I
he
remind
is.
him,
As
I'm like,
far
are you
as
ever going
getting
to
down
just
to some
walk
of the
away
answers
from
that we
this
want to know about
Tintin
so many
haircut that
topics.
you've adopted? Because basically that's what I'm seeing. All of
He
this.
does one of the best jobs
All of
anybody
this
in
is
Congress on
Tintin.
grilling people,
Hi.
you know, just getting to the bottom of government overreach, and hopefully he continues to
I'm
do
going to
that
poke you in the eye.
Republican
Come here, I want to
controlled
poke you in the
I agree with that. Hey, we can all agree that President Trump did some great things about America, did he not?
There's the mark of the devil
and a
up
lot
here,
of things you won't
Baldy.
hear on the mainstream
There's
media.
the mark of
and
the
your
devil
kids
right
certainly
there.
won't learn it about it in school,
Right
but
there
you can show
on
them
Tintin's head.
with this free book, and it's absolutely free.
Man,
all you do is pay
powder
for
that bitch.
shipping and handling.
This
It's
bitch, Grace Saldana,
freeTrumpBook.com,
she's the
and, you know,
editor-in-chief,
Grace, it really
which I think
illustrates
pretty much says it
all
all.
the
Oh, here we go, the
accomplishments from
kid's guide to
President
Donald
Trump, and we
Trump.
can sit here all day long and go over a laundry
I just
list
can't make
of
any
things
jokes
that
about
he has
this.
done for this
There's no
country,
jokes to be
and it's
made.
all laid out for your kids to
Out,
read.
and it was written by Mike
English, like you
Huckabee.
could say.
Yes,
Double
and we
joke.
know
I'm going to
that
double
now more
click
than
on that
ever,
joke.
kids need real resources to go to
What
because
the
we don't know
fuck?
what they're
Anyway,
going to
so
learn in
I love
schools.
RSBN.
So we need
RSBN and I
books
go
like this
way
to explain
back.
to them Trump's
RSBN and I
presidency
go way
because we know it's
back to
gonna
the
get skewed
beginning
by
of
the people who
RSBN.
control education. So
Right.
When I was
Yeah,
their
and of course,
number one
former
troll.
Governor
In fact,
Mike
I'm
Huckabee
not I'm not
has
still their number one
introduced this
troll, but I'm
book, and
still
he
a
wants
good.
you to
I'm
have
still in
it.
the
It's
top 5.
absolutely free
I'm in the top
to
5.
simply
Tin Pan
go
Alley. No, he's
to
Tintin.
the website,
Come on, Tintin. You know the
freeTrumpBook.com.
cartoon.
That's
Look it up. Tintin.
freeTrumpBook.com, and check it it out. And don't forget to put that promo code RSBN at checkout. The information should be on your screen. And you know what? That is just one fun way to give it to someone graduating from middle school, high school, even, or maybe just have some fun. It's in a great coffee table book as well. So go check it out.
I don't understand what that means. Donald Trump was a Trojan horse to break all the rules. He succeeded in breaking the rules. And now all the rest of them are trying to do it. They're not doing as
on
good
here
a job
shortly.
because they're,
We'll be able
for
to
some
show it to you.
reason,
But so check
I
it
don't
out
know, I guess
at
they just can't. It's an abomination.
Full slate
And even
of
with direct
interviews we
feedback,
have today.
Baldy,
Of course,
this bitch won't
inside we
change
have
his
some great
hairstyle.
roundtables.
Like,
We'll
he
dip
doesn't
back into there
understand.
as well.
Now,
But one of the
granted, I
things
don't
that's
think
been
he I
really
know he doesn't like
resonating,
Lolo
Grace, as I
because
talk to
he
people
knows
walking
Lolo.
by,
And
is censorship.
even
And
now,
how
if
they
I
are
drop a
tired
comment somewhere,
of the press
he will
just
respond to
really
it.
clamping
He
down on what
fucking,
you and I can
he
say.
like loves me
Yeah,
and hates
absolutely.
me
I
all
mean,
at once.
we're under attack right now
Tintin
on
and I, we go
censorship.
way
All the
back.
platforms, the major ones, Facebook, Google, YouTube. We really
Way
need
back
these
to the
other
beginning.
alternative
Don't leave
platforms to provide
Brian.
us with a way to use our freedom of speech. We have freedom of speech in this country, but it takes. We
He's
have to
such a
use our
fucking dick.
capitalism to
He's a
create
true
other products
believer,
that
too.
allow us to remain
He's a
free.
fucking
And
true
Rumble's
believer.
been one of those great products.
He
And we're going
really
to have,
is.
hopefully, somebody from Rumble come by. We've got some
He
T-shirts
will
and some hats over here.
literally
So if you're
cry.
at CPAC and you're walking around, make
He
sure you
will
come by our
literally
booth
cry
and pick up some of
because
this
of
merch
Trump.
that we have from Rumble, because Rumble is
Like,
such a
he
great
has the
company. And we
most
talked
Trump
about this
derangement
before.
syndrome of
When we
anyone
got,
I've ever seen.
kicked off one platform, we were easily going into another one, which
Yeah.
made
They're
it nice and easy
BRB.
to continue doing what we do, which
BRB.
is just tell the truth, basically.
Well, I mean, that's been happening
All right,
for a
another
while,
big
Larry.
partner that we have
They were,
for all of this
it's
is
been
our
really
friends
hard. And the
over
funny
at the
thing
Birch
is that we
Gold
could
Group.
become a
Now, we talked
manufacturing
about
with
the
the CHIPS Act
economy,
and
we
other
talked
things.
about our
I think we're going to have to
401k,
understand how
and
we
we
pay
talked
for
about how
things,
our
and that we're going
investments
to have
have been
to,
going down. And I'm
we're just
sorry,
going to have to figure out how
with
we
inflation and how we're
manage
just printing money and how
capitalism,
Joe
frankly,
Biden really has
in
no
order to get to a
plan
better
on
place.
how to save
But
America's economy.
at the same
And I think
time,
it is important for you to diversify and
you know,
gold, and that's
there's
why
no
our
other.
friends over at the Birch
But I
Gold
think they
Group
will
want to
actually.
get
They'll
this
get what they
free
really want, which is a
information
country
kit
that has
sent to
more
you. Now, this is
industry within
absolutely
it,
free,
within
Grace.
its
You don't have to
borders,
spend
through the
any
Infrastructure
money
Act
on
and
it to
other,
get
the
this
CHIPS Act.
information kit. They're going to send it to you. Just text
And
the words
frankly, if we
RSBN
were able
to
to
9898.
do that, I mean,
That's
wouldn't
RSBN to
everyone benefit?
9898 to 98. Now, I saw the
Wouldn't we lift
deficit
all
that we
boats?
have, Grace.
Isn't that the
And I think
point?
it
More
was in like
perfect
each
union.
person.
What am
In
I?
order
I'm
to
gonna
pay
get my
off the
next tattoo.
deficit,
Well,
had to
maybe
pay
my
something
second
like
next tattoo.
$134,000.
Towards a more
Like
perfect
stroke a
union.
check
I don't think I'm spelling
to get
towards
us out
right
of the
though.
deficit.
Can some of my
But you
smarter
and I both
friends
know that's not going to
correct
happen.
my
It's not going
statement
to
there?
happen, and they're adding tons
They think
to
it's the
the
end
national
times and
debt every
liberals need to
single
die.
day.
Yeah.
We're not going to get
Well, I
out of
mean
it anytime
that would
soon,
probably
so
solve a lot of their
very good to be
problems. The
prepared.
problem is
Yeah.
it's not really.
It's very
Diversify
good
your
to be prepared.
assets.
The information is on your screen. They got a special as well. You can see up there
They're not leading anything into
$10,000
anything. Pete
worth.
Santilli. Okay,
Basically,
so Pete
with
Santilli, I
qualifying
don't know if he was
purchases. Go check
part
it
of
out. Our friends over
RSBN, but
at the
because he
Birch
had
Gold Group.
his show was
Just
doing
text
pretty
the
well when
words. This is really easy
RSBN
to remember now.
came on the
RSBN
scene, which was
to
around
989898. The Birch Gold Group.
15,
Great partner
16,
for
maybe
today's
17.
broadcast, and they've been a really
Anyway,
great
so they
partner
actually are not
throughout
that.
all of our Trump
Yes, you
rallies.
have.
So when
Gal
it comes
Suburban
to
has a
saving
lot
your
of information
401k, you
about
don't
the
want it to be a
fuckery that is
201k. I know
involved
it's
in
an old
Birch
joke, but it
Gold.
seems like it's almost fitting now. Go
Dave
check out our
Croy.
friends
Oh, that's
over
right. He has a
at
really
the
good
Birch
piece on that.
Gold Group. All right, we're
The
going to
big
dip
gold
back in the program
scan.
here shortly. Let's get a quick check of the time. It's
All right, be right back. Gotta walk the
11:17.
dog.
So in about 3
It's
minutes,
that
we
time
go
of the
back
day.
inside. The energy here is really unlike any event that we go to. You can feel it. People are excited. People are here. They're exchanging ideas or talking. Of course, on Media Row, you can hear the crowd behind us. People are fired up, but they're fired up about America. They want to save America.
They want to fire Nancy Pelosi, and they want to save America. They have a very specific goal here. And people, like you said, they are excited. They're cheering. They're walking by. They're saying, thank you so much for everything you guys do. So, CPAC is the place to be. If you are interested in politics, you guys should really consider coming and stopping by our booth and meeting all of our talent, learning more about what we offer.
We'd love to learn about what you do. And I think one of the important things to take away here is that we have control of the House. We need to take control of the Senate and the presidency in 2024. If we can do all of that, I think we could turn this country around, because we'll finally get a leader in the office that will implement his agenda and get support. Because we all kind of know what happened the first 2 years when President Trump was in office. He had so many rhinos that were blocking him. I think if anything came out of what was happening the last 4 years is we now know who is for America and who is not for America.
I think people are motivated now. I think they saw what happened in 2020, they want to, take back our country. They want Congress to do something about all the problems that we're seeing right now, such as censorship, rising crime, inflation. And they see the establishment just kicking back and just enjoying their power and
I
their
think
money.
they want accountability. The American people want accountability. in all of this. So make sure you follow us on all social media platforms. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV on Twitter, at Brian on Truth Social, and on Instagram and Facebook as well. And how about you, Grace?
You can find me at Grace Saldana on all of the platforms except Truth Social, just at Grace.
There you go. We're going to toss our coverage inside once again as we are live at CPAC 2023. We'll get a few more minutes out here, and we'll give an idea of some of the people we have coming up. Tomorrow, we've got Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman out of the 14th District of Georgia.
Yes.
She is a firecracker, and she's going to be talking about some of the things. One of the things I know that she's going to probably want to discuss is this national divorce that she brought up last week. And what that was a statement saying that the American people are fed up with our federal government, and that the government no longer really represents the people. And you can say, well, Brian, that's not true, because there's a lot of people right now that love what's going on in our country right now, and that might be true, but overwhelmingly the people do not like the direction of this country. So her idea of a national divorce was to basically push the rights back down to the states.
Yes, and it's a very controversial idea. She's been getting a lot of media questions about it, and but she's also been doing a lot of explaining about exactly what a national divorce means. Is it a civil war? Is it something else? Is it simply just a splitting of the red and the blue states with no conflict? Like, what is this national divorce? So that would be a great topic.
It is, and I'm glad you said that, because I think she'll explain that her approach to this is to avoid a civil war. It's kind of interesting. We talked to thousands of, rally Americans, patriotic Americans around the country, and they go, we don't like the direction that we're going right now, and I don't know how it ends. And a lot of people say, does it end in some type of civil war? I think so. I think what she wants is to come up with some kind of way to avoid that, but we'll talk to her tomorrow about that. Plus, Laura Trump coming on the show, I think later today around 1:30, 2 o'clock. Obviously, she's got a great show in our network, and we're just happy to have her. And she's a great inspiration to a lot of people that want to know exactly how they can fight on an everyday basis on issues. And she's a mom, and she kind of juggles both careers.
She's very down to earth, too. She's great to talk to.
Great to talk to. So we'll have her here. Who else do we have coming up? Do you remember?
Yeah, we'll have Congressman Keith Self from Texas.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
From your district.
She's actually my my congresswoman. Yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah. And this is, I'm going to say, it's his first year in.
Yes, it is. He's a freshman.
Freshman.
He wants to talk about the border, so we will be discussing all of what's going on at the border, Brian.
The border is so huge, Grace. I mean, I remember covering the border just, a couple years ago, and we knew how bad it was, but we didn't know how much it would really infiltrate every state in this country. So no matter where you live right now, chances are the border is coming to your hometown in regards to and increase illegals in your community, which we are all for. Immigration. That's what our country is founded on, immigration. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about fentanyl and really some bad people coming to this country.
America last.
Yeah.
I just saw a story that came out of Chicago. There's homeless shelters, and they will only accept illegal immigrants, and they're accepting them over American homeless people. And the reason was they tried to explain why, and they said that the Chicago mayor had not get approval to accept anyone else besides the illegal immigrants, which we know what just happened with her. Lori Lightfoot just lost re-election. I think she was the first mayor in 40 years to lose re-election. So.
Yeah. I think we're going to have somebody on later today that is a consultant for the city of Chicago. I think there's some type of correlation there, so we'll learn exactly why voters turned away, because Americans are fed up with the lies, they're fed up with the government not doing stuff, and they're fed up with law enforcement being handcuffed in a certain degree and not fighting crime, because when it comes down to it, Americans want to feel like they're safe, Grace, and that your safety is number one, and then everything else kind of falls underneath it.
Right, and you would think that the government would have your best interest in mind, especially the federal government, but they don't. In fact, I think our national security is just really down the tubes right now.
Yeah.
We have Chinese spy balloons. We have a flood coming in through the border of illegal immigrants from all over the world.
It's interesting on the Chinese spy balloon, because I was in North Idaho right when the third balloon came floating by, and we had a lot of people that I spoke to said, hey, wait a minute, I saw that balloon fly over, And we learned so much about it later on that it was not powered by man. It was just kind of drifting in the trade winds. But people feel like our country is under attack, not only within, but when you have Chinese spy balloons just floating by,
right,
and we have the southern border just wide open, we are under attack to a certain degree.
Right, and the Biden administration knew. We need to wrap up.
Yeah.
We have to toss back inside.
All right, we're going to toss back inside. We are live out here, CPAC 2023 from the beautiful Gaylord. We'll take it back inside.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax.
See Newsmax? Newsmax is doing a great job.
The new news network that's changing the way Americans get their news.
Live from the White House with the latest. James?
This is real problems, real health concerns.
What would you do about the border knowing that President Biden has veto power?
From fresh voices who viewers trust.
We can't allow agenda-driven reporting to decide what the truth is.
This is when things are going to start really getting interesting.
Newsmax. Real news for real people.
I don't think they've changed their music in like 4 years. I think this is the same music they've had for 4 years. Just saying, and I am looking at you, Mercedes Schlapp, because you should know better. They are getting primed for civil war, Larry, but I'm not scared of them because here's the deal, okay? So I don't want scare porn in my chat. I'm gonna say this. Basically, I've watched the fucking on-the-ground troops movement over the last year plus with the failed convoys. They're anemic. They don't have direction. They don't have focus. They don't have leadership. They don't have critical thinking. They don't have any mission. They don't have goals. They don't have any funding. They don't have any acting ability.
Ladies
they
and
don't
gentlemen,
have any
no
humor.
Dominus Wubiscum
I'm not
FBI.
worried.
Please welcome
You just need to
from Florida,
you need to get the people who are accountable
Congresswoman
for it
Kat
and
Kammack.
focus on that, not the
From
chuds.
Wyoming,
Stop focusing on the
Congresswoman
chuds.
Harriet Hagman, and your host.
Okay,
Town
that's
Hall
fun.
editor
It's
and
target
Fox
practice.
News
Fun,
contributor,
right? In terms
Katie
of like,
Pavlich.
you know, with words, not with bullets. But at the same time, you're not changing the game. You're not changing the numbers. You have to go after the messaging. But you know what? Circle jerk your way, trying to squirt semen on the right-wing movement.
All
Do that.
right.
It's
What a
good
great
for
crowd
you.
on the
You
first
you
day of
come.
Kickoff CPAC 2023.
Good for you. Sorry,
This is
I'm
my
not the nice one.
Or 14th CPAC, if you can imagine. I mean,
But
that's
don't
pretty
fake
amazing.
activism
So
me.
grateful
Don't
to be
fake
back. Thank you
activism
for
this
hosting
because I
us.
don't have time for your
I'm so
bullshit.
grateful today to be joined by these stellar congresswomen, of course, Congresswoman Kat Kammack from the great state of Florida.
Oh, I fucking hate. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's Laverne and Shirley. It's Laverne and Shirley. Oh my god. This woman. I do love that.
So I got started
The
in
Concha
politics and
necklace she's
media,
wearing is amazing,
back
but
when the IRS
amazing
was targeting
piece of art.
conservatives through the Tea Party movement in 2010.
But it's on a piece of shit.
Fast forward to
All right, I'll turn her up because blonde can't fucking enunciate into a microphone even though she's supposed to be a fucking professional.
So you both serve on the subcommittee, House subcommittee for the weaponization on government. And I just want to start with, this is a big topic, lots of different areas the government is targeting its citizens. But I just want to
It's
get
gonna be
an
a long day,
overview
you
from
guys.
both of
It's
you
gonna be a long
about
weekend.
where you think we are with this issue and why you think that this select subcommittee was necessary. We'll start with you, Congressman Kammack.
When you look at what has happened, even just in the last few years, I mean, you could go back decades, but you look at what's happened in the last couple of years, you have the DOJ, the Department of Justice, calling parents that are concerned about what their kids are being taught, they're labeling them terrorists. You have an FBI that is is now taking orders in field offices from the central office,
That's
not
not true.
based
To go
on
after
facts,
criminals?
not based on
Oh my
investigation,
God.
but
Can you believe
actually
that the
taking
FBI is going
political
after
marching orders.
criminals?
We are seeing it through the
It's called domestic
IRS,
terrorism.
seeing it through the USDA. Every
No, you're
federal
not.
agency
No, you're
today
not. This is
is
a
both
lie.
literally being
Assume all
weaponized
the stuff
through the
coming
collection
from the
and housing
stage
of ammunition
are
and ballistic
lies.
materials, but
Does a
also
lies.
turning that counter-terrorism effort
Does
that
a
has been
lies.
happening
Lolo
for
will be
years,
talking the
they're turning it
entire
inward on
time.
Americans. It's wrong.
So
It has
deal
to
with
stop
it.
because this is our
Or
government,
leave
not their
quietly.
government. That's right.
Restream to
Sunshine is the best disinfectant.
Know your
And the
sources.
reality is that these agencies
Media
believe
literacy.
that they're
Oh,
now
there's
in
another.
charge.
Facts
It's something
first.
that I've been talking about for well over
Opinions
20
are like
years, that we're
assholes.
losing our constitutional foundation.
And here
We
you
are a
are.
republic. We are a representative form of government. Kat and I, as congresswomen, are
Yes,
answerable
Chiron
to our
on the net.
constituents. We're answerable to the citizens of this country. This country is of, by, and for the people. And what has happened is that since the late 1930s, but especially since the Clinton administration,
Since the late
we have
1930s.
weaponized the federal government against the citizens of this
How
country.
did you do
We
that? How
stockpiled
have you
more and
done?
more power in
Tell me about
Washington,
the
D.C.,
30s.
and we've laundered more and more money through Washington, D.C.,
What,
and it has now
who?
become probably the biggest business, really, in the United States is the federal government. And
Well,
these agencies
how?
have decided that they're going to pick winners and losers.
She's very
and
nervous.
right now, the conservatives and Republicans and parents are the targets of these
Why?
folks.
No, they're not.
And we need
They're
to ferret it
voters.
out.
They're
We need
people.
to
They're
expose it. We need to be
citizens. I'm
passing
a
laws to
parent.
stop it, and we need to make sure that this nonsense
I
never
worked in a
happens again.
school. Like, no.
So
None of
during
that
the
is
first
true.
subcommittee hearing that you held, you're going to have a number of them. You focused heavily on the First Amendment, the FBI, and the Department of Justice. People in this room are well informed. They have a good idea of what the FBI has been up to. But tell us a little
Do
bit
they? I don't think they
about what
actually
you've
do.
seen
I would fire
behind the
Chris
scenes
Wray.
about what the
We'll
FBI
start.
is
We can
doing
agree on
and
that.
the
They
abuse
won't
of
fire
power
him
that
for the
maybe
right
people aren't
reasons, but
quite
I'll fire him
aware
for the
of.
right reasons.
Congressman
That's
Baker.
not a problem.
Well, we really did focus on the First Amendment because that's one of the ways in which we can hold our government accountable.
So you
and it's the
basically
way
are
in
just
which we
using
expose
things
what they've
to
been
go
doing.
after
So
people.
what I've
So
focused on
let's talk
is
about
that the
let's
FBI
talk
and the
about the
Department of
definition of
Justice
weaponizing
have been
something.
violating our First Amendment
Basically,
rights through
Harriet, you
surrogacy.
just agreed that you're
So we found out
weaponizing
through
your
the Twitter
congressional
files that
committee
they have been
to go after
contacting
people you
Twitter and
don't
these
agree
social
with.
media companies and
Do
demanding
I
that
have
they
that
pull
right?
down posts or
Am
that
I
they
correct
ban
on that?
certain people from being able to
Does
say
anyone now
things.
understand why
Well,
I'm such a
clearly
bitch
under
all the
the First
time?
Amendment,
Because I
neither of
listen
these
to this all the
agencies would be
time?
able to do that directly.
Do you
So they're
understand
doing it
now?
through a third party. It's just as illegal, and that's why I asked Professor Turley about that during the course of the
We're gonna
first
need to
hearing.
sing more.
Is that illegal?
All right,
And it
what's our next song?
absolutely is. And again, we need to hold not just these agencies accountable, but we need to hold the individuals accountable because it's the agencies as well as
Okay,
the
I think
federal
it's Age of Aquarius
employees
time.
who are
That's
doing
where
it.
I'm going
We
to go with this
need
one.
to
I don't know
start
why. Age of
naming
Aquarius is coming
names.
to me.
And we need to hold them accountable either by the losing their
This is
jobs
not.
or suing them.
Really? I don't think this is the. Oh, here we go. Here we
You
go.
know, it's always
Yeah,
interesting
Fifth
to
Dimension.
me
I don't
in
have time for any
these
other
hearings,
songs.
and having been through
Is there a
quite a
dark
few of
version to
them
the screen?
collectively over the last couple of years, I think you find that you go into
When
these with a
the
game plan of what you want to talk about,
moon
but
is in
then
the
there's always
seventh
a witness that is
house
presented from the
and
other side. And in this case, in
Jupiter
our very first
aligns
hearing,
with
it was
Mars, then peace
unbelievable to
will
me,
guide
the
the
commentary that was coming from the Democrat
planet.
witness.
And
He kept saying, you get
love
more
will
with
steer
honey
the
than
stars.
vinegar.
This
But
is the
then, as I'm sitting
dawning
there with my
of
game
the
plan, I'm
age
flipping through
of
this guy's Twitter
Aquarius.
feed, and it is
Age of
incredibly vitriolic. And he had, I think,
Aquarius.
17 tweets up to that point. I'm sitting there, the guy is counting how many bad things he said, all the horrible things he said about Justice Kavanaugh. And he's trying to present this, friendly fellow persona.
Harmony
And
and
so when you go in
understanding,
with a game plan, sometimes you have
sympathy
to
and
toss it out the
trust
window depending on what's being
abounding.
said.
No more
And that's the beauty
falsehoods or
of these
derisions,
hearings. And so
golden
I asked
living
him,
dreams of visions,
all of these
mystic
times that you
wisdom
said that the FBI
revelation,
didn't do a good job
and the
vetting him,
mind's true
all the times that you
liberation.
criticized him, even
Aquarius,
go so far as to literally to harass this Supreme Court justice
Aquarius.
I noticed you didn't get
When
a
the
straight answer on that one. You
moon
wanted
is
to
in the
explain the
seventh
context of his
house
Well, and then
And
you know,
Jupiter
he kind of shuts down, he gets a little
runs
combative,
with
and that's when you know you've got him, because you've hit the nerve.
then
Meredith is a
peace
remarkable
will
attorney.
guide
She knows
the
exactly where I'm going with this. So once you
planet,
get them riled up,
and
then you know that they have that soft
love will
underbelly to go
steer the
after.
stars.
And
This
so we
is the
started hammering on the
dawning
fact
of
that,
the
you know,
age
they have been
of
completely political
Aquarius,
in their attempts
age
to
of
collude between big tech and government.
Aquarius,
And one of the key elements that
Aquarius,
we can hammer on is the Twitter files. We have got the emails from Dr. Fauci and Francis Collins, then director of NIH, saying that there needed to be a, quote, quick and devastating takedown of dissenting medical opinions. Interesting that Twitter executives then followed up 4 months later with that exact term, quick and devastating takedown of these dissenting opinions on Twitter when it came to COVID vaccine information. That is why we are so laser focused on this select subcommittee. The work cannot be more important. We've got to right the ship.
So the First Amendment obviously is a huge issue when it comes to
there's no more verses. Lion of Judea. Oh my God, David. Hello. What's up?
Information that was counter to what their narrative was on the pandemic. But Attorney General Merrick Garland was on Capitol Hill yesterday in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and he was asked a lot of questions about the double standard between the prosecutions of pro-life Americans.
I didn't.
You know,
That was one that I meant to see, and I didn't see it.
Used against them to raid their homes.
Is it about Woodstock, or is it about Monterey, or is it about Altamont, or what is that about?
Pregnancy centers, which have been
Do you know my brother was at Altamont?
The Justice Department hasn't prosecuted a single person for that. And the Attorney General's excuse was, well, when these pro-life activists get arrested, it's during the daytime. They are filmed, so it's easier for us to go after them. And when crisis pregnancy centers are attacked, it happens at night, so they're having a hard time figuring out who's doing that.
They're so good. Some good old music.
It is absurd.
I'm looking it up.
But it is reality, and the Department of Justice claims that there's no double standard. So on the pro-life issue, on the general issue of equal application,
no, it's a documentary. No, I didn't see it.
What is your committee doing to address that issue?
I think my brother talked about it.
When you think about just what you said, and if anybody watched that, you'll notice that the Attorney General, he started speaking very slow. Because he was trying to run the clock out. Every single one of these
festival that received no coverage till now. Contemporary.
Oh, sometimes 5
wait.
minutes,
So what was it?
Questlove.
Oh, it's the Questlove thing. Oh, okay. My brothers and sisters were talking about this, and I've never gotten caught up on it.
You make about the
oh my God, I'm gonna watch it.
They'll send in a SWAT team when it is a conservative. When it
the Harlem Cultural Festival. Oh my God!
Who is praying outside?
Oh no, we've got it. I've got to watch that.
Peacefully
I can't wait.
on the sidewalk.
I can't wait. I'm going to do it.
They'll send in a SWAT team.
Oh, thank you, Oof. Thank you for that
reminder.
reminder.
The firebombing and everything else, because it's done at night. Has
music,
that ever been a defense that has worked? I'm sorry.
Music and humor, music and humor, music and humor.
I'm sorry, I threw a brick through the window, but it's okay because it was at night. What? Yeah. It's laughable.
Well, and I would
you know what's laughable is the fact that you two are even breathing in Congress.
And I think we also need to be careful to
really
not refer to it as a double
You're
standard.
standing
It's a
in Congress.
violation of the
You're actually
Constitution and
sent
Equal Protection Clause.
to one of the most important bodies in this country, and you're what we've got. You're the idiot.
When you say it's
You're
a double
the two
standard, then the other side always, that's just what about is. You're just whining. It's not a double standard, it's the foundation of our government. Governments fail.
You know what the foundation of our government also is, sweetheart? It's the peaceful transition of power.
Of society one way and another segment of society a
and
different
no
way.
one should ever take the peaceful transition of power for granted. You know, if you ever watched me, you know how I feel about the peaceful transition of power and the fact that that is one of the core principles of peace in this country.
That it isn't just, well,
4 reasons we don't have civil war all the time is because we all agree
any
to the
3-year-old
transition of
you
power.
should treat everybody the same. That's why we
in
have
continuity.
an equal protection clause.
That's why countries don't rewrite their constitution, or that's why countries shouldn't rewrite their constitutions every time they have a new leader. But there are many countries who do that. In Africa, I've seen it happen. It's terrible.
Those people took.
It's terrible.
And we need to name names.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Excellent point.
But really,
so
you conservatives, you just go ahead and keep advocating for shit like that. You fucking morons.
State Department, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we can't, you stupid fucking skank. I
But the
can't
State
with you.
Department has been allocating hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer funding to foreign disinformation.
And you know, okay, we're going to talk again
nonprofits
about
to
the
take down
Trump
conservative
dating
media.
or the right-wing
So when it
dating
comes to the
site
way that
called the
taxpayer
Right
money is being used
Stuff.
to, as you mentioned, surrogacy to violate the
They
First
got in trouble
Amendment,
for using the
how can
name The Right
Congress work
Stuff
to
for
make
their
sure that
dating
that's not
app
happening?
because that's the name of a
Well,
fucking
again,
movie, you know,
we do
like
have to do it through the power of the
Astronauts
purse.
and all
And
that
one of the
shit.
reasons that we're very angry about what
Why
happened
didn't they
with
call
the
it The Right
omnibus spending
One?
bill, which 18
It's
Republicans
a
voted for
fucking
and should be
dating
held
app.
accountable.
Why would you not call it
But
The
the
Right
omnibus spending
One?
bill in December, it
They can't
basically
even
limited what we
market
can do in
themselves.
Congress
They
in
can't
terms of
even figure
some of
out
these
the
agencies
easiest,
and
most
funded these
clever
agencies
marketing
at the
piece
level to which
for
they
their
wanted
stupid
and
ideas.
higher.
Which frankly, I think they
Part
should
of the
all date
reason
each
that they're
other
kind
because
of
they should
flicking
just
their hand at
inbreed
us
and then
is,
we'll
hey, we've
figure it
got
out
our
from
money.
there.
We don't necessarily need to
Let
come in and
Darwin take
talk to you.
over.
But we absolutely
Yes,
have
I
to
know.
use the
I'm
power of the
angry. I
purse.
don't like
Number one,
conservative
there's
values.
absolutely no
I think
reason
they're
that they're
dumb
using
and they're
any
not.
federal funding
They're stupid.
whatsoever for any aspect of this. I keep
That shows
coming
me
back
that
to the
people
same
don't
thing,
think.
and I sound
If they
like
believe
a
in
broken
those
record.
types of conservative
They are
values, that shows me
violating
that
the
you don't
First
think.
Amendment
Or
of the
you don't
United
care about
States of
other people,
America
which
when they are
I
using
find hard to believe,
anything
but you know,
to
stranger
limit
things have
our
happened.
ability to speak and to hear. We have the right for both. And so
We have the right
it
to
is
vote
using the
against our
power of the purse. But
self-interest.
if
Is
they
that what
have
you
the
really want
money
to say,
to do that,
Harriet?
if they
I don't
have
know what her
tens
real
of
name is,
millions or
but I call
hundreds
her
of millions,
Harriet.
then our next budget is going to make sure that they don't have
She
any
looks
of it.
like the mean, like
We're
a mean
cutting it out.
person
We're
in real
cutting it
life. I
out.
don't know if she's mean, but she just strikes me as
No,
someone
I
who
mean,
would
to
be
that point,
super
you think
fucking
about
mean.
the power of the purse and really how significant that is. For years, we have had a House of
And
Representatives
this,
that never exercised their authority. We continue to see
says
this
no
responsibility,
Dominus
this power
Vobiscum.
to the
What
executive,
the fuck?
basically
No
sending this
Dominus
message that
Vobiscum FBI?
somehow
Is
the
that what
White
that
House
says?
can
I'm in the
spend
way.
money better than the people's representatives. It's ludicrous.
I
And
need
that has
more
really
weed.
given birth to what I affectionately call the fourth branch of government, the regulatory regime. And they use that in a way, have weaponized it, to essentially control the American people through compliance. You look no further than what's happened with the Second Amendment and the ATF, which we need to abolish the ATF, by the way.
Yes, we do.
Why? Why?
This most recent ruling, what
Why?
they do,
Why? What part of their
continue to
job?
put
Oh,
out
the
little
Murdoch
things that
defense
seem
team
maybe
is
not that
struggling
harmless,
big time
but
today.
this
Jim
most
just had
recent
another
ruling on
exhibit
the
step.
briefs, for example,
Really,
for 10, 15
Baldy?
years
Oh,
they said it's an accessory, we don't have
terrible,
jurisdiction.
terrible.
Now
Foghorn
they
Leghorn is
want to put a
losing
serial
all his
number on it. You have
ground. Oh my
120 days to
lord,
register
that's
that
not
brace,
good. But
and if
that's
you
not going to
don't, you're
sit
a
well with
felon and
that
it's a
jury.
$10,000
I
fine.
always had
When you look
told
at the
myself,
economics
Baldy,
of
that I
that,
was not
that's
going to watch the defense
$1.9
closing because,
billion
frankly, I
in
don't think
cost
that
to
we
your
would
mom
hear
and
anything
pop
new. Although
firearm
that sounds
dealers. That
entertaining,
is how they're
for
getting
sure.
at people
But I'm
across
really sick of
America
Jim.
in
I'm
everyday
really sick
America.
of Jim
They regulate
Harpootlian,
them out of business and they force them into
as I'm sure the
compliance.
residents of South
That is
Carolina are.
why we are
But
focusing on the
unfortunately,
weaponization
not
of
sick
government.
enough.
So when it comes to these constitutional violations that we continue to see, they're not without
Save South
consequences.
Carolina.
The pandemic is a perfect example of that. We saw Harvard doctors,
I'm going to say it
doctors from
again. Any
Stanford, anybody who went
state that
against
has
what Dr. Fauci
dynasties like
said was
that in their
censored,
legal profession or other
and
professions
lives
for
were
that matter
lost
should
and
really be
ruined
taking a
as
hard
a
look at
result
their
of that.
familial
People were forced to
dynasties in
die
their
alone
states
in
and
the
regulate
hospital.
the
They
fuck
couldn't
out of
visit
them
their
before
family
they
members.
fucking get,
Children have
yeah,
been sent
everyone's sick
back
of him. He's sick of
permanently in a
himself.
lot of the places in the
But
country as a
states should
result of
get a
this.
handle on their
The
fucking
CDC worked
family
with the
dynasties when it
teachers
comes to the
unions,
law firms and shit like
weaponizing
that.
that
Because
against
all
parents.
kinds of
The
shady shit is
Department of
happening. And
Justice put
this
parents
family kept
basically
that
on a
fucking
terrorist
state
watch list and tried to use the
by the
Patriot Act to go
balls
against them
for
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 showing up at school board meetings and demanding
generations.
that their
That's
schools be open,
bullshit.
especially since they were
It's
paying for it through
2023.
their tax
We
dollars.
have other
So
criminals.
talk about the
The old white
consequences
criminal
of
guys,
these
they need to
constitutional
be done.
violations. It's not just about politics or censorship and not having an argument or a debate. There there are real world consequences that have changed American society and the world forever as a result of this kind of First Amendment censorship and surrogacy.
Absolutely. You know,
Absolutely.
earlier
Absolutely,
in the year,
Barbara.
we had an oversight
Absolutely, Barbara.
investigation hearing on the origins of COVID. And we had individuals in front of us from the CDC, the NIH. We had some
Okay,
folks
here's the deal.
who still, one, perpetuated the narrative.
Let me
because
tell you
disease
about
came
this
from
the C
a
word
cave
and
somewhere
whatever.
in
I don't
China
care.
or a wet market, right? Despite all evidence pointing to the
I don't.
contrary.
I
You
have no
had
doubt in
the
my
email
mind
proof
that there has
showing
been
that
a
they wanted
tremendous
to
amount
silence and
of
deplatform
fuckery, both within China and without China, when it comes to the origins of the virus,
the lack of controls or the weaponization of the virus or anything. I have no doubt in my mind that under further investigation, we will uncover more as time goes on. I also don't doubt that it's extraordinarily challenging to get transparency and information and source firsthand data with China. So there's that. I don't think it's I do think it's actually the Trump administration's fault that the way China was dealt with in the beginning of this virus was the way it was dealt with, because I think that was what perpetuated the release of the virus into the global strata. So I do blame the Trump administration. However, I think this to me is not a partisan issue. It isn't about whether Democrats drop the ball or Republicans drop the ball, although I think the case could be made that Republicans drop the ball on COVID, but whatever, we can get there. However, when it comes to the origins of the virus, I don't think it was, I think it's time to just depoliticize that for the good of the country and the world, and just deal with it based on science and the facts and whatever level of terrorism or terroristic threat we think that poses to us on an ongoing basis. That to me seems like a reasonable response to the source of the virus. But you guys on the right who aren't listening, actually, there's probably maybe a hate watcher or two. I don't know, maybe one. You just don't seem to want to approach it from a humanity standpoint. You want to approach it from a gotcha standpoint. And I think we've all had enough gotchas. I think almost everyone knows someone whose family's been impacted by that virus. And so I don't actually understand why we would continue to hate each other. We don't hate each other. I don't know why the right would continue to act like this was something that the left dropped the ball on or did to them or something like that. Nobody did anything to you. Happened to all of us. I lost everything, almost everything. I mean, I lost a lot. And so did you. So get over it. I have to get over it. You have to get over it. Let's get over it. Let's figure out what happened, how we avoid it happening again, and make sure we've got ventilators and masks and PPE being produced in the country, right? Like, let's make sure that we know what it's like to go through a pandemic when we're not necessarily prepared for one. And I'm sure there's a lot of smart people. See, here's the other thing. There's probably a ton of smart people who are actually working on that very question right now and devoting their entire lives to it. So yes, hold them accountable to make sure that those plans are being made and that mitigating factors to prevent the additional spread. Make sure that those things are in place. Hold agencies, public health authorities, hold them accountable, right? Demand transparency, but do it in the interest of the country, not of a party, not of a candidate. How disgusting, how shameful that is. So my argument's always going to be, this is public health. This isn't my body, my choice. Those are two different concepts. Public health is a different concept. It's a different animal. Entire bodies of study have been made on how public health programs need to be executed. I sat in a Stanford classroom. I didn't go to graduate school, but I did go to this small program at Stanford for nonprofit leaders. And one of the things was doing an exercise of how you run a refugee camp. And we were broken into teams and we were given a certain set of factors, and we had to design the people movement through different stages of the refugee camp, whether it be medical attention or, criminal or whatever the parts of an operating refugee camp might be, right? And you were able to then run models of how you were able, whether or not your design, right,
given statistics, how would your design fare in a refugee population of X? And it was fascinating to me. And I had run nonprofits to that point. So that was 2011. So I had been running nonprofits and running like finance. I ran a nonprofit, or I ran a stock brokerage branch in Boston. I had been running things by that time for almost 20 something years. So I thought, I thought I was pretty good at what I did, obviously, like I had some ego. But I was like, I am fascinated by it opened my eyes to a whole new world, because I'm not really a math person per se, but it opened my eyes to a whole new world of all these factors that have to be taken into account when you're designing a program such as that, or any program, right? I was on the ground in post-Ebola Liberia in 2015 when they had an outbreak. And I watched little girls figure out what to do because there was an outbreak of Ebola in a part of the city that we were in. And they taught me, like, okay, you got to make sure you do this, got to make sure you do that. I washed my hands with a combination of water and bleach for 5 months every day, multiple times a day. I mean, please understand, public health, we are so fucking spoiled in this country. We are basically a country of Wallies. And I mean from stem to stern. Even in our poorest, well, I can't say that, but I would stack up our poorest parts and our poorest resources against Monrovia, Liberia, against West Point, the slum in Monrovia, where one of the hotbeds of Ebola, where they kept people in the slum by force because they didn't want it to get out into the city. And that's where our kids were. We had a school right outside West Point. So public health is real, okay? And it's not my body, my choice. And it's not, oh, I'm sad and I didn't get to go to the fucking movies. And I didn't get to go to Six Flags. And I didn't get to go to my church where they tell me what to think. Public health is so that people don't die. And even children in West Point, in Liberia, know more about it than you fucking chuds. And I love you guys, because everyone who's listening and who's here understands more than I do about this, actually. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about half the time. So dumb. This country's so fucking dumb. And that's why I have problems with people who sit there and go both sides. That's why I have a problem with you. That's why I have a problem with you, show hosts, who perpetuate conspiracy theories and don't teach people how to think. You have a responsibility to people. You have a responsibility to people who watch your fucking YouTube shows. You can't just say, I'm just presenting things and then I'm not telling you how to think about them. I'm just presenting them. You know what you're presenting, you stupid fuck? You know what you're presenting? You're presenting a bunch of conspiracy theories. You're presenting one story on a conspiracy theory and expecting people to think critically about it. You're not even giving it any context. Oh my God, I'm going to get in such trouble for this, but I don't care. I'm just like ranting. I guess that's why we all have shows, so that we can rant about shit we care about. I'm not saying I'm not saying like I'm doing this the right way. I'm really not. I'm just doing it by the gut too. I'm just doing it from the hip, but I'm just asking, if you have a bigger audience than I do, which basically everybody on the internet has a bigger audience than I do, but they don't have a smarter audience, but they have a bigger one. If you have a bigger audience of chuds coming to hear the latest gossip about whether, princesses and bugs are mad at each other or mad at someone else, if that's what's driving you to their channel, would you at least educate them while they're there about something, please?
I didn't run my life the right way.
Historic distinction. He was kicked off and banned from the Don Lemon show. I forget, what did you say again?
Well, so I'm on the show, and he says, this is when we run up to Trump.
Why are you so
and he says,
excited?
Kurt, this is terrible. This is the worst
Are
thing
you
ever.
Kurt Schilling?
What Donald Trump said?
Is that Kurt Schilling?
And he
I
says,
fucking hate this douche.
said
Why doesn't anybody have a name on this?
Hillary
RSPN, what's
got
wrong with you?
schlonged when she was running against Barack Obama. And that's the worst thing ever.
Look at him. He's like so fucking
I don't
freaked
care.
out.
Hillary Clinton, I mean, you care about that. Hillary Clinton literally stood by while her husband used an intern as a humidor.
Oh, yes.
Whoa.
You can't say that. So
What
I
the
said,
fuck?
she sat there and literally stood by as her husband used
What?
an
Stop
intern as a
it.
humidor and boot
Oh, it's Schlichter.
off of CNN.
That's
Best
it.
thing that ever happened to me.
It's Kurt Spinker. I forgot. Kurt Spinker.
Kurt Schlichter is not Don Lemon material.
Kurt Spinker.
Which I guess is a
That's what
good
his name
thing.
is
Well, and meanwhile,
Is
talking
that
about
a- wait,
canceling
who's
people
that
in the
woman?
media,
That's not her
attacking
meat, is it?
individuals. Chaya, what a hero.
Oh no, is
The-
this
the
is this
incredible,
Kaya Stark or something?
courageous creator of Libs of TikTok, where you
Oh, it's the
dared
Libs
to
of TikTok.
actually
That's right.
let them use their own words without any commentary to say, hey, look what they said. And even today,
And
you got
then
attacked
what?
for sitting
And
on
then
the
what?
stage.
And then what?
Yeah, so yesterday,
But yet I
Vice
still
put
hear you
out this
talking, you stupid
insane
cunt.
hit piece on me. I mean, I think they thought it was a hit piece. To me, it looks like a very impressive resume.
I take other people's content. I take other people's
And a
content.
huge part of it, and in their captions on Twitter and in the article.
So she
they
doesn't
were
actually
so
do anything to
mad that
them?
I'm at CPAC today.
She doesn't do
So
anything
it's
to them. She just
especially great to
fucking
be
puts
here
them up.
because
She literally doesn't do anything to the
those who've been
content. She just
following
puts
me
it up
for a
as a
while
lolcow.
probably know by now.
She is a
there's
lolcow.
nothing I love more than to mock and clown the liberal media.
I know, honey. I know.
They deserve
Yeah,
every
they do.
bit of it. So
Well,
it's really great.
so
to be here.
as my friend and
That
mentor
time,
Andrew
I
Breitbart
didn't get hired at
11
Google,
years ago
and I was
yesterday,
really
he left us.
mad, and I
He
really
would
was
say about
upset
Kaya, he
because I
would say
wasn't
she
cool enough
pisses
to
off
work
all
at
the right
Google, and
people.
so
Yeah.
then I got really angry.
Hopefully the folks over at Vice can survive till the end of this panel and the fact that I'm sitting up here right now.
Yeah.
Send
I don't
them
think
prayers.
anyone cares that you're
Brett,
sitting
I mean,
here. I mean, the reason I care is
started
because
Media
I'm just
Research
making fun
Center
of
in
you. So isn't that
1987.
funny how
In a
things
weird
get
way,
flipped?
it was sort of what
Like I'm making
what
fun
Kaya
of
does
you
now with Libs
now,
of TikTok. All you
and I'm
did
a
was,
lib.
and you still do brilliantly at Media Research
I'm on
Center,
TikTok.
is just make a record of everything that's said in the media and then repeat it so everybody can see what they're saying, so we
So
can
it's
all see
actually
exactly
good. She's
what they're
actually
doing.
a great. Maybe she's an
But back
op. Maybe
then it
she's
was
a
a
left
quaint
wing op. Maybe
notion
she's
of
actually,
media bias. I think we've
someone who
come
pushes out
a
left
long
wing
way from
information
just
to the
media
right,
bias, haven't we?
and she's actually owning the
But
right.
First of all, I want to say I
I'm going to start
identify
that
as
rumor.
he, we.
Oh my God! What
and,
the fuck is this? This is
if I-
definitely
if I
this is
ever
an overused
transition, I want to be
bullshit.
Chaya.
Brent Bozell.
Hold
Oh,
on a second.
hey
I'm sorry. I
gal.
lost the bet on that one. I apologize.
Hey gal.
I thought something else was going on there with the transitioning, Brent, and I.
No,
Wait,
no.
could you just explain what just happened there?
Well, I was that Kurt that he identifies as a they. I'll tell you later.
Here's the reality. You know, when we started in 1987, we went after
I'm
this
just
thing
going to
called
say there's a lot of
liberal
hate
media
coming
bias.
off this stage right
It
now.
doesn't
I don't
exist
support
anymore.
it. I'm
We're
here to
not
make fun of
talking
it. I'm here to
about
mock
a
it. I just
liberal
can't
media.
talk that
We're
fast.
talking about
Like literally,
a
I can't keep
media
up with these
that
guys and the
could care
hate and
less
trying to
about
cover the
the
hate.
news.
Although
They
I
don't
want
report
everyone
news.
to see and
They're
hear the hate,
weaponized. They're
so
Marxist.
we
Many
understand
of
the
them are
hate.
Marxists. They are projecting the far, far left in America. Now, if you want to do that as an opinion writer, well, go ahead. But for them then to say
I don't
that
think
they
this
are
guy should get the
CNN,
$35
that they are
insulin. What do you
CBS
guys
News,
think? Should we
NBC
vote him off
News,
the
ABC
island?
News?
Should he not get?
That
He
is
should
a-
pay
that's
the
an
full price
insult
for whatever
to
price anybody wants to
America
charge
to
him
do
for his
this.
insulin.
I do find them insulting. I
I'm talking
also
so
find
much,
them
I'm not able to
idiotic
smoke.
because
We have to figure out a good balance to
there's
this.
there's a leak. There's something happens where a virus comes out and kills half of humanity or whatever, and it comes and there's a
This was a
lab
huge
in
mistake
Wuhan,
because
and
I will
Donald Trump
never
says,
be able
well,
to keep
I
up
think
with
there
these
was a
kids.
leak in that lab. No, you don't, and that's racist. Come on, folks. You know, it was so obvious all along where it came from. So now all of them are saying, well, yes.
So yet again,
yeah, I guess
all
we
of this
should
is
have reported on
disinformation.
Hunter
This
Biden.
particular
Yeah, I guess
Lolo
we should have
clown,
covered
we do not agree with
1,001
anything
Biden
that's coming
scandals.
off, and we are merely
but
pointing
no, they
out
don't
the
want to.
absurdity of the
Well,
right.
and what you've done
We're
at
the
Media
source of
Research Center
their
in the last just
ridiculous
5 years
narrative.
is
And this
shift
is one of
much
their
of your
favorite
focus on
narratives,
big,
which is
big
really
tech.
interesting
I
because
mean,
isn't
now
it in the
thank
best
God
interest, as I
Elon
spoke
Musk
of
bought
earlier?
Twitter
You can rewind
because
and
he
look
was able to
Isn't it in the best interest of all of us that
expose
we
to the
find
world
out,
what we
hey,
all saw
what
in plain
happened
sight, what
and
was
why
going
was
on there.
this virus exposed
The
to the
Silicon
world?
Valley
Understanding
media
that
bias,
it's
the
terribly
use of
difficult to
big
get
tech as a
information
weapon
out
to
of
silence
out
and
of a
censor us, and
country
yes, we're
like
going to get to you
China,
in a
whose
minute.
best interest is not
It's,
to
again,
have all of the
100
information
times
out in the
worse than
open
what
as
it
Far
we
more
was.
serious,
expect,
far
which
more
is why they
serious,
want to
because
so
what you have, you're going
yell.
beyond the bias. What
But
they're
other
doing
than
now is
that, I
censoring
would think
speech,
that
not
this
just
is
in
not a
the United
political
States,
issue, that the
worldwide.
origins of COVID are
Worldwide, you're
quite
being
not a
told
political
if
issue.
you
And
want
something
to
that we're all
talk
very
to 2
interested
billion
in.
people on Facebook,
And
you
so I
must
think
talk
that
this
it would
way.
really be
If you want
helpful
to
if the
be
right
on
wing,
YouTube with a video,
and
you
only the
must
right
do it
wing,
this way.
would
If
shut
you
the
can't
fuck up
do it,
about it.
we won't
Because frankly,
allow
you're
you
the
to
only ones making
communicate
a
with
big
your
stink
fellow
about
man.
it and
In
not
the
doing it in the
history of
right way.
man, we've never seen this.
So you
And
can
this
all
is
go
what
fuck
happens to you
yourselves.
and to you and to
And you know
you.
what?
And
We'll
the
solve
attacks
it
that come
for
on you,
you
and you
as
try
we
to
do for
defend yourself. Oh, boom,
everything.
you're taken
And
off.
you will get to
And one of the
benefit
great
from
things
the
that they're
hard
doing at
work
Media
of the
Research Center right
Democrats.
now in
I
terms
said
of
Democrats
focusing on what's going on in big
with
tech
a
is
large
they
D.
constantly repeat a very important thing
Vote
that you
blue no
all
matter
need to
who
hear,
until I tell you not
digest,
to.
and make this part of your DNA when you talk about censorship. When Donald
Fuck
Trump
that guy.
is removed from Twitter, yeah, it's terrible. It's awful for him.
Vote blue no matter
But it's
who
really an attack
until
on
I tell
you
you. And
because
I don't mean
his
that, but
right
I
to
kind
free
of
speech
fucking
means
mean
you
that.
have the right to hear what he
Because
has
you
to
guys are
say.
so goddamn
And they're
stupid.
getting in the
You're
way
trying to
of
solve a
your
problem
right
that
to
you don't even
hear,
understand what the
not
problem
just
is.
his right to speak.
Because the problem
And that is a
isn't that we
terrifying
have two
notion in a
parties that are the
constitutional
same.
republic,
The
long may she
problem
wave.
is that one
All right, so
party
let's
has
talk
been
about it.
co-opted by
Because
the goddamn
I want to
transnational
know,
criminal community.
yes,
And
talk
you two,
amongst
you
yourselves.
dumb fucks, are too
What
stupid to
came
even
over
see that
you
that's what the
sitting
game's
there
afoot.
watching all of these
You're
videos
too
on
worried saying,
TikTok?
oh,
What
well,
made
I
you
think
think,
the
you know
Democrats
what?
are just as bad.
I'm just going to
No,
grab
they're
some of these
actually not.
videos and put it out there
Okay?
and let people see what's
Literally.
happening over here. 'Cause
Literally.
It was brilliant. And it was just such a simple notion.
They're not.
I think it was just how
Oh
outrageous
my
it all
God,
was.
what the fuck is
and the
wrong
fact
with
that
you
they were
people?
so proud of
What
it.
the fuck
To have
wrong with
these
you
teachers,
people?
these kindergarten teachers, and they're actually really, really proud that they are talking to
Oh
kindergartners
my God, have
about.
this argument later, okay? When
do I have to censor
secure
myself?
democracy and we don't have
They're
fucking
really, really
transnational
inappropriate
criminals
things.
making
I'm
the
not going to
decisions
say
about
Things
what
of a
the
sexual
GOP is
nature.
actually
Things
advocating
of
for,
a
when we don't have
really
Putin and his little
complicated
fucking
and
oligarchs
confusing
like
gender
Moldovich and
issue.
Deripaska and
and they're
all those
proud
little
of it.
fuckwads,
That's the craziest
we
part.
don't have
So
them
I'm
actually
seeing all this
telling us what's
content, and
happening
it's
in
so
the politics
bizarre
in
and
this
so
country. If
outrageous,
you
and I'm
guys
like,
decide
the
on the
public
right
needs to know
that you're
about
ready
this.
for that fuckery to
So
end,
How many Twitter
no
followers did you
problem.
have
We'll
when you
still be
started
here
that?
trying to
0.
actually
How many do you have right now?
protect you
1.9 million.
from that being infiltrating into this fucking country.
Thank you.
Okay? Because that's what
What was
we're
your
actually
formal
trying
media
to do.
training?
That's what the Democrats with a
Like, did you go to
large
journalism
D,
school? Did you
a
go to
bigger
some
dick
kind of
than you
technical
have,
school to
are
learn
trying
how
to do.
to
I have
fix
no
the
Okay?
background in
algorithm?
media,
That's what
no
we're trying
background
to
in
do right
journalism,
now.
no background in
Because
politics,
if we don't
in
preserve
anything like that.
democracy
You're just
and
a
free and
woman
fair
who saw
I'm just
elections
a woman
and the
who saw a
peaceful transfer
problem
of
and
power,
decided
if
to
those
help
three
and do
things
something
are
about
not
it.
in place, we're fucked.
And for my efforts, I was
I don't
persecuted
get
by
it.
Twitter.
I'm sorry. You know what? There
And
would
I
have been
think
a
I
time
might
in
hold
my
the
life
record for
when I
most
would have
temporary Twitter
spoken
suspensions.
with right
And
wing
then
believers in a
when
very,
the Twitter
very
files
different
came out, which
way and
we all,
had like
most of you probably
reasonable
heard about those,
conversations about policy. I'll
Liza
talk to you
TikTok
about
was
tax
mentioned in the Twitter
policy.
files, and basically the
I'll talk
employees
to
were
you about
saying,
single payer healthcare.
you know, she's
I'll
not
talk to you
violating
about
the
any of
rules,
the things. I'll talk
but
to you
we
about
need to suspend her
forced
because I'm
sterilization
threatening their
of
narrative.
migrant populations that
And
happened in
so
the
they ended up
Trump
suspending me
administration. I don't know.
for
Do you remember
something
that?
called
Because
an
that actually did
indirect
happen, and
violation.
we all ignored it.
I don't know what that means. You
They
either
forced
violate the rules or you
sterilization
don't.
on
But
women
there's this
who
indirect violation, which is
who
similar to
came
what
over
they
the
used to
border.
censor President Trump.
Yeah.
And that's how
in
they
this
got
country
me. They kept suspending me. And then
during
when
the
the
Trump
Twitter files came
administration.
out,
I don't
and
know
I
if it's still
saw
happening because
that,
frankly, if it is,
it was
we
just
need to be
so
on.
validating because I'm like, I know I'm not breaking the rules. I'm literally just
Not
sharing
the two
them
parties
in
are
their
not
own
the same.
words,
American
and they just can't
doofus,
handle it.
all of you people who
You
are
were
trying
libs
to
of
like
TikTok.
walk this
You
weird
weren't
fence that you're
Kaya.
walking,
It was an
you're
anonymous
damaging the
account. You
country.
could have been a man. You could have been
I'm
a
very,
90-year-old woman. You could have been a 12-year-old boy
I'm trying to be
in his
friends with
parents'
you. I really
basement.
am, but I'm having
You
a
were
very
That
hard
anonymous.
time
transitioning would be all
when I
complete.
see the numbers of, and I
I
know
lost
there's
another
still a
20.
small audience, but you
want to be,
guys are the
Larry.
voices within this
The
post
point is, you didn't
convoy
want
movement.
people to know
Baldy,
your name.
all
You
you guys.
wanted to stay
You guys
anonymous.
are
You
the
didn't want to be on the
voices.
stage
I'm
at
turning this
CPAC.
down. I can't.
You got
I need to
personally.
rant. I don't know if Baldy's still listening because I know he's really busy right now. But Baldy, Doofus, I guess that's it. There's no one else who's doing like normal shows. I'm talking to this post convoy community that I'm on the fringe of because I'm not part of it. I don't want to be part of it, frankly, anymore. But you have a platform. You have a bigger platform than I do.
would you please use it for something that is really super constructive? Like, and no, I mean, I'm saying this out of love. I'm saying this because and of course I don't want to tell you what to program. That's not it either. And actually Baldy less so, because he's really doing a much different vibe. So Baldy, this is not really for you. Maybe this is really just meant for Doofus, because he's trying to like provide a platform for people in both right and left and all this kind of stuff. That's not where we are right now. We're not at the right and left right now. And at the same time, I'm also impatient when it comes to voting rights. I think voting rights are our number one issue, actually. And if we don't secure voting rights, the rest of it doesn't matter. So there's that. I think from a civil rights standpoint, we've asked people to wait too long for their civil rights and for equity and equality in this country. So I have plenty of issues with the two-party system and with, where we are as a country and all those kinds of things. However, there are active measures being taken to undermine the democratic system in this country and to test those fences over and over and over and over and over again until they weaken. And if we don't actively engage in discounting and discrediting disinformation every day on our platforms, if we don't help people understand how to think and source information, right? Who is your source? Know your sources. If we don't teach people that the press isn't necessarily the enemy, and that a free and fair press is actually one of the pinnings of a democratic society. And if you guys don't understand that, you're so goddamn stupid. I can't even tell you. So stop it. The media is not the virus. You are. So be better media. Okay? So anyway, that's all. Yeah, I know. I'm a little emotional. I don't know why. So let's listen to assholes.
Anything. They're not good at their job.
I think I need
They're
more
dumb, unimpressive people
Definitely need more
who
pod.
get off hassling people who make
Definitely.
a difference, like Kaya.
It's a good time for us to wave at our friends in the media box in the back. I hope you're getting all of this.
Sorry to call Barry out. I hate to call him out. He's
they
really the
are
only
an
one that's like
adversary.
having a platform to
They
talk
don't
about
have
things and
our
like presenting
interests,
both
certainly,
sides.
in mind. They want to win. They are a
in
weapon,
any kind of
Mr.
thoughtful way.
Bozell, and they are used very effectively by the left.
And none of them will
because
come
they
on my
know
show,
that
so it
the
doesn't
deck
matter.
is stacked against us.
Who would want to come on my show?
Right now?
Well, I think it's doing well.
My
If you want to
God,
look at the
who wants to sit
power
with that bitch for an hour and talk about shit?
media, all you have to do is envision a world without them. What would be the world if the left wasn't using the media? If the media were reporting
I wish we would
objectively.
Listen, Captain Kangaroo. I wish we would use the media a little more effectively. Frankly, all the media that I know has abandoned
Well, I want to show hands of
truth
anyone who thinks
and
that CPAC is going to be reported fairly.
non-alarmist reporting.
It's not going to be.
Everything is either untruthful or alarmist,
This is the way
and
of media
as far as
today.
I'm concerned. So
We're
yeah, we've
in
got
the
a media
information
issue.
age. And what we have to be
But
is
that also means
storytellers.
you should
Tell every single one of
subscribe to the local
Don't
journalists
assume
that are doing the
people
great
know
work.
what you know.
And
Look
find
at the
those
survey that we took after
Let's
the
lift up
election,
the
where
local
we asked
journalism
Democratic
sources that are
Biden
doing
voters
good work,
in all
not
the
citizen
battleground
journalists.
states,
Don't get me
Did
wrong.
you know about the
I
Hunter
do not
Biden
mean that.
laptop? Well,
I
of
mean
course
the
we all
people
said,
who are
well, of
doing
course
good
they knew.
reporting.
Did you know that 54% of
I feel like
Biden's
I'm lecturing
voters
you guys today. I'm
didn't
so sorry.
know
You
about
know I'm
Hunter
not
Biden?
lecturing you,
And
right?
then
You
when
know
we
I'm
told
only
them
lecturing
about
the
it,
chuds.
and
I'm
we
not
asked,
lecturing
would
the
you vote for Biden? 9.4% said they would not have. Put that across the board, Donald Trump would have won Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Let's sing
317
something
electoral
good.
votes, a landslide. Can I say the media caused it? So
What
my
shall
answer to
we
you
sing?
is
What shall we
we
sing?
all have to be storytellers. We all have to tell our neighbor that which we know, because our
What do we
neighbor
want?
is
What do we want
not
to
getting
hear?
it if our neighbor's watching NBC News.
Larry,
yes.
Larry,
Here we
our
go.
friend
This is a
Andrew
very
Breitbart,
good
it's so
antidote.
true. You are the storytellers. I
I'm very
remember
cold. Let me put on my heat.
before I started writing for Andrew, I was going back and forth with him about Mexican food and alternative music, two of our passions. And I came across a story that I thought was interesting.
I
Said,
hate
hey,
you,
might
Kurt
want to have somebody
Sinker.
write
Kurt
about this. He
Sinker. I
says,
hate you.
you do it. So I did. And then he sent
I
me a
think I better
writer's
put the heat
packet,
on before
and
I
I never
sing
stopped.
because otherwise I'm
You
gonna
are the
freeze. I'm
storyteller.
like,
That's absolutely right. It's up to you to utilize social media and all your other outlets to get the news out there. And of course, you are the poster lady for it, Kaya.
That's right.
Exactly.
Well, exactly. You're all now, but I'm just one voice, and I only have my little Facebook page. And once again, I'm sorry. How many Twitter followers do you have now?
1.9 million.
1.9 million.
Yeah, Don Lemon maybe has 300,000 viewers a night.
You want to know why they really hate you?
Every single one of my tweets gets more views than CNN.
Well, to be fair, that's a low bar. So I didn't mean to rudely, I'm not like searching my phone.
Oh, you know what, you guys?
I wanted to see Maggie Haberman of the New York Times. Good old Maggie Haberman, New York Times, right? She's the grande dame
You know what?
of political reporters for the New York Times.
1.6. I'm gonna go out and film some stuff with Dinosaur this weekend.
In how many years?
Oh, I think she's been doing this for 75 years. She started when she was 40.
Let it warm up a little bit.
This is why they hate you.
Exactly.
This is they're jealous of
So nobody reads it anymore. Nobody's interested in the mainstream media.
That chick is so annoying.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
as an observer of the media for
Yes, because my daughter wants to go out and go out this weekend, so I have a cameraman and actually an actual cinematographer. Like she's a real life cinematographer. So but that's too much pressure. She doesn't put quite the same energy into my cinematography as she does her cinematography, but that's okay. I just need someone to hold the camera. But anyway, she said she was going to be around this weekend, so I think we're going to try and go out, and I'm going to bring the suit and see if we can get into any trouble.
What was the major issue? Whether parents should have a seat at the table
I'm
to talk
excited.
about how our children are being taught by the teachers. This woman
Plus, I need to get out of the house. Oh my God, I've been in the house too long. Oh my God, I'm dying. I also owe Max Flowers like going to Super Bloom, which I don't know where it is, and frankly, my car's broken. But we might have to Uber places this weekend because my bumper is still off my car. I'm very paralyzed when it comes to taking. I need a husband just for that stuff. Like I don't need a husband like all day every day. I just need a husband to help, like, honey, it's okay. I'll take care of your car for you. I've never had that. I would love to have that. I am all in. I am all in on that part of marriage. I'm all in on the part of marriage where you help me do really, really tough jobs that, frankly, they always make me very sad when I do these jobs.
Just a few miles away. Put us in a camera crew and covered it. They knew that story was there. They deliberately chose not to tell the story because it destroyed the whole narrative.
God, I feel like I've done like an entire comedy show, and it's
phones.
it's only 9:15.
And they tweeted it, and they did YouTube, and they did Facebook.
CPAC, I need a team to do CPAC with. I can't do CPAC alone. It's too much. It's like a gangbang of comedy. I can't handle it.
He adopted that issue. He's now the governor of the
I can't. We'll find you a man.
And by the way, in his first year and a half as governor, he's actually following through.
Yes.
Imagine that.
I don't know.
A Republican politician following through on what he said he would do.
God, man.
Andrew Breitbart said it back
Don Lemon is past. This is it. The whole session is made. Don Lemon is past
the
us.
equivalent of a television studio from the late 1980s.
They fucking named a session. I want that. I want someday. Lolo is past her prime. I want that to be the Chiron, the head of a session at CPAC. That's my aspirational goal.
People waiting to see your video.
Exactly. I think it just shows the power of the individual because, someone like me
Because
no experience in any of this.
you're
And
stronger
I had
than
no
me.
network, I had no connections, nothing, and I just started it and
Wackadoodle
proved what it
time.
is and
I
had such an
know.
impact. So it's not just me.
It's okay.
Every single person.
I think I want to go to
group
I hope the
could do
weather's
the
nice.
same
What's the
thing.
weather going to be
And
like in
every
Los
single
Angeles this
person
weekend?
should
Here's an
stand up. If
assignment
you
for
see
everybody.
something, you
Let's
should
look
say
up the weather
something.
in
And
Los
it's so
Angeles
easy now
this
with
weekend.
social media because
Why
you
not?
are basically a reporter just by having a cell phone and a Twitter account or an Instagram
And
account.
if you haven't gone over to Damnation Drive-In, I put the link up earlier. You need to go to
There's gonna be
Damnation
a lot of
Drive-In
discussion about how bad they are.
because they are
And we
really
could do
funny.
that all
Those
day.
two kids are funny, and that's a great concept, by the way. I love that concept. Even though I was giving you trouble about your format in terms of helping chuds critically think, I guess I understand in your own way you're doing that, so I'm gonna give you a pass, Ollie. But Doofus, I'm not giving you a pass. I have notes for you, my friend. I have notes. If you're gonna do this, let's make it count. Let's leave a mark. What I said. Leave a mark if you're gonna do it.
Have no idea what the real world.
What was I
have
looking
never
for?
visited, Idaho. Have never seen.
I
seen
need
the
some
world,
more
never
weed.
talked to
I'm
anyone
gonna
of you
have to.
because, you guys
You're
are
liking what I
retreads,
say?
are
That's good. I'm glad.
retreads. Then along,
That
you
helps.
guys come and you
I don't
speak
say
out and
good
you
things
speak
all the
your
time. I
mind,
try
and it
to,
goes
but I
against
don't.
their narrative.
I'm
They
so
despise
human.
you
This is the human channel where we're human and we make mistakes, but we better apologize for them. If we don't apologize for our mistakes and mean it, then we're really
They
not.
want to be gatekeepers. They want to set the agenda.
All that's on their mind is Don Lemon.
Don Lemon
All
can't
of it.
shut me up about Hillary Clinton
Kurt
empowering
Spinkter, I haven't heard you in years, so guess what? You have been effectively shut up, and I pay attention.
I can talk to more people on
I
my
pay
Twitter
attention.
account than will watch Don Lemon tomorrow.
Well, and that's why,
significantly more.
And let's bring it back to Don Lemon really fast because.
Oh, let's bring it back to Don Lemon because you know what? I can't stop talking about Don Lemon. I wish I was Don Lemon. And in fact, I kind of have a crush on Don Lemon and I'd like to sleep with him, but I don't want to admit that because then I'd be admitting that I want to sleep with Don Lemon, a black man. And that would be terrible because not only would I be sleeping with a man, but I'd be sleeping with a black man. He said, oh, no, I can never do that. I couldn't do that. I'd be kicked out of this party. I'd be kicked off this stage right now. I'd be kicked off this penis-tip stage right now. Wait, no, what was it, Oomph? It was a penis tip and a mask. No, a nose and a mask. That's what it was. It takes too long to find the fist.
But if you were, and you made that statement,
Anyway.
you wouldn't have finished the sentence.
Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near?
If they believed in market economics, by the way, they would fire everybody.
If we believed in market economics, you and I would have a show. Now, very expensive. They'd have to pay me a lot to sully my good name with CNN. I mean, that's the thing, Larry. They could be successful.
Every time you
bizarre, creepy, un-American agenda.
That's, and I'll give you an example of this. Several years ago, there was a president named from CNN, and I called him, and I knew him, and I said, look, I'm going to tell you how to become the #1 network in America today. I told him, all you have to do is let Rush Limbaugh have a show.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, well, do you have any other ideas? He would never count on something like that.
How much do you love Kaya and what she did with Lives of
So this
nobody makes money with a Twitter account.
Wait.
She's been able to change
So they speak golden dust in your hair of golden starlight in your eyes of blue.
Kaya is now the author of a brand new children's book.
Yes.
What is it called?
It's called No More Secrets.
No More Secrets.
And it basically is a tool for parents and kids so that children can be able to spot predatory behavior from trusted adults. So you can find it on lottbook.com or Amazon.
So, we agree that we love what she's done for us, right? And you're probably thinking, how can I help her? The name of her book is No More Secrets. And I know you all know children and parents parents in your lives.
The
name of her book is No More Secrets. What's the name of her book?
You. Yeah, I love Karen Carpenter. Good voice. Good morning, Tom. Oh, Tom, would you do my laundry too? Because I am way behind in my laundry. Thanks to all of you, by the way.
Come on, guys.
Bye, Lipro. See you later. See you. You, Lipro. Kurt Sphincter, go sit down, Sphincter. Go sit down. Go sit down, Sphinky. Oh, look, link a picture. Put your hand on her ass. Put your hand on her ass. Grab her ass. Grab her ass. Grab her ass. Grab her ass. All right. I know you would. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. I do indeed. Yeah, we're just gonna sing songs over the bullshit because frankly, I can't actually, like, I can't spit the jokes out fast enough when I'm speaking over them, so I have to break it up with like a song. Because oh, here we go, Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. Hey, that Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. He's going to hell. Yes, he's going to hell. That Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. He's going to hell. He's going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, you won't sell. No, you won't sell those pillows down in hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, those pills won't sell. Those pills won't sell. They won't sell down in hell. Well, Mike Lindell, you're going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, you're going to hell. And I'll tell you, Mike Lindell, those pillows, they won't sell too well down in hell. That's my Mike Lindell. That was actually Democracy Dino's Mike Lindell song. Democracy Dino walked in front of Jimmy Kimmel for an hour one day, actually an hour and 15 minutes if we're going to be like super specific about it. It was super windy and she had to hold her own camera, which was really dumb. And so you couldn't really see the dino, but you could hear the dino like singing that song over and over and over again. So I guess frankly that video might have been a little boring.
Miss Makeup.
But he's going to hell. He's going to hell. Oh, he has a fake. Oh no, never mind. Mike Lindell. Well, that sweater's a crime. I'll tell you that right now. What the fuck? Oh my god. You know what? And okay, can I just... Why am I torturing myself?
We got it.
I know. Well, because this is how I spend my life, and so I thought I'm going to share how I spend my life with my friends on the internet. And so, yeah, we're not going to listen to you, Mike. I'm sorry. You're going to hell. But I like to make fun of him, Julie, and frankly, it's my show, so I just want to make fun of him all day long. Me too, and she was an amazing drummer. Oh, yeah, she was an amazing drummer. Oh, my God, that's right. I totally forgot about that. Smart. Mike Lindell, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. Yeah, Mike Lindell, you're going to hell. You're going to hell. Good thing we're not watching Real America's Voice because they have the stupid commercials on. Although I kind of I want you guys to hear this music because usually their music is really bad. Hold on. Wait, where's their mute? Hey, we're not really. Oh, wait.
But to us, big star, he's a real American voice.
Oh, dear.
All right. Yes.
That's okay.
A very big thank you to Ed Henry and Karen Turk and Terrence Bates on America's.
Oh, that's a good picture. Look at that. Screenshot that. Ted Nugent, you fucking idiot. What's wrong with you? Hi, we're really diverse. Hey, we're really diverse. Hey, look how diverse we are. We're not all white. We're not all white. Look at all the non-white people we have. We're not. Hey, he's white. But that's okay. He's just an anus in a suit. Yeah. Penis on a penis tip. Penis on a penis tip. penis on a beach.
We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network. It's
I thought the CPAC
network.
thing, it is a stupid commercial. Well, the whole thing is a commercial.
Delivering the truth, showing what's actually
Y'all aware of Deep Root Analytics? I'm not. I'm aware of this. I'm aware of this. I'm aware of this.
Billionaires and big donors. We are all about the
I don't know. I'm sure somebody in this thing. I sleep great with a donation. Yeah.
Keep us so support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website. Go to RSP.
No, I didn't miss it. Don't worry, Rumrose.
Send your checks.
But I noticed that there was no CPAC because the child porn and ice cream came out, and so all those buses that were going to go from CPAC to there were canceled. So.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees.
I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm going to hell. Why are we watching this again? Are you guys really that fucking pathetic?
Is so important.
So important. It's so important. Is it important, Mike?
You know what I'm really happy about? It sounds like some Twitter activists were able to connect with the graveyard, the cemetery next door, and that's why the cemetery did the messaging that they did around the block party. So it sounds like Twitter activists did some pretty good job trying to shut down and get the cemetery engaged, which is great. That's really good activism, getting the cemetery engaged and helping shut it down and bring attention to it. So that's good activism. Trump did expose most of the closeted racist bigot. Yep. But not well enough, did he? Because he was able to run through those mores and just never look back. And so, frankly, I don't know if he did I mean, he certainly exposed them, but at the same time, they're still here and they're still running shit. So we have a problem. Okay, so Larry, I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. I don't think Trump put a hat on anybody, okay? Trump is a tool. He was a tool of the right. He was a tool of the, Council on National Policy. He was a tool of the Claremont Institute. He was hey, Julie, love you too. Thanks for stopping by. I haven't seen you in a while. Bye, my libertarian friend. my one libertarian friend. Maybe not one. Yeah, so I don't think he didn't actually pull the strings of any of this. He doesn't relate to anyone. He's the Trojan horse that Eric Prince and Putin and all those guys decided to ramrod through the convention of politics. Yeah, for theocracy. So that's what it was. Mike Flynn, Mogilevich, everybody. I want to see Roger Stone come down because I think Roger Stone is kind of a linchpin of fuckery, if we're going to be honest. I think pulling him down, for good, quote unquote, would be a good thing.
After going through something like that, it's really.
Oh, what's a man? But if you get in trouble because you trying to overthrow the campaign,
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Louisiana, Senator John Kennedy.
Oh, good, it's Foghorn Leghorn. Oh, Senator Leghorn, thank God you're here. Oh, I'll do the clear. Let me say. Oh, that's right. He's got this and he's going.
I was drunk last night, dear mother. I was drunk the night before. But if you forgive me, dear mother, I won't get drunk anymore. That's what he reminds me of every time I see him. Put your teeth in.
John Kennedy.
Put your teeth in, Kennedy. Put your goddamn teeth in.
I'm a United States Senator. Though I have tried to rise
it's all the
above
same
it.
beast.
Last year I
need to put my teeth in.
about what I believe.
Oh, no, we don't need to know
Today
what
I
you
want
believe.
to talk to
Foghorn,
you
Leghorn.
about truth.
Oh, whoa, that's rich.
Unadorned, unvarnished truth. The truth is important.
Mama, I
Without
can't
the
see
truth,
anymore.
we
Mama,
cannot
I'm
order
blind.
society. without the truth,
I need to smoke. I need to
we
take a smoke
cannot
break.
survive
I'm
as
sorry. You're
human
going to have to listen to
beings.
Foghorn Leghorn
And
for a
without the
second.
truth, we certainly cannot thrive as human beings.
Okay, I don't know when the Soros
Can you
checks are
handle the
coming, but
truth?
I am overdue because this is fucking
I
hard
think you
work.
can.
It has been what? I've been doing this for 3
The
hours
truth is
and I
that
am
it is
exhausted.
important to speak your mind. So I do. Now, that makes some
I'm beginning
people
to
mad.
understand why people turn their streams on and walk
But I
away
try not to worry
because
too
this
much
is
about what
exhausting.
anyone thinks of me.
I enjoy it when you guys and I are hanging out, but these
Except
guys are killing me because
dogs.
I feel like I have to
really
like talk over them all the
dogs.
time because they're just so vile.
And sometimes my friends will
I'm gonna
ask
do a
me,
little.
they
I'm gonna
say,
do a little
Kennedy, how do
task
you
for Oomph
sleep
right
at
now
night?
because
How do you
Oomph asked
sleep
me to
at
do a
night knowing
task,
that
and
some
I'm gonna
people
do it
don't like you?
because
And
I'm
I
a
tell
good
them
partner. I'm a good
with
writing.
them on. Because I think I make the
I
right
think
people
I'm
mad.
right. Is that audio really
What else is
bad?
the truth?
Is the audio bothering you guys?
The truth is that God is great,
God is
beer
not
is
real.
good,
Actually, God's not real.
and the United States of America is star-spangled awesome.
Whoa, Larry, what's with the attitude?
Now look,
Oh, I see.
America
You're
is not
distracted by
perfect,
politics.
but
No,
we
actually, we're
are
not
good,
distracted
and
by
I
politics,
cannot
Larry. You're in a room of people who actually go
what the
after the bad
world would be
guys.
like
So I don't know if you know what room you
without our
entered, but
country.
that's where you are. So
The
thanks.
truth is
Welcome.
that
You could just
common
sit and listen
sense
and
is
maybe understand
illegal
who you're
in
talking about.
Washington, D.C. I know. I've seen it firsthand.
Democratic what?
I wonder sometimes
Wow, Larry.
how some people in Washington, D.C.
You're so stupid.
actually made it through
Wow,
the
Larry. Why don't you get your own show? I'm actually going to kick you out because you're fucking
The
boring
truth
me.
is that we
Bye.
are going to have to get
I'm going to
some
clear the
new
chat too so that we don't see any Larry because Larry's stupid and likes
because
to learn
all the old ones
yank your
came
dick
true.
harder, Larry. Maybe it'll come off. You clearly rewind, Larry. Since you have some extra time on your hands, you're no longer commenting on my show. Why don't you rewind to the beginning and listen to my rants and hold your dick while you're doing it? Because that's as close as you're going to get to fucking a real girl.
By deeply weird,
I'm done with men.
narcissistically woke
Men and their
people
idiotic kind of.
who hate George
I think I
Washington,
know it all.
Thomas
Fuck
Jefferson,
you.
Abraham
You know
Lincoln,
shit.
Dr. Zeus, and Mr. Potato Head,
That'd be
who
you. You should
hyperventilate
know.
on their yoga mats if you use the wrong pronoun.
Actually, yoga mat bitches are kind of
Who
conservative.
think kids
If we're
should
really
be
going to
able
be
to change
honest.
their gender at
There's
recess.
that.
Who carry around Ziploc bags of kale to give them energy, and who think
No,
they
Larry,
are
I think you're an
better than
idiot.
us.
That's what I really think. Let's see.
By the way, to me,
Where's that?
kale tastes like I'd rather be fat.
You know what? You are fat. You're fat in the head. You have a fat head. You have no brain. You have a very fat brain. It's unlean.
We accomplished
Not
when
encumbered by
Republicans were in
synapses.
charge, made our
Your brain is
country
unencumbered
better
by
and made your
synapses.
lives better. Think about it. In 4 years,
I'm
we
so done
cut
with Blue and On
taxes,
too. I'm really
increased
done with Blue and
wages,
On.
delivered 3.5% unemployment.
Larry was one of those.
Created 8
There's
million new
not
jobs,
right or left. They're all the
deregulated the
same
economy,
animal. Fuck you,
controlled
Larry.
inflation,
I'll save
protected
democracy
life,
for your stupid ass.
secured the border, put criminals in jail. We beat back
Man, you come in
ISIS.
this
We
room, you
strengthened the
sit and listen
military.
for a
We
fucking
stood
day
up to
before you
Russia and
fucking
China.
comment on shit.
And we
How about that?
confirmed 234 conservative federal judges, including 3 new members of the United States Supreme Court.
Yeah, we know, because you ramrodded them up our asses. I like beer!
And by God, we can do it again.
No, you won't do it again, because we see what you're all about. And
Now listen
guess
to me
what?
carefully.
Over my dead body. How about
The
that?
truth is,
Foghorn Leghorn. Over my
I
fucking dead
do
body.
not hate.
Yeah, stop hating on it, Kale.
I do
Kale is
not
fine.
hate anyone.
He's
I
doing
look
Mr.
for
Potato Head.
grace
Isn't that like 2 years ago?
wherever I can find it.
Mr. Haney from Green Acres. He
So I
is.
suggest
Well played,
the
abuse.
Biden
Well played.
administration
He is
sucks.
Mr. Haney from Green Acres. Green Acres is like for me,
You
darling. I love
measure
you,
it
but
any
you
way
don't
you
love me.
want. COVID, the economy,
inflation,
goddamn-
the national debt, the border, crime,
Fix them.
cancel
Fix them.
culture,
You're in power.
treating
You got
parents
the
like
Congress.
domestic
Fix it.
terrorists.
Fix it, bitch. Fix it.
Afghanistan, our
Fix it,
energy
bitch.
independence.
Fix it, bitch. Fix
now
it, bitch.
lost.
What's your idea?
My God.
Can't wait. Please do let me know.
President Biden has been
Please let me know.
spectacularly awful. If you put President Biden in charge of the Sahara Desert, he would run out of sand. If the aliens landed in Washington, D.C.
Sorry, I'm looking for something.
tomorrow
Wow.
and said, "Take me to your leader," it would be embarrassing.
No, that's not it. Okay.
The truth is that the best social program is a job. Sometimes, not always,
Huh.
but sometimes the best way to get back on your feet is to get off your ass. The truth is,
Whoa.
the truth is
Beyonce is the only song that I sang in a thing that was cannot be seen or monetized.
because you earned it.
God, Beyonce, what the hell? I was just singing your song. I didn't even make any money off of it. She's the only one. All these other songs that I sang, no impact. Just the Beyonce song. Video cannot be seen.
The truth is,
I just fucking, oh boy, wow.
the truth is that all
intense.
life is precious.
Wow, capitalism, folks.
All life.
Oh, and Doja Cat.
And shame on those who
All right,
celebrate.
ladies.
Actually
All right,
celebrate
ladies.
abortion.
I can't find
The
that
truth is
copyright.
that the Republican
Wait a minute, let me
Party,
go to
I'm
the
very
other.
proud of this, is the party of parents. Because we understand that if
there is
you
a
don't
copyright.
love your children won't stop loving
Oh,
you.
here. This is it.
Your children will stop loving themselves. The truth is that we should have an election day, not an election month.
What?
The truth is
I don't want to do this.
that illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. Now, unless you peaked in
I don't.
high school,
Okay, so
you know
again,
that. Why does the
I
president
almost
Biden?
have a serious question for anybody
The
who
truth is that if
hangs
gun
around conservative
control
people
laws
or
worked,
is
Chicago
conservative in their
would be
values.
Mayberry.
Why are you buying this?
Instead, it is
Why
the
are you
world's
buying this?
largest outdoor shooting range.
Not a message endorsement, but I really enjoyed Foghorn shit kicking stick. I agree, Oomph. I agree. There's nothing wrong with a good Foghorn Leghorn
And I believe
episode.
that. Many in
Trump is not
Washington
God.
Many
I
in
voted for
Washington actually
the
think
video,
cops
but never
are
again. I
a
was raised by
problem.
going back to the working man's side. Yeah.
They think that if a
I mean, it's
cop
not even
is
about
a
Trump.
criminal,
That's the
it's
funny thing. I'm
always
not even
their
having that
fault.
conversation. You know,
But if
like
a criminal
that.
shoots a
That
cop,
was so
it's
6
always
years
the
ago.
gun's fault.
Congress has a dental plan. This guy should get some teeth. Hey, Jim.
Truth is,
Hey, Rumrose.
the truth
Yeah,
is,
the world is running out of sand.
race should not be
Well, it's up to us to get less dumb.
hurt a person or to help a person.
Not for nothing.
You know why?
Us to get less dumb.
Because
Sorry.
the truth is
Sorry.
also that souls have no color. The truth
I
is
think I can.
that to
Can I?
a
Oh, I
bear,
can. Oh no, I
we
can't do a
all
screenshot.
taste chicken.
Shit.
Let me say a
The
word about
material never changes, Max. It never changes.
the truth is that the Chinese Communist Party is a bunch of gangsters. They
And
are.
believe me, I'm not happy about the way Democrats speak about this
I will
challenge
not
either.
turn my
Okay,
back
I'm
on
not
President
pleased.
Xi
I mean, I think there's a few
if he
people
were
who
2
speak
days dead.
very eloquently about the challenge to
But there
democracy,
is a
like Jamie
corollary
Raskin
to that truth.
and others.
And
But
the corollary to that
we
truth
don't
is
have
that we must be armed if we
a
want
cohesive
peace.
kind of like I don't think there's a
Because
clear understanding
appeasing
about
a tyrant
among rational
is like
voters
trying
about
to
why this is
feed
such a
a
threat.
shark.
Let me put it that way. Because I hear so much of the
And
both
as I
parties are
told
the
you
same
last year,
and I'm not right or
driven,
left. Because I'm hearing that so
and
much
it's
these
even
days,
more
I'm
driven,
thinking that no one has done a
the
good
truth
job
is
of giving
that
people a
Arlington
lifeline
National
to a
Cemetery
reasonable platform.
contains
I'm making gross
400,000
generalizations. I don't
prisoners.
mean to. So
you know,
why you should stand your
take
ass
them
up
for
for
what
the
they are,
national
gross
anthem.
generalizations. But maybe those speakers are not rational. Do you mean back to the physical speakers? Because he has a really horrible. I'm actually going to look for a different feed. Hold on.
And those who disagree with me can stick that up their fact checker.
Stick it up your backside. I'd like to stick it up. I'd like to stick this microphone up my backside.
Here it is.
What?
The truth is that our future can be better than our
Are
present.
you live? Oh, okay. Let me see if this.
Our future can be better than our present or our past.
God,
At
are
some
you kidding
point,
me?
we have to stop
Are we not
regretting
live or
yesterday
something?
and start creating.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God, we weren't live. You guys, I am so sorry. Oh my God, I just fucked up. But you know what? It's for a good cause. I'm gonna go to this feed. I know I'm the worst hostess in the world. Write a letter. 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 Write a letter to your YouTube host console. Let them know. I wonder who invented the dual teleprompter. So, in order to read the speech, you have to turn left or right. Left, so they're speaking to the entire audience. Yeah, I guess. Or you just naturally, I feel like it was like people naturally turn to the right or left, so they had to put them up in different places, but I don't know. Oh, no, we're not on the side of the speakers, Oomph. You don't have to explain yourself. I know exactly that you're not on the side of those speakers. We're just giving criticisms. That's fine. We can do that. Oh, but ask those I'm not right or left people which side they voted on last, if they voted, if they even bothered to vote. People can talk a lot out of their ass. I talk out of my ass all the time. I'm talking out of my ass right now. But somehow the shit that comes out of my ass is smarter than the shit that comes out of theirs. How does that happen? On a positive note, OT is operational. Is that occupational therapy? I don't know. I drove one of those vehicles. On a positive note, off topic. Oh, okay. But I drove one of those vehicles. How was it? Was it fun? You like it? You're going to get it in 2024. Yes. We'll give you a 2024. Ooh, July. 10-year bumper to bumper warranty. Ooh. Tom, that's a fun truck. That's going to be a fun truck. Are you going to get the white one? I think you said you were going to get the white with the black trim. I like that green. I don't know. But of course, you shouldn't let a person on the internet pick the car color for you. I do not advocate for that, even though I can have a preference. Don't let the person on the TV pick your car color. You don't want to do that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand it. I so understand being fed up with both parties. Oh my Lord. Oh, you drove the green? Nice. How does it handle? Does it handle like an SUV? I suppose it would. It doesn't handle like a truck, right? Doesn't handle like a pickup truck. Can't wait to hear what this name of this session is. The names of their sessions are really funny. Oh, it looks a little too army green. Oh yeah, because it looked a little lighter on the website, so I could see where if it was too army in the. Although I love army green. But anyway, we're Tom and I talking about cars. That's what we do. All right, what are we doing? Who are we talking about? What are we doing? Who are these great ladies? Everybody's wearing one color. One column of color, ladies. One column of color. It's Mercedes, a woman jilted. Look at, she won't even sit next to her husband.
Fake media.
She will not even sit. You don't need to yell, honey. You have a microphone.
calling
Girl, you are all
I
mic'd up, bitch. You don't have to yell at all. Oh, you don't say anything to me, you motherfucker. Oh, this is that bitch. Gal, who's this cunt?
Obviously, one of my
Who's this
dearest
cunt?
friends, our dearest friend, Elaine Beck, who hosts one of our
Elaine
shows on CPAC now.
Bass.
It's not about us. And of course, Matt Schlapp,
I
who I
hate
kind of
Elaine.
dragged out here
Look at
with me
Elaine.
today, too.
You know what? The stick is so far up her ass now, she can't even move her head with full
before I go and start asking, talking
rotation.
to them about what we've done at CPAC,
I
it was
did.
all about being
No, it wasn't
a
for singing a
national
Beyonce.
conference.
Beyonce. It was
Matt,
when
I'm
I
going to actually
played
start
it
with you first,
because
just
I
to give us
played
a
all
little bit
those
of
songs
history.
the other
We went
day.
from national
Yeah, that's
conference
Schlapp's.
to
No, not
CPAC
Schlapp's wife. Elaine,
365. Explain that.
the
Yeah, so as
blonde
you
in the
all know,
middle,
how
the
many of you
blonde with
been
the
at
stick up her
CPAC
ass
like
so far
10
that
or
her
more
head doesn't
times?
turn
I
without
see
her
you
whole
out
body
there,
turning.
the veterans. You
I
guys
can't
are the
remember what her
warriors. Thank
deal
you.
is.
But we had a conference, and this conference is, it takes a lot of
I
work.
will
I want to thank
say,
all my team. They're doing
Matt
just a
still looks like
fabulous
he's
job.
cutting a fine
Thank
shape in
you
that
to the whole
suit, so he's
CPAC
not let
team, all
himself
the
go with Cheetos
volunteers.
completely.
You see the volunteers, I see
Okay,
two here, those
after
great
the
T-shirts. Thank
indiscretions
them
that he's
because
had
they
and
put in a
shared
lot of
with his
hours
wife.
to try to make this work.
She's
And
like, "You're
so
not
we
going
had
to
a
stick that
conference,
in
and
me
then we were
after
trying
you
to
stuck
figure
it
out,
in
like, what do you
everybody
do the
else."
rest of the time?
That's what she
And
said. I know.
when we started getting more engaged in CPAC, we thought, well, the
Wait a
country's
minute,
going
there's
to
more.
you know what in a handbasket, so we need to start doing this all the time. We have to have CPAC 365.
Yeah,
Maybe the
every day,
conference isn't
every
going
day,
on every day, but the
every day,
spirit of the
every
conference
day,
lives
every day. Little
in
tiny
action.
micro
And then we
conferences, like
realized something
micro
along the
penises, like
way,
everywhere, and
which as
sticking them
much
up
as
on
we're
all of
America
the
first
vaginas
people, we
of
want to
the
focus on our
country.
country.
And
We have
yeah,
great
exactly. See,
allies all
great
over the
minds,
globe.
great
I
minds,
see our friends here from
great minds
Korea.
think alike.
We have our friends here from other,
Me and
hello, we
Matt,
have our friends here from other
me and Matt.
countries. We're all in the same fight. We're in the same fight together. But all of those countries,
Oh wait, I have a sweater
are
on.
rooting for all of you to defeat
You
socialism in
guys, wait.
America. Because if we don't have a strong
Oh my
America,
God,
the
I
whole
can't use
world
my
loses
hands
hope.
this whole day. I'm sorry.
So we brought
I'm
on
not using my
Elaine
hands
back.
anymore this whole day.
And let's talk about that. Built up a partnership. You started this incredible show. You have
I'm
this
so
incredible
excited.
series
Okay, it's gonna
as
pull my
well that I
sweater down,
want
but
you
I
to
don't care
talk about. Tell us about your
because
show on CPAC now,
this
in addition
is now
to the
happening,
series that the
and I have.
20.
I'm gonna make myself big.
Yes. Well,
Hold
the
on.
main thing
I'm gonna
is
do this
it's
for you.
not about us, is about God, obviously.
Wait.
Isn't that who we
Move.
serve?
Amen.
Okay.
Where's
And
the thing?
so the idea is to talk about the good things that are happening. And one of the greatest things that has happened already this year was, a lot of people got upset about it, but the reality was that when Kevin McCarthy wanted the vote,
What are we gonna do about
and wanted
Kevin?
to win
What are we gonna
and
do
be
about
the
Kevin?
Speaker of the House.
What about Kevin? Oh, I'm so
Some
sorry.
people were brave enough to stand up and say, only if.
Hate this pet.
And when they
Yes, that
stood
weirdo.
up, we were applauding. We were actually down at Mar-a-Lago.
We were.
Mar-a-Lago. We were
All of
down
us
at
were together, and it
Mar-a-Lago.
was so neat.
When we were down,
every day,
here we go.
you saw the news.
When we were down at Mar-a-Lago, it was really fascinating. Look at my arms, you guys.
So
Look at my
when
hands.
it all
Wait,
ended
move.
in the
So
beautiful
you
way
can
that
see
it
my
did,
hands. Look at my
then
hands.
I felt that the best thing I could do was do a series with all of the
really
different
serious.
20 people.
Wait, I'm gonna
who
try and hold it
stood
with my
bravely and fought for you and me and all
you
of us
and
to
all
have a better House representation.
better House representation.
And so I have been interviewing all of
Yes.
them.
Oh God,
And
I'm
that's what I'm
exhausted.
doing on my show. That's the
vagina
series right
is
now.
raw
And
because
the
of all
next
the
series
interviews
you're
that
going
I've
to
been
love just as
conducting
much. It'll be
with all of
coming
these
up.
young
And that one is the No
ardent
series.
fans.
Wait,
What's
that
the
doesn't
No
make
series?
sense.
No, explain.
And then
What's the No series?
The No series.
just when you
We're
think
going to be talking
it can't
about
get any
how we
weirder,
all need to stand
Matt
together
Schlapp
and
touches
say,
me.
no.
No.
No, you
No.
can't steal our children.
No, wait.
No,
No,
you
don't
can't steal our schools.
don't steal
No,
our
you
children.
can't steal our freedom and our churches and our rights.
Yep.
And so that's going
Don't
to be
do it.
because the thing is in the Bible it says, yeah, your yes be yes and your no be no.
No.
We
No
don't
means
need
no.
to go on and
No.
just keep repeating the same old
Don't
stuff.
repeat.
When I
Don't.
had a vision a few years back from the Lord, he said,
From the Lord.
just
When the Lord
bring them
touched me,
together
and I said,
by
don't touch
saying
me.
the truth.
I didn't say yes.
And that's the truth, people.
Consent,
so God
Lord.
bless you.
Consent.
Please watch my show. I got to bring
Please
up
watch my show,
one
Lord.
other
Please
very
watch my
important
show.
thing. Is this a good
Please watch
time?
my
I was
show.
going to ask you, but
okay.
Have you run this by us?
let me ask
Please
you.
watch
Let
my
me
show.
set
Tom,
the
tell him
stage.
about the
I have to
car. I
set the
can't remember
stage
Okay,
now.
you set the stage.
Okay, so CPAC now, first of all, we'll get into it. You can see
It's
it
a
at
Hyundai. What's it called?
cpac.org. The
Santa
shows
Cruz.
are all up
It's a
there.
Hyundai
We also
Santa
have
Cruz.
a
I
podcast,
couldn't remember.
America
I was going to call
Uncanceled,
it like
wherever you
Santa
get
Clara or
podcasts, you
something.
can listen to
It's a Hyundai
the
Santa
show
Cruz,
on the
Jim.
road. But Elaine is also
White
working on an
with black
incredible
trim.
project.
Look at my
While
eyes.
Pete Buttigieg,
I have a certain person I
Secretary
would
of
like to blame for the bags under my eyes.
All right, good, on
They're
command.
too interesting to
Pete
text late
Buttigieg
into the
took him 20
morning.
days to get to East Palestine, Ohio after
No.
the train derailment
No, I
and
didn't hear,
horrific
gal.
issues that we saw happening in that community.
Tell me,
And Elaine,
what did
and
Sidney
instead you
Powell
have
share with us
individuals
about
like Elaine
Dominion?
Beck, who took the initiative to build out Be a Blessing.
Can't wait.
And I'd love for you to
I
explain
want to
your
say it's a
initiative.
Serbian elf.
Okay, well, what basically
It's Seb
happened is
Gorka.
God
Did
asked
Seb
me
Gorka
to do
give
something, and I went, what?
Sidney Powell all the information
And
about
I
Dominion?
remembered then that I do
I
have
would
a
think earlier, take more
nonprofit
naps.
called Blessings Through Action.
Well, that's not very
And
nice.
Blessings Through Action
Who,
was
gal?
established to
Who?
help people, particularly that are
Did
homeless
Chuck
or need
Johnson do?
different things.
Oh, okay.
And I started thinking about it, so I started touching base with all of the people that you've got in your circle.
No, I'm going to get my
And
iPad.
I said, for instance, to Wendy Kinney.
Yeah.
Okay.
We love her.
We love her. She's just one of my dearest friends. And
I am going to
she
take a nap
also has
today,
Revere payments,
sometime
and we
today.
work with her.
I
And I
don't
called
know.
her up and I said,
You sent me a
"Can we
picture.
use
I have
this
to
to take in
extract it from
donations?"
her.
And she said,
Make it look.
absolutely, I want to be part of this.
I
And
want to be
so
part of
then
it. I want to be
lovely
now.
assistant said, "You've already got the name. How about
Me,
Be a Blessing? It was
me.
built 3 years ago."
This is fun.
So
I'm really
that's
glad.
the
Now I
name
have to
of
wear
it.
sweaters all the time.
All look up beablessing.org or .com. You can donate.
You notice your face itches when you
every
start to
penny, and
have
I mean
like
this
silly
literally.
hands.
You know,
You ever notice
these
that?
other
When you
ones,
put your
once
silly hands on,
you know, if you
all of
try
a
and
sudden
get
you can't
money
eat
for
your face.
people, they want 10%
All of a sudden you just
of
want
it.
to move your hands around all the time.
It costs 3% to run your card, whether you're buying a car or groceries. It costs around 3%
I'm sorry. I
on
get
any one of
distracted
the
by my
cards.
hands.
That's 97 cents out of that, in other
She got it from a
words,
ghost?
is going
Wait a minute.
directly
What?
to the people
Wait.
through
What? The author
a
of the
local
memo in which
foundation.
wait.
Nothing is going through the
Shut up.
government
Shut up,
at
Elaine.
all.
Shut up, Elaine. Bad lip
And
choice.
also the church is there.
God, where the fuck?
So they've
Okay, I'm gonna mute that cunt. Okay, wait, what, gal? Oh, fuck. Okay. The author of the memo in which, wait, I can't read it. How does it? Okay, wait. The author of the memo in which Powell and Bartiromo put so much stock offered detailed and utterly false claims of how Dominion voting systems helped rig the election for Biden. Yeah. She also shared a bit about herself, writing that she gained insights from experiencing something like. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, gal? She fucking time traveled. And that's how she got the information about the Dominion voting systems. She fucking time traveled, and that's how she got the information about the Dominion voting systems. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, this country is so stupid. This is why, okay, all right. So this is why I won't argue with you people. Okay? Like Wizzy and all those people. This is why I won't argue with you about politics, because you don't even understand what's real and what's not real. You're putting stock, I mean, if you don't understand that Sidney Powell was one of the architects of the election scam, and you're letting a woman who was one of the architects of the election scam get her information from ghosts and time travel, do you understand what it says about you? I'm just going to use an example. Chris Brow, WYSIWYG TV. He's a streamer right now. The argument I literally had with him on a Discord in front of a lot of people is that Joe Biden was freely and fairly elected. He said he had doubts. I said, tell me about the data that gives you doubts. He could not name one data source that gave him any doubts. But you know why he doubted? A, because it suits them. It's advantageous to his bigoted views and his conservative bigoted views and advancing those. Yeah, God told me that's a stupid way to get information, right? I lost my train of thought. It's fine.
But if you believe, like literally, WYSIWYG, Chris Brow, you're a relatively intelligent person. I think you can put one thought in front of the other. How in the world did you get duped? Did you get duped, or are you just that fucking? I know. I don't argue with him. We didn't argue. He called me a whore and a cunt, and then that conversation was over. It's the usual way my conversations end with chuds. I get called a whore and a cunt, and then we move on. But which is fine. I don't really care. If I slept more, I could time travel too. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? I could time travel and I could have, I still regret the day that I didn't say to myself, just send Mike Lindell a fucking spreadsheet. Just send him a spreadsheet. Ask him for money. He seems to be in the market. Wait, I need to read some gal stuff here. No, I didn't argue with Wizzy. I won. I owned him. I owned the little bitch. I owned the little bitch because he was dumb. When I asked him about, so tell me, Wizzy, is Joe Biden the freely and fairly elected president of the United States? He said, I have concerns. Well, then you're dumb. Then you haven't actually looked at the data that I've actually looked at. If you haven't looked at Doug Frank's county by county algorithms, then I don't want to talk to you. So yeah, that's why I can't talk to people on the right per se. I mean, I could, but it's up to them. If they want to not be stupid and share not stupid stuff. That was so dumb, Max. Wasn't that dumb? Oh my God. And then it just broke down into this kind of, well, you're a cunt. I'm like, yeah, and tell me something I don't know. I'm a cunt to you because I'm right. Oops. Okay, let's go back to Gal's spitting some really interesting stuff here. Baldy, I hope you're not mad at me for being having such a stinky opinion about platforms. I took mine back about yours. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm telling you, Oomph, I can inspire these chuds, man. I can bring out words they never even thought they would use. But there it is then. There it is then. Okay, wait, Gal, you have some good stuff here. Okay, she also shared a bit about herself, writing that she gains insight. Okay, the time travel. Okay. One particularly odd section details with how the source claims to have gotten her information. It says, "Who am I? And how do I know all of this? I've had the strangest dreams since I was a little girl. I was internally decapitated, and yet I live. The wind tells me I'm a ghost, but I don't believe it." I love that. God told me that's a stupid way to get information. You can inspire. Yeah, I can inspire. I can inspire a lot of good word usage. A lot of good. I'm just a regular fucking thesaurus up in this bitch. The email read, "I've had the strangest dreams. Internally decapitated. I don't even know what that means. What does internally decapitated mean? I wonder. It's all right. I'm just here to talk. I mean, if someone's in, well, yeah, okay. It's going to shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, Lori. Oi. Oi. Glory. What next? Let's see. Los Angeles weather. That's what I wanted. God, this all started with what's the weather going to be like this weekend? And yet, I don't know. Okay, wait. Thursday. Oh, no, that's not it. 10-day weather forecast. Oh, are they doing something? Oh, no, they're setting up for the next. See, we've talked all this time and we haven't even missed a fucking section. Okay, wait. What are these guys saying? Let's check in on them. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look who it is, you guys. It's Matt Whitaker. Holy shit.
We first met
It's another
on the playing
penis.
field.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to say this
Old
party of
Orange Bowl Stadium in Miami, Florida, when you were the defensive coach for the Miami Hurricanes, and I was tight end for the Iowa Hawkeyes. And you were telling me backstage they prepared
oh my God, it's
for the
Tommy
whole week
Tuberville.
just for me. So they had to shut me down. I didn't have any catches in that game, so you were successful.
And it was a good game.
It was a great
And
game.
it was a good
And then we
game.
played you the
I got a
next year in
big
Iowa,
hard
and
on
it was,
because of it.
yeah, I can remember
Yeah,
you.
I
I can
did.
remember you because
Okay,
tight
wait.
ends back then normally got down to 3-point
Friday.
stance.
Wait.
And you guys stood up, tight ends. And so my linebackers had to play a different technique, but had a fun time in Miami and coaching the old Orange Bowl. They tore the dang thing down, which I don't know why. Had the first 4 Super Bowls there. And now they got an airplane hangar that's a baseball
59 degrees is the high
It's
for
such
Saturday.
a great honor. I mean,
Partly
you
cloudy.
are one of those in the U.S.
It's not
Senate
really
that I
big
think
there.
is
Because it's hard to
a
beat Dino.
true conservative. You're standing on
Dino
conservative
in the
principles. You're
wind.
representing your home
Nell.
state
You ever seen
and
Nell?
the people of Alabama. And
Ah,
I
with
know
me.
that it's got to be
That's actually a
frustrating
big acting.
in Joe Biden's America.
Oh.
Yeah,
You
it's the
wouldn't
dick
believe it
toilet
if I told
salesman.
you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, it's just you and me. Just
Nailed it.
I call it the clown world up here. You know, I actually had a job.
You know
for,
what? It's funny.
you know,
we
for
call it the
35
clown
years,
world where you're
and
sitting most
afterwards,
of the time.
after I retired from coaching, I'm sitting around on the
I
couch
knew where
one day,
you
and my
was.
wife goes, "Hey, by the way, this has been my house
I'm
for
losing
35
my
years.
grip
Get your
here.
butt up and go find a job." So here I am. I ran for 2 years. Hardest thing I've ever done because I wasn't going to let them beat me. And
you probably
it
cheated.
was
and
it was
we're gonna be
satisfying,
honest.
but
You
I
probably
ran.
cheated.
But you know, my dad was military, died on active duty. But I was in education all those years.
You were really, I
One of the
mean, you were
reasons
a
I
coach at a
ran, because the
university,
last 10,
sweetie.
15
I mean, were
years,
you
I
really in
saw the
education?
direction
Let's be real,
our
real
country was
honest.
going
Okay, I've run a
because of
school.
what
I
we're
know,
doing in
I love
education.
our coaches, and they are
folks,
amazing, and
we
they're
are
very
in bad shape,
intellectual.
and if we
But
don't change
they had a job,
we're
and
not
they
going to
were
change this
coaching.
country back to what all
And
of
they
us in
weren't
here grew up and had
actually
an opportunity to grow up in.
necessarily.
So I ran because of education. I got 2 boys. They've graduated from college now, but
You were
hopefully have
teaching.
grandkids.
You were
And I
defending
want them
teachers.
to have what we've had the opportunity to have, but today they're being indoctrinated in education. All this woke.
But yet you were part of that system. So what did you do to
transgender
combat it from the
athletes,
inside, Tommy
CRT,
Tupperware?
1619.
Tommy Tupperware, please
We
tell
don't
us what
teach
you did to
reading
combat
or
all the
writing
woke
and
education from the
arithmetic
inside
anymore.
and Auburn, all
You know,
those
half the
things.
kids in this
Was
country,
he at Auburn
when
or
they
Alabama?
graduate,
I
think
don't know.
about
I
this.
don't actually care.
Half the kids in this country, when they graduate, can't read their diploma. Now, if you can't read,
I have to take a minute. I got to take a
in the
break. You got to
United
listen to
States, you're
Tommy
not taught to
Tupperware.
read, you can imagine what other countries are doing.
Yeah, and a lot of this is not hard. You know, it's just like football. You get
Basics.
you get back to the basic blocking and tackling. Yeah. And this, in education, it is the teaching of the skills that lead to good paying jobs. And I'm surprised how much we have taken the education system and turned it into this indoctrination system where we're trying to teach an ideology, where we're trying to brainwash these kids at really their most vulnerable age. If you remember the bill that they successfully passed in Florida, it was to teach 3rd graders and below that they couldn't teach them these, you know, very sensitive gender issues, and the hue and cry across the country at something that basic.
The hue and cry, was it a hue and a cry, or was it
Our
just a
fellow
hue with a
citizens
little bit
would
of cry?
believe some of this
Which one?
nonsense
Which one, penis
that
tip?
ultimately we're seeing
Come on,
the
Whitaker.
outcomes, and the outcomes
Come on,
are not
Whitaker,
good.
Pascal,
Why don't you
whatever
talk
your
a
name
little bit
is.
about in the
Poor
United
man's
States Senate,
Pascal.
you know,
That's what I like to
how
call
are
him,
you
Matt Whitaker.
pushing
He's
back?
the
How
poor
is the
man's
Senate
Brad
and how are
Pascal.
Republicans on Capitol Hill pushing back against the Biden administration and their policies?
Well, every day it's something new.
Yeah.
They're coming after family. They want to divide family. They don't want any gender. They want one gender. They want to attack everything that we've done over the years.
I'm trying to make a joke
Go by
on
their
text, but it may
ideology.
not come
And
over
they
as a
know,
joke, but it's a joke.
the left knows, especially the far
I know
left,
the
the
intention.
progressive
28 football
crazies,
coaches are the
they
highest
know
paid
that if
employees
they
in
can
the
get to
States.
our young
What?
kids, then it will change everything just in a short period of time. And they've been able to do that. And I heard the group earlier
These
talk
are
about
the reasons
parents.
why the country can't have nice
I
things, you
said this
idiots.
during
It's not because of
campaign. You want to make a
infrastructure.
difference in life?
It's
You
not
run for
because
a
of
school
infrastructure
board where you
bills,
get involved
and it's
in
not
the
because of
school,
mask wearing,
either being a
and it's
substitute
not
teacher,
because
do
of
something
vaccines,
to
and it's
really
not because of any
recognize
of those
what's going
things.
on.
It's
And
because
we all
you
found out,
idiots put more
what I
importance
already
on
knew
stupid shit and white
during
men
COVID when
than you do on
Zoom was
anything
going on,
else.
and kids weren't in
Anything
school,
else.
but their parents are watching what they're being taught on computers and their iPads going, what in the world is going on here? Well, it's been going like that for a while. Folks, we're in trouble. Our country is in trouble, and it starts with education. Until we start recognizing what the left is doing, trying to change family trying to change the things that are our moral values.
Oh, look
we
at
got
in
no
my
chance.
email
We
box. In
got
my
no
email
chance to
box, I
keep
just
this
got
country
another
free, with free speech,
U.S.
with the
Department of
Constitution that we
Justice
love,
press
with
release.
God in our
Oh my
life.
God. I really
All
highly
those
recommend.
things
Yes,
that
this is your
we take for
PSA.
granted aren't taken
Sign
for
up
granted
for
anymore.
your DOJ
Coach,
press
I
releases
mean, their
at the
most
website.
recent Supreme
Maybe I'll
Court
link it.
appointee couldn't say what a woman
Yeah, I
was.
will.
She herself a woman couldn't define what a woman was.
Justice
And I think that
Department
points
secured
to
settlement in
just
sexual
how
harassment lawsuit
top to
against
bottom
Michigan landlord.
they
Oh my God, look
have
at that.
adopted
Advocating for
this
people.
really incredibly
Oh,
progressive
Lisa Monaco delivers
worldview.
remarks
And
at the
it's
American Bar Association
inculcated
National Institute
into a
on
lot
white-collar crime.
of
Wow,
their
could this be
agenda.
related to the whole
And you
Murdoch
saw
trial
where,
and the fact
for
that every
example,
state and every bar should be
the
looking at the
advanced
family
placement
dynasties that are running law firms in their states and make sure that they're not
Black Studies
holding
and
those
African
states
American
hostage in
Studies
terms of the legal system?
included,
What do you
some
think?
very progressive ideology that had
What do you think?
nothing about
Do you
the
think Murdoch is supposed
to
to
do with
teach
the
us something
history
about the way family
of
dynasties
Black
running
America,
things in
or
states?
that whole
Are taking advantage of people?
moment in time that we've been
I just
living
wonder.
through this
But thank
American
you, Department of
experiment.
Justice.
I think
You're
it's
doing your job.
extraordinary. One of the things, again, we talked a
Keep
little bit
doing it.
about football, but
Don't get
I
it
think
twisted.
Congress continues to
Not
be
sitting
sort of
here waiting.
interested
I'm not
in
happy.
transgender in sports,
America,
where that's going, whether
I'd like to see a
biological males can
few
compete
from
against
you.
biological
I
females
mean in
and dominate in some cases. I mean, do you have
Tell me when
any
will
perspective on
they
that as to
come
how it just seems
through?
fundamentally unfair
We've
to me.
been
Well, it's just
waiting,
another step of what the left's doing. It's their
anticipating
game plan.
for the
There's no doubt about it.
hammer
They're going
to
after
come
family. They're going after faith.
down.
The teachers' unions have ruined our schools. They don't care anything about teaching our kids. They want to indoctrinate them into whatever
Don't
philosophy that
make
they believe in,
us
and
be
that's got to stop.
your
And that's the reason we're all for school choice. Let parents send their kids where they can get an education. These kids don't need
Just
to
a
be
reminder, just a
and
reminder,
listen, I
just a
coached minorities most of my life.
reminder,
80,
just a
80% of
reminder.
the athletes in any sport
PSA.
are minorities. I loved every minute of it. I loved every
Wait,
one of
well,
them.
that's a good song.
But you
Do
know
you really
what?
want to hurt me?
I didn't treat any of them any different because I looked at them not as white, not as black, not as red. I looked at them as Americans. And that's what we have to look at. And sports are so important. And you brought that up. Title IX started 50 years ago. And I was first coach in high school almost at that time. And
Well, is that song really the same thing over and over
says,
again?
let's
Words
give
few.
girls an opportunity, young girls and women, the chance to do what the guys are doing. And it's
Is
probably
that song
the most
really like?
successful
Do you
thing
really
that's
want to
ever
hurt me? The
happened
same
over there.
song
They
or the
call it
same
Hill
tune
over
over
there.
and
I
over
call it the
again?
circus. But over in D.C.,
Every
it's the best thing that they've ever done
stanza is the
because
same.
Title IX has been so successful. 600% increase in girls playing sports.
Words on a few have
600.
spoken.
Think about
I
that.
can wait
600%.
No, I think
Now,
it's actually the same song.
it said you had to have the same funding, same amount of coaches, same facilities, and federal law that actually works.
And then what happened?
We don't need big
Oh
government,
my
but
God,
that's
you're so
something that worked. Well,
dumb. Tommy, I want to see
what's
your phone
happened? The
records.
feminist group
Hey,
don't like
Tupperware.
They don't like that.
I want to see those
because
phone
it
records.
has
baby.
empowered the leadership
Tell me those
of
phone
women in
records.
a lot of things. I've got a cohort now that's the first woman senator in the state of Alabama, Katie Britt. She's going to be outstanding. And because of athletes, her husband was an athlete.
Let's see.
Played at Alabama, all those things together. But that being said,
I also
now
want
they
to rewrite
destroy
the
Title IX.
words. I don't know if
Destroy it.
Limp's
I'm
listening,
looking
but
around
if
some of my
you,
Democratic
if
colleagues
you
going,
are, I want to rewrite the
do you not have
words to
granddaughters? Do you not have
the Lee Greenwood song.
girls? I don't understand what you're trying to do. They want
That's a
non-biological
bop.
boys.
That's a great. It's actually a
play
really fun song to
in
sing.
sports.
If
23
you're a singer,
national
it's a really fun
championships
song.
have been won by boys.
Is it
and
God
people
Bless
and
the
girls
USA? I
in
guess it
sports,
is.
in the last 15, 17 years. Think about that. 23.
Where's the lyrics?
It is not right.
Where's the
It
lyrics?
is unfair. It is unsafe. And it is wrong. And how they can't figure this out, I don't know.
How they can't figure it out? Oh, you know what? I guess then it means it's dumb. Whatever you're saying, it's probably dumb.
Out there?
Yeah.
My home state of Iowa.
It's no longer wrong. The things we're going and I work for it, and the hard to start
In
again.
Iowa, Kim
With my
Reynolds
chicken
and
and
the
my wife.
legislature passed a very
I think
aggressive,
I'm lucky charms
important school
to be
choice
living
bill
here today.
that really puts
Because that hag
their
still
children's
stands for
education in the
freedom.
hands of the parents,
And they
which, to
can't
your
take
point
the
earlier,
piss
is
away.
exactly where it needs to be. And there's a lot
we're
of
going to
states
have fun
now
with this.
that are picking up.
Oh yeah, scam
that
ads. Oh my God,
movement. And I think
RSBN
it's
is the
going to
worst.
improve education because
They are
as a
the
parent, if you
worst.
can,
Actually, this is
determine
Rumble,
where your child
but
goes to school
Rumble's
that's
showing
best for
RSBN.
them
I don't know,
instead of just where
whatever.
you
It's
happen to
RSBN on
live.
Rumble.
I think that
It's
just
doubly
opens up
bad. Like we're
tremendous
dipped in shit.
opportunities,
We're double dipped in
really
shit
for every
today,
kid.
folks.
Because as I often say in the
Double
context
dipped in shit
of
today.
crime and violence, every child deserves
This
play
is the
safely
guy
in
that
their front
sold
yard. And likewise, every
specially
child
designed
deserves
toilets.
a
Oh, is that
world-class
what it is,
education. It's the only
Jim?
way we're
He
going
had
to
like
compete
a
with the
bidet
Chinese.
or no? What is that called? A
And
urinal?
into the
He
next
literally sold
century.
urinals
That's the
for
reason our country's been so great, because of education.
big dicks.
Because of education.
I don't
We've been
get
better
that.
than everybody
Never
else.
mind.
Our
I don't
kids
want to
have
know. No,
learned
stop. I
they
don't
can
want to
handle
know.
themselves, and
I
they can
changed
get
my
a
mind.
job, and they can work. Working
Thank you.
people,
Thank you for that
working
mental picture,
citizens,
Jim.
working
Jesus
taxpayers
Christ. It's not
in the
even 10
United States
o'clock.
of
Oh,
America
no, it's
have
10,
built this
11.
country.
Whatever.
Not people getting a government check. It's the people that's put hard work into
Proud to
farmers,
be an
small businesses,
American
people
where
in
at
the
least I
military,
know
people that
I'm
really love this
free.
country. And that's the reason we're to this
I
point.
will
Now,
think you
just
are.
down the road, a couple of
The
years ago, we had
mighty
a young man
stand
that was
up,
running for
know
governor
you
of the state
all.
of Virginia. He was about
It's
10,
good to
15
sing
points
over. Make
behind
sure the web
against a career politician.
wet packers.
Then they started having problems in their high schools about
God, Jim, you're gonna need to. You owe me a dad joke
saying,
for that.
hey, you don't own your kids, we own your
And it
kids
better be
when they
good.
come to
And I'm
school.
only giving you 5
He went
minutes.
from
I
15
usually
points
give you
down
like
to
a half
winning
an hour with a dad
because
joke, and you
parents
come in
said
5
enough
seconds.
is enough.
I'm giving you
And
5
when you
minutes
start
because
messing
I'm
with the
very
kids,
needing this
that's
joke
when things
to
end.
cleanse
And
the
that's the
palate of
reason,
what
folks,
you
if
just
we don't,
put in my head.
start
Very
opening our eyes to all these things, crime, the border, inflation, all those things are happening, foreign relations, which is god-awful as we speak. But it all starts with family, God, and education.
It
And if we
does?
don't
Does
pay
it all
attention
start
to those
there?
three
Does
things,
it? Because God isn't real, Tommy. I don't know if anyone
remain the
told
number
you
one
this,
country
but
in the world.
God isn't
We're
real.
going to, because we're going to keep our eye on
And
it.
whatever is real
And
would
there's
want
no
you
doubt
to
that
try
we
and
need a
overthrow your
revival
government
in the United
violently.
States of America. We need a spiritual revival.
Let's see I want to see the
We
phone
need
records,
God
Tommy.
to come
Tommy
back
Tupperware.
into every American's
I
life.
want to see your phone records.
And be a positive impact in that. And we need a revival in our education system. It really,
Jim searches
I
frantically
think
for dad joke.
had stalled out. I think the
I need to get
innovation,
high.
the enthusiasm behind a lot of those things had gone away. And the re-engagement of moms and dads, grandparents, and others that care about each child to try to push them forward and to get them where they need to be, I think is going to
had
should
dreams
pay dividends.
of just being a normal
I
girl
will say this, and going into
with a
thousands of kids' homes
family
and talking to
and
parents every year
2.5
recruiting.
children.
Half
Just
the
kidding.
kids in
I
this
didn't
country,
really
now,
ever
I'm
have
not
that
talking
dream,
about
but
race, I'm just talking
let's
about
just
half the
pretend
kids in this
for a minute.
country have one and no parent. And this
And now
because
all I
of
want
attack
is to not
on
wake
faith.
up. Well, I mean, I want more.
People
But
are losing
one
faith
thing I would
because
like is to not wake
for
up and
some
worry
reason,
about
because of the attack of God. When I
the
started
level of
head coaching
stupidity
in
that this country has
1995,
come to
I was the
accept.
first head coach, and it just kind of came to me from a young man said, I want to be your full-time team chaplain for your football team. I said, what's that? He says, I want to come be around your players all day long. I said, how can you afford that? He said, well, I'll go out and raise my own money. Well, we did that. Since then, we started a chaplain program, and almost every school in this country
I think
now
I'll
has
fix
a
something to
full-time
eat.
team chaplain
We'll be right
because
back.
of that one kid.
But I'm going to keep it on.
And God put him there. It wasn't me. And it changed the lives of so many people.
It wasn't
We've
me.
got to have that
Did I coo in the
not
corner?
just
It
athletes,
wasn't
but
me.
also
Did I
to the
coo on the
schools.
sofa?
But the
It wasn't
left is
me. Did I
fighting
coo
so
in the
hard to
Senate?
keep
It
God
wasn't
out
me.
of our
Did I
schools,
coo in
God
the
out of our family,
house?
trying to shut
Did I
faith-based
coo in the alley?
television
It
down.
wasn't me. Did I
Anything
coo
that
in
has
the
to do with
courtroom?
the
It wasn't
sanctity
me.
of life,
Did I coo on the
they can understand.
stairwell?
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
And
Did
here
I
is we
coo
live
in
in a
the
country that was
Capitol?
built on fundamental tenets, and one of those fundamental tenets is a freedom of religion, a freedom of speech, and yet the left always seems to want to quash speech they disagree with, squash religion, and fight tooth and nail. To your point, in the few minutes we have left, I really. Since I played and
I'm a
since
big,
you've
large penis
been done
dip,
coaching,
and
a
you're
revolution has happened
kind of a
in college
skinny,
athletics, and that's this
but
name,
a
image,
much
likeness
bigger dick guy
situation, which
because you've
essentially
won like
says
actual
that
football
the
championships, and I just
Supreme
look like I
Court,
played football.
and the laws now provide that A player, even though you're an amateur, is entitled to the money that's derived
Is
from
this not the
their
most
name, image, and
boring
likeness.
thing? Like,
So
you guys have
you're
nothing
seeing,
better to talk about on the right than this shit?
money does oftentimes a real perversion in college sports. In the football case, it's turning into
Yeah,
the
it's
passive
real
half
hard-hitting
hockey.
stuff
have
you
these
guys talk
programs,
about over on the
Alabama,
right.
for example, Auburn, I'm sure, is trying to compete at that level as well. But so many other schools
Yeah, they're
that
a
that can
fucking
offer
money machine. That's all they
recruits,
are.
and I know they're trying
Have
to
you
trim
met
that
Cam
up. Recruits
Newton?
$1 million packages.
I guess that's Alabama.
Quite frankly, to show up. And then at
No.
the same
Is that
time,
Auburn?
in basketball, in college basketball,
I don't remember.
players that can make more in college.
I just remember because I went to a university and they had large, like, huge banners of Cam Newton because he was the quarterback at the time, or he was, no, he wasn't.
How do you think?
He was the Panther at that time.
What do you think the
But
current
he was an
state
alumni
is,
of the
and
university.
how do you
What was
see
he
it
an alumni
playing
of? Come on,
out?
football
'Cause
people.
it seems
Cam
like
Newton.
a real radical experiment.
Anyway, I went to that university because a friend of mine
It's like our
teaches
country,
there.
Everything's kind
Hope
of
he's
in
not watching.
turmoil. Well, it's the same thing.
Because I don't remember what university you
Hold on
teach
to
at.
every sport.
I think it's Auburn, right?
Elementary school,
Yeah.
junior high, senior high, college, professional, because sports have built this country.
Yeah,
But
they
the
just
NIL, which means that college athletes can make money. I'm all for that. Let me tell you something. Some of you in here probably participated in college sports.
There were big
It's the only
banners
time
of
in your
Cam
life
Newton
that you'll
everywhere.
have
Like
two full-time
really
jobs.
fucking, like bus
Because you
school
can't
by
work
size
because
banners.
you're going to school, which is
It was
about
weird.
an education.
It was
And
really
then
weird.
when you get done with that, you
And he
go
wasn't
down
even
with a
there
bunch of
anymore.
crazy
He had
coaches,
graduated
whether
like
it's
a few years
basketball or
back.
football. To keep their job, they got to win, so they're going to drive you in the ground. You have no free time. So I've always been for.
It looked like, oh, you know what it looked like?
Players making
It looked
money.
like those
Now,
things in Harry Potter, if you've
this
seen
might
Harry
be a little
Potter, and they have
extreme.
like the
Now, Joe
banners
Manchin and I
unfurl.
right now are trying to
Hi,
help,
Sean. You
and
know how the banners
we've come up
unfurl?
with a text
And like
of
they
some
have all
bills
the
that will
like
hopefully help that we
Harry
can get
Potter
passed.
characters, you
We're
know,
having a
whatever.
little problem with some of the
That's
senators.
kind of like what
but
they had at Auburn,
what
but
we
they
want
had
to
these
do
huge
is we're
banners,
gonna
like
have college
bus-sized
sports, as we all
banners
know it,
hanging everywhere
to
on
make it
campus at
fair for
Auburn.
everybody. We
And it was
want
all
all
Cam
50
Newton.
states to go by
And
the
it's like
same
the dude had
basic rules.
graduated
Now,
like
we're not getting in the weeds.
years
And
prior.
we want
It was so
players to
weird.
make money.
It was just a weird vibe.
You know, right now they can transfer anytime they want. I do not believe in
Like
that.
that,
I do not
the
believe in teaching kids
the
to
idolation on the
give them an
right is so
opportunity to
like,
say it's
well, I
too
guess
hard for me, or I don't
Auburn.
like it here. I'm gonna leave. You know, I'm fine with them leaving, but there's got to be some.
Anyway, yeah.
We're trying to come up with some basics of the
Oh, here we
NIL,
go.
and then
The
we
chuds
can
are
pass it.
coming.
Give it to the NCAA and say, now you build around
Not
that.
urinals? Oh, he did a
These three little
toilet for
things,
them?
all 50 states have to go
Interesting.
by that, and we're the only one who can do that.
Interesting.
Right now, it's a free for all. Yeah. Everybody's doing different things, and it's not a level playing field.
I like this. I love the block.
You know, it is.
Let me just turn the
I
chat
think
off. And then they go away.
there needs to be a point where players are able
I
to,
don't like racists or bigots or anybody like that in my chat. And you're not allowed. I'm sorry. I won't make big drama, but I'll just take your ass to the curb. If you want a show to be racist and bigoted on, then you can open your own YouTube platform. It's free.
No extra cash, and I know they've tried to fix that, you know, through various innovations.
They don't. It's a little different.
But we'll get rid of him, darling.
I visited. I went back a few times. I tell
Enormous
a funny
horn
story
dragging along the bottom.
we used to sit in 55-gallon drums of ice water to cool our legs. Now they have plunge pools that are custom climate controlled. So it's a much different business than back
Are we still talking about football?
But anyway, well,
Vane Zodiac has March forecasts out. Woo! I've been watching that, Max. It's pretty fun.
Pushing back against this
Yes, Sean Peter,
woke
you're right.
agenda.
Cam
It has
Newton
been
was
my
a good
pleasure.
NFL
Ladies and
player.
gentlemen, much
They
big
really
thanks
idolized
to
him at
Coach and
University.
Senator Tommy
Crazy.
Tuberville. Thank you.
We've been using the same music since 2015. We've been using this music. That's this music. We can't listen to any other. No,
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your
Mike Lindell.
continued
Mike,
support.
how are you have any more
With
money?
everything
How do you
going
have
on
any
right
more
now,
money to
your
buy any
message-
advertising? You spent $40 million. You just said it a couple weeks ago. You've spent $40 million. What is wrong? What is wrong? How do you have any more money to put in any advertising anywhere on the frickin' planet? All right, I think I can put chat back up now. Okay, it'll come back. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Let's see what the schedule is today. Hold on, let me just pull up let's do some logistics here. Even the high girl can do logistics once in a while if she has to. Let's see what is happening on the interwebs today.
oh, 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 oh. I'm going to add that to a queue. I just have a little Midas touch. Former top Trump advisor meets with district attorney. Ooh, dear. Kellyanne Conway's been spotted meeting with a district attorney. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Is Kellyanne Conway about to spill the jello? Will she spill the jello? My goodness. I need to see if this is really Matthew. Hold on. I just need to see this. I'm not sharing that. Okay. Oh my God. Is it really him? I'm going to tell you right now. I need to say hello to someone. See, Matt, this Matthew Lesko, a friend of mine in, God damn. Okay, see, here's the thing, you guys. Here's one thing you don't know about me. You have 2 films for movie night? Oh, excellent, gal. Jim's American Mindfuck. Okay, great. Let's do it, gal. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I can probably do it. We can do it, and then we'll just if we get shut down, we get shut down. Name the night. Gal, Suburban, name the night, and I will do that. I will do a movie night. Tell me what night, and I'll do it. Empty Wheel did good work on the big dick toilet salesman. Oomph. Oomp's comments not showing, but he said that Empty Wheel has a good thing on Matt Whitaker, the penis tip we just saw on stage. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Literally, RSBN only has Lindell money. RSBN only survives on Lindell money, which is why they're not going to last very long because he really is out of money. Jim's is short. We could watch it for the lounge. Okay, let's do that. We'll do Jim's My American Mindfuck tomorrow night. Is today Thursday? I think it is. Anyway, let's assume tomorrow's Friday. We'll do Mindfuck on Friday if Jim's okay with it. And then we could do a Saturday night or whatever. We could do another one, People You May Know. I would love to do that. Actually, there's a few active measures. I would love to do that too if someone would let us do that. Do you think? Excellent. Oh, gal, I'm so happy. I would love to do it when you can be there so that we can talk about it, or even Jim. I don't know if Jim Stewartson could be there. That's asking a lot, but that might be fun. Oh my God. If Jim could be there, that would be amazing. We'd be so lucky. All right. Well, definitely tomorrow night, I'll put up the event thing that we'll be doing that. They're talking about gold. I'm not going to put it on the screen because they're just talking about gold. He's not talking about anything important. This is a fucking ad. Fucking RSBN does because they're fucking right-wing extreme messaging weapon. Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. American Mindfuck. Yep, we're doing it. Oh, yeah, we're doing it. Oh, yeah, we're doing it. Members only episode of the 5/8 tomorrow, though. Oh, wait. Are you saying, Marie, are they doing an after, or is it only members for the entire episode of the 5/8 tomorrow? I'm going to put up the link in case anybody wants to come up, but I will choose who I want to come up because, it's only going to be people I know. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let strangers up. I'm only going to let people I know up. Well, you know what I could do? Oh, the after. Oh, so I should wait, Marie? Is that what you're saying? I should wait until, how long is their after party? Usually. Is it an hour? Because if they end at 6:30 when I start, but then their after party goes until 7:30, I could wait to show American Mindfuck. Okay. So what I could do, Marie, is we could just shoot the shit, in the beginning. And then when people are done with 5/8, if they do want to come over, then we could show American Mindfuck.
How about that? How about that? How about you catch me outside? How about that? I don't know. We'll try. I should probably ask Jim if we can even show it, but I suppose he doesn't mind. He wants it out there. I mean, not that I could ask him. Gal could ask him. Okay. Oh my God, we're back. Oh my God, we're back with stupid. Oh, I hate this guy. Gordon Chang, fucking asshole. God, I know I say it about everybody.
Moving in the right
than this
direction.
moron.
This is something that President Trump worked on with Prime Minister Abe. I worked with the Japanese every single day to try to get the Japanese to step up their defense expenditures. You think about where Japan's located.
Were you really
It's
concerned?
one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the world. You've got North Korea, Russia, and China right at your doorstep. And from America's perspective, we have more U.S. military stationed in Japan than any other country in the world. It is an extremely strategic location. They need to be able to work with us, and they need to step up. Prime Minister Abe wanted to do this. I had many conversations with him about it.
Really,
the problem
was
then,
really
though,
concerned, but now
was
he's
that
dead.
Prime Minister
I had
Abe's
nothing to do with it, by the way.
political coalition, the LB,
Just in case anyone's
LDP,
asking.
works in partnership with a smaller group called Komieto for Control. Komieto is a Buddhist-affiliated political organization. They were pacifists. They did not want to move toward a more aggressive posture. Well, something changed. Joe Biden became president. He embarrassed us as a nation.
He sure did. Free and fair elected,
He sent a
baby.
message to our allies that we're not reliable. Suddenly, sentiment began to change in Japan. And after Russia invaded Ukraine, the political landscape completely changed in Japan. Now the Japanese public are demanding that more be done. And Prime Minister Kishida stepped up.
But that's what we have to do, folks. We have to step up because we don't have a president who is willing to defend us. Okay, John, who is at John 343-48022, I didn't know that there were that many Johns, says, and this is a great question, how did your time as ambassador prepare you to meet the challenges proposed by China?
Oh, is he ambassador? I don't know what he is. What is he?
Well, I think
Who is that
the
guy?
best thing that happened.
I'm calling him O'Brien,
the
but
fact
that's
that
not
I'd lived
O'Brien,
and
right?
worked in
Am I
Asia
wrong?
before. My first move to Japan
I
back
don't
in
know everybody.
1988. I worked for a firm called the Boston Consulting Group. They sent me there for 3 years. I've seen the movement in China in a way that initially seemed promising, but has turned very, very bad under President Xi's leadership. China has turned out to be a predator at every single level. They're a predator economically. They steal our intellectual property. They subsidize.
I'm gonna have to get the copy. I'm gonna have to find American Mindfuck
trade advantage because
with
they
you,
don't
Gal.
play by the same set of rules. In
I don't know
fact,
where it is.
that trade deficit over the years has actually funded their military.
His
building.
Substack?
And
Is there a
talk
link
about
in his Substack?
Military predatory behavior. Think about these islands that they've built
Check out my
in the South China Sea. They've literally gone in and crushed coral reefs, dumped millions of tons of concrete into the
All
ocean.
right, so I
don't
need
know
to
where
get a
the
little high,
environmentalists
so
are
I'm
on
gonna
this
take a
one.
minute. I'm not gonna say a lot.
But they've built
Vimeo,
military assets
right?
across the South China
Yes,
Sea. KT
I
McFarlane's
remember
right
now.
there. She knows exactly what this means. when
Okay,
she
oh,
was
you
our
sent it on
national
Signal.
security advisor
Great.
dealing with this. This
I
is
have the
a
most
serious,
amazing
seriously aggressive
friends.
Xi administration. They now have more naval ships than we do. And they're all about projecting their power, projecting their authority.
Perfect.
And
Thank
trying
you.
to project their dominion, not only in their region, but I think around the world.
What can these folks do about China? What would be the one or two things that you think
Still
that they
so
might
behind
do
in Signal.
first?
I'm the worst.
The
Okay,
first
great.
thing, and I think America's
Perfect.
woken up to this. This is
I'm
a
so excited
bipartisan
about this.
understanding, but we need to broaden it. China does not have our best interest at heart. Tell your elected representatives that you're concerned about China. It is our #1 national security threat.
No, it's not
You've got to
actually.
deal
I
with
mean,
it
there's a
that
lot
way,
of
very
them.
clear-eyed
I'm not.
fashion.
Don't get me wrong.
President
There's a
Trump
ton of
understood this
security
clearly.
threats.
You ask about what was the benefit of serving as ambassador. The benefit was serving in his administration with people like KT McFarlane, who got it, who understood the threat, and wanted to make us strong.
Wait.
It's really important because, as you know, we have got
Gal,
people
look what
in
I
this
figured
room
out how
who
to
are
do.
ready to
I mean, you
move,
might have
but
noticed.
they need leadership, and they don't have leadership in the White House, and they need leadership.
We do actually. We have
from, for
great
instance, the
leadership. It's
Select
really,
Committee
you know
in
what?
the House,
Actually, this
and
leadership
from,
in
of
this
course,
White
the
House is
senators.
really quite
Well, I appreciate
exceeding
that.
my
And as I meet with
expectations.
foreign leaders, I
This
remind them of
leadership
something
in
very
this
basic.
White House is
And that is that I'm
exceeding
going to
my
be a United States
expectations. It's
senator
making
a
me
hell of a lot
happy. It's
longer
making
than
me
Joe
cry
Biden will be
tears of
president of the United
joy
States.
because I get to see things like $35 insulin yesterday, and even though I'm not diabetic,
And while he's
And
got
actually,
them over at
none
the
of my
Pentagon
family is
working on their
currently on
pronouns
insulin or
and
has
performing
been or
abortions at
potentially
military
will be at
hospitals,
this point in
Xi
time. My
Jinping
one
is
sister
working
who
on
was on
building out a
insulin
military
passed away.
that will outcompete us at every level. We've got to wake up
I'm
to
so
this.
happy
We've
that
got to be
other
strong.
people
We've got
get
to properly
insulin
equip
at a
our
decent
military
price.
and focus them on lethality. We've got to work with our allies to make them interoperable
Joe
with us.
Biden did
And
that.
we've got to
Joe
bring our
Biden
economy
forced
back
Eli
to
Lilly
the
by
strongest in the
forcing
world. That
Medicare
means
and
don't
pushing
wage
that
war on the oil
through.
and gas industry. That's
That's
a
how we
critical
got here.
competitive advantage for us.
You
That
fucking
means don't
idiots.
overregulate industry here in America
I
so that we're
know.
competing
I'm
with
not
private
doing the
companies. Let's get our
Biden.
economy back to the strongest. That puts us in a position for everything else to fall into place.
I'd like to speak to the Tennesseans in the room. You guys have elected two great senators, Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty. Thank you, Senator. Because this is our Lexington and Concord moment. The theme right now is protecting America now. Bill Hagerty and others are doing that because we're not going to get a second chance on this. And remember, guys, we're Americans. We do not yield. We stand our ground. We are the last line of defense. Thank you, Senator.
Well done, Gordon. Thank you. Great to be with you. Great to be with all of you.
Hey, we're fascists and we hate you. Yes, we hate you. Oh, Lord, we hate you.
We're not just any news network.
God.
We show
You
the
know
crowd.
what?
We
Okay,
show the
that's what I
energy.
wanna
We
say
show the
right now.
enthusiasm. We
This
interview
is the end
people.
of CPAC. Let me tell you why this is the end of CPAC, folks. I've watched CPAC a lot. I am a CPAC viewer. And I'm going to say right now, today, in this moment, and fight me on this. Go ahead and try. They're having trouble getting speakers. Because it used to be like even just last CPAC, back to back to back to back to back to back to back. This is more breaks in a CPAC than I've ever seen. And to me, that means their content is starting to fail on them a little bit. And I don't know how full that room is. But I'd sure maybe we need to check in on Mag American's feed, actually. That's what we could do. Recon. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna see if what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Mag Americans. Boy, I wish I was a little younger and cuter because it would be making this being this stupid a lot more attractive. But no. Okay, let me see if this bitch has anything live. He's doing like 9 minutes at a time. I'm gonna share this for like a minute. This is Mag Americans. It's one of the convoy chuds.
Is about to begin.
Yeah, this is the great citizen journalism coming to you live. This was part 3. We won't stay with it forever because God knows he's not worth a fucking copyright strike. That's for damn sure. So just go ahead and share this one instead. Yeah. Anyway, that was the scene from inside the ballroom. How'd that go? Yeah, the only announcers are Lindell and Mrs. Coffee. Yep, that's it, Marie. You nailed it. You nailed it, baby. See, look again. These guys are selling gold. They're selling gold that so that you can continue to enslave children in the DRC. Thank you. Thank you. This is brought to you by the children in the DRC who are dying every day. Every day. Who are abused and dying in the mud. And actually, you know what? Let me tell you. Let me see if I need to reach out to this guy. Oh my god, I gotta reach out to him. So I want to. Oh no, I'm not gonna. Oh, you know what? I am gonna show you because are they gonna sing? Oh fuck this shit. I want to introduce you to someone. This is Matthew Lesko. He is actually a very, 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 very dear friend of mine, and he doesn't. Oops, oh shit. He doesn't know me as Lolo. He knows me as someone else. But he is just one of the most amazing, and you've seen him, I think, on TV. You've seen him on you've seen him on community access. This is live. He's doing this live. I didn't know he did stuff live. But Matthew Lesko and his wife and I have been friends for years and years and years. And he is if you see this man in DC, tell him thank you. Him and his wife are two of the most devoted public servants for righteousness and justice for people on the face of this fucking planet. And nobody knows that because he walks around like this, right? He has crazy glasses, crazy clothes. He's always talking about free government money and where to get grants from the government and all this kind of stuff. And that's been his shtick for decades. But his shtick also is about government corruption, corporate corruption, lack of human rights, lack of civil rights. And his wife has been devoted to empowerment of youth in the voting realm. Her organization has been to get girls in schools galvanized around voting rights and lowering the voting age to 16. They're just the most amazing two people on the fucking planet. And I just reconnected. Actually, his wife is the person I'm reaching out to on the education front to as one of the people I'd love to bring in on a roundtable basis. And she can also connect us and get a connection to youth who could speak on. He's just talking about government grants, which is why I don't have him talking out loud because I don't know. Oh, whoa. We got some big assholes on the other screen. Hold on. Big asshole alert. Anyway, I'll say hi to him. But Matthew Lesko is just a doll. And if you see him in DC,
Daddy, are you coming home?
please treat him like the doll that he is because he's one of the good ones.
Is that mean man going to let
He's
you
just
come
a
home
good,
tonight?
good person
Which
with
I
a
told
big
Mitch
heart.
that to his credit. He laughs pretty hard. He thinks that's
so I'm really glad to have found
is
him. I
that
didn't
not a
realize he was
bizarre
doing live
aspect
stuff. So
of
I'm
this
super
job?
happy to have.
It really is. And
So you just got to see
my
me
version
go
of
back.
this is, when I first got sworn in.
But here we are with JD Vance.
I would go home and do a lot of radio interviews with people.
JD Vance forgot his pants.
What's the thing you didn't expect? And I talk a little bit about the schedule. And I think
Oh,
we wanted
right.
to have
Peter
some
Green's
brilliant
term
policy
education.
solution or
Hold on.
idea.
I'm going to do that
What I always just sort of blurted out almost accidentally was these guys don't work very hard, right? So the very first day we're sworn in, we're then sent on a 3-week recess. And that really frustrated me because,
you
I'm a new senator, I want to get to work, I want to work with my good friend Ted here. And then I kind of realized, actually, the Democrats not working very hard for the next 2 years is maybe not the worst thing in the world. So
That's an accurate statement there. Every day the Schumer Senate is not in session is a day they're not destroying America.
That's right.
So you're saying more 3-week vacations is what are needed, basically. I like it. I want to get into policy. And JD, you're new to the Senate. You're in the minority now, not the majority.
I can't find it.
And that's obviously coming with interesting things. But what we have seen come out is the issue of COVID and the media getting it wrong and having to admit they got it wrong on the Wuhan Lab Institute,
Theo and
on the fact that we weren't crazy, and on this podcast, 3 years ago, you said, Senator, this is pretty clear from data that we have coming in. There's a very good chance we're being lied to by China.
Well, and
Yeah.
let's reflect for a second.
How
So,
do
3
Peter's
years
meals
ago,
balls
this
taste? Do
podcast
they
was here at
taste
CPAC
like chicken?
on the
Would you
stage.
make a buffalo?
And 3 years ago,
salad?
thank God, we're finally allowed to gather again by our nation's capital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look at the idiots who had shut the country down. And listen, CPAC has an
Wasn't he
interesting
one of those
mark in
idiots?
my mind
I
as
don't know.
of really
Wasn't he?
the
I
beginning
mean,
of
wasn't
the
he part of the same
pandemic,
government that did that?
because we
Wasn't
did
he
the
part of the
podcast,
Trump
did
administration,
verdict
kind
at-
of,
here at
gang of
CPAC.
whatever,
I flew
gang of
home,
jerks, gang of
and
jerk-offs?
actually I had a campaign fundraiser at an Eagles concert.
Oh, there it is.
And I love the Eagles. I will confess that was my
Oh, there
idea.
it
It's
is.
like, all right, if you got to have people write checks to the campaign, let's at least go to a cool concert and enjoy it. And so we're sitting there Saturday early evening, and I get a phone call from Matt Schlapp.
Is he a friend of yours, Max?
And Matt's like, yeah, Ted, I need to tell you, so a good friend of ours who was at CPAC with you has this thing
I
called
would
COVID.
certainly be willing to talk to him.
And yeah, you guys were palling around, and this is kind of a problem. I'm like,
I'll reach
really?
out to him, Max,
And so I
and
ended
see
up
if he wants to
quarantining
talk.
for 2 weeks as a result of Matt's call.
I got
Thank
it. I found it.
But I will tell you, the worst part was not
found it.
that. It was Heidi coming down the stairs dressed
bad
to the
idea.
nine. She was ready to go to the Eagles concert. And I'm like,
Take
okay,
it
sweetheart.
I love the Embassy audience, because if you didn't hear that in the video, on the audio of this, all that is just awe in the audience here.
Friend of the family. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry, Max. Forgive
down,
me.
ready to
I
go.
forgot I was doing that online.
And I'm like, okay,
Didn't mean to do
sweetheart,
that.
we can't go.
But no, I'm happy. I
She
can
gets
reach out to him
mad. She's
through
like,
his
these
website.
people paid thousands of dollars to go hang out at
Take
this
it
fundraiser. You can't stand them up. And at this point,
Oh,
very
listen,
few
little
people knew much of
Eagles.
anything
That's
about what COVID
fun.
was. But I'm like, look, this
Welcome
is
to the show,
potentially a deadly virus.
everybody.
We
This
don't
is where I
know.
talk over the
And
entire
I promise you,
CPAC.
they
So
won't
why
be
are
that we're
you
not
even here? Well,
exposing
because
them to it
just
at
in
the
case I
outset, so we
see
called and
something
explained
funny.
it to them, and they had a great time at the concert, and we
You
stayed
never
home.
know when I'm going to
And
say
Heidi was mad
something
at us.
funny.
So, it is worth pointing out that 3 years later, we've discovered that the virus, if you're really old, if you're really sick, it can be deadly. But for young, healthy people, we've discovered the health impacts
Did
are
we
much
discover
lower than we
that?
thought.
Because I don't know. What study
And
is
what's
that?
interesting is the
What
breaking
study is
news that we all know now, that now 2 different cabinet agencies in the Biden administration, the Department of Energy and the FBI,
What about it?
have both concluded that it is likely that the COVID virus came from a Chinese government
Okay,
lab.
again, I'm going to say this
Now, as
again.
everyone
Like,
here knows,
what?
Finally,
in
these
the
two departments are doing some good
hell?
work. I like this.
It is shocking.
Cool. Awesome. Great. I just
But as
haven't
everyone here
heard his
knows,
name,
for
so
2
I'm interested
years,
to
that
read
was
more.
derided
But I want to make,
as a
because I understand, because
conspiracy
sometimes when
theory,
I worked for a public
tinfoil
charter,
hat
so sometimes
wearing
people who are
null
anti-charter,
theory
I totally
that
understand.
you weren't allowed to say, that
Sometimes
you get
people like
banned
that
on
won't even
social
talk.
media for saying,
But
and
I
I
don't-
have to point out,
can't
this
help that. I
podcast
can't help
3 years ago,
I can't help that for them.
in March of
So I don't want to just
2020
have a
and in
fight
April
about
of
it, but
2020,
I'm
we did
totally
2
willing to have a
extended pods
conversation about charter.
laying out
public
the
charter,
evidence
and all that.
then, 3 years ago,
Both
that this
concluded
came
with
from a
low
Chinese
confidence.
government lab. And in fact, we walked through what
Jim,
convinced
you're
these
late.
guys today. Yeah. Almost all of it you knew 3 years ago, but politics wouldn't let them say it. And so I will say, and
this is what you
miraculously, they didn't
deliver
censor our
late.
podcast. They
What do you
censored
call a
just about
herd of
everything
cows
else,
masturbating beef
but they didn't
stroganoff?
try to censor verdict.
I do think
That's
it's only
terrible,
appropriate we're
Jim.
back in D.C. that we
Oh my
remind
goodness.
the
Yeah, you know what? I
amazing
guess you can't
media
hit all of them out of the
of
park.
what they
can
were
you?
saying to the American people. I want to play clip 2.
I'm just in a bad
Take
mood,
a look
Jim.
at
I'm
this.
watching
This is your
CPAC.
media not
Just
pushing
ignore
any
me.
narrative at all.
You know how I get.
Tom Cotton a couple
You know how
of
I
days
get when
ago,
I get chud immersed.
spouting a conspiracy theory that the Chinese
Wait, what was I
made
looking?
this virus up. You have the lab in a lab.
Conservative talk show host Rush Limbaugh
the
with
Eagles.
zero proof, suggesting a Chinese bioweapon lab is to blame.
We know that it's been debunked that this virus was man-made or modified or anything like
You know,
that.
the bottom
But
line
Dr.
is,
Anthony Fauci
okay,
rejected
so now
the
what?
conspiracy that
Now what are you
coronavirus
going
was
to do?
man-made in a lab
Oh, they
in
don't
Wuhan,
like
China.
joy because
And yet this
why?
week, Donald Trump
He's
is
black.
still pushing the debunked bunkum, despite
And
his
she's
own
smart.
intelligence community's
Oh my God,
findings
and
that
she's
that
a
is simply
woman.
not true.
If you look at the
Wow.
evolution of the virus in bats and what's out there now,
The man who saved their
it is
miserable fucking
very, very
lives so that they
strongly
could
leaning
kill it.
towards this could not
That's
have been
okay.
artificially or deliberately manipulated.
Well, Brett, I'm really sorry that the lab leak has become such a distraction for so
Yeah,
many
no,
people.
I know.
Because
Believe
frankly,
me,
we
Max,
still
I've been
don't
in the
know.
education
There is no
space a long
evidence
time.
really
I
to
know what
say, most of the scientific community, myself included,
But that's why I would
that
like to have a
is
conversation with
possibility,
him,
but
because I
far
don't
more likely this was a natural way in which a virus left.
blah, blah, blah. I get it.
So,
I do. I
the
am
first
too.
few
I'm
hosts there
actually
were actually trying
a
out for
huge
dumbest cable
advocate for
television
public
host.
education. It just needs,
That's what
it
that
needs
was.
some real guardrails that it
So-
doesn't currently have around
I'm
spending.
sorry, I have my own COVID
How
ruined my
money is
wife's life
spent.
story, so I'm going to tell that briefly.
That's my problem.
So we're in the heat of the primary campaign,
And
we're
how
turned into a
curriculum is
very,
chosen.
very intense
That's
campaign.
my problem.
And my wife was 39 weeks
We
pregnant.
want to talk textbooks? I'll
very
talk
bad family
textbooks. Why
planning.
don't we talk about Pearson?
So my wife gets COVID.
Why don't we talk about
and
that?
She actually, for me, it was like a mild cold. For her, she got actually pretty sick, which maybe
This week
has
in
something to do with the fact she
virology,
was 39 weeks pregnant.
this week in
9 days afterwards, she starts going into labor, and we called the hospital, and they said,
and
try to wait
source of
another few
sources
hours, because
in
if
which
you
I have
come in
greatest
now,
confidence
you're going to have to
as
wear
to
the
things
full
COVIDian.
mask,
This week in
body secure
virology,
setup, complete quarantine.
is that a
Your husband
journal,
can't
a
be in the
medical
room with you,
journal?
but if you
Ooh,
wait a few hours, then you've reached the quarantine period.
that
This
sounds
was in
good. I like
December
good
of
sources.
2021.
I love good
So we
source. I love good
ruined.
source.
I mean, all of us
I love
have
a
a
good
crazy COVID story. I think
source.
mine
I
is
love
better
good
than most.
source.
In other words,
I want
there
to
were a
see
lot
if
of
he has
people,
a
of
way
course,
to
who were prevented
contact
seeing
him
loved
on
ones in
his
their final moments,
website.
and that is heartbreaking.
I need the
But the
glasses. I
failure
need
to
the
be
glasses.
honest about this
I'm going to
virus with the American
subscribe.
people ruined a lot
I'm
of lives. And the
definitely going
fact
to
that they called us
subscribe.
conspiracy theorists for stating the obvious. I mean, credit to you guys for talking about this. Credit to Tom Cotton for talking about this. But it was, I mean, look, there were always two options, right? Like, one was a bat that had COVID flew into a guy's soup, and it sort of wafted into his nose, and he got human COVID.
Oh my God.
Or it was
plausible, by the way.
totally
That's
reasonable.
not a conspiracy
Or
theory
it
at
was
all.
made
I tell
2
you,
miles
you know
down
what
the
the
road
greatest
in the
scourge of
Wuhan
this century
Institute of
is?
Virology
Fucking
that studied
websites
bat
and
coronaviruses. It
Substacks
was
and
always
all
the
the
most
shit.
reasonable
All the
baseline
shit.
assumption. The fact you were censored for it is crazy.
And by the way, the
Oh
good
my
news
God
is
in
that
heaven. I
CPAC
don't
is
care about
serving
you
bat
people
soup
and your fucking algorithms
for
and
lunch.
shit in your that.
It's delicious.
God, I hate blogs.
So look, what JD said is exactly right. What are the facts that we knew within a couple of months of this pandemic beginning? What are the facts we laid out on this podcast? Number one, the Wuhan Institute for Virology, which studies viruses, not just viruses, studies coronaviruses. Not just coronaviruses, studies coronaviruses derived from bats.
Be real honest. Blogspot
By
is.
the way, the bats in question that carry these
we need to move on.
coronaviruses do not occur naturally in Wuhan, China.
And it's really my own
The closest
frustration that
you
I
can
can't
find
actually
these
find a
bats to
way.
Wuhan are in caves that are 900 miles away.
Oh, here we go.
Now, where is the Wuhan Institute?
There
of
we
Virology?
are.
It is literally
Oh my God.
a
Never
couple
mind.
hundred
Quit.
yards from the wet market where the first outbreak occurred.
All right.
You could drive a golf ball.
There we go.
Well, I couldn't, but you
I was
could.
about to say, I could drive the golf ball.
Oh,
you
isn't
could
this
drive it in the
funny?
golf
They're
cart.
talking
Yes.
about. Oh, they're
To the
talking
spot
about that.
of
They're
the
talking
crime.
about.
That's fact number one. Fact number
I
two.
think I do need a nap.
In November
Don't
of
they break for
2019,
lunch? Don't these people ever eat?
not one, not two, three
When is
scientists,
Chris
employees at the Wuhan Institute for
PWIV
Virology
podcast?
checked themselves into the hospital
okay.
with serious illnesses that may well have been the beginning of the
I love a
pandemic.
YouTube channel.
Fact number three. When the pandemic erupted, we discovered that China had been stockpiling protective medical equipment several months before the pandemic, and China ordered the Wuhan Institute for Virology to
Blah,
destroy
blah,
the
blah,
samples.
blah, blah. So what are you going to do about it, Ted? What are
Now,
you going to do? What are you going to
look,
do
in a
about
court
it,
of
Ted?
law,
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do
and
about it,
I'm
Ted?
sorry, you have two lawyers here. You did something really wrong. In a court of law, in a civil case or a criminal case, if someone destroys evidence, a judge will instruct the jury, you are entitled to draw an inference
Is it
from the
Vincent
destruction of evidence
Raccaniello?
that evidence was incriminating, that there's a reason they destroyed the evidence. In this case, it ain't complicated what the reason was that the Chinese government said, destroy all the samples, we don't want any evidence. I think now and then it was overwhelmingly likely that COVID escaped from a Chinese government lab, and I think it is significantly more likely than not that it was in fact altered in that lab through gain-of-function research, that it was a natural virus that they made more dangerous, more deadly, And that's why China doesn't want culpability for
And then what are you going to do about it, Ted? What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it, Ted? What are you going to do? Yeah, did you see it? Get pictures? Did you get a T-shirt?
Everyone here, take out your cell phone.
Did you try the roadie?
Take out your cell phone.
Can you just tell me, like, what is going on?
And text the word verdict.
No, don't. Don't do that. Don't do it because you're just putting yourself on a mailing list. You fucking idiot. Oh boy, you're just putting yourself on a stupid ass mailing list, but please go ahead and get more of your data, these assholes, because JD Vance, who just had to shift in his chair because he had to move his phone because his pants were so tight.
We do it
so
3
dumb.
days a week.
Which, to quote your dad, remind people that means
so y'all know my dad.
This is awesome, by the way.
But my dad is 83, and he points out, he says,
I think
look,
everyone
don't
should have
say
white
subscribe. People are like, it's like a magazine subscription. You got to pay for it. No, it's free. And you get it
Oh no,
3
the
days a
radicalization
week.
is free. It's
We've
complimentary.
had now on Verdict over 50
You
million
pay for the
downloads.
you pay with your soul.
700,000
You sent all our PPE
unique
to
viewers
China.
last
Great.
month. We are beating CNN every week of the year.
Which is
Yeah, because CNN became something really incredibly stupid after that new guy took over, and everybody stopped watching it because it was so dumb.
One of those earlier today. That's
It
automatic
was
now.
dumb to begin with, and then it got even dumber, and that's why we stopped watching it. Big deal. Who cares?
You want some accountability.
Oh my God, I hate this guy too. Oh my God, this boiled piece of
I think there's a lot of people believe he lied to Congress. Is there going to be
not even the good
and
kind of pork fat, you know, the kind that's like salty, and then when you bite into it, it kind of explodes in your mouth, kind of like a chicharrone, but not really, you know.
Not the Institute of Virology. I mean,
We used to get, but the women at my school would order food for lunch, and they'd be like, "We're going to order Spanish food," and I'd be like, "Okay, I don't know what that Spanish food is, but all right, go ahead."
There should be
and it would inevitably be
it's that simple.
like
I mean, look,
these,
clearly, Tony Fauci
like
lied under oath. He lied to the American
chicharrone
people.
kind of. Oh my God, it was so delicious.
He compelled and persuaded
Not
the
really
FBI
the thing you should
to
eat for lunch,
censor information
and then
about the
pretend you're going to have a normal afternoon. But
he tried to shut down. He used his government power to shut down the functioning of the First
Anyway, I just
Amendment,
thought of
so that we
chicharrones
could
because I
not
thought
have
of
an
boiled
honest and
fat that
open
isn't
debate
delicious.
about where
and that was
COVID
that
came
guy
from
sitting
and what to
together.
do about it. And I think it's absolutely
This
disgraceful
guy,
what Tony
hillbilly
Fauci did. Now the
OG.
question, and Ted is a much smarter lawyer
Ghost
than I
wrote
am,
a book,
if we
and then
actually
people
want
liked
to
me,
say
and
he
I
committed
thought, oh, I
perjury,
like these
is that
rich
Merrick
people,
Garland
and
has
I
to
don't
make that
want them.
decision, which
I
I
don't
know
want to
you
be
met him yesterday.
associated with my
I'm not
people
optimistic
anymore.
that
I
Merrick
guess
Garland is
whatever
going to
my
do the right
people
thing here.
are. I want to be like those guys. I want to be like that guy at the end that's a boiled piece of pork, and I want to be like that.
Amen.
That's right.
It was all
That's
going to
exactly
be just a
right.
bad
So
flu
someone just called
season.
out, follow the money.
Dang it.
And the money, look, Dr. Fauci is has done more damage
Gina went to
than
the
any
Capitol and briefed
bureaucrat
the
in
Gang of
history
Eight.
our
Oh,
nation.
good one, Tom.
That's right.
And was the highest paid.
He led policies that destroyed people's
No, he's
lives, that hurt
fine.
tens
Stop.
of millions
You're
of kids
ruining a
across
man's
this
life
country,
who,
that destroyed
for better or for
businesses,
worse, for
and
anything,
he
he dedicated
lied
his life to
repeatedly
helping
over and over and over again. Now, one of the
and
consequences
viruses.
is he elevated
He
politics above
tried to end
science and
viruses.
medicine. There has
He
been
tried to
no
end
person
viruses.
who has
He
done
tried to
more
end
to destroy
viruses.
trust
You
in the
guys elevated
scientific and medical
politics over
community
medical
than Dr.
science.
Anthony Fauci,
You guys pushed conspiracy theories.
who told
You
millions of
guys told
Americans
us it wasn't
lies
a big
willingly,
deal.
knowingly,
You guys made
glibly,
people hate masks.
supremely arrogantly.
You guys made people hate
Should there be
vaccines.
an
You
accountability
guys
in any
made people
sane
mock
system, he
people
would
on
be
the left for
prosecuted
wearing
for
a mask
lying
and
under
trying to
oath,
protect themselves.
and he would go to jail for
And
lying under
you
oath
people
to
stood by
Congress.
while people died. And Ted, you want to know what else? His name was Christian, and he was 12 years old, and he died frozen to death in a trailer in Texas while you were getting on a plane going to Cancun. And he was holding his little brother, and his little brother didn't die because Christian was holding him.
They will not do it. This is a lawless Department of Justice. Will there be accountability? There will be accountability. Number one, we have a majority in the House. And I am confident in the House that we're going to use that majority and use it to hold Dr. Fauci and the others who lied accountable. And we need to have hearings on the origins of COVID. We need to have hearings to follow the money. We need to have hearings examining and laying out the facts about how Fauci misled the American people and the corruption that drove that.
You mentioned Garland a second ago. There was some fireworks yesterday on Capitol Hill. And I want to play a clip of you talking with the AG, and I'm going to call for clip 5
I used to
because
not
this
think
was
that. I used to think,
about
oh,
two
you know,
systems of
this is just the
justice in
normal
this
fucked
country.
upness and,
I think it's very clear there are two
you know,
systems of
natural
justice. You asked
politics,
him
blah, blah,
about this.
blah,
Take a look.
bric-a-brac, booty-boo.
I sent
But
70
it's like,
United
I don't
States
understand you
Marshals.
people. I really don't. I'm going to say it. I don't
Has the
understand you
Department of
people.
Justice
I don't
brought even
understand
a
you
single
people.
case
I
under
don't
the
understand
statute? It's a
chuds.
yes, no question. It's not a give
understand.
a speech on the other things you did.
The job of the United
Haven't
States
we?
Marshals
And
is
that's
to defend
great.
the
And we
lives of
The
should.
answer is no.
is to
But
defend
now
the
we
lives
move
of the
on, and this is,
justices.
we know, we
and that's
call
our number
this
one
for what it
priority.
is.
Why are you
Which is
unwilling to
CPAC.
say no? The answer is no. You know it's
Oh,
no. I know
oh my
it's no.
God, this
Everyone
is the
in
hard on
this
Ted's
hearing
been
room knows
waiting
it's
for
no.
his
You're
entire
not willing
fucking
to
life.
answer a question. Have you brought a case under this statute? Yes or no?
As far as I know, we haven't, and what we have done is defended the lives of the justices with
So
over
how do
70
you
U.S.
decide?
Marshals.
How do you decide which criminal statutes the
He
DOJ
doesn't.
enforces and which one it doesn't?
He
The United
doesn't.
States Marshals know that they have full
I
authority.
recognize you want to
I
give
feel
a
like I'm
separate
pissing
speech.
into the wind.
How do you decide which
It's a brisk
statutes
wind.
enforce and which ones you don't?
The marshals on scene make that
They
determination.
make that decision. And you
part
know
of the
what? Sometimes they
priority
make
of
the wrong
Marshals do not
decision,
make
and
a
we should
determination
absolutely
over
hold
whether
them
to
accountable. Are
prosecute.
you
You,
now?
the Attorney General,
Are you
make
now
a
advocating
determination, and you
for
spent
police
20 years as a
accountability,
judge,
Ted? Is
and
that
you're
what you're
perfectly
doing? You're
content with
You're
justices being
advocating for
afraid
police
for their
accountability
children's
now. All of a sudden,
lives,
you're like a police
and you did
accountability
nothing
guy.
to prosecute it. Let's shift to another area.
Can I answer the question?
No,
Where
you
are we
cannot.
going to
You
get good
have
information
refused to
about
answer
that?
the
I don't
I'm answering
know.
your question. The
How did
Attorney
you
General
choose-
does not decide whether to
How
arrest.
did you choose not to enforce this statute?
The marshals
Guess what?
on scene,
You know what I'm going to do,
they
Ted?
do make the
Bye, Ted. The sound of silence. I don't know that sound. The sound of silence. I cannot sing that song. I don't think this is a dad joke. I have a fear that this is not a dad joke. What happened to Dr. Redfield's son? Am I going to regret this, Jim?
Like they're up against, which is there's two systems of justice here.
There's
If you're
two
a
systems of
conservative,
justice.
we'll
One
come after
for
you with a full strength
the
law, we'll
rest
break
of
down
us,
doors, we'll
and
break-
the
we'll come
other
after
for
you. You know
the other
story
people.
Of a man, and you can
There's
pick it
two
up from
of
here
them.
and remind people of how they treat
There's two.
conservatives
No,
compared to
don't get
when
it
you're
twisted,
intimidating
darlings.
judges
It's
of the
two.
Supreme Court over issues like Roe v. Wade where they're trying to flip votes.
So look, Merrick Garland, I believe, is the most partisan and politicized attorney
You
general
do?
our nation.
Well, that's saying something because Five Nights at Freddy's was pretty fucking
And what
politicized,
is
if you ask
happening at the
me.
Department of Justice is heartbreaking.
What is the Fifth, Fourth
Because
of
it is
nature?
turned into the political weapon for the Democrats to
I like
attack
it.
their
I like
enemies
where you're going with
and
this,
protect
Tom.
their friends. And it is astonishing.
Whispering? Is it like...
Look, Garland, he spent all day before the Judiciary Committee in testimony. He will not answer a straight question at all. And he looks at you, number one, you know, we were talking about Fauci and supreme arrogance. You know, Merrick Garland can compete in that category with Fauci, and that's impressive.
That's hard to do. That's when you're going pro.
Garland looks at you like, how dare you
Whoa.
ask me a question? And the guy was a judge for 24 years.
Well, they better
And
hurry,
then you look at
because I'm
that
running
hearing.
out.
So, for example, what we were talking about, as you guys
I'm
know, when
running
the
out.
Dobbs opinion
So
was
hurry.
released,
It's
when it
like
was
that
leaked.
movie where you need to re-energize Santa's sleigh.
Hundreds of
I need my
left-wing
sleigh
protesters,
re-energized.
radical left-wing protesters, went to the homes of 6 Supreme Court justices.
I was out with buddies
And
drinking
engaged in angry, violent
an
protests.
exclusive
And by the way,
resort, Ocean
left-wing
Reef. He was
groups
riding on a golf
were
cart
not
and
only
fell off,
giving
and I was
out
in
the
a
home
coma.
addresses of justices, they were giving where the justices worshipped, what churches they went to. They were giving where their kids went to school. And angry protesters at your home when your kids are sleeping in their bedroom is inherently threatening. There is statute, 18 U.S.C. 1571, makes it a crime, a federal crime, to protest at the home of a judge in an effort to influence the outcome of a case. It's the same, it's similar to jury tampering. You can't go to a juror's house and protest to try to get a not guilty verdict.
Yeah.
This Department of Justice refuses to enforce the law, and it was clear
Do you mean the Ben
for that
Affleck?
hearing that Merrick Garland's political staff had written one
America's
sentence. This is your
sweetheart.
political talking point.
What's her name?
The marshals decide whether or not to arrest someone. That's true. There were marshals there, and the marshals
What's that
didn't arrest
actress's
someone.
name?
But under our system of justice, marshals are essentially police officers.
Miss
They have
Congeniality.
zero
The Fifth Element. That's a good
prosecution
movie.
authority. The only
Fifth Element's a good
prosecution
movie.
authority in the federal law is in the Department
Ben
of Justice with the
Affleck.
prosecutors. Merrick Garland is the one who made the
No,
decision.
not Mila Jovovich.
We're
She
not going
was
to
in the Fifth
prosecute her. And
Element.
by the way, these numbnuts
I'm stuck on
put up pictures of themselves on social media. We're not talking master criminals.
masturbation, though. We'll talk
confess to the
masturbation. Let's talk about dildos
could
in
be
Texas.
found
Can we talk about dildos in Texas, Ted?
But Merrick
Can we talk
Garland
about those for a minute?
agrees with the protesters. He doesn't like the Dobbs decision. He supports Roe
No,
versus
that's right,
Wade.
because
And
people
what is
should have the
shocking
right
for
to
someone who
abort.
spent 24 years
And
as a
abortion
judge
is health care.
is that he's
Half
perfectly
of
willing
Redfield
to be
skeleton.
complicit
Wow, he
with
really.
a left-wing violent mob threatening the lives and families of the justices because he supports their political agenda. That is
That's
incredibly
pretty bad. Yeah, that's a bad golf
let's
cart
take
ball.
stock for just a second of who Merrick Garland has gone
What?
after and who he's refused to go after. He's gone after a pro-life father of
here.
7 at his home, arrested him like a
Yeah, it's
hardened
much
criminal.
easier to
He's
ask
gone
the
after
AG
parents
questions when he's not
peacefully
here. And
protesting
why
at
is
their
he
children's
answering?
school board meetings. He's had the FBI
No, he hasn't. Have you heard of astroturfing? Astroturfing is this thing where dark forces send in activists to pretend they're parents and
who
shit
are
like
harassing
that.
the
Yeah,
children of
don't golf.
Supreme
It's very
Court justices.
dangerous.
The guy is a disgrace.
Especially
He needs to go.
in this climate, in this economy.
You
And
just
so,
ran.
yeah, there's no.
You're out there with the voters. You're talking to them. How
What were we talking about
concerned?
Before that?
And tell a little bit about your story. I mean, you're what I would refer to as blue collar conservative.
Oh, the
You
movie.
come
Okay,
in,
Ben
you run for
Affleck.
this
Forces of
thing.
Nature.
How
Force of
concerned are
Nature
the
is really what I was thinking. That was the movie I thought you were talking about.
these type
Of course, I should have
when you're
known
talking to them
that
hey,
that's
this
not the movie
government
we're
that I'm supposed to trust is supposed to protect
much,
me.
much
They're supposed to protect my rights.
intellectual
I'm
movie
supposed to be
where
innocent
I'm
until
stuck
proven
on
guilty or now
the
being accused of
Jennifer,
things just
the
because of
Jennifer.
politics.
No,
And can they
what's
can
her
ruin your
name?
life. They can come in and literally
Miss
ruin your life.
Congeniality. Come on.
Look,
Miss
one of the things Ted said
Congeniality
when he was out on the
is bad for
campaign
you.
trail campaigning with me to this
Prefab
blue-collar
Grass
conservatism
Rudy.
point that
That's
I
right.
stole
Prefab Grass Rudy. Oh, you renamed.
I gave you credit, though. So
I love that.
borrowing.
You renamed
He would
AstroTurf.
talk about how if you
Prefab
look
Grass
at who's
Rudy.
voting Republicans, I mean, we're the party of
Sandra
soldiers
Bullock.
and soldiers, of nurses, of construction workers, of people who go to work,
God, that was
pay
going
their
to drive me
taxes,
insane. Okay,
raise
yeah,
their
the
children, and just wanna
amazingly
live in safe
hilarious
communities.
and
That is
romantic
our
comedy.
base right now,
Sandra
and
Bullock,
I love that.
Ben
Right? We should be
Affleck
proud of
joined
that base.
Force
Should
of
be working
Nature.
hard to serve that base. And, you
No.
know, I got to say, a lot of our elites, a lot of the leaders, I think, of the establishment of the Republican
it's
Party,
spacey.
they're ashamed of our new base. I know Ted and I aren't, and that's something that's
Space.
very good that's happening in our party. It's a great thing. But look, if you think about those people, middle-class people who go to work, they do their thing, they try to just live a good life in the country that their parents
just trying to
and
live a good
grandparents
life.
built, they know that when the Department of Justice acts unfairly, they are the very kind of people who suffer.
No, they
know
don't. Nobody
that the
thinks
very
that.
thing
You know
makes
who
this
thinks
country
that?
special
Guilty
is that
people
whether
think
you're
that.
powerful or
JD,
not, whether you're
guilty
rich or
people
poor,
think
we
that.
all
Guilty
have
people
equal
think
justice
about that.
under law, or
Not
at least
people
we
who don't
did
fucking
until
break
Joe
the law.
Biden's gang of thugs moved into the White
They don't
House.
give a shit as long as actually, you know what I want? I want a Department of Justice who's going after criminals. And I am
let
on
me
the
say
mailing
something on
list.
that, which
Fuck
is,
it.
you know, JD is a brand new senator, and he's one of the people I am incredibly excited
Oh yeah, he's
that is
mentoring
now a
him.
member of the U.S. Senate. Because,
thank you.
As JD mentioned, I campaigned with him all over the state of Ohio. He's a hell of a candidate. He
what are they
was
looking for? Yeah, like
powerful and effective on the stump. He worked his tail off. But,
See, I
you
got
know,
all
JD's personal
distracted by
story
mentoring going on.
is a story that describes who the Republican Party is.
Ted's
I
probably
mean,
a
JD
master mentor.
grew up in Appalachia,
I think he's a
grew
master
up
mentor.
in working class environments, in rough
What was I gonna look up?
working class environments, was a Marine who went to Yale Law School.
That's right.
And I will tell you, there's a long history of, on verdict of making fun of Yale University.
It's deserved.
Oh, I actually know someone who went to college with Ted Cruz at Harvard.
On a regular basis, so we're just continuing that trend. But as you guys
Nobody
all
likes
know,
literature.
JD wrote a New York Times
Yeah,
#1
there's
bestseller, Hillbilly Elegy, which is a fantastic book. It is actually, it's probably the best explanation
You can combine them at checkout at Amazon.com, just so you know. Justice Corrupted, this book. You can literally put them together.
Yeah, for the record, I wasn't hawking my own book.
I know.
No, your book's everybody wrote the same book. I don't think you guys have written actually different books. You've written the same book and you pass it around.
Has plenty of time to go on.
But look, what JD
I remember not being chosen for the teams, and then it was really sad in the league. Then I persevered, and from the right field, I was able to run all the way over to the left field, and I caught the big fly ball to save the keg. And what it proved, kids, is that you can be assigned to right field and still completely leave your position and do something inappropriate. We call it mission creep. And you can run over to the other side of the field, probably disrupting the players who are already there doing the job that they're supposed to be and assigned to do, where you're not assigned to do it. And you just run in and you catch that ball. And you're the center of attention, kids. That's how you win in life. You become the center of attention. Look at all the streamers. They understand that. The key to life is becoming the center of attention, kids.
And that's why I'm so that he's come. Give us your
So I used to golf, actually. My dad was a big
you've been in the
college competitive golfer. In the 50s, and so we golfed when I was a kid. He would always take us golfing. I am a terrible golfer.
What do you see,
but I enjoy being outside,
as the future of the Republican Party as it concerns?
I will
how are we different from the Republican Party of 20 years ago?
It is, however,
yeah, I mean, that's a
big
question. I guess the way that I think about it is we are the party of wage earners, we're the party of taxpayers, and we're the party of the people who fight and hopefully win America's wars. That's really how I think about it. And what that means is because we have a different coalition than maybe we had 30 years ago, we got to think a little bit about different issues differently. I think the old Republican Party would have maybe seen Merrick Garland applying equal justice in our country unequally and would have said, well,
it's terribly interesting. It's terribly interesting.
I think you and I are attitude is, look, if we don't stop this dead in its tracks, we're going to lose the very thing that makes life livable for our own voters and for our own people. It's unacceptable. I think for too long, I mean, look, even going back 20, 30 years, the Republican Party was okay with trade deals and with negotiations with China, most favored nation status with China.
Most favored nation, honey, CPAC Book Club, it's the same book, babe. It's the same book over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
But also destroyed a lot of good middle class jobs.
If I found the copyright, I'll send it to you. It's exactly what I thought. It was some weird Czech song. Did we sing a Czech song somewhere in the video? I don't know. I'll send it to you. You can take a look at it.
I guess I think the final.
I prefer to walk the course. Yeah, to me, I love that. I just love that golf courses are on some of the most beautiful properties. Certainly in California. So frankly, I would like to play just to walk the course. They don't let you do that like at Pebble and stuff, by the way. You have to legit play.
Well, and I'll tell you, we're seeing that divide play out. There are lots of issues on which the blue-collar shift in the party is playing out. Immigration is front and center.
That's right.
There used to be Chamber of Commerce Republicans that were all for open borders because they looked at it and saw cheap labor.
That's exactly right.
And that's not where the American people are. That's not where the Republican Party should be, and that change matters. Look, we saw recently, we almost had a massive rail strike. And we almost had a massive rail strike, and there was a dispute between management and the unions, and it ended up coming to an impasse because Biden and Pete Buttigieg screwed it all up.
Right.
And it came to an impasse.
That happens a lot these days.
But the assumptions was
what are we talking
Congress,
about?
And Congress will rule with management, and that'll be it. And I got to tell you,
smaller courses are more fun. I know some great golf courses, mostly in Northern California, but I know some great golf courses that are like public and just fun to walk around and absolutely gorgeous. I'm thinking specifically of Pajaro. Pajaro Valley is a beautiful golf course. De La Viega, I think that's it's not private. You can play there. You just pay.
And so I looked at
De La
it, and my
Viega is
first
also
view
one of my
is, why is
favorite
Congress
courses.
getting in the middle of it? This ought to be freely negotiated between management and the unions. We have no business getting in the middle and resolving it.
Yeah, I like being outside.
And so initially we had a vote to delay, and give them more
It's
time
almost
to
time to go
negotiate a
outside
mutually
here.
agreed upon solution.
You know what I'm kind of wondering? I wonder if
That
I can
vote was
set it. I
rejected.
can't talk
So at the end
outside
of the
like
day, there
I
were a
do and
handful of
sing.
us that said to
My
heck
poor
with this and
neighbors, they
voted with
already
the
are putting
workers
up with
because I
way
thought the
too much.
workers' demands were really reasonable. And I said, look, we're not a rubber stamp for what
All right.
management wants.
I would love to
That
move us
is a
outside.
new dynamic in the
So
Republican
that
Party, and I
everyone had
think
a
JD
different
being there is a big part of getting it viscerally, which is something we need going forward. And I got to say also, everyone here is horrified at the derailment in East Palestine.
Oh, that's what I was going
And
to say.
JD has been fantastic.
Relating to the derailment,
On leadership, yeah.
I certainly hope we're going to
Going
talk
back
about
there, you know, he
Governor
went
DeWine.
and did a video of him poking water with a stick, and all sorts of crazy, scary crap came up. And
Okay.
by the way,
What are you
Joe
gonna do about
Biden
that?
completely AWOL. Pete Buttigieg, what the hell does this guy got to do to get fired?
Wow,
at
what,
this
he
point,
is so
it's
mad. Look
a
at how
bar
mad,
game.
and look at
What else
JD is
could
like,
he do?
I'm a mini Ted. Look at me.
And I got to say, JD standing up. Democrats
But they
don't
even have the
give
same
a
facial hair.
damn
Do you notice it? He's got like
about
JD
East
is
Palestine
adopting the
because
mini
it's
Wolverine,
a blue collar,
the little mini
red
Wolverine thing.
red place, and
The
they're like,
hoser.
to hell with you. If you were a bunch of transgender tech workers,
Whoa!
you'd have the entire Biden
Whoa!
cabinet down there
Whoa,
for a
dude,
listening
dude.
session and
Slow down on
sit-in
the
to feel their pain.
transphobia. What the fuck is
But
your
JD, and by the
problem?
way, JD
Who
alongside
didn't
Donald
invite
Trump
you to the drag
came
run?
there and guilted the
Whoa,
administration.
whoa. No need to get upset about it. I know George
that was
Santos is a
powerful as
little
hell.
more talked about than you are
I've
right
never
now.
said
I
this, by the way, in a
understand, but
podcast before.
there's no need to
You
get,
guys
you
have
know,
a
that
vote
Brooks Brothers in a ruffle.
coming up, you're about to head off to.
See, the nice thing is, Ben being a radio guy, he's very docile. So we have screens up here that say, please wrap up.
Then do it. Then fucking do it, Cruz.
right?
Follow
We're
the
having
directions
fun.
for
I
once,
like
you
that
miserable fat
I need a
fucking man.
raise.
You know what?
I need a
Ted
raise.
Cruz, he isn't even
raise for
popular
this.
enough to be
No, I
included
will
in the
ask last
criming.
question,
How about
and I'm
that?
sure Matt's not
How
gonna
pathetic
fire
do
me
you have
over
to
this.
be that they don't
I
even
will ask
include
one
you in
last question. I
the
think it's an important
basics,
one.
like center part of the criming? In
What does the
Ocean's
Republican
11,
Party
he's
need to do
15.
over the next 2 years to unify and find good candidates. And the reason why I say this is the
That
Democratic
was a
Party
good
is
joke.
very unified right now. Yeah. They are so
That was a good
unified
joke.
they
It
will
might
elect
not be a
dead
perfect
guy
joke
in
the way it was
Pennsylvania
said, but I think it's
on purpose. And they will elect Fetterman.
I think I'm going to need to take a nap here. I'm coming up on 5 hours of being live.
And you look at where Biden is right now. If he is their guy, which I expect him to be their guy, as long as he has a heartbeat, they'll vote him in. That's how unified they are as a party right now, which is scary.
Improv.
But what does the conservative movement need to do?
I'm coming up on 5 hours of being live in improv.
I just came off an election.
It was a good joke. It was decent, right? I mean, it wasn't like, oh my God, I'm RLFL.
Yes, some
It was
arms
pretty
of the
funny.
establishment said maybe this wasn't our number
I think
one
after
choice,
these guys wrap, I am
he
going to take a
won,
little
and
bit
we
of
need
a
to keep the
break.
seat
I'll put
red,
on
and
my,
so we're
be
gonna
right back.
support
I'll
JD
put on the
Vance.
music,
There
but
are
I'll
a lot
freshen
of
up and
folks
look
in
a
the
little
establishment
fresher
wing
for
when
you
they
this
don't get their
afternoon.
preferred candidate who whine,
And
who
take
will
about
not
an
help,
hour
who will not
and
lift
just
a finger to help
chill out.
candidates. And look, there are going to be a
And
lot
I'll
of
let
candidates
these
that win Republican
morons finish
primaries that
their
aren't going to be my
moronic
first choice.
thoughts.
So maybe a little bit more moderate than I am, a little bit more established than I am. Who cares?
Oh, you know what,
When
though?
you have a
Before we
candidate
go,
win the
actually, I'm going
primary,
to stop
we've
him now
all got
because
to
you know
get
what
on
I'd like
board
to
and
do
support
before
him.
I
From the
before I
president
take a
on
little bit
down.
of a break for the afternoon. I think what we need to do is go ahead and take a look at the upcoming hit. The radio drop has been made of "Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer." You know you love it. You've written home about it and you're dying to get the full album. Well, the full album may be coming, darlings. We're working on it. We're working with the talent of Umflo, the new collaborative singer-songwriter duo to hit the scene post convoy. In the denouement of the convoy comes an additional art source. All right, here we go. We will now be watching the radio version of "Don't Fall in Love with the Streamer." I know I speak over it, so I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. And I know then you have me, and I'm down here, and I'm annoying. I'm sorry. 2, 1. "Don't Fall in Love with a Streamer," written by Umflo Rest, vocals by Umflo Rest and Lolo.
Just watching you, watching my stream. I've never felt more relevant. I must pretend that I'm not impressed by you, girl, and all your great content. Just another chug streaming from your truck. I watch you 'cause you stalk me, Chuck, and I walk softly while you're stuck in traffic. 'Cause I live here.
Oops, I forgot to do this. Sorry.
Don't fall in love with a streamer.
Oh, sorry, mosquito. Sorry, cat.
Just when you
Think the satisfaction you get You really nailed it, Oomph. This really nails the chat experience, I feel like. I don't know. It's true.
So cash at me home. Grifts and go. So like, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell, baby. You repeat the lies I've refuted several times. At some point, staying ignorant won't do. How else could I hope to turn your gaze my way?
Look at, we're both doing the same thing.
Join Antifa for you.
Hard to tear down. Oh, that's nice, Jim. Social games until you're screaming for the bell. We're a steamer. Don't die. Cash out me home.
Share and subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to me, baby. Don't forget that cash app.
Woo! Oh my gosh, never gets tired. It never gets tired. But you know who gets tired? This little girl. This little girl gets tired. So I'm going to take a little break, take a little nap, see if I can wake up my little face again a little bit. And then I'll come back with more fuckery for the afternoon. Because why not? Let's keep the fuckery going, shall we? You need some background. I'm going to leave the stream up. Obviously, leave it on. Leave. It doesn't matter. I love you regardless of what you do. But I'll leave it on with some ridiculous music. And then at least you'll have something on your computer. Let's see. We can do like chill hop. That's cool. Chill hop. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I'll just take a little mini cat nap. And yeah, I know it was pretty boring, Jim. I don't know. I watched a little bit of it, but it was pretty boring. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I'll be back and enjoy this for now. And then wait, let me change the. And then
My message to you is this. These people in Washington who don't like me, they're not very fond of you either. So let's go. This is our country.
Let's go.
Country. And this is the time
This is our country. That's a good song. Actually, it's kind of a weird song. Feels very nationalistic. Kind of scary.
It starts with giving Republicans and
Hi, everybody. We're back.
Backbone to stand up for what we believe in, and we
No, this is fine.
My belief is that my challenge to
We're probably just going to clean the kitchen slowly, and I don't really have a whole lot of energy to do a lot of commentary, but I certainly will, because, you know, nobody can shut me up.
Here's an idea. You know,
That's for sure.
Republican Party that
you know what? Sometimes I wish I could shut me up.
All over the country.
But here we are.
We should try having a party.
Anyway, thank you.
Right here in Washington, D.C.
Right here in River City. That starts with G and that rhymes with P and that stands for poo.
We all worry.
We got in trouble right here in River City. Hey! Hey!
That our greatness is just a memory. For a kid who grew up in public housing,
I'm just a poor child who grew up in public housing, and now I'm a bazillionaire. And there's a funny meme about me that Lolo could never stop posting, and it goes something like this: with Rick Scott's face doubled on itself.
We can turn this country around.
My favorite meme.
Here's how.
It's my favorite GIF.
We can reverse our decline.
Is that what the kids call them these days? GIFs? Or GIFs?
Socialism.
I've never known what the proper presentation is of that. Oh, I'm going to make a latte.
You do it. We all do it. We can grow our economy.
Fuck.
We can
I didn't get any lime.
We can actually build an open, new economy that creates jobs.
I meant to get lime.
Bottom up, not top
Fuck.
down from Washington, D.C.
Fuck.
based on some program.
Fucky poopy fucks.
And when we free ourselves
Poopy mother
from the
mommy
reins of
fucks.
from the reins of the
That's a bummer.
here's what's going to happen. We're going to grow this economy exponentially.
We're going to grow it exponentially. Just use your imagination.
Powerful and prosperous American economy waiting for each of us.
Person words.
We just have to have the courage to change course and dream.
If we only had the courage.
And moral health. By defeating the wokeness and identity politics that are pitting Americans against Americans.
I just heard a guy really stupid say something like, he doesn't always bring all the facts forward right away because his brain works too fast.
Uniting and healthy American culture.
You ever heard a dude say that? You know, man, I just, yeah, sometimes I come off half-cocked, but it's really just because my fucking brain is so fucking big, it's working too fast.
It makes us all one again. A culture that honors one of the greatest
Honest to God. Youth is wasted on the young, that's what I say. Youth is wasted on the young. Lordy, lordy. Children don't know what to do with themselves.
Bring us all together.
Oh!
Differences become divisions.
Oh, let's light a candle!
The Democrats' identity politics is really cultural segregation.
This is garbage. Oh my God, that is garbage. Disgusting. How dare you? Needs to go away. You know what else needs to go away? Rick Scott.
For the future with China.
Did I just drop water on me? Oh my God.
We can renew America's ability to lead. Whether you like how that sounds or not, a world without American.
Why would you not want that?
Scary and very.
I don't understand. I don't
Joe Biden
understand.
Project weakness.
Have you heard that? Oof! Oh my God! Isn't that crazy? Must be going around.
Invites wars. Look at that.
That's kind of the craziest thing I've ever heard. You know, that might actually be a oomph. That might be a statement that might come out of my mouth sometimes. And then I stop myself and I go, what the fuck did I just say?
This is our obligation.
What the fuck did I just say?
and we should make no apologies to
But you know what
anyone in
happens?
the
Sometimes you
world
don't have that
that we will do
self-reflection.
it.
sometimes
Finally, and this
people
is
don't self-reflect on those
our
moments,
political
which is
system
so
under our
unfortunate because they're
president
so
is
amazing.
old and lost.
Like totes amazing.
I don't think any of
I
us
am
can
going to do all
pretend
those
that our
dishes.
president
I don't want
isn't
to turn my
what's
back
happened.
to everybody, mostly because I don't think I combed the back of my hair this morning. I am house phoneless for the first time. And Infinity charged me. Yeah, no, that's right, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Praise be.
Staffers who write words for his
Remove landline.
There are science deniers.
I think we need less ways of communicating with each other, frankly.
Ridicule people
How about
of
that
faith.
for spicy? Hey, look at this. Look what I found, you guys. An edible. Let's take one.
To American ideas.
Why didn't I do that this morning?
Meanwhile, our establishment political leaders cut deals with each other for
Wow.
their own political future.
Okay.
Knowing full well
What
that
goes
their
there?
tired
What
old
is this?
solutions will
Oh.
keep failing us.
But you know what I did get for my elote?
Stand up to the mob.
You know what I did manage to remember? Because I'm not that stupid. Wait, I'll show you. Where is it? What the fuck I do with it?
Shovel-ready jobs bill. You know one thing for sure.
Where the fuck is it?
There's no shovel-ready jobs in it.
Oh, there it is.
The
I got
Washington establishment way has to
chili powder.
They've stayed too long.
I got
the problem they came up here to fix.
my favorite
On their own,
tagine.
don't have enough votes to pass.
I hope that's how you say it. I'm sure it's not, but I love it. Put this on oranges and cantaloupe.
Always gives them just the number.
Put this on orange slices and cantaloupe. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got.
Let it begin.
I got.
Let it begin.
I got.
Let it begin right here.
Whoops.
It's always morning.
Queso fresco.
God bless
you.
Cojita. Have a great day.
These crumble. And then you know we're gonna put all of that on. You want to know? You want to know? Well, I'm gonna tell you. Wow! I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna put that on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here at CPAC. It is the first of 3 days. Of course, the third day will.
Who is that? Is that
President
Mike
Donald
Spice? No,
Trump
it's Ginger
giving remarks
Q-tip.
to supporters, and we are
Use
bringing that to
Q-tip.
you live, unscripted, unedited.
I use
but
Q-tip.
so far, it has been a great CPAC here in the District of Columbia, the nation's capital.
I'm gonna make
in the
street
swamp.
corn for dinner.
It's the first time actually that they've had CPAC in Washington, D.C. since before COVID, I believe, February of 2020, right before the lockdowns happened. But I do want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Birch Gold. You know, despite the United States blowing through the $31.4 trillion debt.
Okay,
that's
listen.
a lot. The
Biden has lowered the
debt
deficit
ceiling in January.
since Trump.
The leftist White House, they still
Do any of you morons actually that are on the right know that?
Well,
did you actually know that? Biden's actually lowered the deficit. I don't know if you know that, but whatever. Okay. Fuck you.
It is time to pull
Fuck
our
you
heads
and
out
your
of the sand. It is
stupidness.
time to pull yours out. All right.
If you want into government
Now's a great
accountability, there's a room
to
at the table.
diversify
Absolutely.
gold with
Welcome.
Birch Gold.
Now sit down and
Because in
shut
this
up so you
time
can
of
learn
high
something about how
uncertainty with
government actually
instability,
works. Thank you.
Gold, it is king. It is
Yikes.
dependable. It's one of those
Yikes.
things that's dependable. Birch Gold makes it easy to convert to an IRA or a 401k into, or
Good luck.
convert a 401k into an
Good
IRA
luck on that.
into precious metals. So
If you
here's
have
what you
one,
need to do. Text
good luck
RSBN to 98898.
with putting gold in your
That is
401k.
RSBN. Text RSBN to 989898.
Oh, I got this to clean my cast iron too. Does anybody know how to do that? I actually do need to clean my cast iron.
Every single taxpayer in America would have to write a check.
Do any of my 3 wonderful viewers know how to do that?
And
With
it's
this little
just getting
chain
worse.
mail.
So protect yourself with gold today.
That's nice.
Again, get a free info kit by texting the word.
Anyway, I need to clean my cast iron
to 9898.
because I let it get wet.
All right, there's zero cost, zero obligation to make this request, okay? Again, RSBN, text that to 9898.
I am a used Q-tip. I am a used Q-tip. Let me see if there's any more. There might be something more interesting to watch. Hold on.
The greatest country of the world.
So far, Liz.
Alex, you're a rock star.
I try. Not as much of a rock star as you.
Nobody is. But what would we do without you? I don't know. I would be a very dull star without you.
Yeah, fuck.
overturn it.
I
All right?
hate this
This
guy,
is
but
where
I
we're
hate
supposed to
them
be
too. So it's just
advancing,
like a
not
total
retracting
hate
as far as
fest
who we are as a
here on
people
Lolo's
and who we are
daytime
as a
lounge.
country.
We're
And it
hate
is
watching
vital
people.
that we have these
Although I love
important
Ben Meiselas, I
conversations on
just hate Michael
platforms
Cohen.
like this because they certainly aren't happening on large media networks. And it's precisely also what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
This is live
Mark
right now.
Milley, said back in a congressional hearing when he was being yelled at. I mean, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is being yelled at by Matt Gaetz, being told he's too for having a diverse curriculum within military academies. And Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is like, I think it is important that we become
That we're
learned people,
educated.
that military officers learn these things to understand perspectives in the world. You know, Vladimir Putin, who MAGA Republicans love, one of his biggest Achilles heel is the fact that everything has to be filtered through the propagandist lens, and they don't get the truth. And similar to the MAGA principle, they promote the most loyalist idiots there and not people who are the brightest. And we should be a country that promotes the brightest, that promotes truth, and promotes decency. I want to get to just the final topic here.
Anybody else for the dishwasher?
Department of
Anybody
Justice
else?
memorandum that was just
Anyone?
filed in the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, where they want to make clear in an amicus brief. The DC Circuit Court of Appeals requested that this memo be filed by the Department of Justice
Oh my God,
in
cats
connection
in
with
the
a case
sun.
brought
It's a
by
cat
Capitol
Sunday.
police
I get it.
officers
Cat
and
Sunday.
members of Congress who sued a bunch of people,
Peaceable
including
Kingdom
Donald Trump, for
is
their
soaking in the
injuries
rays.
in connection with the January 6th insurrection. The
I don't think the
district
cats are
court judge
particularly fond
denied
of the
Donald
rainy
Trump's
weather,
motion to dismiss.
even though they
So
don't go
then
outside.
Trump
I don't think they like
appealed
rain.
to the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. And the main issue that they're looking at is this case Nixon versus Fitzgerald, which basically held that during the term in office, a president has absolute immunity, even for unlawful conduct where it is within the outer contours
Why is my
of
nose
presidential power. So in the
Why's my nose running?
Fitzgerald
I'm meant to
case,
stop
there
my
was a
nose like a
wrongful
lady.
termination allegation, an
Lady.
unlawful
I'm
termination
such a
of
lady.
Fitzgerald, who was a
I'm such a
whistleblower by
lady.
Nixon.
I'm such a
But there,
feminine
the
woman.
court
Isn't that
held
what Murdoch called
still
his wife before
hiring
he
and
blew her head
firing
off?
is a power within
Maggie
the
was a feminine
constitutional
lady, and then I
parameters
blew her
and the
feminine
outer
head off.
limit of what presidents do. So an unlawful termination, you can't sue presidents for that while they're in office or even after they leave office for conduct during office. And then you had another case in 1997, Clinton versus Jones, involving conduct of President Clinton before he was in office. And there the court said, oh no, conduct before you're become the president, you could absolutely be sued for. The same thing, conduct after you could be sued for, but not conduct during the office if it's within your
Can you guys still hear
constitutional
him?
scope. And so here the Department of
CPAC,
Justice
so
took a scalpel. It was
I mean,
a very
I'll definitely
nuanced
cover the big
argument
speeches,
where
but I
they
don't think I need to
basically
cover
said
every
any
fucking minute of CPAC
categorical
now
argument
because they're
that
so. I don't even have that much energy
inciting
to
political
debunk all their
violence is
shit.
within the outer limits of his
Oh, I think I need to watch
constitutional
that.
duties. We don't
I
agree
need to
with
watch
that. And the
everything.
Department of Justice, remember, the Department of Justice job is generally to protect the executive branch. So they want to balance the unique, unprecedented nature of an insurrection and Trump's conduct, but also don't want to create categorical situations where a
I'm really mad
president's
about this
power
candle.
could be diminished.
I want
So
this
they
candle
took a
to work.
very narrow view and said, specifically here, Trump's conduct is in the outer limits. Now, I've seen people say on Twitter and elsewhere, the Department of Justice ruled that Donald Trump does not have absolute immunity. It's not, no. They don't rule. They're not
Kind of
the
seems to
court.
me. So I
They are
guess
being
for
asked
those of you who
by the
don't know,
DC
there's just a
Circuit
lot
to
of
submit a
misogyny on
brief.
the internet. If you haven't
Ultimately, it
spent a
is
lot
the
of
DC
time on the
Circuit Court
internet,
of
there's just a
Appeals
fair
that's
amount
going to
of
make
misogyny.
actual ruling, and that
And
will come in the
what's
next few
interesting to me,
weeks
because
or
I'm
months.
observing some
And
current
then
misogynists in
thereafter, it'll
action.
likely get appealed to the United States Supreme Court. One
And
final
what's
point there.
curious to me
This
is,
relates to civil damages,
I mean, I
monetary
don't know
lawsuits.
if
And the
men
Department
who
of
aren't
Justice
aware
wanted to make
around
very clear
what it
that
is
the
to be
Nixon versus
victimized are,
Fitzgerald
you know,
framework is
I don't know
not
what
to
this
be
dude's history is
utilized in
that I'm
criminal
referring
cases.
to, but
They said it in
I
footnote
kind of
1 on
wonder,
page
you know,
3, but it
because
was a very important footnote
I
basically
don't
intimating
think
that any
I
of
don't
these
think the
arguments
guys
that
who are
may
throwing around
possibly
casual
protect
misogyny
presidents,
like they are on the
that
internet,
relates to
obviously. I
civil,
mean,
not
you
criminal
guys know better
conduct.
than
So,
I do,
Cohen, I
actually.
think that's the
I didn't grow up on the
appropriate position
internet.
for the Department of Justice to take.
Thank
What do you think?
God. Oh my God. Can you
I totally
imagine the
agree with you.
pictures of
Look,
me that would be around
we're
if I grew up on
stating
the internet?
facts, and
Jesus
that's what we do
Christ.
here on
Oh my
Political
God.
Beatdown. We state
Anyway,
facts. It's funny because as I look through some of the comments, there was someone who turned around and said, Cohen can't be president because he's a felon. Well, first of
I
all,
guess it's not
that's
clear to me
actually
that
not
these
accurate.
guys,
The
I mean, because
facts
everyone has the
matter,
ability to fear,
as in this
right? Like
case.
everyone feels
There is
fear.
nothing.
But I
There's
guess
nothing in
it's
the
not clear to
Constitution
me
that
that these
prohibits
young
a
men,
felon
mostly
from running
young,
for the presidency. Just so you know,
well, no,
you should
actually, that's
actually
not true.
Google it.
What
See,
am I
this is
saying?
the problem.
Young and old.
People have a thought. They don't do any research, and then they just comment.
It's
And
not clear
so
to me
if
that
there's
they've
other people that are
actually
reading it, like, oh, yeah, he can't run because this guy had
understood
said
how
so, and
scary
it
it is to
sounds
be
right, but it's
physically
not
or
right.
emotionally abused by your
A
partner.
felon can run for the
I
presidency
don't.
of the
It's not
United
clear
States.
to
In
me that
fact,
they
I
actually
was asked
understand
today
that
to
fear that
possibly
you have, that
consider running
actually someone could.
for mayor of New
I
York
mean, okay,
City.
let me just tell you a little story. Story
Prior to
time.
coming here, I had a lunch with a
Story
group of
time.
pretty powerful Democrats who
I had
really
such a
wanted me
boyfriend,
to consider
and I've
taking
told
a
you about
run
him before.
at the office for
But one
mayor
day
here
we were in
in
the
New York. I'm
Publix
not
in
prohibited
Fort
from that
Lauderdale.
either.
No, we
So
weren't.
that's
We
just
were
me.
right
Now,
above
there
Fort
was this thing
Lauderdale. I
because
can't
I'm
remember one
Jewish
of those little
that
towns.
there's a
Anyway,
better than likely chance I couldn't win.
so we
That
went into
could
the
be true.
Publix
There's a
and
lot of
we were doing some grocery
anti-Semites in this
shopping,
country, and
and
we
I
see
picked
that
oranges,
every
right?
single day. But
And
that was as a little bit of a digression. Yes, Ben,
I
you are
apparently
100%
picked
correct
wrong type of
in your
orange,
statement and in your
and they
usage of
weren't organic.
facts. And that's again
And
what's important here on Political Beatdown.
there was
That
like
we provide
a
you with raw, unfiltered,
argument at the cash
unapologetic
register because
facts.
he's
In
like,
fact,
I
one of the
told you
things
to
that
get
Ben and I are
organic, and I'm
talking about
like,
is
I think they
potentially putting
are.
together the
And then the
million,
woman
a
says, no,
million
they're not.
Beatdown
And there's a
brigade,
huge
and
line
maybe
behind
we'll
us.
all show up in
So
Washington,
my boyfriend
D.C. when we
says,
get to that
fuck
million
it, just
number.
take the
And that
oranges.
way we will make
So
sure
I'm
that
like,
our voices are heard.
okay, he's
Not
mad,
going
but
ahead and defecating on the
I think
floors
we're
of the
good.
people's house and smearing it. I'm talking about a
So
peaceful
then we get in the
protest in
car,
front of the White House
and
to
he's
show them that we
driving.
will not stand for
Is
these
he driving
MAGA
or am I
fools. We will
driving?
not
I think
stand
I'm
for the
driving.
bullshit going on in the people's house right now, like the grandstanding
I
of
don't know.
Ted
Anyway,
Cruz,
it
Lauren
actually doesn't
Boebert,
matter.
or Marjorie
But,
Taylor Greene, or Josh
I
Hawley.
think I was driving.
Now, again, some of the things
Yeah,
that
I was
they said
driving.
the other
So we
day,
had
I
like a
truly agree
Tahoe,
with
you know,
them
one of
on,
those big
right?
Tahoes.
About
So I'm
making sure that
driving, and we're leaving the
fentanyl and other
Publix and
drugs don't
everything.
come through the border.
And
We agree
he's like,
with that.
you know, he
It's
mentions the
not the
oranges
message,
again. And I'm
it's the
like,
messenger, because they're
I'm
not
sorry,
saying
I
it for the
picked the
same
wrong
reasons
goddamn
that we
oranges.
are,
And
which
I
is the
turned
protection of life.
to
They're
look at
saying
him,
it in order
and
to attack
he
Joe
fucking
Biden and this
clocked me
administration. All right.
in the
And
face.
that's not only stupid, it's selfish.
To your point,
I'm
they're
like,
also supporting
I
people
just, my
who
head, you know, when your
defecate on the
bells ring
Capitol
in your
building,
head,
and they call them political prisoners, and
bells
that's
rang
not
in my
even
head.
close to the worst
And I
of their
looked the
conduct
other
and the
way,
worst of the
and there was a
people
Ben,
guy
who
sitting
they
in
you
a
and I
car
talk
with his
offline about
face was
doing
just like
another
he
middle
didn't
of the
know what to
week,
do.
special, here, and figure out how to do it, because there's a lot that's going on
Over
and our
oranges.
brigaders need to be first in line for the knowledge, first in line
So I
for
guess
the
what I'm going
truth,
to
and
say
first
to
in line for
men
the
who think
facts.
that they can
So,
toss around
the
misogyny and
we
bullshit
can
about
definitely
how
schedule it.
women
The
or
political
whatever in a
beatdown
relationship,
concept
I
began
don't
with
think you've
Cohen
ever
and I
been
just having
scared
these
before. I'm
conversations
gonna
as
actually
good friends,
throw
and we
that
said, you
gauntlet
know
down.
what,
I don't feel
we
like you've
need to
ever
share
actually
these
understood how it is to be
conversations that
scared.
we're
That
having
just
with
because you pick
everyone.
something
So
wrong like an
we
orange,
basically
that
invite
you're
you
gonna get
into
the
our
fucking shit
living
beat out
rooms
of you in
in
public in
these
daytime.
shows, and you're having the same conversations that Cohen and I
So
would
excuse
be
me if I have a
having
problem with that.
offline.
Oh,
We
and
just bring
yeah,
it
okay. Well,
online
that's it.
here
I'm done.
on the Midas Touch
Reflect.
Network.
Just
Everybody
reflect on
make
your
sure to check
choices, you
out
stupid
Cohen's new
assholes.
book, Revenge, wherever
Jesus
books are
Christ.
sold. world and wherever audio books are sold. If you are one of the
Oh
few
my God, they're
people
done?
not yet
No,
read
I talked
Revenge, make sure you check that out.
talked
Now,
over the whole
we
thing.
are headed to 1 million
Oh
subscribers here on the
man.
Midas Touch Network. We're
Is
calling
this Stella
this month of
Emmanuel?
March
I
the
have a
March
feeling
to
this is,
1
I don't,
million
oh
subscribers. So if you
man.
haven't
Is this
subscribed,
Dr.
hit
Emmanuel? Is this medical things? What is this? No, that's not. Oh, maybe it is. Why do I not? Why does she look so familiar? Is that Stella Emmanuel? Winsome Sears. That's it. That's the woman. Oh, I'm so sorry. The woman who won the lieutenant governor. She loves guns. She loves guns very much.
These are my
She
kids.
does.
And so
She
I
loves
want to be able to
guns.
make that choice for my children, and I
I
want
get
everybody
her
to have
mixed up.
that
I get her and
choice.
Stella Manuel mixed
And
up all the time.
unfortunately, there are too many of these politicians who are listening to
Hey, hey.
teachers unions, which, by the way, they don't care as
I
much as they
know.
say
I
they
mix
do.
it. I always.
The teachers
It's
unions,
the
they're
bun.
just after the
Mix it up. I mix
because
it
you
up. I
stop
mix
paying
it
your
up.
dues and you see how quickly they keep you in the union.
I don't
Right?
like this
So
woman.
it's all about
I
the
don't
kids.
like
So
her
what
either, though, Max. If it's any
to have
consolation, I can't stand Winsome Sears and I can't stand Stella Manuel. So they're both equally
good education,
horrific.
you get nowhere and you get there very fast. There are people who are incarcerated.
I thought she lost.
60% of them are functionally illiterate. That's what the school to prison pipeline has already started.
So what are you
We've
going to
got
do to
stop
fix
that.
schools,
Well, I got to ask,
Lieutenant Governor?
You know, you're talking about should we be for the students or should we be for the teachers' unions?
That's another no-brainer, right? This
Oh,
is
boy.
about children,
right,
and their future.
Is it, though?
We've already
Is
had
it,
our
though,
education,
Lieutenant
and
Governor?
we don't
Is
want our
it?
children to
I
say
don't think
to
it
us,
is.
what did you do to
I
make
don't think
sure
it
that
is.
I would have a good education? What did you do? And we've just got to stay involved. Right. Those of us who are not involved.
I have a question, Miss Sears. How did you get radicalized? What was your path to radicalization? Who hurt you?
Part of the problem too. And
Who made you think that the right-wing extremists of the world were going to be advocating in the best interests of all of us? What, since you care about children so very much?
That's right. This goes beyond party lines. Ian Pryor.
Mercedes is just very upset that Matt Schlapp slept with someone else. Let's call a thing a thing. This is the breakup tour of CPAC. Welcome to the breakup tour.
And he is also the author of the book Parents of the World Unite: How to Save Our Schools from the Left's Radical Agenda.
Save us! God, I wish you'd let me do my left-wing agenda in schools.
Starting a parents' revolution in your own school district or neighborhood. Give us a gist of what's in this book. Why did you write?
Well, you know, in 2021, parents rose up in Virginia, and we organized, and we did a good job organizing. And it took a lot of work, a lot of people that put a lot of time in. And what I always heard from the left was, oh, this is some GOP operation. They were sent here to do this.
It is, baby. Chris Rufo, CRT, look it up, baby. Is that Chris
But
Rufo?
we're going to give this story to the people with actual brains.
Oh, he did?
Because this
I'm sorry,
book,
Jim.
really,
I got it
goes through
wrong.
each chapter, and each chapter
Was
is
he the one who
about
drove him home
how we
and
work
molested
together,
him? Was that what the
how
thing?
we
He
figured
drove
out
the guy
what
home?
the school system was doing, understanding the human
If I
nature
remember
of the
correctly.
individuals involved, and when you're dealing with
Well, anyway, he's sleeping on the
$1.6
couch. I'll tell you
billion,
that right now.
school system, you have to be smarter.
He's sleeping on the couch.
Not always attack, but know when to counterattack, know when to lay back and let them make mistakes. And they will make mistakes.
He's a dirtbag. They're all dirtbags. This is like a dirtbag convention. Who is this guy?
And they don't know how to operate, don't know how to work.
Oh, senior advisor,
All they know how to
America
do is
First
work with
Legal.
the
That's
people
Stephen
that
Miller's
support them.
thing.
So
He's
I
a
would
Stephen
ask,
Miller
if you buy
butt
the book,
plug.
buy 2 copies. Buy one for yourself. It comes out on March 21st.
Oh my God, everybody's got a fucking book!
Woke person you know, and buy one for them and send it to them on April Fool's Day.
Is
Why?
there one story, Ian, that's
Then you're just wasting your money. How stupid. You just told people to waste their money. How stupid are you?
but one of them that really stands out?
Well, you know, I think it goes back to the origin, which is in March of 2021 when you had these activists in Loudoun County create this list of parents that simply weren't woke.
I think we might have to find some antidotes to this, but let me hold on and let me see.
Commonwealth attorney, all in that group.
Oh, that's not one. Okay, hold on. Hold on, dears. Hold on, dearest dears.
Half of them didn't even pull themselves out of the group. They didn't denounce it, and it really set off alarm bells that, you know, these people are there for their own political agenda. If they're not willing to come out and take responsibility for this, then what else are they willing to do? And we found out later, I mean, they put Tanner Cross, a teacher, on suspension for speaking at a school board meeting.
We all know what happened with the sexual assaults where they had no process.
Yeah, they're going to hang their hat on this
Superintendent
sexual
lied about
assault
it
issue
to the
that
public and
happened
is
in
now
Loudoun County
indicted
schools,
for
which
that.
I still don't have the
And
full
their
story
own
on.
school spokesperson is indicted for perjury. So what does that
I
tell
don't
you?
know.
School
It tells
spokesperson
me that
indicted for perjury.
if they lied,
Parents
then
were
they got
on the ball.
indicted.
They
That's what it
knew
tells
that
me.
you had
That's
a
all
school
it tells
system
me, dude.
that was not fulfilling its obligation as citizen
But you're not
representatives.
going to convince
We
me
saw
that
it,
because
we
people are
called it, and
trans,
we
that
followed
leads to
through.
sexual assault, because that is baiting and fucking phobia. Full stop.
Let me ask you, because we were having this conversation.
Okay, you can deal with individual acts of illegality.
Stop talking. Save it for the CPAC
That was
audience.
powdered
So,
sugar, by the way.
talk about public schools, because I know public schools get a bad rap a lot of times, especially as they're pushing this kind of woke agenda.
Oh, you know what I need? I need those little canisters
For school choice,
that you
but
put shit in.
we got to salvage the public schools.
I know I've said that a million times.
As a parent, as a taxpayer,
I wonder if I have enough to make biscuits.
believe in the fundamentals of the rights, the
I'm gonna
roles, and the
try.
responsibilities of parents.
Actually,
If my public school
I'm
system
gonna make
is
some
not meeting
biscuits.
my needs, of course I want to have that
I'm
choice.
gonna make some
And I'm
biscuits. I
passionate
got to
about
do
public
something.
schools.
I got to do
Passionate
something. I'm
about
upset.
every
I'm
single
depressed.
child that
I'm
deserves
clearly
an education in this country.
bitter.
And I call it like the macro micro.
Clearly a bitter old woman. So I need to do something to distract me.
When I see what's
So I'll
happening,
bake.
and it really
Cat.
is
Oh,
happening.
and I'll have
It's
cats.
not
Oh, this is
a
just
conspiracy
great.
theorist. It's not parents overreacting.
Thanks,
These
cat.
things are happening in some cities, in
He's
some
looking at me
states,
like,
in
what the
some
fuck did I
districts.
do?
But we
Okay.
have to look at the micro.
I'm not your
I have to look
personality.
at my responsibility as a parent, my child, his classroom, my campus, my district, and get involved.
My
I am
body, my
so proud of
choice.
my district right now. So we have dads that are volunteering. We have
Dads?
coming
Do you
in
have
that's up to date.
dads?
It's getting involved
Do you
in
have
education.
dads
And
volunteering?
then when things
I
aren't
mean,
going
God,
right,
this
it's
is
holding our
so
elected
cool.
officials responsible, holding our educators and administrators responsible. But if
Can
you
I just do this the
that,
whole day and you guys will just, like, I don't have
be
to
very
explain
brief,
that
but like
all
in
of
my
this is a
district,
bunch
we
of
have the
lies,
most
right? Do I have to
amazing career
constantly
technology
explain that to you?
programs
I
for
don't
young
think I
adults.
do.
We have an incredible special education
We can just kind of mock them together, can't we?
have things that maybe not all the
About to
private schools
clock
will
myself
or the
in the head
charter schools
again.
will. So
Speaking of
we're
being clocked in the
fortunate enough
face.
to live in an area that have that type of school.
Right.
It's fantastic.
Right, but they ask
But
you
you know
though,
what?
Danica,
Trigger
we're
away,
talking about
boys.
fantastic public
Trigger
schools, but then we
away.
have 17 Northern Virginia public schools. They
Who
had
cares?
these merit awards
Who cares about people
students.
and their feelings?
Are you? Can you imagine
Who
being a
cares?
child like that? You've worked this hard.
Feelings are so
And this
overrated.
in
They're
the
so
name
boomer.
of quote, equity. Yeah. How do we explain this?
It's a dumbing down
Old
what it is.
fashioned.
And,
Feelings are
you
so
know,
old fashioned.
if some children are up
I want to do
here and
this.
some are up here, instead of trying to bring everybody up,
Oh, I'm putting
bring
on.
everybody
That's
down.
what I'm going to
And
do.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
America is a superpower, and the only way to maintain that superpower status to ensure that everybody has a quality education, because China is right behind.
Right.
And guess what? They don't care about that. So we've got to have the ability where parents
I know what I'm going to put on too. This is good. I'm just putting on Tomorrowland and I'm going to let that play and they're going to make me dance. And that's what I want to do. I want to dance right now.
do both. And in fact,
Oh, I'm wasting water. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I forgot.
Pennsylvania, when he was a candidate just last year, he said we can do both in Pennsylvania. He advocated for ESAs and other methods of school choice. And guess what? He won as a Democrat. So we know that this is doable. It has to be doable, because otherwise what will happen to our children? Our children must have a good education. Everybody knows maybe that my dad came to America from Jamaica with only $1.25 in his pocket. He brought me later on. And what pulled him out of poverty was a good education. A good education will lift all boats. By the way, there are...
Wait, I don't know who you are. I want to go to Tomorrowland. Oh, here we go. One World Radio.
For it twice. We're paying for it in a public school that they're not getting, and we're paying for it when they do go to college or other post-high school ed.
And what's so tragic is that there's such record low numbers of children with math proficiency levels at the right levels and reading proficiency levels as well. It's just tragic. Give me your sense also in terms of the minority communities as you're reaching out to
Where's Almond? I want Armin or whatever he is.
Republicans and conservatives. They have a
Where's
better
that?
option for your children. What's the response you're getting?
And this is not about black and white or, whatever, low income, whatever. This is about the child. We keep hearing these Democrats and some of them keep using, well, you know, it's for the white kids, the rich kids.
All right, never mind.
The rich people have already made
Oh,
a school choice. They're not waiting on a government program to decide where to send their child to school. That's a stupid argument. So let's get away from that. We brought together so many parents, black parents, Latino parents, Asian parents, white parents, all income strata, to our committees to advocate for this. And some of them who are activists said to the Democrats, we want school choice. One mother said that she's working 3 jobs. She's black, she's working 3 jobs so that her child can go to a particular school. You know what the Democrats said to her? Well, you can afford any school you want. Wait a minute. Didn't you just hear what I said to you?
Yeah.
I am working 3 jobs.
Yeah.
Another Democrat said to the mothers and fathers, well, I'm worried about what happens if...
Why would someone say that to someone? You have enough money, your child can go to any school they want.
You sent your children to private school.
Why would anyone say that?
So why can't everybody have that same...
Come on, Armand van Buren, just make me dance, Arm. Make me dance.
And the change begins with us, begins with the people that we elect.
Yep. Let me ask you, Ian, bathrooms. I'm just say that one word.
Bathrooms.
I'm going to let you just go.
You know, in this country, unlike in China, where, you know, Chinese children are learning calculus and complicated numbers and complex numbers, in our country, they learn 72 genders. They're laughing at us right now. And because of that, we have these bathroom policies all over the country where you can use a bathroom that does not correspond to your biological sex based on, I guess, how you feel that day. Now, in Virginia,
nope, that's not how trans works. Sorry, kiddo. It's not you wake up and decide you feel a certain way. That's not how it works.
I just got a call yesterday.
It's not how it works.
Daughter was using a bathroom, and there was a boy in the bathroom, I guess a transgender boy, and she asked the school, you know, about it, and they said, well, your daughter can contact the Unified Mental Health Team.
I don't think that's actually what any school would say. That's never what a school would say, unless they're a horrible school, in which case, absolutely, man, let's call that shit out right the fuck now. Right the fuck now, let's do it.
You may have, which apparently in this case was a girl being able to use the girls' bathroom without a boy in there, which is insane.
Okay, well, it's actually just a human, and there are gender-free bathrooms all over the world.
In the Fourth Circuit, which is
all over the world.
There was a case, Grimm versus Gloucester County School Board, which the Fourth Circuit chooses with one decision held that a student has the right to use the bathroom of the gender they identify with.
Where's the Vikings when you need them?
You're in the Fourth Circuit because they will, you know,
don't the Vikings have the right idea? I think the Vikings are the ones with the right idea, right?
Federal Court of Appeals in a 7-4 decision said, well, not in the 11th Circuit. So in the 11th Circuit, they held that Title IX, if you have sex-segregated bathrooms, they must be sex-segregated on biological sex, and there is no equal protection right to use a bathroom that's not
gender is a construct.
Sex. Which all means that
gender
you now
is a construct
in the circuits, and that's how you get to the Supreme Court when you have a split in the circuits. So
I can't wait till post-gender world, actually.
Near future, and we can be done with this.
I don't think I'm going to make it, but, you know, a girl can dream.
Virginia, Liz Guzman, who came out and basically said, well, maybe, you guys don't like her? Oh, well. Well, wait to hear what she said. Then you're not going to like her at all. So she basically saying that parents can be jailed if they do not support.
Parents can be jailed if they fucking threaten people. Yep, they sure can.
Right, and that was the bill she introduced in 2020 in the Virginia legislature. So effectively, if you as a parent do not agree with whatever your child is saying, and you don't take her to the clinic to get puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones or to get surgery.
I'm going to keep this. This is a very handy little jar. You never know what you could put in this.
You can be investigated by Child Protective Services and arrested. That is her bill. But here's the most interesting part of that. Schools can do that because schools will withhold that information from parents because they consider it health care. And if a parent doesn't administer that health care to their child, then they are a danger to their child, which is why
just shut it out.
Tell the parents. So then why don't they call Child Protective Services now? because that's already their policy. If a school is withholding that information from the parent, they are saying you are dangerous if you do not allow your child to go down this path. Then call
Buy
Child
gold.
Protective Services and we'll fight that out.
Buy gold.
So as a school board
Buy
member,
gold.
Olivia, how do you handle this? And I know this has even been seen in Texas, this curriculum where they're pushing critical race theory, where they're trying
Critical
to
race
change,
theory? What?
the
Why,
narrative
call
of American
Julie.
history and
She's
making
very
it seem like
concerned
America's a
about
very
Section
horrible place. Do you think America's a
4.
horrible place? No. I mean, how do we handle that?
I think first and foremost,
How do we handle it? We just leave it the
legislation
fuck
in
alone,
Texas is
Mercedes.
doing well now because
We
some
leave
new
it the fuck
curriculum,
alone.
history curriculum was coming down the pipe and it actually got stopped in its tracks and it did not make its way into our public schools. So that's good. The second thing is, like I said, it's our legislators who we're electing in to make sure that they are protecting the parents' rights and just making sure America has a beautiful history, not a perfect one. We just have to teach factual history. So I think legislation is very.
I should just go get a job in a bar because I need to do something during the day, you guys, and I should probably be making money while I'm doing it. So maybe I should just go get a job in a bar.
We have to read our kids' books,
right?
You know, and when there is something, ask a question. Number one is legislature, making sure that your state representatives are ensuring that per se level.
Lieutenant Governor, let me ask you, as you've encountered obviously the
I had to hide the weed brownie so that the cats didn't eat it.
Republicans and kind of their strange relationship with some teacher unions. What is happening?
Well, sometimes, unfortunately, people get afraid of the teachers' unions.
Okay, I need you to just like sit there for a minute because I'm gonna clean you.
We do things as
But I just can't. I gotta do this other thing first. I need this. Get off of here.
And if I have to lose the next election,
Is this dirty?
so that the children
God
can
dang
get
it.
an opportunity.
Guys, everything's dirty.
Because children need
Fricky
a future.
frackums.
It's not about maintaining a seat. It's about our children and their future. And without, Abraham Lincoln, it is quoted as saying, the philosophy of the classroom in one generation is the philosophy of the classroom in the government. Think about that. And so that's why we have to keep fighting. That this is the new Brown versus Board of Education fight. This is what's all about. Parents again, being able to choose where their children will go to school.
Well, I think you must have read Ian's book, because Ian's book on page 190, it says, you need moms and dads that have the courage to go out and fight for the kids. All right, we're going to get the book. Ian, as we're running out of time here, I want to make sure I get everyone in, but let me get a sense from you, just final thoughts. What is your message? What do you anticipate this landscape as we enter into the next, I would say the next phase of fight, of making sure that we protect our children and have a healthy education system?
It's taken the decades to really take control of the education system. We cannot
Okay, I gotta clean.
one election or two
Clean.
elections is going to allow us to fix this. It's going to take decades to repair. And you can sit on the sidelines and say, well, it's not going to affect my kid, or I'm just going to mind my own business, and you can watch all this happen, or you can get in the fight. So get in the fight.
And if I could just add one more thing to what Ian just said, actually. My dad came in 1963 at the height of the Civil Rights Movement. And so it was just 11 days before MLK.
I think this woman's main issue is guns.
When there were real dog whistles, when black people really
I think that's why she,
wanted, et cetera, et cetera. Folks,
I know, be supporting Russia. I mean, in this particular aggression, Jim, I don't mind being anti-Cold War. Believe me, I was anti-Cold War, but I just don't understand in this particular text how any thinking politician who understands the dynamics of the situation, or at least has been exposed to them, how they could possibly speak those words of support. I mean, I'm anti-war, don't get me wrong, 100%. But I don't know, it's not computing. Because I don't know what they get out of it, Jim. This is my point. I don't know what they get out of supporting this. Because are they going to personally be enriched by it? Or is it just they really have done the calculus in their head and they think that this is actually going to be the calculus that moves them to the next level? Like, that's what I don't understand. Oh, Tintin's back. Thank fucking Jesus. Your mic's not on, you fucking moron. You goddamn fucking moron. Your
Hello, I'm Mike
mic's not.
Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support. With everything going on right now, your rest
Brian
is...
Glenn, if I were on Twitter, you and I would still be beefing. Let me just tell you that right the fuck now. Let me tell you. Erga, merga, merga. What else is happening here? Hold on. God, this is a wasteland of content. It's a wasteland of content. So there's like all day like shitty right wing talk about the news shows, but there's not really an all day shitty left wing talk about the news shows. Wait, am I that one? Am I the shitty? What is this? I don't know if I want to know what this is. This is Judicial Watch's feed of CPAC. I'm just looking at it. It's so dumb. Oh, God. Live stream will begin shortly. Good job, everybody. Who's that? Is that Pam? No, it's not Pam Bondi. It's not Pam Bondi. No, nobody panic. It's not Pam Bondi. See, I do get her mixed up with Pam Bondi all the time, though. Although Pam Bondi's hair is a little straighter. Perjury. Oh, I think she was. I think he's the fuck boy. Yeah, he was a fuck boy. Isn't that what got between? I think he got between her and Matt.
That several centuries earlier than that, something like this in the Bible in Christ.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. There's so many sounds happening.
Slave nor free, male nor female, all one in Christ.
I'm so sorry about that.
So it was actually God's idea. I thought I'd mention that.
Was it God's idea? Oh, okay. I didn't know God spoke to you. And by the way, God's not real. So, just so you know.
So, then what does that mean for now? When I was thinking about this, I thought about the ways that we have lost.
I think I'll make some biscuits for my daughter's work.
I just thought I would just supply a few that you might remember.
How's everybody doing today?
Remember COVID? Does anybody remember the way people treated each other about masking?
I do. In fact, I've seen it happen lately. There was actually someone at the Golden Chariot, or no, Jersey J. Jersey J made fun of someone wearing a mask who was driving through to pick up supplies at the East Palestine drop that they made.
Or did you keep your children away
from
it because it was
he made fun of someone wearing a mask. Him and Agnes.
What God had in mind when he created us in
They made fun of someone wearing a mask who was driving through to get supplies at East Palestine. Because that's what the right does. Apparently.
That God created in his image through transgender surgery.
Oh, you make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up, children.
About the disrespect of human life through abortion and violence.
How about that? How about the disrespect around the abortion fight? How about the disrespect you give to women around the fight to control their own bodies? And no, not the same as taking a vaccine. That's public health. It's different, you fucking morons.
She actually had to help on an abortion. That's, if you don't know her story,
why do I even bother?
So abortion is something that you know a great deal about, more than probably most of us. So in what do you see now in the practice of abortion, whatever it is?
All right, let's see. Oh, I need some glasses.
Well, I think we're seeing it greatly right now
Can't see.
in our country with the expansion of medication abortion in particular.
Oh my God, they're attacking Plan B.
Biden and his
You're attacking Plan B because you already took down Roe, so you're attacking Plan B now, you stupid, evil cunt. Killing women. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, you stupid motherfucking cunt, Abby Johnson. You stupid fucking over made up cunt, you clown face. You wear it poorly.
Because of that. We're talking about women going into pharmacies requesting these very
getting the Plan B, which is a perfectly appropriate medication to take for a health, because abortion is health care. Did you hear that, Chuds? Let me say it louder. Abortion is health care.
Understanding what's going to happen inside of their womb. They're passing these babies into the fully formed babies, 12, 14, 16 weeks along in their pregnancy.
I can't. This is all disinformation. This is all disinformation, and we are deep fucking
looking
credible
toilet
disinformation. This
and
woman is
seeing their
pulling
fully
information out of her
formed
fucking
baby
fat
floating there
fucking
in the toilet. So these
Brazilian
women
butt
have to make
lifted
a decision,
ass.
right? What do I do with this fully formed baby? What do I do with this child? Do I scoop this child up out of the toilet? Do I take
Fuck
this child
them.
to be buried? What do I do with it?
I'm
Do
really
I,
glad they
you know,
went to
flush
ground
my child
zero.
down the toilet?
Let's put it
I mean,
that
what
way.
does this do psychologically to
Maybe
thousands
they
of women who
prevented
are
some
now going to
residents
walk into
from,
pharmacies
you
and
know,
make this decision out of pure
breathing the
ignorance?
air.
What is this going to do to our society? And we are
Those
living
people
in
make me
some
mean.
serious
I mean, I'm actually
repercussions
not
for
a mean
women
person,
emotionally,
believe it or not. I know it's
physically.
hard
We
to
know it
believe that,
increases the rates of anxiety, depression,
but
eating
it's
disorders,
true.
suicidal ideation.
Okay,
And
what I'm
now
gonna
we
do
have
is put this shit in.
created
How much do I
abortion
need though?
facilities in every
2
single
cups. I
woman's
may not have
home
2 cups.
in our country. And the left will say
3/4
that
cup.
this is progress for women, but I would say that
Okay, what about my butter is not
creating
cold?
abortion
Okay,
facilities in every woman's
that's
home, I would
okay.
say
Let's
that
put the butter in the freezer.
I would say that flushing babies down
Let's
the
just put
toilet
the butter in the freezer
because of these
and hope for the
chemical
best.
abortions, I would say that this is not
Because I
progress
don't
for women. I
think
would
I
say
put
that
any
this is
butter
regression for women, not something that we
in this
should be
freezer
celebrating.
because I'm an idiot. And yep, that's right. I'm an idiot.
Giving them a dignity than to
So there's no
baby.
butter.
And secondly, to
You
have
can keep eating, you stupid cow, but there's no butter in this
it's a
freezer.
double hit against
So that's
what we were
fine.
created to be. Penny, you are the president
I'll
of
get some more
Conservative
butter.
for
Okay,
America.
so butter. Now I need to know I have 2 cups
And
in
so,
here. I think
in
I
thinking
do.
of all the issues that you guys
Okay, I need a
are
bowl.
defending or helping,
I need a biscuit mixing
one
bowl.
of them sticks to me
I
as
gotta get my
an
biscuit
example
mixing
of the
bowl.
loss
Oh
of
wait, this is
human
dirty.
dignity.
Oh, this has popcorn in it.
Well,
Okay, well that's fine. I can
we're
wash that.
talking about life, and certainly
Go.
is perhaps the ultimate
Oh, it's just
disrespect
just
for
a single
humanity.
gal. I
There are
wash a
others.
dish when I
You know,
need it.
I
That's what
as a
I
Christian
do.
woman, I think there's so
Just a
much
little bachelor.
including the church now.
That's
But
not
if
true.
you've taken a
I will. I'm
moment to
gonna wash
open
all
your
these
Bible,
dishes.
throughout the
I
Bible
promise
is
you.
replete, instances
Don't
where
let me leave till I do it.
we're told that God sees us. In Psalm
Are we?
139, you saw me when I was in my mother's womb. God knit us together in our mother's womb. We were
Ow.
fearfully and wonderfully made. That means the God of the universe saw
Okay.
us
No,
before
he's
we were
not.
ever
No, there's
even
no God has to do with this.
That is
Your
the
concept of God
ultimate
has nothing to
dignity,
do with
right?
bodily
God
functions.
loves us and He knows us. And by the
Zero.
way, if you've
Nothing.
experienced an abortion, if you're a part of
Absolutely
the
nothing.
church and you're part of one, God loves
Absolutely
you and
nothing
wants
to
to
do with
redeem your
bodily
destiny for
functions.
you.
Crazy,
And
isn't it?
ever
He doesn't give a
gives up
shit.
on us, ever.
Even if he was
He'll
real, he
always
wouldn't give a
join us
shit.
sinners at the foot of the cross, first and foremost. But the other thing is, and
You know
again,
what? You ought to. I
in
mean,
the
I've
dignity,
probably read
God
more
loves
Bible
us.
than
He
these
wants to
bitches,
restore
but
us. He sees us. But you think about how the Biden administration treats women and looks at women. I mean, talk about the ultimate
how is
sexism.
this? How is
I
this?
mean,
Tell
they
me,
think
please. How do they do this?
men can do everything better than women, including being women. When you choose Rachel Levine as,
What?
the woman of the year by USA Today, right?
Yeah,
Or
she's an
when
eminently
Chelsea Clinton just wrote a
qualified.
children's book and recognized
I mean,
Rachel
come on.
Levine, who is the Biden administration appointee, who's a biological man.
Who
They've
is a
done everything
a
they can
woman?
possibly do to
Rachel
take
Levine
away
is a
the
woman.
trophies and the scholarships
Trans
for
women are
women,
women.
the few little set-asides that
No
we have
TERFs
in our
allowed.
businesses.
Trans women are
Trans
women.
Women for America knows what a woman is.
Period.
And
Full
so
stop.
do the American people. And apparently we need to tell our president.
That's it.
But we've got to
There's no
stand up for the dignity and the unique dignity of
no
American
hesitation.
women.
I want to add to that. Thank you. That's wonderful. I want to
So
add
if you
to
don't
this
agree with that, this may not be the channel for you.
We are also treating our men with tremendous disrespect in the culture.
That's true.
I hate the sitcoms. I hate all of the
Do you? I hate
disparities.
sitcoms too, by the way. I don't actually watch television. I watch you guys all the time, which
Have
is
it's
probably
considered
why I
obstruction.
don't
It's
have a
lawful.
relationship.
It really covers the
But
man.
other than that,
Pretend that we're interchangeable somehow,
Yeah.
right?
nope,
That we're
they
exactly
actually
the same.
don't.
There's no
Nope.
difference. When the truth is, we are fearfully
Nope.
and
Trans women don't change anything about
and that is the ultimate
being women.
disrespect, to deny who we are
Nope.
and how
That
God
doesn't deny. Trans women don't
in
deny other women.
dignified position
They don't.
as American
They're
women.
women.
Kimberly, you are the president and founder. Oh, yes.
Trans women are women. They're women.
You are the president
They're not
and founder of
trans.
Moms
They're
for
not.
America.
They're not
And in
even
that
necessarily
capacity,
trans women.
you
They're women.
cover all of this, so much of what is happening to our children and grandchildren.
grandchildren And so
Maybe I
is
need a
there
call-in number.
something in your realm of expertise that stands out to
I
you
want to
as
charge
like
for
the
mine,
epiphany
though.
of the loss of
I want to
dignity?
charge for my number, and it's not because I need the money. It's because I want people to yell at me. Don't you think that's a good idea, Max Flower? I think, yeah, I have a feeling you would appreciate what the particular poignancy of
What they're doing right now
giving
is
a
they're
number
trying
for someone to
to
yell at
erase
you.
us
I think that'd be hilarious.
as moms.
I
They've
kind of want
been
to do
very
that.
successful in replacing fathers.
Do you think I
with
should do that?
government. And what they're doing is trying to steal the
Let me
hearts and
hope that I
minds of our
don't knock
children
these over.
because they have a whole new world they're creating.
Oh,
And they
here, we
know
can put little
historically
guy
that's
here.
what you do. That's what Hitler, that's what Mao did, that's what Stalin did. You take the children, you
I
win the
don't-
future. So we as
Whoa,
parents have
whoa,
got to
whoa,
stand
whoa,
up.
whoa, girl,
First of all, we
girl,
have
girl,
to know
slow down.
what's coming our
Slow
way. If you guys
down.
think
Whoa,
that you know what's
whoa,
happening in the
whoa.
classrooms, you just have a
Man,
smidgen of what's
you know,
happening.
conservative women are so
It would make
goddamn
your skin
uptight.
crawl to know what our children are being exposed to.
Why are you so goddamn uptight? I'm a boomer. I'm supposed to be uptight. I'm supposed to be like the most uptight of all of you.
What our children are being
And
exposed
I'm just
to
not.
is violent
Here, we're
against
going to put the
women,
little
against
bear up
children.
again.
It's violent.
Smokey the bear says
It's everything
hi.
that is anti-humane.
Hi,
And
Smokey.
they're exposed to these things. The parents come and read them in the school board meetings, and we have moms that are literally being handcuffed because the school board members are saying, you can't say that here. It's on public TV.
Yeah, 1-900, you know?
So
Like I could do a
one of the things
976.
that we are doing, because
I have a
we
feeling there are some people who would
offense,
pay to be emasculated. Yeah.
that we
Or
understand what our children
berated.
are being exposed to, that we align with them, that we as
Yeah.
leaders,
Don't, I mean, actually, Max, I'm kind of like
stand with
tempted to
them
do text to
and say, we're in
speech.
this together, okay? So whatever's coming your way, if it makes you feel dark or ugly, you come
I
to
got to think
us
about
and we'll
this.
fight it for you.
I have a feeling
We
I
now
have a friend of mine who will say this is the worst idea you've ever had, and that's among a host of really, really, really bad ideas.
bringing it home to their moms. And I'm going to tell you that everything that we're facing, the CRT, the critical race theory is racism. That's 101.
It's not. It's
And
not.
comprehensive sex education, which
Max,
is teaching
Max,
kindergartners how
who's
to
that chick
stimulate
that was
themselves.
on the fucking Spaces or whatever, the
Where they're having coming out parties.
panel the other night?
Children are coming home terrified.
I have a problem with Section 4. What's your problem with Section 4? It says something about denouncing whiteness.
Of decency and truth.
Really say denouncing whiteness? Like, can you say specifically what it says? I don't remember what it says, but it said something about denouncing whiteness.
Because the violence
I said, okay, well that all of us said, that sounds interesting because I don't know. I mean, I could see denouncing white supremacy. I definitely could see that as a tactic, you know, the act of denouncing a hate movement. Yep, I could see that. But was that it? Maybe it was denouncing white supremacy. No! It was denouncing whiteness, but I don't know specifically what it was, what it is in regard to, what section it was. I know it was in Section 4, but I don't know what part of Section 4, and I don't have it in front of me. But I'm just very concerned about it, and I think it's very racist. I think that was her ultimate point. Okay, well, I don't agree with you because A, you bring nothing of evidence, and B, you're wrong. So there's that. And C, I'm done. Educating people being stupid. You're not stupid, but you're being stupid. There's a difference. That's the Lolo difference, is that you are either, you can be stupid, but you can also be being stupid.
I always think it's possible to turn around because we have Jesus.
Turn around, bright eyes. You know what's wrong with today? I haven't sung nearly.
We have victory in the end.
Okay, so clearly maybe covering right-wing media all day with people online is not the best use of Lolo because I don't know if I can even take the anxiety that this gives me. But we had to try, right?
No. He wants us to participate in the victory every single day.
No, he doesn't exist, and he doesn't care, and he doesn't exist.
To speak boldly about
He certainly doesn't impact policy.
But let's just be really honest about this. In the bulk of the states in the United States, that meant nothing. It meant nothing.
No, it meant everything. You don't know, bitch, you stupid, stupid, stupid woman. Speaking for people, you have no idea.
A much
how many women died because of this.
Roe was overturned.
We don't even know
Like California,
how many women have died because of overturning Roe.
and he is
Because there are women who have died. That's dumb. That's so dumb. Come on now. C-SPAN has been showing crowd shots of empty chairs at CPAC. I love that.
Well, I don't know what to do. You do
Ben,
use your voice, use
Ben,
social
I'm
media,
so high.
be bold, be loud, be offensive
Oh
if you
no.
have to. Use
It's gonna
your
be,
voice.
oh no, he's gonna be going on. Okay, all right. We'll wait. I'm gonna stay here then. I have nothing. I want to be with people and yell at this because otherwise I'd just be alone.
Naomi
So I don't want to
Wolf,
do that.
I think she's Jewish. She used to be an atheist. Wrote this beautiful piece on Substack that I was reading this morning. And she put it together exactly correct.
Oh my God.
Turn
My
your
heart
back on
hurts.
God. When you're a post-Christian nation,
We're not a post-Christian nation, honey. We're not a post-Christian nation. That's not easy to say.
religions, the old
We're
gods,
just not.
Baal
We're
and
not.
Moloch, the god of death, are moving in, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it right now, and it is satanic.
We're
But
not.
the truth is, God is at work. We have 195 young Women for America chapters around colleges around this country. I would point to you what's happening in Asbury, Kentucky. When you are seeing a
Oh, a new
revival
court filing. The
break out
Justice
on college
Department
at
say that
Lee
former President Trump
University,
can be
you're
sued by
seeing
U.S.
it happen all
Capitol
over this
Police
country. Last
over
year,
the January
Liberty
6th. That's
University,
good. I know you guys brought that up earlier
the
during the
Holy
break.
Spirit
That's
is
awesome.
alive and well, and where
All
there's
right.
Satan, God is stronger. And
Mama
so
needs to
we
calm
lean
down.
into that, but we're not letting
I need to
anybody
make
else cook.
biscuits.
Everybody here,
Just
we're
make
going to
some
stand
biscuits,
by
Mama.
and tell
Make
the
biscuits,
truth.
Mama.
Be loud. Go to your
Make biscuits,
school
Mama.
board meetings. Stand in front of the clinics and
Do
invite
something.
young women to have
Do
a
something
good
constructive.
solution.
Do
Invite them
something
to your home,
constructive
care
with
for
your
the
feedback.
Excellent. Kimberly, can you keep it to a minute?
Yes, I will
No.
keep it really simple.
What is this?
Women are the ones destroying this country. Women are the ones who can repair it. We, as conservative women of faith, have
What?
not been
How
voting.
did?
We've
What
not
are we
been
doing?
actively engaging
What,
in our communities.
how did we?
haven't paid
What do
attention
we?
to what's happening in our school
What did I do? What
and
did
our
I
school and
do?
our classrooms. And the whole entire time,
All I've ever
those
done
who
is
are
try
trying
and
to
help
destroy the
people.
country have been using women to take away all of those things that are good and true. We need, she's right, there's no void that it doesn't just stay there. We need to fill it back up with all the good things. The true story of America, the story of their birth, the children, that they love that. Let's give them back the things that they have lost, and the story,
I have to count, so I can't yell.
that unites us together, that will heal our land.
Thank you. All right. Well, one last thing. I just want to give you something to think about. Sometimes I think we think because we have beautiful clothes. By the way, I love what I have on. I bought it recently, and I love clothing. But you know what? Beautiful clothes and air conditioning and big houses and big cars and the way we live does not bring us.
Really? Oh, so are you preparing people for the feudal system that Peter Thiel would like to subject us to? Are you the front team, the advanced team?
And they were
7.
in huts.
Are you the advanced team to let us know that it's okay to actually, because we are, they would actually like us to eat bugs, by the way. Have you ever seen Snowpiercer?
We met with their school children.
You might want to watch it.
Kids came in.
Because that's actually the Republican platform.
They were studying the theology
That
of
script.
feminism and English
That
grammar.
script is the Republican platform. I think I have literally used all my power. So I'm going to do that.
They stood and
Thank you. White Lily Flower, you are amazing. I think I've kind of actually ruined something, but that's okay.
They were like little boys with no clothing.
It's just food.
The water buffalo. They were so poor. They didn't have enough food. But the thing that struck me was that this whole idea of the greatness of our spirit and the way God has created us has nothing to do with the outside.
No, it has nothing to do with anything, really. It's kind of funny. It's completely irrelevant. It's kind of funny that it's completely irrelevant. Snowpiercer is a great movie. Kind of metaphorical for now, ain't it? Kind of like a future. It's almost like a sneak peek. It's like a preview.
And so with that, how did we do? Okay.
All right, so you spoon with biscuit flour. I use white lily flour, 2 cups. Oh, I can't throw that thing away because I need the recipe.
So if we don't have the level of
Oh,
we have right now,
I thought that was Mercedes, and I was going to say, oh, will they? Because frankly, my dear, you can't. You're not keeping your man.
Girl, you didn't keep your man happy. That's what I see, Mercedes Schlapp. You need to keep your man happy. What is wrong with you? Maybe you need to come to Lolo's Lounge, learn how to make a few sweet treats. Kind of get back that fire and that romance, Mercedes Schlapp. I'm here to give Mercedes Schlapp marriage. That's what I'm doing. All right, so this is 2 cups. Holy fuck. 2 cups, 3/4 cup buttermilk, and 1/4 cup butter, which I think is just 1 stick, right? Okay, that can go in there. Oh, I don't know if my buttermilk's any good, but we'll give it a shitty shot. I haven't opened it. Can't be bad. My God, it's buttermilk, for Christ's sake. It's already spoiled, isn't it? Get it?
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell,
It's
and
not
my
really.
employees and I want to thank you
I'm
for your
Mike
continued
Lindell,
support by
and I'm
bringing you
going
the
to
biggest bath sale ever. Get
Please
my
don't be
6-piece
bad, because
towel
I would really
system
like
for
to.
the lowest price ever,
I would
only
really just like to make this
$39.96.
dish.
His and her bathrobes, 50% off. Bath mats for as low as $17.49.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm
I
also
should do
excited
something
to announce
else.
the original My Slippers are back in stock.
We're going to do
And now
music
they come in
again.
even more colors and wide sizes. They're made with the same great patented technology, and yes, you'll still save $90 a pair. So get the biggest savings ever on bath sheets, bath mats, washcloths, hand towels, bathrobes, slippers, and so much more. So
Can you guys hear that music? I don't know if you can even hear it. Frankly, we could just put on music to the whole thing and I'd be fine. Okay, that's iffy. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's iffy. It's on the cusp, if you know what I mean. I don't know why we're keeping a very small cube of cheese, but here we are. Keeping a very small 1-inch cube of cheese. All right, here we're cooking with gas. We got some fresh. You know what? That would be fun. This Beastie Boys. Boys would be fun. I have to get rid of that. I have to say goodbye. Oh wait, are these not working? Oh yeah, they are working. I have a feeling I'm getting some dick pics from this guy. And not only did he just like want to send me dick pics, but he's like, you know how you have those like pings that you set up? Like an automatic ping. Oh, it's so great being on the internet. I did not open the dick pics. Don't worry. Please, don't worry. I'm not curious. I'm not curious. Good news is I'm not curious. Statement 0 stuff. Okay, I gotta make biscuits. Wait, let me just check my biscuit recipe because, oh fuck, sorry, everybody, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I adore you. Who's that? Is that George? Is that George Costanza in the middle? Is that George Costanza?
They've sort of transformed themselves, though.
Was that George Costanza in the middle?
With the advocacy arm.
My brother
They make
played in a
lot of
band called
money
The
from,
Hinges.
their relationships.
Whoa,
Tell
that's
us
so
about
cool.
these royalties. They
That's
heard
cool.
that they've made upward of $8 billion
That's super cool,
since
dude.
2007.
What
Yeah,
did I
it's pretty
just do?
incredible. The membership dues that they collect
Wait,
are
what
now
was I
a
going to
tiny
do?
fraction, just a little over 10%
Oh,
of the
biscuits.
revenue they have on an annual basis. The principal business that they're in is not representing seniors, it's monetizing seniors. It's selling branded products to seniors, and in particular, their cash cow are the health insurance products, the
I
Medicare
got to put
Part
on my
D
geeky
plans,
glasses.
the
I'm sorry. That is, oh, that's
plans,
that
but
guy
especially
from, what,
the Medigap
CNBC?
supplemental insurance plans that they sell
Is that the guy from CNBC?
exclusively United Health products. And they've got an exclusive deal with United Health, the largest
No,
for-profit health insurer,
it's
which
not.
also
I don't
owns one
recognize
of the
him.
largest pharmacy
I
benefit
think these
managers,
guys are having trouble,
OptumRx.
man. I
And
really do.
they make about $1 billion
Oh, I'm
a
going to tell
year
you, I hate
in
these fucking.
corporate royalties.
What's the three
And the
best
way
words
this
in the
works
English
is
language?
every time someone enrolls in one of these health plans, they pay
Jump
their
to
monthly
recipe.
premium. AARP skims 4.95% off the top of every one of those premiums and pulls it out and takes it for their general operating purposes. And I think that's a junk fee.
No,
And
I don't want that.
it seems to be the only junk fee that the
That's not
Democrats
right.
and the president like, though, because
You're not
so
right.
much of that money gets
You're not
recycled
right.
into liberal advocacy and democratic politics. And so you have this sort of the confluence of a notional nonprofit, but that's running billions of dollars through it from a corporate partnership, and the advocacy
No,
always seems to
no,
benefit
no, no, no,
one
no.
political party.
Steve, let's talk about that for a moment, because here you have one of the biggest players in Washington by total number of members and what we've just heard about their budget. How does that, in your opinion, how does that compromise them as someone who's supposed to be this sort of fair dealer in Washington representing America's seniors? What does that do to them?
So I guess the gist of this I'm hearing is lobbying is all of a sudden bad. Oh, this guy. God, I hate him. Oh my God. He's like a Pokemon that should have been hunted down a long time ago. But the thing is okay, so lobbying bad, education bad.
Way are we going to join the AARP? I just turned 63.
Yeah, so AARP is bad and education is bad. Got it. So far. So far, so good.
Crisis in America today is our massive
Baking powder. I think I'm going
government spending debt. You know, we are now up to
to add some
it's going
baking
up to
powder. I know I'm kind of naughty, but I'm going to add some anyway. How much does she
He's been in
use?
office 2 years. The national debt forecast has gone up by $6 trillion in 2 years. This is the most financially
Where's the fucking recipe,
president in
Christine?
American history. Now, what does that have to do with the AARP? They're in on it.
I think the jump to recipe was kind of a cheat. Okay, here we go.
Government social welfare
2
program they have
cups.
not been in favor of. And by
So
the
what,
way,
3/4
love you, but
tablespoon, I
shame
suppose.
on you for calling this the Inflation Reduction Act. This was not the Inflation Reduction Act. This was the Inflation Acceleration
Okay, but how much
Act that
water,
made
how much
inflation work.
buttermilk?
How do you think we're reducing inflation?
3/4
Go
cup.
to the
Okay,
grocery store.
that's fine. That's a
All of
cup.
these
Okay, great.
problems are out there because we've
All right,
spent too much
sweet.
money.
We got that
AARP
sweet. We're
is
going to have to
right
measure that.
behind the
Sweet.
president
We're going to
and
stir
the
this up
Democrats.
sweet.
This is not a nonpartisan organization either. They always side with the Democrats and the big spenders. And so please, if you're a member of the AARP, rip up your card and stop sending them your
Stop.
dues.
Don't do that. Please don't do that, because there's some seniors who actually count on the discounts they get as part of AARP. Some seniors have lower cost Medicare plan Part B and D or something through AARP. Don't know. I mean, yes, they are probably a corporate monolith, bad, 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 bad. But you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You figure out what parts are. Oh boy,
Very good point.
this is
By
exhausting.
the way, Jack, the
Okay.
calls from AARP members to AARP during the Obama
Okay, so I'm going to get the butter out of the freezer,
and they endorsed the
and I'm going to get my grater.
So this is an important point, though,
I
because
got flour all over me.
you know, if you're a senior citizen and you're, you know, we're all, and I'm getting up
Where
there
is
and
my
I'm getting
grater? Oh no, I have to get those over there. How embarrassing. I do want to make those tonight. I got to finish the twice baked potatoes. Oh, I got that so dirty.
It
Oh,
is
shit.
the evidence is
Okay.
very clear. It's going to take longer to find the cure to these terrible crippling diseases.
Let's see.
How is that in the interest of senior citizens?
I
mean, it's
should.
craziness. Thomas Phillipson, one
I
of the top economists in
should.
the country, what did he say, Phil? That
He said that the IRA's the reduction in private sector cancer drug research that will be caused by that bill
Oh boy.
is 9 times the amount of Joe Biden's moonshot.
Right.
So they increased it by the amount of the moonshot, then they put this bill in to cut it by 9
All
times
right,
as
keep
much in the
going.
private sector.
So this is the way to lose the race for the cure for all of these diseases. And they, of
So
course, they
what
don't.
you
By
have
the
to
way,
do with
they
this
don't
stuff
even
is you have to
educate
spoon out
consumers.
this
The
flour.
polls
I don't know
show
why.
very
It's like
clearly, even
different
the
than
AARP's
sifting, I
own
guess.
polls show that the major concern
Puts more air in it, I
of
suppose.
American seniors is the cost of health insurance. Guess what?
Oopsie.
This is going to make health insurance for seniors more expensive, not less expensive.
Okay, so we have jumped right into this bill that passed really right before the election. People didn't even realize what was in it. It wasn't read. And what
Well, then
our
it's
two
then
panelists
it's
here are
stupid.
talking
Then
about are
people
the
should
price
demand that their
controls, which will lead to
representatives
price,
are
which will lead to
ready
drug
to vote on
rationing
something and
that we know
understand
all
what's in it.
about in Canada,
Okay, it's
all
their
about in England, and
responsibility.
yet
That is
here
what
in
we
this
pay them
country,
the big bucks
thankfully,
for.
we don't, and we're now on the slippery slope. So,
Okay, so
Phil, if
I
you
need
want
to
to
put
just
8
very
of these in
briefly,
here. Oh my
just
God,
just
don't let me
without getting
forget.
overly wonky, what are these
This
price
is 4.
controls that they slipped into this mega spending bill?
Well, they really did.
What'd they do?
There are
Yeah, tell
three.
us,
There are three
Frank.
sort of
What'd they
major
do? Or
buckets of
whatever the
them.
fuck your name is. It
One
doesn't matter
is
because I
a
hate you.
cap on the annual
I don't care what your
increase in
name
the
is.
price of a given drug
5,
with
I
the
hope.
inflation rate, and that one I think is
God's
more
gonna
likely
get
to
me.
increase
That
prices
fake
than lower them in
God's
the
gonna
near
get
term
me.
because drug price inflation's been running about
6.
2.5%. Overall inflation's
Doesn't
been
seem
running,
like
5, 6,
enough,
7%.
but that's okay.
And when you tell companies you're going to be limited forever in how much you can increase each year, they're
7.
probably all going to go for the maximum. So there's going to be there's tend to be
Oh,
upward
okay,
pressure.
yeah,
So I
this is
think
good.
that's just a really nonsensical provision. I haven't thought through the context that they passed that in. The second
Who
is
sponsored
a
that part?
provision that actually
Who sponsored that part,
prohibits
Dubis? Come
a
on,
rule that
tell
the
us.
Trump administration put in that would
Tell
have
us.
required all discounts and rebates in Medicare Part D to be passed on to seniors at the point of sale. And somehow AARP was on the wrong side of this. They didn't want rebates passed on
Well,
to
there must have
seniors,
been something
probably
about it then
because
that
their
was kind of
corporate
a
partner,
trick. I
United
don't
Health,
know. That's
also
what I'm
owns
wondering. I'd like to
this
see more. I'd love to
pharmaceutical
hear more
company that's
because,
been
frankly,
pocketing
anytime that
those
something's going
rebates
to
on
impact point of
Rx, which is the
sale and there's
provision.
going to be an opportunity
United
for
Health
someone
with
to
the
pay a
one
lower
that's
out of
real
pocket,
pillar
I'm
in
all
terms
in.
of innovation and the research money that's going to go into
Don't you
cancer
take me
drugs and
seriously when I'm
functional
covered in
medicine. What
flour,
they're talking about
darlings? Don't
is
you?
this fake negotiation provision. And they've got all these polls that say
All right,
negotiation is
let's
very
see.
popular.
Now, let's
So
get
they say,
that
oh, let's really
butter.
negotiate. The
Butter,
problem they
butter,
have is
butter.
every
Better
time
with
CBO's ever
butter.
looked at negotiation, they say you can't save money
I
with
think
negotiation
it's,
because the plans are already
what
extremely
is it?
aggressive negotiators. So HA can't do any better job than the private plans
Uh,
for Medicare Part D. But if you had
quarter
a
cup.
hard price
I think that's a
control, if
stick.
you had a penalty to really
I think
whip
it's a
them if they
stick.
didn't go along with what the secretary wants, then you could lower prices. So what they did is they said, we're going
Is
to
it?
have a quote
I don't
unquote
know.
negotiation. Here's how it works. The secretary sits down with the manufacturer.
I'm
They
going to
say
put
what they
some.
think the price should be. The manufacturer doesn't have to go along. If they don't go
I'm
along,
going to put one
they
in
will
the
tell them
freezer
it's
because I
95%
always need
of their
frozen
cost of
butter
that
for
product
something.
over the past year. Now,
Throw
I
that
don't
away.
consider that a negotiation.
And then
In
I'm going to
fact,
take one
other
butter and
than
I'm going to
being
leave it out
really
because I'm going to
wanting a
make some honey
dishonest
butter
political
to go
talking
with
point
the
of using the word
biscuits.
negotiation, there would have
So
been
that
no
when they
reason to
take them to work,
negotiate. They could have just
they
said
can
the
put honey
secretary
butter
sets the
on them.
price.
Some might say it's extortion.
And I'm going
Yeah,
to put it in this
they could have said the
pretty
secretary
little
sets the price,
dish
which is essentially what they've done. But they dressed it up so that they
from
can make this
Walmart
argument. Now, the
that has a
problem with
little
this, I
cover
think
on
we all
it.
want lower prices, but the problem with just having the
Look how
government
cute
set the
this little
price
dish is. It's
is
melamine or whatever. I don't know how
it
you
really
say
messes up
that.
the
Melamine? I'm
economics
going to put the
of
honey
all the
butter in
research
that.
because
Super
there
cute.
are tons of drugs that don't work out
Super cute.
for everyone that does. And so on average, I mean, Tufts
All right, but
runs these
this
numbers.
now
I haven't necessarily seen the latest one,
is
but
fairly
it's
cold.
something
It's
like
not as
$1.2
cold as it should be, but that's
or $1.5
fine.
billion, somewhere in that range
And I'm going
on
to
average
grate
for
the butter
developing a
into
drug
the
that won't work
flour.
because you get a bunch
It
of dry
grates
holes for
the
each one that
butter
wears.
and
So the way the
flour.
economic works is you
It
get that
puts the
packaging
lotion
bill
in the
and you get
basket.
to charge a lot to make your money back, to have a return on capital for your investors and so forth. And so
Wah,
if the
wah,
government cuts
wah,
off a ton,
wah.
if they
We
basically
are
say when
tools
you hit a
of
home run you don't get
Peter
pennies back,
Thiel.
that has massive
We
effects.
are
That
Rules of Peter Thiel will never be as smart, will never be as tall, but we will support him anyway, because he promised us chicks. Yes, Peter Thiel, he promised us chicks. So we'll stick with Peter Thiel until we get those chicks.
People really realize that because our wonderful fair press has
Peter Thiel promised us chicks. Peter Thiel, don't wait on fire. Okay.
canceled within the
Good enough.
first 5 months of this atrocity.
No, I don't want Peter Thiel on fire either.
This is something I'm sure you've seen a lot where
It's a quarter cup.
initiatives
Anybody. Because I'm
Democrats
just
can't
about to do this
pass
bitch.
in regular order.
through committees, get thrown into these omnibuses.
Yeah, I think it's a quarter.
Then the wool gets
I can't
pulled over
imagine it's
people's
less
eyes.
than
Well,
this.
you were right that nobody ever reads these bills, these 1,000 or more page bills. And so no, you're right. Nobody knew what was in it. What was the old line from Speaker Pelosi that we'll read it after we pass it?
And then we're going to toss the little flour and the little butter pieces, just like they would do. We're just going to toss the flour and the little butter pieces. It's really cute. I've got like these strings of butter because I grated into the flour. I'm sorry I don't have the other camera. I don't know. I'm kind of in a funk. I need to get out of it because life's too short. But here I am in the funk.
All the Democrats have been talking about for the last
So now everybody has to
30
bake.
years is how they're going to cut the cost of health care. Well, guess what? If you look over the last 3 decades,
Don't melt butter. Come on, stay cool, boy.
you know what they are?
Real
Healthcare.
cool.
Anybody know what the second one is?
No.
Education and college tuition and the cost of
Hegemocation?
schooling.
Hegemocation?
Isn't that interesting? The two
Isn't that
industries
interesting?
that
Isn't
the
that
government
fascinating?
runs are the two
Isn't that
industries
just
where prices are out of
fascinating?
control. The biggest financial scandal in America today is what universities are charging our families, right? It's outrageous.
Boop,
And
boop.
so why would we think that the government's going to be able to control these costs? They're not. They can't control the costs because
But you know who I'd like to control those? I'd like Peter Thiel to control my costs for me because I think Peter's the dreamiest. I think Peter's the dream date. That's what I think. He smells like pine needles, like Mike Flynn does.
Why would we believe that these people are going to solve their
Why?
health problem when they took
Kind of like this here, right?
a COVID
Yeah, that's
pandemic
nice.
and they made it
Okay,
worse? And they
tossing the
lied to
butter
us
in the
about every
flour.
single
I don't want to
thing
get my
about
hands in
COVID.
there yet.
Now we're going to
Actually,
trust
I
America.
never
No,
tried it.
never again are we going to give the power to government to do that to our country.
Well, Steve,
Ooh,
drug
the
companies have the best lobbyists and the best connections. Why don't you
let
get a
the
higher price out of the government?
sun
Maybe
shine. Oh yeah,
we'll
let's
end up
sing
paying even
something. I
more.
need
And,
to
other
sing
ones that
something.
aren't
That'll make
as
me feel better.
connected, they'll have the disincentives and they won't develop drugs. I mean, Pfizer charges $700 for each course of Paxlovid because that's what the Department of Defense agreed with. Maybe it's worth it, maybe
Let's
it's
see.
not. But with no market, I don't know.
Paxlovid saved my
That's just
life,
what some
by the way.
government, it's what someone came
Paxlovid
up
saved
with.
my life.
So we're either going to pay too much or too little. It's definitely not going to be the right price, and it has all these disincentive downstream effects. It really is going to be a disaster. And Jack, the thing that I think was the most offensive about this bill is they took about $300 billion
do some
out of
throwbacks.
Medicare prescription drug spending. I don't think you can do that without having a lot fewer cures developed. But even if you thought you could, they don't keep the money in Medicare. They didn't say we're going to cut drug spending in
Feeling
Medicare by
very
$300
Barbara
billion and use
today.
it to strengthen the trust fund and
Funny.
bulk up Medicare's finances.
Did
They
you hear
used
that?
it to do supersize Obamacare
Funny.
subsidies to the insurance companies and
The
to do
guy
green
said,
energy
honey,
subsidies and electric cars. I mean, that's
you're a
what
funny
the spending in this bill
girl.
that they were paying for
That's
had
me, I
absolutely
just
nothing to
keep
do with Medicare.
them
This is the
in
crazy thing is that, right, guys, that
stitches.
here you have President
Double the
Biden in the State of the
hand.
Union making it
And
seem
though
like
I
he's the
may
great
be all
defender of
wrong for the
Medicare, but what you
guy,
just said was
I'm good
their
for
very
a
bill
laugh.
passed before the midterms
I guess it's
weakened it.
not
And yet our wonderful friends in the media
funny.
continue to make it
Life
seem
is
as though it's the
far
Democratic
from
Party that is on the side
sunny
of people of color
when
and
the
stuff like that.
laugh is
So let's end on this note. Let's get a little
over
political here
and the
with
joke's
the
on
issue of how conservatives and how the
you.
Republican Party can
A
change
girl
this
ought to have a
narrative that
sense of
somehow they
humor.
care less and we care less
That's
about
one
healthcare.
thing
You
you
know,
really
here
need
we're
for
right on the heels of these
sure
awful historic
when
mandates that have
you're a
destroyed so many lives, this
funny
raid on Medicare,
girl.
and these price
The fella
controls. And yet,
said a
Biden, do you think the
funny
GOP in the next year, in
girl.
the next 2 years,
How it
can really begin
ain't
to shift
so
that narrative that somehow the Democrats care more
funny.
about health
One
care?
of the things that
Funny
could be done so easily, and we're
girl.
making a lot of
I
steps
love her
towards it in the
range.
state. It's
I mean, I
something that
can't sing like
everybody
you,
on
Barbara,
the
but I
Capitol has
love
been
your
talking
range,
to with a lot
darling.
of
I really
governors and
do.
talked to Donald Trump about. And Trump started pushing it. In fact, it's just
That's a good one. That's a
transparency
good
in the
one for my
price of
throat. It
things.
doesn't hurt my
When you go,
throat.
look, when you go to the hospital or you go to the doctor, you have no idea what these things cost. You just they don't tell you what they
Oh, I
cost,
like.
and then you
Oh
get
no,
the
I
bill
don't
and you
like the
pass it
song.
on to the insurance company.
It's
So
depressing.
why not have
It's
them
depressing.
empower these doctors and hospitals to post the price so when we know what we're paying for, right? I mean, it's like going into a store and saying, "Oh, I love that dress, and I'm going to buy it," and you don't know how it costs. And it's just so infuriating to me the way government screws everything up. I know this is a little bit off topic, but there was a headline today in the newspaper that global CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, were the highest.
You know what? I wonder if they're going to bring up the Earth's core isn't spinning or something like that. Isn't that something?
20 years trying to reduce carbon emissions.
Is that something?
And they're higher now than ever before. And why is that?
Oh,
Because
you know
of
what? I'll
course
just go to
China.
these.
And so all of these bills that the Democrats spend more and more money on, and now Biden wants another $500 billion for green energy programs. I say, hell no, not one more penny for that crap.
Oh, really? You don't want to actually, you don't want to have renewable energy products in a world that's actually changing in that direction? You'd rather just stay here and sit and play with our own marbles? Is that what you want to do, fuckwad? Guess what? I don't want you to be in charge of my fucking future. How about that? How about that? How about you catch me outside? How about that?
Here's my Steve Moore.
Okay. All right. I can't keep playing with this. I gotta bite the bullet and I gotta fucking do my thing. Okay. All right. So shake it off. Let's go. Let's go. 3/4 cup of
We've got
buttermilk.
For the last 2 years, we basically nuked the healthcare system in this country. We had record low emergency visits. We had record low inpatient
And then I think I turn it out onto the surface.
and
And I cut it. Oh, I need a cutter. Okay. I'd be ready. I can't be like dawdle queen. No dawdling. You can't dawdle. But I need like a sharp cup. Oh, see, that's not going to work. Fuck, I need a biscuit cutter. I have a biscuit cutter. How dumb is that? Okay, what can I use as a biscuit cutter? Hold on. I suppose I could use this glass. Oh, wait, where's my daughter's glass?
Blow up as much as you can, put people in charge of their own health care, and get physicians.
Oh, here I know what I can.
In their own practices, not just cogs in these huge bureaucracies.
And put people and put parents in charge of the education system, so the money
No, don't do that. Don't even as a parent. Don't do that. No. I'm not listening. La. All right. I'm going to use this cookie cutter. I'm going to use the only cookie cutter I have, which is heart-shaped. So I'm going to make heart-shaped biscuits. That's all I can do. And then what I am going to do, though, is get... What did I just see that I wanted? Fuck. I just saw something I really wanted. What was it? Cutter. Heart-shaped pan. Oh no, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm going to hell. I'm Mike Lindell. Rumble has the controls on the wrong side of the screen. It must be the Russians. You guys can hear that. I don't know why I can't hear that, but it's fine. Heart-shaped pan. See, these are all clean, and I'm so lazy. Okay, so how many biscuits am I going to realistically end up with? I'm going to put a little salt in this. I just like a salty biscuit. I don't know, folks. I just like a little bit of a salty biscuit. I need to buy a little more. I'm too worried about shit. Worried about shit I don't need to be worried about. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm gonna need a little piece of parchment paper. My favorite thing in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ruddy to the rescue. Please welcome CEO of Newsmax, Christopher Ruddy.
Oh God, are you kidding me?
CPAC now,
This guy is one of the key architects of some of the messaging that's fucked us up. He's a message man.
I don't know, like
Yeah, we all know that. It's just disgusting, and we're all very upset about it.
Ruddy, who runs Newsmax. I'm sure a lot of you watch Newsmax, right? And I got to tell you, Chris, I mean, Newsmax is one of the fastest growing cable.
Oh, I shouldn't have put all that in, but it's all right. I don't care.
25 million viewers, according to Nielsen.
According to Nielsen, but people may remember, Newsmax started as a website in 1998.
We do. Oh, Chris, you're not a journalist.
The Pittsburgh Tribune Review.
Oh, yeah, see, none of those are, those are rags. But good luck.
That success in the 90s. So I started Newsmax.
Wow, you are old. That's actually what I took away from that, Chris, is you're just a fucking dinosaur and you need to go home. You need to go like stalk girls on the internet or something stupid like you guys do when you're like bored and got too much time on your hands. Idiots.
25 million people watch us regularly, and that's just in the cable world. People forget 45 million homes have disconnected from cable. They don't watch Fox or CNN anymore. They can't.
Well, we know.
And they're on these devices like Samsung and Pluto and Xumo. So we're, for the moment, on both. Eventually, we're going to have two channels, Newsmax 1 and Newsmax 2. But it's been very exciting, and it's really not.
I'm trying not to overdo the biscuit mixing, trying not to fuck it up, because what I'm going to do is like fold it over on itself a bunch of times so that you get layers in your biscuit, So that's what I'm trying to do. But now I'm going to have to go to the messy hand method.
Status of this? Is there going to be progress being made in this area?
Well, I hope so. It was a little bit of shock
So
to
I
us
probably need
because,
to turn it out. Oh no, Florence.
Last year we renewed with hundreds of cable systems, including Dish and Verizon.
I probably don't need this.
DirecTV, we could not come to agreement. They removed us on January 24th. We went dark on 13 million homes. They're a huge market share player. As you know, AT&T owns a significant portion.
My heart is not in this, but that's okay.
The One America channel last year.
Sometimes we have to admit when our heart's not in something, but our mind is totally committed.
And our view was that it was censorship. Now, they say very differently that it wasn't, that they want more conservative voices. They've added a conservative commentary channel. When we heard that, we said, great, that's good, have more voices. The nice thing is, about 2 weeks ago, they announced that they would consider bringing Newsmax back on, and they are working, I think.
Well, I'm sure that you'll get your wish, Chris. You'll get back to radicalizing. Oh my God, you have a very strange body shape, sir.
Would like to do it, and I think it would
I'm a little caught off guard right now by your body shape.
That's
right.
It looks a little, I think somebody needs to go up 1 or 2 sizes in the waistband.
Should reinstate Newsmax. I mean, I think it's
no.
a no-brainer.
I think it's absolutely a no-brainer that we shouldn't. How about that? So we agree to disagree? Great.
And the board basically saying, look, don't silent conservatives. We need more diversity.
I'm about to get flour all over myself, okay? So this is how this segment's going to end, is I'm going to be completely covered in flour.
But most cable systems,
make sure you tune in.
By any number, at least a dozen.
All right, tune in and only roll with a rolling pin until 1 inch thick. Cut out biscuits.
The comedy channel is liberal news for millennials.
Work quickly, add buttermilk, stir with fork until flour is moistened.
Now they're down to just Fox News as a news channel. And Fox, in my mind, has been good, but we can't rely. Why should the left have so many news choices?
We don't, actually. You guys have enough. You have too many. Oh my goodness. You have so many news sources. It's grody. I can't even keep up with them.
I think it's healthy, and people should have more options. This is what American
No, I think it's
deserve.
confusing.
When we talk about censorship involving conservatives, how serious do you think it is, especially when you're looking at the big tech world, and in essence, where many conservatives feel like
This has so much butter in it, I can't like work it too much because it will melt. But I need it to get into kind of a flat thing, and so I can layer it on itself.
Right after the election, big tech, people don't realize how incredibly powerful big tech has become.
Oh, where's my scraper?
It's become so powerful because of a law Congress passed in '96 when the internet was very small, communications decency.
Oh, we all remember that. Thank much.
And basically, it gives
We're not
social
unaware.
media and these big companies like Google the ability to mint money. because those companies
Wow, are
are
they now
excluded
part of the
from most of
Treasury?
this. You're not
Cool
excluded from most of this.
rule.
I'm not. None of
How
you
do I
are.
do?
But
I
imagine
become
you
a
had a company where
princess
you
if
could
I
basically
go
do
and
anything
do
and be
that,
immune from
Chris?
lawsuits. It gave
Tell me
them the ability
more.
to make tremendous profits. These companies are now among they're bigger than most countries in terms of GDP when they're compared to GDP. They're so powerful now. I feel they have a lock grip in
Oh my God, the
Washington.
butter in these
It's
is
very
off
hard to
the
have any controls
hook.
against them. And we saw
This is gonna
systematically
be so
it close
good.
down conservatives on issues relating to the 20 election, COVID, climate change, transgender issues. Now,
Oh wait, I gotta go back.
Newsmax's view is we want to have both sides. They don't even want to have a discussion on these issues at big tech.
Nah, when
I'll
does
give
a
an
joke
example.
become a
In
dad joke? It
2021,
becomes a
we
parent.
had a
That's cute,
story, an interview
Jim. That's a
with
good
Rand
one. You're
Paul, and Rand
redeemed.
Paul said, I'm a medical.
You've
I don't
redeemed
believe
yourself,
that
Jim.
masks
Thank
are
you.
effective in combating COVID.
I know,
The
you probably don't
scientific
even
evidence
know.
actually
Redeemed from
supports his
what?
view that there's limited effectiveness.
I'm just a friend.
YouTube banned us for 7
I
days, and
know.
they said they would permanently ban
Oh, I
us if
shouldn't
we
like
ever made one
overflower
more
this, but
mistake
you
like
know
that.
what I mean.
He's a
The butter
medical
is starting
doctor.
to
He's a
melt.
U.S. senator, and he had
Okay, now I think I have enough layers. So
scientific
now I'm
evidence.
just gonna. Oh
Why?
man, I'm gonna roll it
They're
out
supposed to be a neutral platform, not a publisher.
to
They
1
act
inch.
like a
Oh,
publisher. They should be
really?
treated
Are
like
you
a
kidding
publisher.
me?
230 should be eliminated.
Bitch.
I hope the Supreme Court.
They don't even know what 230 is. All those morons
There's
clapping like
no
MAG
reform
Americans
to
who's sitting there
230.
because
It
you know what?
can't be
You
reformed
know
because
MAG
they will
Americans
always
watched
find an
every
excuse to
goddamn minute
break
of
the
this.
rules
You
with.
realize that, don't
They
you?
created a special class
He
of
couldn't
speech.
stand it if he
Whenever
was
this
part of
it's
that.
not
So
constitutional,
he's
I hope the
gulping
High
it
Court
up
in
like
these
a
recent
fucking
cases
trout
throws it out.
Well,
right
let me
now.
ask you this. There's something called the Global Disinformation Index and NewsGuard that I've learned about, that they're supposedly
You should learn
independent and
more
neutral.
about it.
Last time I checked, they seem incredibly liberal, and I really want Chris to
Wow.
explain
Well,
what
how
they
could
are.
that?
I mean,
Let's
it's
do the
scary. I
calculus
really
on
think
that,
conservatives should be
Mercedes.
concerned.
Well, a lot of this
Stay with
started
me
out of
for
the
a minute.
fact-checking movement. All of these liberal groups started creating fact checkers, and all
Isn't
the
that
conservative
funny? Because,
folks were on
sometimes
them.
fact check just relies on facts.
That's kind of
So we've seen
I don't
that.
know.
And
Isn't
so
that
then they
funny?
decided, you know what,
Maybe
why
we're
don't we
just
create
smarter
these
than you guys.
independent monitoring agencies will
All right,
rate
you
sites.
can't be
All the
distracted by
liberal
chuds.
sites
You
like
have to
CNN,
fucking
New York
make
Times get
biscuits,
great
you
scores no
stupid
matter what they do. Think about what
Lolo.
CNN did, all the problems
You
and the
dummy Lolo.
scandals,
You
the
got to go out an inch
memos,
thick,
the
baby.
Russian collusion, and they're among the most highest rated
I got to
by
flour my
NewsGuard. Well,
thingy
who owns
bobber.
NewsGuard? He's a guy named Stephen Brill. He's been in the media business, longtime Democratic donor. We find out a number of the people who
Chris,
work
let's
there
look
for
at
the
your
Democratic
donation record,
operatives.
shall we? Can we do
They're
that for a
rating
second?
conservative sites like
I'll
Newsmax,
bite.
Washington Times,
I'm dying to
Trade
see what
Review. We
you've
all get low
donated to,
ratings. Okay,
where you've
that's their
spent your
opinion.
Visa rewards.
But these big ad agencies,
Come on,
20
open your
agencies are now
wallet,
using
Ruddy.
them to block conservatives
Plus,
getting
who's paying
advertising
you?
revenue. GDI did the same thing. And we're also finding out now that the State Department, the Defense Department, were funding these groups. You are funding these liberal rating groups. And what they're trying to do is
Yeah, because it's called consumer protection. It's actually something we want relatively untouched by private dollars or any of that, with the potential for kind of bastardizing the results. So that's kind of a thing we do. I don't know. Probably not perfect, Ruddy. Probably not perfect.
This as well.
I'll give you
Quite
that
frankly,
all
we
day
might think
long
about a
and
media
twice on
monitoring
Sundays,
rating
baby.
system at CPAC. I'm kind of
And
liking
by
this
the way,
idea.
it's all gravy,
But let me
baby.
ask you, Chris.
As
Obviously, the
some of
left-wing media, they are
my not
salivating
new friends,
over
because
this
they're not friends,
Dominion voting system
I'm going to start staying off
lawsuit
of
against
weird
Fox
YouTube
and
chats.
also against Newsmax. I mean, what's the deal here?
It's a sensitive subject, right? We're being sued for $1.6 billion. I don't know where they
Are you?
And Fox is being sued for that.
What's the matter, Chris?
And if you look at the fact case, even all of
Now I'm going
these
to flour my
salacious
biscuit
emails and
cutter.
texts that came out of the Fox suit, you may have heard about it. What it showed was that Fox,
Oh my
as a
God,
news
you're kidding? That's
organization, a
terrible.
big news organization, where on a controversial news subject,
And you
there
have
were
to go straight
disagreements
down
among
when
the
you cut your
staff about
biscuits,
how they
otherwise
should
you
cover it,
seal the
the
edges,
ways
and
they
you don't
should
want to
cover
seal
it.
the edges,
Rupert Murdoch is the controlling
which is
shareholder.
why I really need a metal metal
apparently
biscuit cutter, but I
disagreed with
don't
some of
have
the
one, so
views.
we have to
But you know what?
improvise.
He didn't
But I have to
tell
push hard and I have to
by just
concentrate, so I can't talk.
posting
Okay,
journalism. He
so I'm gonna
allowed
cut
his host
biscuits
to
right
have an
now.
opinion, even if it might have been different from his. So actually, You know, I know a lot of people like to criticize Fox these days, but I think that what these texts showed to me was there was a dynamic in there. Fox can show you, just like Newsmax, that, so what we're being sued for is that we reported what President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and the campaign officials were alleging.
Oh, so it wasn't your fault? Is that what your story is now, Chris? It wasn't your fault. You were just doing what you were told to do? Okay. Hey, guys, you just heard the new right-wing talking point. It wasn't our fault. We were told to do it. Make a note. Where was I when I saw the inside baseball of the right-wing disinformation? We're right on Lolo's lounge, baby. That's right.
Collusion story made countless allegations against President Trump. Nobody, and they were all found to be false. Right. Nobody said CNN and MSNBC. In fact, there's been no accountability for what they did.
Scraper.
I think our statement of facts in this case are very strong.
Try this one. I don't know if this little one works, but
if we were not in a Delaware
my metal one works better. Okay, here's my biscuit.
Liberal Democratic state, the Biden
There's a
family's
biscuit.
With everybody there. If we were in federal court,
it's going to grow up to be big and tall.
Thrown out, and I think people should just wake up to the implications of this case for the First Amendment across for every media, including liberals.
Yep, no, that's right. And let me ask you this.
And you want them touching each other. You want them touching each other.
We're going to go into this
because then they can hold on to each other as they climb up when they bake.
How do you expect Newsmax to cover the presidential election?
Well, we're really excited about covering the election. It's always a fun. We always call it the.
So you can like. I'm doing like a pin. I'll show you when I'm done. But I'm doing like a pinwheel.
Adds a tremendous amount of electricity. I think he's coming here on Saturday, so it's going to be very exciting. But you know what? I've known Donald
Not working
Trump
fast enough, so I have to work a little faster.
I see him all the time because I live down in Florida, not far from him.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this, and I'm going to make.
Friend of his, even though we want to give him everything. But I do respect his tenacity and his love of America. And Newsmax doesn't endorse candidates.
Interesting, Chris. This is some great, interesting distancing. You guys are really getting. He's doing like a little MTV confessional right now.
Nicely, and Nikki Haley's on with Eric Bolling tonight.
This is interesting. Chris is really giving us inside baseball here.
Where I differ than even from Fox is I believe Newsmax is an open platform that we should allow.
This is fascinating.
You, the American
this is totally
people, to make
fascinating.
Decisions about candidates, and if you look at the history of Fox, they like
totally fascinating. All right, now I have to get my little scrappy scraps, and I gotta roll them out again, and then I gotta make more biscuits with it until I have no scraps left.
They're looking at apparently, and that's their prerogative. But I personally believe that the best
and it's getting really buttery,
is for
so
the voters to have both sides.
Lots of butter.
And you to make an informed decision rather than me sort of picking a candidate that I like. And I think the network, if you look at Newsmax, we get accused of all sorts of things.
Yeah, because you guys are kind of fuckwads, and you kind of like just.
Because we're always trying to get like the other.
You just kind of like lie all the time, and frankly, Chris, you're like one of the worst people on the planet because you actually are like an architect of some of the fuckery.
Don't need to own the media. All we need is
That's terrible. That's terrible. You should be ashamed of yourself. How do you sleep at night?
I'll increase that to about 90%.
I don't understand that.
From Newsmax, head Newsmax.
I don't know.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you, Matt.
Absolutely.
I just want to give one shout out. Ted
Nope, too sorry. Sorry, Chris, the music's playing. Sorry, Chris. Sorry. Sorry. Nobody gives a shit.
That's right. That's right.
Nobody gives a shit.
Thank you all.
Sorry, Chris. You freaking loser. Loser, dude. Oh, wait, I should do this. This is going to be a little tricky with these heart shapes. They kind of make me mad. The heart shapes make me mad. Alright, I'm going to have to make one like regular biscuit.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk. 87,000 pink slips.
Oh,
Please welcome,
stop!
From Missouri, Chairman of the House Committee on Ways and Means, Jason Smith, and distinguished visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution, Kevin Hassett.
Oh! Kevin, ball sack, more like it. Jesus. I hate these guys so much. I'm just gonna bake that. I'm gonna leave that right there.
Well, this is the most exciting part of the day. We get to do taxes and economics at the same time. You know, I gotta set the record straight though.
Oh, you get that reception a lot, do you, honey?
This is Jason Smith.
Is that kind of common?
Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee.
Were you like the
really
insurance, the insurance bro in your fraternity?
Kevin McCarthy, because you've got so many fights to fight. But I want to set the record straight to start with that a lot of people say that Biden's policies are not going to create any jobs. But it's not true. As an economist, I can tell you that he has an $80 billion bill that
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to listen to it because I don't want to censor.
Details of what they're doing.
But I'm going to tell you right now, everything that's coming out of this motherfucker's mouth, either laced with one truth that's embedded in a field of lies, or is just straight up lies, or is just straight up spin. Okay, now what I need to do is put this away because don't be stupid. You don't want to be, or I mean, you want to be lucid. You don't want to be stupid.
Disagree with the policy.
Silly.
It's great to be with a bunch of conservatives, right?
You need to close because mommy's not ready to clean you, darling. Mommy's just not ready to clean you. Not you, darling.
Definitely raised the IQ level in Washington, D.C. by just being here. So,
oh my God, what's that?
Grateful that you're
Who
here.
is he? What is that voice?
87,000.
I'm going to turn him down just even a little more. Could you have shaved the vent, you stupid ass?
Joe Biden has
been
pushing this policy since his
very
first president's budget. His very first president's budget, he highlighted that he wanted $80 billion in
waste of
money
space
to hire 87 IRS employees. But he also put in there that he wanted to do what I refer to as the bank snooping bill.
I'm waiting for them to put up this douchebag's name. Men, don't wear gray suits.
It's going to be reported to the IRS. It's all about government command and control over your lives.
And don't be fascist. I don't know. I thought that one actually didn't have to be said, but
been a committee known for oversight,
just in case.
But the very first bill that we did in our committee was to eliminate that $80 billion. That was the first bill.
Okay, I know this looks really stupid, but this is the. Oh, actually, I can't see the camera, so.
But we got to keep up the drumbeat.
Eeky boo boo. These are the biscuits, aren't they pretty? Little heart biscuits, and they're all trying to hug each other. Hug me, hug me, hug me. And now I'm supposed to come at 475-degree oven. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my stupid little oven over here. That's right. That's what I said. I'm going to just do my stupid little oven over here.
We've been getting some good stuff.
475? That just seems, it only goes to 450, sweetheart. I'm going to have to just okay. And how long does it go for?
Targeting real Americans. And that is not
heat oven, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. What was it, 8 to 10 minutes? I think I did my 10.
I can tell you that.
You know, thank you so
I'm
much.
going to go down to 8.
And we were talking backstage that when Hillary Clinton
it's preheating.
went into the White House as First Lady, one of the things she asked to give her the tax returns of the Clinton's enemies.
This may or may not work. Everybody.
And more recently, your
deep breaths, everybody.
Released the tax return for a former president. The IRS has been hacked over and over.
They taste good. Dough tastes good.
People in this room, you know, the Russians and the Chinese have their tax data. And ProPublica has been.
I mean, they'll be edible. ProPublica is a really good journalism source.
What are you doing to stop?
It's a very good journalism source.
We have already started the investigation. Over 19 months ago, there was a leak of almost 1,000 taxpayers' information by ProPublica. It came from somewhere, and still we've heard crickets from the IRS of how did this leak happen? It just
wish I had put cheese in them.
Within the same week, this administration was trying
I
to
should have put cheese in them. Okay, here we go.
People that
oh wait, it's preheating. It's not.
But it's not just that. There was
preheating.
112,
I'm trying to use my oven the correct way. Maybe I should take another edible. What do you guys think? I don't have to drive.
by the IRS. And then they
What's the
figured out
consensus?
they did
Yes
it
or
wrong
no?
after 8 months and took it down.
Oh my God, we only have one person watching.
Was
Oh my
supposed
God.
to rework it so there wasn't confidential information, and they posted the same thing again,
That's
twice.
cute. I think that's cute, actually.
If you have
Personally.
that kind of disrespect for people's private
But
tax
whatever.
information
Stop eating that.
and
Oh my God, you're
retirement
gonna get a tummy
information,
ache.
there's a problem
Over
with
here.
the IRS. And we got to figure that out.
That's right, and one of the problems that you could actually, if you go to the IRS website and look at it, one of the problems is that because they're trying to rake in as much cash as they can from everybody, they share information with foreign governments. And so in 2021, the IRS shared the tax information of Americans with foreign governments or other entities in the government 27 billion times.
Boop, boop.
27 billion times. And so this is a problem that, thank goodness that you're on the
I
case.
think I'm
But
gonna go
one
ahead
thing
and
that you've
wrap
done
now
recently
because
that
I'm
I've
gonna
noticed that
finish these
really fills my
biscuits
heart with joy
and
is that there was an
let
article
the
in Politico, if I remember
let the
correctly, that said
CPAC
that
assholes
that when you
bore
came in and
other
you
people to
announced that
death.
you're going to put the American
But
people
I
and
want
their
to thank you
politics
guys. Let me
first,
quiet
that it
them down.
sent all the lobbyists.
Thank you guys for coming today. It was so nice. And the biscuits will be delicious. I will give a full report. Tomorrow night is the lounge, and I'll do CPAC during the morning, and then the lounge at night. And the lounge is going to have, we're going to watch Jim Stewartson's documentary on Mindfuck in America. So it's about 45 minutes, and we're going to start that about an hour or so into the lounge. So probably about 8 p.m. Pacific, p.m. Eastern, all in between, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that's the plan. And so come and visit. But in the meantime, be well, be good, be nice to each other, and save democracy. Okay? Thank you. I love you.